charges brought against him. Anwar swore that it was the US government that was keeping him locked up, so Nasser reached out to the US Embassy for help. He was their citizen, after all. Surely they knew Anwar, Nasser thought. He was the one on TV after September 11th. The go-to imam. A counselor at the embassy said he could offer little more than an assurance they would look after Anwar. For the first 9 months, I was in solitary confinement in an underground cell. I would say that the cell was about 8 feet by 4, Al-Awlaki later recalled. I was not allowed pen and paper, and no exercise whatsoever. I hadn't seen the sun for the entire period. He said he was allowed no interaction at all with any person except with the prison guards. There is no doubt the United States was involved in Anwar's imprisonment. I believe that I was held at the request of the United States government, Anwar said. I was taken into custody without any explanation. When he was first arrested, he said Yemeni intelligence agents began asking me questions about my local Islamic activities here, and later on it was becoming clear that I was being held due to the request of the US government. That was what they were telling me here. They also told Al-Awlaki that the United States wanted its own agents to question him. A report by the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Extrajudicial Summary or Arbitrary Executions alleged that Al-Awlaki was arrested at the request of the United States government. The New York Times reported that John Negroponte, who at the time of Anwar's arrest was the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, told Yemeni officials that the United States did not object to his detention. But it was more than simply not objecting. A Yemeni source with close ties to Al-Awlaki and the Yemeni government told me about a meeting between Negroponte, Yemen's ambassador to the United States, and Prince Bandar bin Sultan, the former Saudi ambassador to the United States. Bandar was extremely close to the Bush administration and President Bush in particular, so close, in fact, that his nickname was Bandar Bush. The source told me he spoke to the Yemeni ambassador, who told him that Negroponte had said something to this effect: "Oh, it is very nice that you locked Anwar in prison. It is good. Because what bothers us is preaching, and his sermons, and we are afraid that he will influence young people in the West." The Yemeni ambassador, according to the source, told Negroponte, "Look, if there is no case against Anwar, we cannot keep him indefinitely in prison. The tribal people in Yemen, friends, civil rights groups in America and in Britain, they write letters to Condoleezza Rice and to us, regarding the imprisonment of Anwar. And so we cannot keep him indefinitely." Negroponte's reply, my source said, was, "Well, but you have to." In November 2006, Nasser Al-Awlaki ran into Yemeni President Ali Abdullah Saleh at a development conference in London. "I asked him to release my son from prison," Nasser recalled. "And he said, there are some issues with the Americans, I will try to solve them and I will release your son." Saleh bin Farid, Anwar's uncle, with whom he stayed briefly in Britain, is one of the most powerful tribal sheikhs in Yemen. He is the head of the Al-Awlaki tribe, Anwar's tribe, which numbers some 750,000 people. In Yemen, it is the tribes, not the government, that hold the power and influence, and the Al-Awlaks were not going to stand for Anwar being in prison without charges. Bin Farid told me he called President Saleh and asked him why he was holding Anwar in prison. "The Americans asked us to keep him in jail," Bin Farid said the president told him. The Americans told Saleh, according to Bin Farid, "We want you to keep him for 3-4 years. Saleh told him, "Well spoken. The reason they gave us is that he's very well spoken, many people listen to him in United States, especially young people. And all over the world. And we want him to be kept for a few years, until people forget about him." When President Saleh visited Washington, D.C., early on in Anwar's imprisonment, he met with FBI Director Robert Mueller, CIA Director George Tenet and other U.S. intelligence officials. Saleh told Nasser that he raised Anwar's case with them. In fact, he said he asked President Bush directly about Anwar. "If you have anything against Anwar al-Awlaki, tell us," he said. Sally told Bush. "If you don't, we will release him from prison." President Bush, he said, responded, "Give me 2 months, and then I will answer you." 2 months passed, and then Nasser received a call from the chief of Yemen's political security organization, General Ghalib al-Kamish. "Dr. Nasser," he said, "please ask your son to cooperate with the interrogators, who are coming from Washington to meet Anwar." So Nasser went to the prison to appeal to Anwar. "I told my son, please, you know, we want to settle this thing forever. Why don't you be helpful, and meet these people?" And said, "I am willing to meet them. I met them in America, and I am going to meet them in Yemen." When the FBI agents arrived to interview Anwar, they stayed for 2 days. Al-Awlaki was summoned to an office, and as he entered upon the Americans, he didn't put himself into accused position, rather he entered the office, acted like a boss, recalled Sheikh Harith al-Nadari, who was imprisoned with Al-Awlaki. He chose to sit on the most appropriate seat, ate from the fruits prepared by the Yemenis to host the Americans, and poured a cup of tea for himself. I had asked him about the nature of the investigation. He told me that the whole thing was to find any tiny violation that would permit them to prosecute him back in an American court. It was an interrogation, he said. Nevertheless, they didn't find what they were searching after. Yemeni intelligence insisted on having its own people in the room. Al-Awlaki said that when the U.S. agents interrogated him for 2 days, there was some pressure, which I refused to accept, and that led to a conflict that occurred between me and them, because I felt that it was improper behavior from their behalf. That was solved, however, later on, and they apologized. Anwar, according to Nasser, cooperated with the interrogators. Still, days and weeks passed, and Anwar remained behind bars. When the Al-Awlaki family pressed the regime for answers, the Yemeni president made clear to them the stakes. Yemen's vice president, Abd Rabbi Mansur Hadi, told Nasser that the Yemeni president had a grim choice for him: "Do you want to keep Anwar locked up, or do you want me to release him to be killed by an American drone?" So, this is the president of Yemen telling me, "Keep your son in prison rather than getting him out, because if he gets out he will be killed by an American drone," Nasser said, adding that at the time, he believed that the only reason which made the United States targeting Anwar was because of his popularity among Muslims, English-speaking Muslims in the world. He concluded, "I think Ali Abdullah Saleh must have known something." As his family on the outside fought for his freedom, inside the prison, Anwar pored over books. Any books he could get. For the first 2 months, the only book he was permitted was the Quran. Al-Awlaki later said he saw his detention as a blessing, saying it offered him a chance to review Quran and to study and read in a way that was impossible out of jail. "My time in detention was a vacation from this world." He later said that because they took everything away and gave the Quran, that is why the Quran had this different meaning, adding, "It is because of the distractions that are going around us, that we don't get the most benefit from Quran." But when a person is in that solitary environment, all of the distractions are taken away and his heart is fixed on the word of Allah, and the words take on a completely different meaning. Eventually, Al-Awlaki got his hands on In the Shade of the Quran by Sayyid Qutb. There were some striking similarities between Al-Awlaki's life experience and those of Qutb. Qutb was an Egyptian scholar and thinker whose writings and teachings later were credited with forming the intellectual basis for militant Islamist movements. He was a dissident in Egypt who advocated for an Islamic government. Like Al-Awlaki, he spent time studying in Colorado, where he enrolled at Colorado State College of Education in 1949. After his time in the United States, Qutb railed against what he perceived as the excesses of American culture: scantily clad women, jazz music, wrestling and football, alcohol. He labeled America a primitive society, writing that its people were numb to faith in religion, faith in art, and faith in spiritual values altogether. When he returned to Egypt, Qutb developed close ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. In 1954, he was arrested and put in jail, where he would remain for most of the rest of his life. While Qutb was tortured in prison, he also wrote his most influential texts, including the book Al-Aki would read in his own prison cell a half-century later. In 1966, Qutb was hanged after being convicted of plotting to overthrow the Egyptian government. Al-Aki said he was so immersed with the author I would feel that Sayyid was with me in my cell speaking to me directly. There was something about my reading in prison, I could feel the personality of the author through his words. So even though I was in solitary confinement I was never alone. Al-Aki said that he tried to limit his reading to 30 pages a day, but because of the flowing style of Sayyid I would read between 100 to 150 pages a day. In fact I would read until my eyes got tired. My left eye would get exhausted before the right eye, so I would close it with my hand and carry on reading with my right eye until it can handle it no more and would just shut down. My vision started deteriorating, especially in my left eye. Was it because of too much reading, or was it because of poor lighting? Allah knows best. I found that deteriorating eyesight along with kidney problems were the two most common complaints of the prisoners. He also read the works of Charles Dickens, Shakespeare, and Herman Melville. There was a particularly mean prison head who decided to ban me from having any Islamic books, Al-Aki later wrote. Shakespeare was the worst thing I read during my entire stay in prison. I never liked him to start with. Probably the only reason he became so famous is because he was English and had the backing and promotion of the speakers of a global language. Al-Aki, however, praised Dickens's works. What fascinated me with these novels were the amazing characters Dickens created and the similarity of some of them to some people today. That made them very interesting, he wrote. For example, the thick and boastful Mr. Josiah Bounderby of Coketown was similar to George W. Bush. Lucy's father, Mr. Gradgrind, was similar to some Muslim parents who are programmed to think that only medicine and engineering are worthy professions for their children. The amazing cruelness of Stephen Blackpool was similar to some people who appear on the surface to be decent and kind human beings, and Uriah Heep was similar to some pitiful Muslims today. Al-Aki later reflected on the food in prison. Describing Qudam, the staple breads of prisoners and soldiers in Yemen, Al-Aki wrote, are supposed to be multigrain. That is how it was in the old days. Now they are most likely whole wheat. They are fermented so their taste resembles San Francisco's sourdough bread. They consist of a solid crust, they could be used for fights. He recalled, before my imprisonment, I had discussions with former prisoners about how it was in jail, so there was some mental preparation for what was to come. I remember the words of one of the shuyukh who had been to the same prison. He said the food was so horrible, so I was expecting the worst. His first morning in the prison, Al-Aki recalled, I began hearing the opening of the doors and soldiers screaming at prisoners to pick up their meals. It was my turn and I was already awake. They opened my door and there were two soldiers, one holding a bucket and the other dragging a sack full of Qudam. The one with the bucket took my plate and poured in it a cupful of steaming pinto beans while the other handed me 6 pieces of Qudam. After a few weeks, he said, he had concluded, this food stinks. Eventually, the prison authorities permitted Al-Aki to receive home-cooked meals from his family twice a week. However, the prison administration would use this as a method to pressure prisoners. Under the pretext of searching our food for contraband items, I would sometimes receive my food in an inedible state. They once mashed together my rice, chocolate cake, and salad and then poured over it a package of cranberry juice. Even the guard who delivered the meal to me was saddened by the state of my food, Al-Aki recalled. Prison, he said, reaffirmed his commitment to his religion. Islam is not something that we use to fill in the spiritual compartment of our life while we leave everything else to our whims and desires. Islam should rule over every aspect of our life. After Anwar Al-Aki had been locked up for 17 months, the tremendous pressure from tribal groups that Saleh's regime had to keep on his side to maintain power, and from Anwar's influential family, finally forced his release. Sheikh Saleh bin Farid had gone to see the Yemeni president to offer his personal guarantees that Anwar would not cause trouble if he was set free. Okay, if you have anything against Anwar, Please take him to court, Ben Farid told the Yemeni president. And if you prove anything, you kill him. We don't mind. If you have anything, any proof against him, we don't mind if you take him to court and you kill him. If you don't, then give us our son. The president, he said, told him, to be honest, I have nothing against Anwar, whatsoever. That day, the order was given to release al-Awlaki. The Americans were not happy about it, said Ben Farid. A U.S. diplomatic cable about al-Awlaki's release elevated Anwar to a sheikh and referred to him as the alleged spiritual advisor to two of the 9/11 hijackers. The cable added that Yemeni government contacts told U.S. officials that they do not have sufficient evidence to charge and can no longer hold him illegally. A few years later, the U.S. government would characterize al-Awlaki's imprisonment as evidence he had long been involved with terror plots against the United States. Without providing any evidence to support the claim, the U.S. Treasury Department statement alleged al-Awlaki was imprisoned in Yemen in 2006 on charges of kidnapping for ransom and being involved in an al-Qaeda plot to kidnap a U.S. official, but was released from jail in December 2007 and subsequently went into hiding in Yemen. America knows war. They are war masters. Somalia, 2004, 2006. While JSOC came to dominate the expanding killing fields in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere, Somalia continued its descent into chaos. The murderous warlords who were running the CIA's targeted kill-slash-capture operations were widely feared and reviled. By 2004, the agency's outsourced Somalia campaign was laying the groundwork for a spectacular series of events that would lead to an almost unthinkable rise in the influence of Al-Qaeda in the Horn of Africa. But it wasn't the CIA's warlord program alone that would spur a major uprising in Somalia. The civilian tolls the wars were taking in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the abuses at Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo, gave credence to the perception that the United States was waging a war against Islam. While the United States backed its own warlords in Mogadishu, Washington's post-9/11 actions led to the formation of a coalition of former warlords and religious movements that would challenge the rule of the U.S. proxies in Somalia. It was blowback sparked by U.S. policies in Somalia and abroad. Yusuf Mohammed Syed told me he was first approached by the CIA in Dubai in 2004. The notorious Somali warlord, who goes by the Nam Daguerre Indhaad, or White Eyes, was like Mohammed Kanyar among the thugs who divided and destroyed Somalia during the civil war that raged through the 1990s. Indhaad violently took control of the Lower Shabelle region, appointing himself governor of a reportedly brutal paramilitary occupation, earning him the moniker the Butcher. He ran drug and weapons trafficking operations from the Merka port and cashed in on the lawlessness. Like Kanyar, he controlled a sizable militia and an array of technicals weaponized pickup trucks. But unlike Kanyar, Indhaad maintained a friendly relationship with the small group of Islamic radicals who dotted the chaotic Somali landscape of the 1990s. He openly admitted to providing shelter and protection to some of the very men Washington was hunting. That made him an attractive potential asset for the CIA. In Dubai, he said, he met the CIA's chief of East Africa operations. They offered me money, they offered funding for the region I was controlling, they offered me influence and power in Somalia through U.S. cooperation, he recalled when I met him at one of his homes in Mogadishu in June 2011. The CIA was always telling me that the men I was protecting were criminals who bombed the U.S. embassies, who were also a threat to the world. They told me they wanted me to hand these guys over to them. But Indhaad had watched the CIA-backed warlord alliance in action and wanted nothing to do with it. As he saw it, they were killing Somalis in the service of a foreign power. They were contracted to hunt down anyone who was wanted by the Americans. Their prisoners were all mistreated, they were stripped naked and had their mouths taped, he remembered. The warlords would kill the prisoners who the Americans released, to keep them from talking about their imprisonment. Moreover, Indhaad was in the midst of a personal conversion from a heavy drinking gangster to what he saw as a real Muslim. When the United States invaded Iraq in 2003, Intihaad, like many Muslims around the globe, viewed the United States as arrogant and on a crusade against Islam. The US President's words against Islam, the Iraq invasion and the Afghanistan war inspired me personally not to cooperate with the CIA, he recalled. I refused all of their offers. Instead, Intihaad made a decision to commit his forces to defeating the CIA's warlords. The Bush administration overstated the strength of Al-Qaeda and Osama. But when he invaded Iraq, we all thought that Islam was under attack. That was Al-Qaeda's biggest victory, and that is why we supported them. When Al-Qaeda figures would seek his support or sanctuary in the areas he controlled, Intihaad obliged. To him, the men were on the right side of history, fighting crusaders and their proxy warlords and defending Islam. Personally, I thought of even Osama himself as a good man who only wanted the implementation of Islamic law, he remembered. If there was accountability, Bush would have been executed like Saddam Hussein. But no one is powerful enough to hold the US to account. While Kenya worked with the Americans, Intihaad soon became one of Al-Qaeda's key paramilitary allies and a commander of one of the most powerful Islamic factions to rise up in Somalia after September 11. American activities that had started with a discreet meeting with Kenya in a Nairobi hotel room in 2002 with the aim of killing or capturing 5 specific terrorists had transformed into death squads roaming Somalia, killing with impunity and widely viewed as being directly supported and encouraged by the United States. In a meeting with U.S. officials in early 2006, according to a diplomatic cable, the internationally recognized Somali president wondered aloud why the U.S. would want to start an open war in Mogadishu. It was this horrific error that gave birth to the Islamic Courts Union, which would rise up against the US-backed proxies. The ICU was not a plot organized by Al-Qaeda, but rather an indigenous response to the lawlessness and brutality of the warlords, particularly those backed by the CIA. As Somalia disintegrated, small, regional Islamic courts began rising up. They created local justice systems based on Sharia law and sought to bring some level of stability. For several years, the courts were largely autonomous, clan-based entities. In 2004, the 12 courts united to become the Supreme Council of Islamic Courts of Somalia, known as the courts. Sheikh Sharif Sheikh Ahmed, a former schoolteacher and cleric from the Middle Shabelle region, was elected its leader. Intihaad would eventually serve as its defense minister. When the Islamic Courts Union formed, there was a civil war in Somalia. There was murder, robbery, and rape. The powerless were victimized. Everyone suffered, but the weakest clans were the hardest hit, recalled Intihaad. Warlords ruled, and we searched for a way to unite and save our people. It is Islam that unites us, so we formed the Islamic Courts Union. In 2005, foreign weapons and money poured into Somalia. Intihaad and other courts figures began receiving shipments of heavy weapons and ammunition, flown into private airstrips from Eritrea. Ethiopia, meanwhile, joined with the United States in supporting the CIA's warlords with finances, weapons, and ammunition. Somalia's Prime Minister, Ali Mohammed Gadai, an Italian-educated veterinarian, watched as the CIA bankrolled and armed Kenya and the other warlords, some of whom were actually ministers in his own government. I was following very closely those warlords and particularly Kenya, who was misleading the U.S. intelligence organizations by saying, "I can defeat this terrorist, this Islamist. Yes, I will catch them tomorrow, the next day." And they were paying him, Gadai told me. The CIA, he charged, undermined his government and encouraged the mushrooming of the Islamic courts, and their strength stimulated the Islamic courts people by supporting the warlords and the anti-terrorism group at that time. So the whole mess started from that point. In February 2006, as the Islamic Courts Union grew in strength, Kenya and the CIA's warlord network went public, officially announcing the Alliance for the Restoration of Peace and Counter-Terrorism and calling on Somalis to join them in defeating the jihadists. In March, at the White House, the National Security Council officially endorsed the U.S. campaign to fund and support the warlords. State Department spokesman Sean M.C. Cormack said the U.S. strategy was to work with responsible individuals in fighting terror. It's a real concern of ours, terror taking root in the Horn of Africa. We don't want to see another safe haven for terrorists created. Our interest is purely in seeing Somalia achieve a better day. Washington chose to view the situation only through the prism of its war on terror, observed Salim Lone, a former UN official. The Bush administration supported the warlords in violation of a UN arms embargo it helped impose on Somalia many years ago, indirectly funneling them arms and suitcases filled with dollars. Kenya and his allies suddenly appeared far better armed than before. To war with, you need very well-trained forces. And enough numbers, and enough weapons, and enough logistics. And enough reinforcements, Kenya told me. With no sense of the irony that his alliance had given rise to the ICU, Kenya told his American handlers, "This war is easy, it will not take time. It would not even take 6 months, he predicted." He was right about the timeline, but not its outcome. After the warlords openly declared war on the Islamic courts, Mogadishu was rocked by its worst fighting in more than a decade. By May, the Washington Post was reporting battles that were some of the most violent in Mogadishu since the end of the American intervention in 1994, and left 150 dead and hundreds more wounded. The UN Monitoring Group, in its report to the Security Council, cited clandestine third country support for the warlords. It did not specify which country, but everyone knew. U.S. diplomats in the region soon found themselves besieged by their colleagues from other nations, including European Union officials. According to one U.S. cable from the Nairobi embassy, some European governments, having concluded that the U.S. is supporting individual warlords as a means to prosecute the GWOT, tell us they are concerned that such actions now may set back both CT and democratization objectives in Somalia. The EU, the cable noted, was preparing to release a report that would state bluntly, there are worrying signs that the general population riled by overt support of the United States for the warlords is increasingly rallying to the cause of the jihadis. Some U.S. officials were clearly irked by the CIA's warlord program. They privately told the New York Times that the campaign has thwarted counterterrorism efforts inside Somalia and empowered the same Islamic groups it was intended to marginalize. The once disparate Islamic Courts Union, at the urging of and with strong backing from local businessmen in Mogadishu and other cities, began a concerted mobilization to defeat the CIA's warlords. Indhad would lead its military campaign. The ICU called on Somalis to join the jihad against the enemies of Somalia. But it wasn't simply a religious cause. The warlords had been a disaster for business in Mogadishu. The killing prayer leaders and imams in local neighborhoods, and school teachers, really sparked a much-needed anger, said Abdirahman Aint Ali, the Somali terrorism scholar. But, from a financial perspective, he said, the warlords had been holding Mogadishu hostage for 16 years. They failed to open the airport, the seaport, they all had small airstrips beside their houses, literally, their houses. And so they were holding people hostage. In late 2005, businessmen had begun funneling money to the ICU to buy heavy weapons to take on the CIA warlords. Somalis from all walks of life began signing up to fight alongside the ICU. People would leave their jobs at 5 p.m. at the Bakara market, take their weapon and join the fight against the warlords, recalled Aint. And the next morning they would report back to their shop, or whatever. I mean, it was stunning. The Islamic Courts Union was not a homogeneous bunch. Many of the court's leaders and rank and file had no connection to Al-Qaeda, knew little of bin Laden and had an agenda that was squarely focused internally. Their meteoric rise in popularity had everything to do with hatred for the warlords, combined with a fierce desire for stability and some degree of law and order. We deployed our fighters to Mogadishu with the intent of ceasing the civil war and bringing an end to the warlords' ruthlessness, said Sheikh Ahmed Madobi Mohammed Islam, whose RAS Kamboni militia, based in Juba in southern Somalia, joined the ICU in 2006. He told me, those of us within the ICU were people with different views: liberals, moderates, and extremists. Other than expelling the warlords and stabilizing the country through Sharia law, he said, there was no commonly shared political agenda. There were certainly elements of the ICU that had a Taliban-like vision for Somalia. But the regionally based courts were largely used to govern their specific clans or sub-clans, rather than as a national justice system. Although Somalia is an almost exclusively Muslim nation, it also has a strong secular tradition that would have come into direct conflict with the Taliban-style agenda imposed nationally. The court's promise of order and security appeals to Somalis across the religious spectrum. Their heterogeneous membership and the diversity of their supporters mean that attempts to label the Sharia system extremist, moderate, or any other single orientation are futile. In reality, the courts are an unwieldy coalition of convenience, united by a convergence of interests, the International Crisis Group noted in its 2005 report Somalia's Islamists. The ICG asserted that only 2 of the courts had been consistently associated with militancy and that they were counterbalanced by other courts. It concluded, most courts appear to exist for chiefly pragmatic purposes. Rather than imposing an Islamist agenda on a new Somali government, most are likely to be absorbed willingly into any future judicial system. That did not mean that extremists did not view the courts as a vehicle to implement their radical agenda. We share no objectives, goals, or methods with groups that sponsor or support terrorism, declared Sheikh Sharif, the head of the ICU, in an appeal to the international community. We have no foreign elements in our courts, and we are simply here because of the need of the community we serve. Sharif's declaration may have been technically true, but that is only because the Harakat al-Shabaab al-Mujahideen was not officially one of the courts. More commonly known by its abbreviated name, al-Shabaab, or the Youth, the group of young Islamist militants had joined forces with the ICU during the war against the warlords. There are varying accounts of when al-Shabaab officially formed, ranging from the late 1990s to 2006. Based on his interviews with insiders, Aint concluded it was sometime in 2003. Al-Shabaab was initially organized by Aden Hashi Farah Arrow, who the United States alleged trained at al-Qaeda camps in Afghanistan and was behind the killing of foreign aid workers in Somalia. Another influential leader was Ahmed Abdi Godane, a well-known jihadist from Somalia's relatively peaceful north. The men began training a cadre of young Somalis for a holy war. They were extremely secretive, and many people who were part of that training were not widely accepted in the society. They were not Islamic scholars, they were not clan elders, said Aint. They were looking for legitimacy, so they joined the Islamic Courts Union, and they were not going to lose anything. If the ICU morphed into a central government for Somalia, it was a great deal. If it disbanded, they knew they would capture the essence of it. They had foresight. Eventually, al-Shabaab would win a powerful ally in Hassan Dair Ais, a former Somali army colonel turned military commander of al-Ittihad al-Islamiyah, following the overthrow of Bar's regime. In al-Shabaab, al-Qaeda saw opportunity, the chance to actually penetrate a Somali political landscape that it had long struggled and largely failed to exploit. Among al-Shabaab's closest allies in those early days was Indhad, at the time a key member of Ais faction of the ICU. I was protecting all of these people, he recalled of the foreigners who had begun appearing amid al-Shabaab. I thought of them as good people. Among those he harbored was Abu Talha al-Sudani, an alleged explosives expert and a key figure in the world of financing al-Qaeda's East Africa operations. Indhad also sheltered the Comoro Islands, born Fazl Abdullah Mohammed, the alleged mastermind of the 1998 embassy bombings. At the time, Fazl appeared to me as a stable man, Indhad recalled. Actually, he told us that he had nothing to do with the bombings. When the war against the CIA-backed warlords began, Indhad realized that Fazl had great military experience. He and others were trained by Osama personally. To Indhad, the CIA and the US government were the aggressors, and the foreign fighters increasingly popping up in Somalia were part of a growing struggle to reclaim the country from the warlords. Backed by al-Qaeda, al-Shabaab forces began using Kenya and the other warlords' own tactics against them, assassinating figures associated with the CIA's warlord alliance. Fazol may have convinced Indhaad that he had nothing to do with terrorism. But in the chambers of the U.S. counter-terrorism community, Fazol had become Washington's #1 HVT in East Africa. Fazol was not just a terrorist, he was a believer. And, by all accounts, he was brilliant. Born in 1972 or 1974, depending on which of his many passports or ID cards you look at, Fazol grew up in a stable, economically viable family in the extremely unstable cluster of islands that make up the Comoros. The political backdrop of his childhood was filled with coups or attempted coups, at least 19 in all, after the Comoros declared independence from France in 1975. As a kid, Fazol liked to pretend he was James Bond as he played spy games with his friends. He enjoyed mimicking Michael Jackson's dance steps and was, according to his teachers, an extremely bright child. By the age of 9, he had memorized much of the Quran and could be heard reciting its verses on national radio. As he grew older, Fazol began studying under preachers who subscribed to a Saudi Wahhabist worldview. By the time he arrived in Karachi, Pakistan, in 1990, Fazol was already fully radicalized. Originally enrolled as a medical student, he soon transferred to Islamic studies and was recruited to train with the Mujahideen, which had just expelled the Soviets from Afghanistan. It was in Peshawar, Pakistan, that he first heard Osama bin Laden preach. Soon thereafter he arrived in Afghanistan to receive training in guerrilla warfare, surveillance evasion, the use of various small and heavy weapons and bomb making. In 1991, he wrote to his brother Omar that he got confirmed in Al-Qaeda. His first mission, in 1993, would be to travel to Somalia to help train the small groups of Islamic militants who had joined in the insurrection against the US and UN forces. He worked under Abu Ubaida al-Banshari, whom bin Laden had placed in charge of al-Qaeda's Somalia operations. For Fazol, it was the beginning of a long terrorist career in East Africa. It was there that he first hooked up with Awais and members of al-Ittihad, the people who would later bring him into the fold of the Islamic Courts Union. Fazol claimed that his team participated in the downing of the Black Hawks in 1993, but al-Qaeda failed to entrench itself in Somalia as the warlords divided up the country. Most of them had no use for bin Laden or foreigners. The primacy of tribalism in Somalia ultimately frustrated al-Qaeda's efforts to recruit long-term and develop a unified coalition against foreign occupiers. Al-Qaeda mistook its call for jihad in Afghanistan as a universal motivator for which Muslims in Somalia would join at an equal rate, noted a study conducted at West Point Military Academy's Combating Terrorism Center. In 1993 Somalia, this call fell on somewhat deaf ears as survival against local competitors trumped jihad. So Fazol turned his attention to Kenya. The embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania took 5 years of careful planning and preparation. Working with al-Qaeda operative Saleh Ali Nabhan, Fazol directly coordinated the Nairobi bombing, renting the house that would serve as a laboratory to manufacture the explosives for the job. During this time, Fazol became a rising star within al-Qaeda. He became one of its prized couriers, funding cells throughout East Africa and, for a period, relocated his family to Khartoum, Sudan, where bin Laden was building up al-Qaeda and preparing to declare war on the United States. By 1997, when bin Laden officially announced al-Qaeda would attack U.S. interests, Fazol had already left Sudan and was outraged that he learned it from CNN. The announcement resulted in raids, including on the home of one of Fazol's closest associates who was preparing the embassy bombing in Nairobi. In the end, despite several close calls with the Kenyan authorities, the embassy hits were a categorical triumph, catapulting bin Laden and al-Qaeda to international infamy. It also put Fazol on a path to becoming the chief of al-Qaeda's East Africa operations. After the Nairobi bombings, the United States aggressively tried to freeze the assets of bin Laden and al-Qaeda. In response, bin Laden sought new revenue streams and put Fazol in charge of an ambitious operation to penetrate the blood diamond market. From 1999 to 2001, Fazol would largely operate out of Liberia under the protection of its dictator, Charles Taylor. In all, Al-Qaeda took in an estimated $20 million in untraceable blood diamond money, much of it from the killing fields of Sierra Leone. By that point, Fazol was a wanted man, actively hunted by the U.S. authorities, and Al-Qaeda spent huge sums of money to keep him safe. He had become a player. In 2002, Fazol was dispatched to Lamu, Kenya, ironically just a stone's throw from the eventual JSOC base at Manda Bay. From there, he organized the Mombasa attacks on the Paradise Hotel and the Israeli aircraft. Some of the operatives for that mission began training in Mogadishu, and Fazol would regularly travel to Somalia to check in on their progress. During this period, he worked extensively with Nabhan. Following the Mombasa attacks, Fazol traveled discreetly between Kenya and Somalia. The CIA always seemed to be a step behind him. In 2003, they contracted Mohammed Deer, who was part of the CIA's Warlord Alliance, to hunt him down. Kenya also told me that Fazol's photo was shown to him as early as January 2003 by U.S. intelligence agents. Kenya claims that he showed U.S. counterterrorism agents houses used by Fazol and Nabhan and gave them GPS coordinates, but that the U.S. agents were reluctant to pull the trigger on any targeted killing operations in Mogadishu, saying they preferred for the warlords to capture them. They were worried that innocent people would die because of their action, Kenya told me. But, to arrest them is not easy because they got protection from other local Al-Qaeda people. The warlords failed to catch Fazol or Nabhan. In August 2003, while the CIA was deep in its hunt for Fazol and other suspected terrorists in East Africa, an email address the agency had linked to Al-Qaeda was traced to an internet cafe in Mombasa. Working with a CIA case officer, Kenyan security forces raided the cafe and began to arrest two men who were at a computer and were logged into the suspect email account. As they led the men to a police wagon, the larger of the two suspects shoved the smaller one away, pulled out a grenade and blew himself up. Special operations sources later told military journalist Sean Naylor that the larger man was a suicide bodyguard and that the smaller man, whom he was protecting, was in fact Fazol. Security forces converged on the scene, but Fazol was too smart for them, Naylor reported. He ran into a mosque and emerged disguised as a woman, wearing a hijab or some other form of Islamic facial covering. U.S. intelligence later searched the apartment Fazol and his bodyguard were using in Mombasa and discovered an apparatus for forging passports and visas. In 2004, U.S. intelligence claimed to have intercepted communications from Nabhan indicating that Al-Qaeda was, once again, planning to attack the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi using a truck bomb and a chartered plane. By then, U.S. counterterrorism officials had declared Fazol and other members of Al-Qaeda's Somalia cell among the most wanted fugitives on the planet, saying Fazol was a master of disguise, an expert forger and an accomplished bomb builder who was maddeningly elusive and the most dangerous and most sought-after Al-Qaeda figure in Somalia. In Mogadishu, Fazol hooked up with Awais and Aden Hashi Farah Arrow, a Somali militant who had trained in Afghanistan with Al-Qaeda, and other former comrades from Al-Ittihad, as they began building up Al-Shabaab. He and Nabhan served as Al-Qaeda's chief emissaries to the group. At that point U.S. intelligence was not even aware of the group's name and referred to it simply as the Special Group. Al-Shabaab's training base, the Salahuddin Center, was situated on the grounds of a former Italian cemetery that had been rather gruesomely desecrated. It was heavily fortified and offered recruits the opportunity to watch jihadist videos from Afghanistan, Iraq, and Chechnya, as well as videos featuring bin Laden. Once the Salahuddin Center was established by Al-Shabaab, they provided the training and the know-how, they brought in the experience that was needed, said Aint. When the Islamic Courts Union began to emerge as a force that could expel the warlords, Fazol ensured that Al-Qaeda would be a part of it. Fazol and Nabhan, all of the foreigners were with us, recalled Madobi. At the time they were engaged in making connections and coordination which we believed to be part of the jihad, and we knew that they were members of Al-Qaeda. Madobi said he was not concerned about Fazul and the other Al-Qaeda figures when they began appearing around the ICU. Al-Shabaab, he asserted, had very little backing from Somalia's biggest clans and were minor players compared to the more powerful courts. They were outnumbered by those within the courts who had positive agendas, he said. But I can say the US actions helped boost them. Al-Shabaab began making a name for itself in 2005 by carrying out a spate of headline-grabbing assassinations and cemetery desecrations in Mogadishu and other regions, according to Aint. In his paper, The Anatomy of Al-Shabaab, Aint alleged that after Al-Shabaab formed, more than 100 people, mostly former military generals, professors, businessmen, journalists, and activists were quietly assassinated over the next few years. He noted that a former Al-Shabaab field commander said the objectives of the assassinations were twofold. First, it was a deliberate, preemptive attempt to eliminate dissent and potential roadblocks. Second, it was designed to inject fear and terror in the hearts of the elite class in Mogadishu, who at the time wielded significant influence by their sheer domination of the business, media, and academia. While the CIA obsessed over the relatively small number of foreign fighters among the ICU in Somalia, many within the courts did not see them as a problem. If they did become trouble for the ICU, most of its leaders were confident they could be kept in check by the clans that were supremely important in Somalia's power structure. But it was Washington's own actions that would soon make Al-Shabaab and its Al-Qaeda allies more powerful in Somalia than it or the CIA could ever have imagined. Backed by overwhelming public support, it took the courts just 4 months to drive out the CIA's warlords, sending Kanyur and his strongmen fleeing. We have been defeated because of a lack of logistics, the kind a militia needs to live, ammunition, superior weapons, coordination. This is what was needed, Kanyur recalled. He claimed that the United States only gave him pocket money. Despite this, Kanyur's faith in his CIA partners was unshaken. America knows war. They are war masters. They know better than me. So when they fight a war, they know how to fund it. They know very well. They are teachers, great teachers. As the courts pummeled Kanyur's forces, he claimed, the CIA refused to increase its support for him and the other warlords. I don't blame them, because they were working under the instruction of their bosses, he said, adding that if the United States had provided more funding and weapons at that crucial moment when the ICU was besieging Mogadishu, we should win. We should defeat them. As he prepared to flee Mogadishu, he said he warned Washington. I told them it would be too expensive to defeat, for you, in the future, in the Horn of Africa. Al-Qaeda is growing rapidly and they are recruiting, and they have a foothold, a safe haven, vast land. JSOC had a limited presence in Somalia up to this point, with the CIA largely controlling counter-terrorism operations there. But as the agency's favored warlords were being driven out of power, JSOC began agitating to take a more active role. General McChrystal, JSOC's commander, had already started coordinating video teleconferences focused on the Horn of Africa and began pushing for a broadening of JSOC's role within counter-terrorism operations there. On June 5, 2006, the ICU's forces officially took control of Mogadishu. Some Somalia experts within the US government hailed the expulsion of the warlords as a wonderful piece of news, in the words of Herman Cohen, the former Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs. The warlords have caused tremendous hardship, people were permanently insecure under the warlords, Cohen declared the day after the ICU took the capital. It's very important to keep those warlords from coming back into Mogadishu. In backing the warlords, like Kanyur, Cohen said, I think the US government panicked. They saw an Islamic group, they said, Taliban is coming. As for the risk that Somalia would become an Al-Qaeda safe haven, Cohen said, I think it's minor, because the people in the Islamic movement saw what happened to the Taliban and they don't want the same thing to happen to them. The ICU's chair, Sheikh Sharif, immediately penned a letter to the United Nations, the U.S. State Department, the Arab League, the African and European Unions and other international institutions denying that the ICU had any connection to terrorists and declaring that the courts wanted to establish a friendly relationship with the international community that is based on mutual respect and interest. The present conflict has been fueled by the wrong information given to the U.S. government by these warlords, he wrote. Their expertise is to terrorize people, and they were able to use it and terrorize the American government by misinforming them about the presence of terrorists in Somalia. In a subsequent letter to the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi, Sharif pledged his support in fighting terrorism and said the ICU wanted to invite an investigative team from the United Nations to make sure that international terrorists do not use the region as a transit route or hiding ground. The United States was not impressed with the letter. While we are prepared to find positive elements within the ICU, one diplomatic cable from Nairobi declared, acknowledgement of the foreign al-Qaeda presence will serve as a litmus test for our engagement with any of its leaders. In general, the U.S. view of the Islamic courts taking power was not a unified one. Scores of U.S. diplomatic cables from that period portray a confused and contradictory assessment from U.S. officials. Sharif was consistently characterized as a moderate within the cables sent from the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi. Yet, according to the New Yorker's John Lee Anderson, the Bush administration had gone so far as to contemplate killing Sharif. For its part, Al-Shabaab viewed Sharif as a sellout whose attempts to curry favor with the West was apostasy. U.S. diplomats worked with the recognized government of Somalia to determine how to approach the ICU, but the U.S. military and the CIA saw the courts taking of Mogadishu as a serious crisis. Suddenly, this is becoming a major issue that people throughout government are concentrating on, military analysts, intelligence analysts, all over. Somalia is suddenly catapulted onto everybody's radar screen, said David Gartenstein Ross, a frequent consultant to the U.S. military, including CENTCOM, who has advised U.S. military forces deploying to the Horn of Africa. The immediate concern is twofold: 1, is the Islamic court's connection to al-Qaeda? And the second concern is possible emergence of a terrorist safe haven inside of Somalia. President Bush was in Laredo, Texas when word came that the ICU had chased the warlords from Mogadishu. Obviously, when there's instability anywhere in the world, we're concerned. There is instability in Somalia, he said. We're watching very carefully the developments there. And we will strategize more when I get back to Washington as to how to best respond to the latest incident there in Somalia. While the White House strategized, the ICU did indeed implement a radical agenda in Mogadishu, but one that virtually all Somalis viewed as being for the better. The courts began dismantling the insane maze of roadblocks that separated one warlord's kingdom from another's, leading to a significant drop in food prices. They reopened the ports and the airport, facilitating a dramatic increase in the amount of humanitarian aid that was able to reach Mogadishu. Robbery and other crime dropped substantially, and many residents told journalists that they felt safer than they had at any point in 16 years. The ICU brought a modicum of stability that's unprecedented in Mogadishu, recalled Aint. You could drive in Mogadishu at midnight, no problem, no guards. U.S. officials acknowledged the improvement in aid shipments and credited the ICU with reducing piracy around Somalia. Even officials within the Uzbek Somali government in exile acknowledged that the ICU had achieved something important. The Islamic courts brought about some semblance of order and stability to Mogadishu, conceded Bubat, the former foreign minister, who had opposed the ICU. A lot of people in Mogadishu appreciated that. That was not the case within the U.S. Special Operations community. After September 11, JSOC had been tasked with hunting down the most wanted terrorists in the world as identified by the White House. The Islamic court's social program would not change that fact. The CIA's warlord adventure had been a categorical failure and had actually resulted in even greater protection for the al-Qaeda figures on JSOC's radar. The invasion of Iraq was, in many ways, an enormous distraction from JSOC's core mission. There's no question about that. "Iraq fucked everything up," said Gartenstein Ross. "Somalia is a country, which, relative to Iraq, would have been easier to stabilize. But resources were never devoted to that. The major problem is that no steps were taken to avert an insurgency, and indeed, very early on, you had an insurgency arise. More to the point, Washington's own policies had directly sparked the insurgency. Following the CIA's failure in Somalia, the U.S. military began preparing for a campaign to crush the courts. But with Black Hawk Down still dominating the U.S. view of boots on the ground in Somalia, the White House began considering using Somalia's reviled neighbor, Ethiopia, as a proxy force that could provide cover for U.S. hit teams, primarily from JSOC, to covertly enter Somalia and begin hunting high-value targets. A UN cable from June 2006, containing notes of a meeting with senior State Department and U.S. military officials from the Horn of Africa Task Force, indicated that the United States was aware of the ICU's diversity but would not allow it to rule Somalia. The United States, according to the notes, intended to rally with Ethiopia if the jihadists took over. The cable concluded, any Ethiopian action in Somalia would have Washington's blessing. Some within the U.S. government called for dialogue or reconciliation, but their voices were drowned out by hawks determined to overthrow the ICU. U.S. Special Operations teams had long been in Ethiopia, training its notorious Agaza commando units. The country also had U.S. air assets and small pop-up military facilities where the United States had access. But, although Ethiopia would play a huge role in the events to come, another of Somalia's neighbors would provide the launching pad for JSOC's forces. The U.S. military began building up Camp Simba in Manda Bay, Kenya, which was created shortly after the Black Hawk Down disaster. Although its original intent was to train and assist Kenyan maritime forces along the Somali coast, as the ICU rose to power and the United States began drawing up contingency plans, the base at Manda Bay took on a different role. JSOC teams, particularly members of DevGro/SEAL Team 6, began setting up shop. Their presence was thinly masked by the U.S. military's civil affairs units that mingled with the locals, rebuilding schools and creating water purification projects, and trained conventional Kenyan forces. It was from Manda Bay that elite U.S. hit teams would stage any potential operations inside of Somalia. The men who would be tasked with this mission were classified as Task Force 88. Almost from the moment the ICU took power, the Ethiopians were salivating over the possibility of intervening. Since the two countries had fought a nasty war in the 1970s, the Ethiopian military regularly crossed the border into Somalia, angering locals. Somali militants, who viewed the Ogaden region of Ethiopia as their own, conducted raids and attacks inside Ethiopia. After the ICU took power, Addis Ababa took the opportunity to ratchet up its rhetoric about the threat of Somali jihadists across the region. As Kenya fled Mogadishu, he went on national radio to warn that the ICU's victory would result in an Ethiopian invasion, saying that Somalis were making a huge mistake by supporting the courts. "I never, ever supported Ethiopia to land in Somalia," Kenya recalled. "Over my dead body, I never accepted that. Because I know who they are, what they want, what they are looking for." A month after the ICU took power, U.S. diplomats began noting reports of clandestine Ethiopian reconnaissance missions in Somalia in preparation for possible future operations. The United States had already misread the events by aiding heinous warlords. And they misread it again, Ain told me. They should have taken this as an opportunity to engage the ICU. Because out of the 13 organizations that formed the courts, 12 were Islamic courts, clan courts who had no global jihad or anything. Most of them never left Somalia. These were local guys. Al-Shabaab was the only threat that was it. And they could have been controlled. But again the situation was misread and Ethiopia was essentially being urged by the US to invade Somalia. For Al-Qaeda, he said, it was the break that they were looking for. Malcolm Nance, a 25-year veteran of the U.S. intelligence community's Combating Terrorism program, spent the bulk of his professional career working covert ops in the Middle East and Africa. He studied the rise of Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab and was familiar with the leadership of both organizations. Nance told me he believed that the United States dramatically mishandled its counter-terrorism approach in Somalia. Prior to the rumors of an Ethiopian intervention, he said, Al-Shabaab was a sideline organization, they were fringe. Nance believed the United States should have tried to work with the ICU and work toward isolating the foreign Al-Qaeda operatives. As an intelligence guy, here is what I would have done: leave him there. Get as many assets as close to him as possible. Put resources on him and all of his lieutenants there. Find out as much as possible. Find out what the real depth of Al-Qaeda is there. Then he will have an unfortunate accident on the road, a lorry hits him from the front. Nance believed that, given the clan-based power structure that ruled Somalia and its repeated marginalization of foreign agents and widespread rejection of foreign occupation, the United States could have waged a propaganda war against the relatively small number of Al-Qaeda operatives around the courts to break their mindset, break their reason for being. Wouldn't it be a lot more fun to brand Al-Qaeda as a non-Islamic cult? And to the point where people won't sell them bread, to where when they go out in a battlefield, people will fight against them. U.S. intelligence, he asserted, should have run disinformation ops to portray them as Satanists or people who are anti-Islam. He added, we should have gone after them that way, and that would have helped every dimension of breaking the organization. The potential for any success from Nance's proposed strategy is debatable, given the clan system in Somalia and the fierce opposition to outside influence. But it was never put to the test. He called the actual U.S. strategy that followed, absolutely mind-boggling. Like JSOC and the CIA, Al-Qaeda was closely monitoring events in Somalia. As rumors of outside intervention spread, Osama bin Laden released a statement that made clear Al-Qaeda had no illusions that Ethiopia was making its own military decisions. We warn all the nations of the world not to agree to America's request to send international forces to Somalia. We swear to Allah that we will fight its soldiers on Somali soil, and we reserve the right to punish on their own soil, or anywhere else, at the appropriate time and in the appropriate manner, he declared. Take care not to wait and tarry, as some of the Muslims did when they tarried in saving the Islamic government in Afghanistan. This is a golden opportunity and a personal obligation upon everyone who is capable, and you must not miss this opportunity to establish the nucleus of the caliphate. The Islamic Courts Union and the first period of relative peace to come to Mogadishu lasted just 6 months. While U.S. diplomats in the region privately warned their superiors of potentially dire consequences of an Ethiopian invasion and sought to identify paths to reconciliation between the ICU and the internationally recognized transitional government, the Bush administration's national security team was gearing up for a war to take down the ICU. By late 2006, Ethiopian forces were massing along various points of the Somali border. Although U.S. diplomats expressed concern over the buildup, they seemed unaware that the U.S. military was deeply involved in it. The ICU saw the writing on the wall. Both Sheikh Sharif, who just months earlier pledged to cooperate with the United States and the United Nations, and Ais called on Somalis to wage a jihad against any invading Ethiopian forces. Dressed in combat fatigues, Sharif would sometimes hold an AK-47 as he made his public pronouncements. I want to tell the Somali people that they have to protect their country, and their religion, Sharif declared. Somalia's ancient enemy has returned, and therefore I give my order to Islamic court soldiers, we are calling you for jihad in Allah's way. In November, as Ethiopia began pushing U.S. officials to back an invasion to unseat the ICU, U.S. officials obtained an executive order written in Arabic and purportedly issued by Ais, who had recently taken on the role of chairman of the ICU. It called for the assassination of 16 officials of the Somali government in exile, including the President, Mohamed Yusuf, and Prime Minister Mohamed Gadai. Specifically, It called for martyrs from al-Shabaab to execute the operations using the most deadly suicide methods carried out by Mujahideen fighters in Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine, and other countries of the world. By December, the United States had developed a strategy to partner with the Ethiopian military and Somalia's government in exile to drive the courts from Mogadishu. The plan was to install the weak, but official, Somali government, which would be secured by Ethiopian-trained Somali forces and the Ethiopian military. As for the ICU leaders and foreign fighters, Task Force 88, based out of Manda Bay, would develop a plan to hunt them down and kill them. On December 4, 2006, CENTCOM Commander General John Abizaid touched down in Addis Ababa for a meeting with Prime Minister Meles Zenawi. Officially, it was a routine visit with a U.S. ally. Behind the scenes, it was clear that war was imminent. "We saw what was happening as the chance of a lifetime," a Pentagon officer told Time magazine, "a very rare opportunity for the U.S. to move directly against al-Qaeda and get these terrorists." Days after Abizaid's meeting in Ethiopia, the U.S. State Department significantly escalated its rhetoric and began publicly characterizing the ICU as an al-Qaeda front. The Council of Islamic Courts is now controlled by al-Qaeda cell individuals, East Africa al-Qaeda cell individuals, declared Yende E. Fraser, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs and the top U.S. official on Africa. The top layer of the courts are extremist to the core. They are terrorists and they are in control. Much like the build-up to the 2003 Iraq invasion, major U.S. media outlets began hyping the al-Qaeda connection, printing the views of anonymous U.S. officials as verified facts. Sensational headlines began appearing, warning of a growing al-Qaeda menace in Africa. Corporate TV reporters breathlessly offered up revisionist history of the Somalia conflict, conveniently omitting the U.S. role in creating the crisis. On CBS, veteran correspondent David Martin declared, "Somalia has been a safe haven for al-Qaeda ever since the U.S. military pulled out of the country following the infamous Black Hawk Down firefight." CNN's Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr practically sounded like a Bush administration spokesperson. "Today, here in East Africa, the concern remains that unless Somalia is shut down as a terrorist safe haven, the threat of another attack remains very real." While the Bush administration and some prominent media outlets hyped the Somali threat, not everyone was playing along. Even as the U.S. military prepared for direct action, the Director of National Intelligence, John Negroponte, expressed skepticism about claims the courts were run by al-Qaeda. "I don't think there are hard and fast views," Negroponte said. "Somalia has come back on the radar screen only fairly recently," he observed, adding that the key question was whether the ICU is the next Taliban. He concluded, "I don't think I've seen a good answer." John Prendergast, who served as an Africa specialist in the Clinton administration's NSC and State Department, labeled the Bush administration's Somalia policy idiotic, charging that backing an Ethiopian invasion would make our counterterrorism agenda nearly impossible to implement. Then Senator Joe Biden, who at the time was preparing to take over the chairmanship of the Foreign Relations Committee, spoke out forcefully and displayed a keen historical knowledge of the timeline of events leading up to the ICU coming to power. "By making a bad bet on the warlords to do our bidding," Biden charged, "the administration has managed to strengthen the courts, weaken our position and leave no good options. This is one of the least known but most dangerous developments in the world, and the administration lacks a credible strategy to deal with it." Credible strategy or not, the administration had committed itself to taking down the courts. On December 24, 2006, Ethiopian warplanes began bombing runs, as tanks rolled across the Somali border. It was a classic proxy war run by Washington and staffed by 40,000 to 50,000 troops from Somalia's widely despised neighbor. The ICU's defense minister, Indhaad, held a press conference and publicly invited foreign Islamists to come fight. "Let them fight in Somalia and wage jihad, and, God willing, attack Addis Ababa," he said. As fighter jets bombarded Somalia and Ethiopian forces made their way toward Mogadishu, Fraser and other U.S. officials denied Washington was behind the invasion. The claims were demonstrably false. The U.S. sponsored the Ethiopian invasion, paying for everything, including the gas that it had to expend, to undertake this. And you also had U.S. forces on the ground, U.S. Special Operations Forces. You had CIA on the ground. U.S. air power was a part of the story as well. All of which gave massive military superiority to the Ethiopians, said Gartenstein Ross. The Ethiopians were not able to come in without the support of the U.S. government, recalled Gadai, who was then the prime minister in exile and worked with U.S. intelligence and the Ethiopian government in planning the invasion. American air forces were supporting us. Kenya watched while the Ethiopians replaced his CIA-backed alliance as Washington's newest proxy. To him, it was an incalculable disaster. The international community brought, in the pretext of that they are fighting with Al-Qaeda, Kenya alleged. They kill the people, because of a grudge of the 1977 war. They finish the people, and they kill the women and children. Elimination. Under the pretext that they are fighting Al-Qaeda. I should believe if America knew their character, they'd never call them. By New Year's Day, exiled Prime Minister Gadai was installed in Mogadishu. The warlord era in Somalia is now over, he declared. In a sign of what was to come, demonstrations broke out against the forces that had installed him as people swiftly and angrily began to denounce the Ethiopian occupation. The events of 2007 would send Somalia on a trajectory toward more horror and chaos, leading to a stunning rise in strength and size of the very forces Washington sought to combat. Ethiopia and Somalia were archenemies, historical enemies, and people felt that this was adding insult to the injury, said Ain't. An insurgency was born out of there. If there's one lesson in terms of military operations of the past 10 years, it's that the U.S. is a very effective insurgent force, said Gartenstein Ross. In areas where it's seeking to overthrow a government, it's good at doing that. What it's not shown any luck in doing is establishing a viable government structure. The U.S. and Ethiopian actions, Buba, the former foreign minister, said, would end up driving Somalia into the Al-Qaeda fold. Nance, the veteran intelligence operative, agreed that the US-backed Ethiopian invasion was a boon for al-Shabaab. The Shabaab existed in a very small warlord-like infrastructure, prior to that, but once Ethiopia went in there it's pretty obvious that they were acting as a surrogate. Al-Qaeda said, great. New full-on jihadi battlefront. We've got here. We've got the Christian Ethiopians, we've got American advisors. Now we just create a new battlefront and we will reinvigorate East Africa's Al-Qaeda organization. And that is exactly what happened. Prison break. Yemen, 2006. While the CIA's warlords were battling the Islamic Courts Union in Somalia and the Bush administration was almost singularly focused on the mounting insurgency in Iraq, a mass prison break in Sana'a occurred that would prove to be a seminal event in the reconstruction of Al-Qaeda in the region. Among those who escaped were several key figures who would go on to form the nexus of the leadership of a new organization, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, including Nasir al-Wahshi, bin Laden's former personal secretary. On February 3, 2006, Wahshi and 22 others escaped from their maximum security prison by tunneling out of a cell into a nearby mosque, though Wahshi later boasted that they performed morning prayers before literally walking out the front door. Wahshi would unite the Saudi and Yemeni branches of Al-Qaeda under the regional banner of AQAP. Qasim al-Rimi, who escaped in the same breakout, would go on to become AQAP's military commander. It is a serious problem, Rumsfeld said a few days after the prison break. They were individuals who were deeply involved in Al-Qaeda activities and directly connected to the attack on the USS Cole and the death of the sailors that were on board that ship. But while Rumsfeld and other U.S. officials focused almost exclusively on pressing Yemeni President Ali Abdullah Saleh to recapture Jamal al-Badawi, whom the United States wanted to be extradited, and other Cole bombing suspects, it would be Wuhashi and Raimai who would become the most notorious and problematic of the escapees. Several former senior U.S. intelligence, law enforcement, and military officials who worked on Yemen operations and policy told me these prison releases were not accidental, and neither was AQAP's choice of Yemen totally beyond Saleh's control. While generally dismissing notions of direct collusion between Saleh and al-Qaeda in planning attacks, the former officials described a multi-year pattern of Saleh's tacitly allowing acts of terrorism to be conducted on Yemeni soil, or exploiting such attacks after they occurred, as a way of reminding Washington of the threat posed by al-Qaeda in Yemen. Saleh knows how to play the game in order for everyone to know he is needed, from al-Qaeda to the Saudis to the U.S., said the former top U.S. counterterrorism official with extensive experience in Yemen. And he plays it very well. The game was about getting the money and weapons and specialized training for Saleh's most elite forces to battle the domestic rebellions he viewed as the real threat to his survival. For years we have seen some of these regimes play these types of games, said Dr. Emil Nachli, the former senior CIA intelligence officer, in 2010. They play it for survival, they play it to stay on our good side, they play it to get all kinds of military aid, and, in fact, the military aid is 2 or 3 times more than the economic aid that Yemen gets. Therefore, if that's true, then they are not necessarily serving strategic, long-term counterterrorism policy. Some seasoned Yemeni political analysts, however, believed that there was actually direct cooperation between the Saleh regime and al-Qaeda. There were allegations that some members of the elite Republican Guard, the political security organization, and the Central Security Forces, all of which received support from Washington, were working with al-Qaeda cells or had helped them with supplies, safe houses, and intelligence on foreign diplomatic installations. The 2006 prison break struck some well-connected Yemeni security experts as an inside job, asserted journalist Sam Kimball in a report for Foreign Policy. The prison is an imposing fortress in the heart of Sana'a, with plainclothes soldiers patrolling its perimeter. Inmates' spare cells, only plastic silverware is allowed in, are inspected several times a day. Prisoners are only allowed a half hour a day outdoors. Retired Yemeni Colonel Muhsin Khosrouf said, "We don't know how they got the tools to dig a 300-meter tunnel, and we don't know where the soil they dug out went." Short of direct support from prison officials, he asserted, this operation would seem impossible. The prison break would directly contribute to the growth of al-Qaeda in Yemen. If what Colonel Khosrouf and his colleagues alleged was true, it meant that the United States was backing the very government whose forces were facilitating al-Qaeda's resurrection in Yemen. Following the prison break, the Bush administration continued to increase military assistance to Yemen. According to the former top U.S. counterterrorism official, Saleh had calculated that the political costs of cracking down on al-Qaeda in a meaningful way by handing over its leaders would have been too great. The moment he surrenders key figures, gone off the cliff with al-Qaeda. They won't support him anymore. It means the relationship would be severely shaken. He added that Saleh has given the U.S. nothing of substance for the money he has received. In July 2006, 5 months after the prison break, the United States launched a major expansion of Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti, from 88 acres to almost 500. Its force had grown to 1,500 personnel, and it served as a major hub for the CIA and a stopover point for special operations forces conducting covert or clandestine actions in the region. Some teams use the base when not working downrange in countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Yemen, reported Stars and Stripes, citing the camp's executive officer, Colonel Joseph Moore. While Saleh played his game with the United States over the escaped prisoners, the United States was gradually building up its presence in the region, although Bush administration officials continued to treat al-Qaeda's regrouping in Yemen as a secondary priority. In October 2007, Saleh received President Bush's top aide on Homeland Security and Counterterrorism, Francis Townsend, in Aden. During the meeting, Townsend asked Saleh for an update on Jamal al-Badawi, the alleged mastermind of the Cole bombing. Saleh confirmed that he had been released and was working on his farm not far from where he and Townsend were meeting. Saleh added that he had just met with Badawi 2 weeks earlier. Al-Badawi promised to give up terrorism, and I told him that his actions damaged Yemen and its image. He began to understand, Saleh said. When Townsend expressed dismay over Badawi's release, Saleh told her not to worry because he is under my microscope. It was Saleh who, according to a U.S. diplomatic cable sent after that meeting, brought up Wilhashi and told Townsend point blank that he had taken over as the head of Al-Qaeda in Yemen. Townsend, according to the cable, responded by changing the subject to Yemen's failed house arrest system. Later in the meeting, Saleh discussed his fight against the Southern secessionists, again portraying his survival as central to Washington's policies. It is important that Yemen not reach a state of instability, he told Townsend. We need your support. Townsend replied, you do not even have to think about it. Of course we support Yemen. Perhaps the most unusual moment during the Townsend-Saleh meeting came when Saleh brought in Faris Manae, a top Yemeni arms trafficker, and seated him next to Townsend. According to the United Nations, despite the Somalia UN arms embargo since 1992, Manae's interest in trafficking arms into Somalia can be traced back at least to 2003, and Manae has directly or indirectly supplied, sold, or transferred to Somalia arms or related material in violation of the arms embargo. As Manae entered the room, he was given a chair at Townsend's table. Hey FBI, Saleh said to one of the U.S. officials, if he does not behave properly, you can take him back to Washington in Townsend's plane or to Guantanamo. Saleh told Townsend his forces had recently intercepted a shipment of weapons from Manae and given them to the Yemeni military. He has donated weapons to the nation's military. He can be considered a patriot now, joked Townsend. Saleh laughed. No, he is a double agent. He also gave weapons to the Al-Houthi rebels. A U.S. diplomatic cable Townsend authorized following the meeting proclaimed, you can't make this stuff up. Putting an exclamation point on the whole episode, 2 years later, Manae would go on to serve as coordinator of President Saleh's peace efforts with the Houthi rebels. Townsend's interaction with Saleh and those of other U.S. officials showcased Saleh's prowess in playing multiple sides in his war to maintain power. His use of the dual threats of terrorism and instability when referring to internal conflict is also not new, asserted the U.S. diplomatic cable cleared by Townsend after her visit. Saleh consistently uses this tactic when attempting to garner USG support. Saleh clearly used this approach because it was effective. When it came to Al-Qaeda, the less stable Saleh's government appeared, the more money and training he could squeeze out of the United States. All these U.S. officials were in way over their heads in dealing with Saleh, a former senior U.S. military official who worked in Yemen told me. When it comes to Yemen, he is so much smarter than them. After the U.S. drone strike in Yemen in 2002 and the subsequent arrest of scores of suspected militants, Al-Qaeda in Yemen had been severely disrupted and was largely a theoretical entity. But after the 2006 prison break, the escaped prisoners rebuilt the dormant organization. Saleh did little to stop them. The United States was obsessed with Saleh's recapturing Jamal al-Badawi and another coal suspect, a U.S. citizen named Jabir al-Banna, and paid scant attention to the others. The U.S. put a great deal of pressure on Yemen to track both men down, according to Gregory Johnson, the Princeton Yemen scholar. But, as is often the case, it was not the people the U.S. was worried most about that caused the biggest problems, rather it was those it knew too little about that proved to be the most dangerous. As Saleh told Townsend during her meeting with him in 2007, Al-Qaeda was indeed regrouping after the 2006 prison break. And, as he said, they were led by Wilhashi, bin Laden's former secretary. Wilhashi was a hardened jihadist who first went to Afghanistan in the late 1990s, where he hooked up with bin Laden. In 2001, when the United States invaded Afghanistan, Wilhashi fought in the famed battle at Tora Bora and then fled to Iran, where he was arrested and held for 2 years before being handed over to Yemen in 2003. He was never charged with a crime. Upon his escape from the Yemeni prison, he rebranded Al-Qaeda in Yemen as a regional rather than a national group, called the Al-Qaeda Organization of Jihad in the south of the Arabian Peninsula, which eventually became AQAP. Under Wahashi's leadership, Al-Qaeda in Yemen would become more strident, better organized and more ambitious than it has ever been before, asserted Johnson at the time. Wahashi completely rebuilt the organization. That Al-Qaeda was back in business played well for Saleh because it required the Americans and Saudis to deal with him and, more important, to fund and arm his regime. But JSOC was growing impatient with Saleh and would soon begin to expand its own operations inside Yemen, with or without Saleh's permission. Hot pursuit. Pakistan, 2006. 2008 Donald Rumsfeld's run as Defense Secretary met an inglorious end in late 2006. A half-dozen retired generals, some of whom were important commanders in the Iraq War, joined several Republican and Democratic lawmakers to spearhead a campaign demanding his resignation. Many sought to blame him for the deteriorating situation in Iraq, others for the abuses at Abu Ghraib prison. The Republicans suffered major losses in the 2006 midterm elections and handed the Democrats a majority in both the Senate and House, which many political analysts attributed to growing opposition to the Iraq War. Among those in the White House who had pushed hard for Bush to keep Rumsfeld on board was Dick Cheney. Although President Bush initially stood by Rumsfeld, he eventually accepted the resignation. Rumsfeld was undoubtedly a major figure in the secretive assassination and torture bureaucracy launched post 9/11, but his departure would not radically shift the course of the actions and programs he had helped to shape. In December 2006, Robert Gates succeeded Rumsfeld. Gates had a close working relationship with the CIA, where he had spent much of his professional career. He first worked for the agency in the late 1960s and ultimately went on to serve as its director in the early 1990s, the first basement-level recruit to rise through the ranks to become director. Gates had done several stints with the NSC and also had close ties to U.S. Special Operations Forces. He was investigated over his alleged role in the Iran-Contra scandal, and though the independent counsel concluded Gates was close to many figures who played significant roles in the Iran-Contra affair and was in a position to have known of their activities, it was determined that his role did not warrant indictment. Gates was also a key player in the US-fueled war in Afghanistan against the Soviets in the 1980s. Among his first acts at the Pentagon was to put Pakistan firmly back on the US targeted kill campaign's radar. In testimony before the Senate Armed Services Committee 3 months into Gates's tenure, Lieutenant General Douglas Lute, Director of Operations for the Joint Staff, asserted that U.S. military commanders had kill capture or direct action authorities in Afghanistan, making them free to strike against those demonstrating a hostile act. Lute, however, added that those authorities also permitted operations inside Pakistan. If the enemy attempts to flee across the border, then we have all the authorities we need to pursue. When asked about authority to engage in more invasive operations, such as directly targeting Osama bin Laden in Pakistan, Lute said he would only discuss it in closed session. The hot pursuit arrangement had infuriated the ISI since it was first brokered by Musharraf and JSOC in 2002. Everyone in Pakistan knew the CIA was operating extensively in the country. Every drone strike was a stark reminder, but the US military could not be perceived to be in the country for any purpose other than training Pakistani forces. While the Pakistani military and ISI were agitating for less US action on their soil, JSOC had been pushing hard for years to have greater latitude from the White House to strike inside Pakistan. JSOC wanted permission to hit, even in cases where the operation was more involved than the simple pursuit of suspected Al-Qaeda operatives across the border. Give us greater latitude, we've got to hit where their sanctuaries are, was how a US official described JSOC's pitch at the time. Although Pakistan was a fierce negotiator at times outmaneuvering the United States, at the end of the day, it needed Washington's money, weapons, and support. The bottom line, therefore, was that if Pakistan didn't want to deal with certain terrorist elements, JSOC and the CIA would. And the White House would sign off on it. In JSOC's case, That meant targeted raids into Pakistan. I think this is one of those things that the Pakistanis looked the other way at times, much like the drone program. Anthony Schaefer, the DIA operative who worked on Pakistan extensively, told me. I don't believe for a minute that President Zardari and General Kiani, and even Musharraf before, didn't know we would be doing some of that. By 2007, the budget for U.S. Special Operations had grown by 60% from 2003 to more than $8 billion annually. In January, President Bush announced the surge in Iraq. The number of conventional U.S. forces was expanded by 20,000, but Bush also authorized a dramatic increase in targeted killing operations, spearheaded by JSOC's forces. The operation was General McChrystal's swan song at JSOC. By the end of 2007, the president began declaring the Iraq surge a success. This freed up JSOC to refocus on Pakistan. Late in 2007, the Bush administration began drafting plans for a substantial escalation of the use of U.S. Special Operations forces inside Pakistan. The plan, however, was stalled as a result of the ongoing fight for control of Pakistan operations between the CIA and the Pentagon, described by the New York Times as bitter disagreements within the Bush administration and within the CIA over whether American commandos should launch ground raids inside the tribal areas. An incident in June 2008 underscored the risks associated with the potential expansion of U.S. Special Operations activity in Pakistan. A battle between U.S. and Taliban forces in Afghanistan's Kunar province spilled over into Pakistan. U.S. forces called in air support and American choppers descended, launching missiles at the Taliban forces. The strikes also killed 11 Pakistani soldiers positioned on their side of the border. The action was denounced by Pakistan as an unprovoked and cowardly attack by the United States. We will take a stand for sovereignty, integrity, and self-respect, Pakistan's Prime Minister, Yusuf Raza Gilani told Parliament. We will not allow our soil. The fact was, Pakistan could not back up such declarations. 2 days after the incident, on June 13, 2008, Vice Admiral William McRaven assumed command of JSOC from General McChrystal, inheriting the role of running the hunt for bin Laden and other HVTs. The botched raid that killed the Pakistani soldiers clearly didn't faze him. McRaven, a former Navy SEAL team leader and McChrystal's deputy commander at JSOC, began advocating for wider latitude to strike in Pakistan. In July 2008, President Bush approved a secret order which had been the subject of much debate among the CIA, State Department, and Pentagon authorizing U.S. Special Ops forces to carry out targeted kill or capture operations. Unlike the early arrangement with President Musharraf, the U.S. Special Operations forces would not be working alongside Pakistani forces and they would not seek permission from Pakistan's government before conducting strikes on Pakistani soil. To soothe the worries of U.S. Ambassador Ann Patterson about the mounting civilian deaths from JSOC raids in other countries, commandos brought her a Predator console so she could witness a raid in real time, according to reporters Dana Priest and William Arkin. In August 2008, Musharraf, long a malleable U.S. ally, resigned from office under threat of impeachment. JSOC's forces almost immediately began testing his successor. As a special operations source who worked with McRaven at the time told me, Bill rapidly expanded operations in Pakistan. On September 3, 2008, 2 helicopters carried a team of JSOC Navy SEALs across the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. Backed by a high-powered AC-130 Spectre gunship, with the capacity to do serious damage, they descended on a village near Angurata, a small Pakistani mountain town in South Waziristan, near the Afghan border. The helicopters landed quietly, and more than 24 SEALs, equipped with night vision goggles, took up positions around the home of a 50-year-old woodcutter and cattle herder. Some reports suggest that the Special Ops team had intel that an al-Qaeda leader was inside. The Washington Post reported that it was the first U.S. ground attack against a Taliban target inside the country. In any case, once in position, the SEALs executed their raid. What happened after the first shots were fired remains in dispute. According to U.S. officials, about 24 suspected Qaeda fighters were killed in a planned attack against militants who had been conducting attacks against an American forward operating base across the border in Afghanistan. But according to local villagers, the SEALs opened fire, killing Peo Jan Wazir, the home's owner, along with 6 children, including a 3-year-old girl, a 2-year-old boy and 2 women. When Peo Jan's neighbors heard the gunfire and ran out to see what was happening, villagers said, the SEALs opened fire on them, killing 10 more people. The Pakistani government said that all of the dead were civilians. The United States maintained they were Al-Qaeda militants. Pakistan's foreign ministry summoned Ambassador Patterson. In a statement it denounced the operation, calling it a gross violation of Pakistan's territory and a grave provocation, alleging the raid had caused immense loss of civilian life. The Foreign Ministry said it was unfortunate that U.S. forces had resorted to cross-border use of force against civilians, asserting that such actions are counterproductive and certainly do not help our joint efforts to fight terrorism. On the contrary, they undermine the very basis of cooperation and may fuel the fire of hatred and violence that we are trying to extinguish. After years of being directed to focus most of its resources on Iraq, JSOC was finally getting its chance to hit in a more concerted way in Pakistan. As it turned out, Rumsfeld's vision of the world as a battlefield was more fully realized after he left than when he was in power. His departure ushered in an era in which America's most potent dark side forces pivoted from Iraq to the U.S. twilight wars in South Asia, Africa, and beyond. Every step taken by the U.S. benefited al-Shabaab. Somalia, 2007, 2009. While much of the media focus on Somalia in early 2007 was on the Ethiopian invasion and occupation, JSOC was focused on hunting. It had quickly set up its makeshift lily pad at the discreet U.S. base in Manda Bay, Kenya, in early January and was waiting to pounce. U.S. war planners wanted the Ethiopian invasion to force the Islamic Courts Union leadership to flee the capital and head for strongholds, especially along the Kenyan border, where Task Force 88 could take them out. JSOC had AC-130 gunships positioned covertly at an airbase near Dire Dawa, Ethiopia, that could pummel retreating ICU leaders and foreign fighters, enabling follow-up JSOC teams based at Manda Bay to enter Somalia and finish the job, if necessary. U.S. policy had boiled down to one mentality in Somalia: find, fix, and finish. It's kinetic, hard kill, asserted Malcolm Nance. If it's not hard kill, it doesn't get played, you know. On January 7, an unarmed U.S. Predator drone launched from Camp Lemonnier flew into southern Somalia, tracked down a convoy of vehicles and broadcast a live feed of them back to task force commanders. A short time later, an AC-130 flew into Somalia and strafed the convoy just before it disappeared into a forest along the Kenya-Somalia border. Reports suggested that the target was Aden Hashi Farah Arrow, al-Shabaab's military commander, or Fazul or Nabhan, the East Africa al-Qaeda leaders. U.S. officials claimed the strike killed between 8 and 12 fighters, and rumors spread of an al-Qaeda leader being among the dead. U.S. and Ethiopian intelligence sources believed it might have been Arrow or Abu Talha al-Sudani, the al-Qaeda financier. A JSOC team from Manda Bay landed at the site of the strike in Somalia to take DNA samples from the dead. There, among the corpses and wreckage, they found Arrow's bloodied passport. They believed they had a major kill. As it turned out, Arrow had indeed been in the convoy and was believed to have been injured, but he ultimately escaped. On January 9, JSOC launched another strike against members of the East Africa al-Qaeda cell believed to be on the run in a remote area of Somalia near the Kenyan border, according to a U.S. diplomatic cable from the Nairobi embassy. Over the next few days there were several more airstrikes that killed scores of civilians, according to witnesses and human rights groups. Whether these strikes were carried out by the United States or Ethiopia, or jointly, has never been confirmed. Undoubtedly, Ethiopia had its own helicopters and other aircraft pounding Somalia unilaterally. The Pentagon took credit for the January 7 strike but would not comment on the others, though anonymous U.S. officials privately acknowledged they were American strikes. Initial U.S. media reports portrayed the strikes as successful hits that were deftly picking off the al-Qaeda leadership one by one in Somalia. Several reports, based on information provided by anonymous U.S. officials, had Arrow and Fazul killed by U.S. Special Ops troops. One particularly clownish report in the New York Post, claiming Fazul had been killed, bore the headline, "Qaeda clobbered, U.S. Somalia raid kills embassy fiend." In reality, all but one of the major figures sought by the United States went unscathed in these operations. At some point, as US AC-130s, helicopters, and Ethiopian aircraft strafed suspected al-Shabaab or al-Qaeda strongholds, Sudani was randomly killed, though the United States did not learn of his death until months later. This was the beginning of a concentrated campaign of targeted assassinations and snatch operations by JSOC in Somalia, but it initially produced few significant counter-terrorism results. In fact, the men they were hunting would ironically become the beneficiaries of the very strikes that were aimed at killing them. "We were coming in and we were doing AC-130 strikes," Nance told me. "I mean, it's a fine instrument, when used against mass-known troops, which is what the AC-130 is very good for. Rather than troops," he said, "we were wiping out groups of civilians." Indeed, the AC-130 attacks resulted in a shocking number of Somali civilians being killed. In one particularly horrible incident, a large group of nomadic Somali herders and their families was attacked. The human rights group Oxfam alleged that 70 innocent Somalis were killed. "There were no combatants amongst them," said an Oxfam official. "It could possibly be related to a bonfire that the herdsmen had lit at night, but that's something they normally do to keep animals and mosquitoes away from their herd." Oxfam joined Amnesty International in questioning the legality of the air strikes. Under international law, there is a duty to distinguish between military and civilian targets, Oxfam warned. "We are deeply concerned that this principle is not being adhered to, and that innocent people in Somalia are paying the price." The U.S. strikes focused intently on the areas around the Kenya-Somalia border, the stronghold of Ahmed Madobe and his RAS Kamboni militia. Madobe was a protege and brother-in-law of Hassan Turki, a career jihadist commander who founded the militia and led militant forces for each of Somalia's successive Islamist movements, AIAI, ICU and, eventually, al-Shabaab. When the strikes began, Madobe and his men were making their way back toward their home base near the Kenyan border, unwittingly putting them directly in the scope of JSOC's Task Force 88. Members of JSOC's intelligence division, the activity, were tracking Madobe's movements and those of other ICU leaders. Like Indhaad, Madobe had come to know and respect the international fighters who had come to Somalia and had helped in the battle against the CIA-backed warlords. His mentor, Turkey, was now a US-designated terrorist. These facts, along with his leadership position within the courts, put Madobe on a JSOC target list. Madobe knew that the United States and Ethiopia were striking at fleeing ICU leaders and, after a few near misses, suspected he might be a target, so he and a small group made their way through the Somali countryside, trying to stay away from the growing number of aircraft overhead. "At night, we were afraid of lighting a fire to cook, and in the daylight we did not want to create smoke," he told me when I met him at an outpost near the Kenyan border. "We had no pre-cooked food, so it was really very tough." In retrospect, he said, it was likely technology that did him in. "We had 3 satellite phones, which clearly helped the Americans easily trace us." On the night of January 23, 2007, Madobe and his group set up camp under a large tree. At around 4 a.m., we woke up to perform the dawn prayers, and that's when the planes started to hit us, he remembered. The entire airspace was full of planes. There were AC-130s, helicopters, and fighter jets. The sky was full of strikes. They were hitting us, pounding us with heavy weaponry. The 8 people, whom Madobe said included both men and women who were with him in the camp, were all killed. Madobe himself was wounded. He believed that a ground force would come for him. I picked a gun and a lot of magazines. I believed that death was in front of me and I wanted to kill the first enemy I saw, he remembered. But it did not happen. Madobe lay wounded and losing blood and energy. Then, at around 10 a.m., he said US and Ethiopian forces landed by helicopter near his position. He recalled a US soldier approaching him as he lay shirtless on the ground. "Are you Ahmed Madobe?" the soldier asked. "Who are you?" he replied. "We are the people that are capturing you," he remembered the soldier telling him. The American held a photo of Madobe. As the American handcuffed Madobe, the guerrilla leader asked him why it was necessary. "You see, I am half dead," he said. They loaded Madobe onto a helicopter and took him to a makeshift base in Kismayo that the US and Ethiopian forces were using. The US forces, he said, immediately began interrogating him, and only after Ethiopian agents intervened did they give him water and medical treatment. In Kismayo, as Madobe recovered from his injuries, he was regularly interrogated by the Americans. "They had names of different rebels and fighters on a list and they were asking me if I knew them or had information about them," he said. A month later, he was rendered to Ethiopia, where he was held for more than 2 years. Unlike Madobe, the former chair of the ICU, Sheikh Sharif, was looking to make a deal. Even though senior US officials had suggested that the ICU was tantamount to the Taliban or was being run by Al-Qaeda, the United States actually viewed Sheikh Sharif as a moderate. On December 31, 2006, as the ICU disintegrated, Sharif had made it to Kismayo, where he spoke by phone to the US ambassador in Nairobi. The ambassador told Sharif that it was the US view that he could play an important role in helping to promote peace and stability in Somalia, according to a US diplomatic cable sent from Nairobi back to the State Department. The ambassador, who consulted with Washington before offering Sharif a deal, indicated that the US was prepared to recommend that Kenya help bring to Nairobi if he were prepared to give his commitment that he was willing to work to support peace and stability in Somalia, and to reject terrorism. It was the beginning of a behind-the-scenes US campaign to rebrand Sharif. As Assistant Secretary of State Yende E. Fraser put it, it would be preferable to co-opt a weak Sheikh Sharif Sheikh Ahmed, to prevent hardliners from rallying around him. Sharif eventually escaped from Somalia to Kenya with the help of US intelligence. Ali Mohammed Gadai, the former Somali Prime Minister, told me, "I believe that was working with the CIA. They protected him." Gadai told me that when Sharif fled to Kenya in early 2007, the US government asked him to issue Sharif travel documents allowing him to travel to Yemen. Gadai says he also wrote letters on Sharif's behalf to both the Kenyan and Yemeni governments asking that Sharif be permitted to relocate to Yemen. "I did that, upon the request of the government of the US, he recalled. In Yemen, Sharif began organizing his eventual return to power in Mogadishu, this time with US support. Unlike Sharif, many of those fleeing Somalia were at odds with the CIA and US intelligence. Kenyan security forces, sometimes acting at the behest of Washington, began arresting scores of people. Human Rights Watch reported that Kenya took into custody at least 150 men, women, and children from more than 18 countries including the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada in operations carried out near the Somali border. Suspecting the detainees of having links to terrorism, the Kenyans held them for weeks without charge in Nairobi. Over the course of 3 weeks from January 20 to February 10, 2007, the Kenyan government rendered dozens of these individuals with no notice to families, lawyers, or the detainees themselves on flights to Somalia, where they were handed over to the Ethiopian military. In its investigation, Human Rights Watch concluded that when prisoners were rendered to Ethiopia, they effectively disappeared and were denied access to their embassies, their families, and international humanitarian organizations such as the International Committee of the Red Cross. It added, from February to May 2007, Ethiopian security officers daily transported detainees including several pregnant women to a villa where U.S. officials interrogated them about suspected terrorist links. In all, Kenyan security and intelligence forces facilitated scores of renditions for the U.S. and other governments, including 85 people rendered to Somalia in 2007 alone. At least one was sent to Guantanamo. Somalia was becoming a microcosm of the larger war on terror for both Al-Qaeda and the United States. As JSOC and Ethiopian forces intensified their hunt for the leaders of the Islamic Courts Union in Somalia in January 2007, Fazul Abdullah Mohammed left his family near the Kenyan border and disappeared. Eventually, he made his way back to Mogadishu to reunite with the al-Shabaab fighters he had helped to train and finance. Fazul had already become Al-Qaeda's most seasoned operative in the Horn of Africa, with several spectacular attacks under his belt, including the 1998 embassy bombings. He was about to take on a major role in a play Al-Qaeda had been producing since the early 1990s. The group had finally drawn the United States back into an asymmetric war in the heart of East Africa. With the Somali ICU leaders on the run, Al-Qaeda saw Somalia as an ideal front line for jihad and began increasing its support for al-Shabaab. In early January 2007, bin Laden's deputy, Ayman al-Zawahiri, addressed the situation in Somalia in a recording released online. "I speak to you today as the Crusader invader forces of Ethiopia violate the soil of the beloved Muslim Somalia," he began. "I call upon the Muslim nation in Somalia to remain in the new battlefield that is one of the Crusader battlefields that are being launched by America and its allies and the United Nations against Islam and Muslims." He implored the Mujahideen, launch ambushes, landmines, raids and suicidal combats until you consume them as the lions eat their prey. In the disintegration of the ICU, Al-Qaeda had found its way into Somalia. With the help of all these foreign fighters, the Shabaab took over the fighting, with Al-Qaeda leadership, recalled Indhaad, who had been the ICU defense minister. The Shabaab started ordering executions and innocent Muslims were killed. They even targeted members of. "I was commander for all military operations, and I turned against the Shabaab, after seeing these violations against Islam." Indhaad eventually went underground, along with Hassan Dair Ais, and began receiving support from Ethiopia's grand enemy, Eritrea. Both men would hover around the militant Islamist movement as they waited to see which way the chips would fall. Eventually, the two would go in very different directions. By early February 2007, the Ethiopian invasion had become an occupation, which was giving rise to widening unrest. In a nation that had already suffered one of the worst fates in recent history, Somali civilians were paying yet another horrifying price. The occupation was marked by indiscriminate brutality against Somali civilians. Ethiopian and Uzbek Somali government soldiers secured Mogadishu's neighborhoods by force, raiding houses in search of ICU loyalists, looting civilian property and beating or shooting anyone suspected of collaboration with anti-government forces. They positioned snipers on the roofs of buildings and would reportedly respond to any attack with disproportionate fire, shelling densely populated areas and several hospitals, according to Human Rights Watch. Extrajudicial killings by Ethiopian soldiers were widely reported, particularly during the final months of 2007. Accounts of Ethiopian soldiers slaughtering men, women, and children like goats slitting their throats were widespread, Amnesty International noted. Both Somali transitional government forces, led by exiles and backed by the United States, and Ethiopian forces were accused of horrific sexual violence. Although forces linked to al-Shabaab were also accused of war crimes, a large proportion of those reported to Amnesty International, which included looting, rape and extrajudicial killings, were committed by Somali government and Ethiopian forces. Some 6,000 civilians were reportedly killed in fighting in Mogadishu and across southern and central Somalia in 2007, and more than 600,000 Somali civilians were internally displaced from and around Mogadishu. An estimated 335,000 Somali refugees fled Somalia in 2007. The stability of the Islamic courts had been replaced by a return of roadblocks, warlordism and, worse, troops from Somalia's archenemy, Ethiopia, patrolling the streets and regularly killing Somalis. The major problem is that no steps were taken to avert an insurgency, and indeed, very early on, you had an insurgency arise because of lack of stability in the country, recalled David Gartenstein Ross, who had advised CENTCOM on its Somalia policy. What we ended up doing was basically depending upon the Ethiopians to stabilize Somalia. And that in itself was a terrible assumption. With the ICU dismantled and the brutal Ethiopian occupation continuing for nearly 3 more years, al-Shabaab emerged as the vanguard in the fight against foreign occupation. For them, it was the break that they were looking for, said Ain't. It was the anger that they had been looking for, to harness the anger of the people and present themselves as the new nationalist movement that would kick Ethiopia out. So throughout the 3 years that Ethiopia was in Somalia, al-Shabaab never uttered a word of global jihad at all. They always said that their main goal was just to kick the Ethiopians out. For al-Qaeda, this was just the beginning of a whole new world, made possible in no small part by Washington's actions. What brought about the Islamic courts? Madobi asked. The US-backed warlords. And if Ethiopia did not invade, and the US did not carry out airstrikes, which were viewed as a continuation of the warlords and Ethiopia's ruthlessness, al-Shabaab would not have survived. Every step taken by the US benefited al-Shabaab. By April, a full-blown insurgency had risen up against the Ethiopian occupation. In a 4-day battle in April 2007, an estimated 400 Ethiopian troops and Somali rebels died. Later that year, Somali mobs dragged Ethiopian soldiers through the streets, and al-Shabaab began targeting the leadership of the government that had been installed on the backs of Ethiopian tanks. On June 3, 2007, a Toyota Land Cruiser packed with explosives burst through the security gates in front of Prime Minister Gadai's house in Mogadishu and detonated just outside his residence. The suicide attack killed 6 of his guards and wounded scores of others. After the attack, witnesses found severed limbs almost a mile from the scene. They targeted me, and they sent a suicide bomb packed with more than 200 kilos of explosives. They blew up my house, Gadai told me. It was the start of the suicide bombing in Mogadishu, targeting the leaders and the government. It was the 5th assassination attempt against Gadai. Later that year, he resigned. Although Ethiopia's Prime Minister, Meles Zenawi, proclaimed the invasion a tremendous success, that was simply not true. If Somalia was already a playground for Islamic militants, the US-backed invasion blew open the gates of Mogadishu for al-Qaeda. Washington was giving Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda an opportunity to achieve a status in Somalia that it had repeatedly failed to attain on its own. I think when they real power was when Ethiopia invaded, said Ain't. Fazul and Nabhan had become the bridge between al-Shabaab and al-Qaeda, tapping into the resources of al-Qaeda, bringing in more foreign fighters, as well as financial resources, more importantly military know-how, how to make explosives, how to train people, and so on. So that's when they have gained the biggest influence that they needed. While Ais and his allies, including Indhad, vowed to continue the struggle against the Ethiopians and the Somali government, Sheikh Sharif intensified his cooperation with the transitional federal government and the US government. Al-Shabaab watched and waited, and in the power struggle saw opportunity. On February 26, 2008, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice officially designated al-Shabaab a terrorist organization and JSOC intensified its hunt. On March 2, 2008, the United States carried out missile strikes against a suspected al-Shabaab house believed to be housing Saleh Ali Saleh Nabhan, the senior al-Qaeda leader in East Africa. Some reports indicated that he had been killed, but when the rubble cleared, the death toll was several civilians, some cows and a donkey, but no Nabhan. On May 1, after 3 months of strikes that seemed to be killing more innocent people than intended targets, JSOC hit its mark. At 3 a.m., 5 Tomahawk cruise missiles rained down on the town of Dhusa Marib in central Somalia, blowing up a house that CENTCOM alleged was used by a known Al-Qaeda operative and militia leader. The mission, military officials said, was the result of weeks of surveillance and tracking. Witnesses in the area described seeing the dead bodies of 16 people. One of them was that of al-Shabaab's military commander, Aden Hashi Arrow. Although the U.S. intelligence had been wrong several times about killing al-Shabaab leaders, this time there was little room for doubt. After the strike, al-Shabaab released a statement confirming Arrow's death, praising him as a hero. Attached to the release was the first publicly available photo of Arrow and a bio of their slain leader. Just before Arrow's death, according to a U.S. diplomatic cable, the al-Shabaab leader had met with Indha'ad, a member of his Air clan, perhaps to broker a deal. U.S. officials hoped his killing would isolate al-Shabaab from its former ICU allies and would lead to a short-term disruption of terrorist operations. The strike may have deterred Indha'ad from deepening his alliance with al-Shabaab, but the assassination also emboldened al-Shabaab and made a martyr of Arrow. The Ethiopian occupation began to wind down, following an agreement signed in Djibouti in August 2008 between Sheikh Sharif's faction and officials from the TFG. In reality, the al-Shabaab insurgency had bled the Ethiopians out, but the diplomatic charade served as a face-saving cover. The Djibouti agreement paved the way for Sheikh Sharif to assume the presidency in Mogadishu. To veteran observers of Somali politics, Sharif's re-emergence was an incredible story. The United States and Ethiopia overthrew his government, only to later back him as the country's president. When I met Sheikh Sharif at the presidential offices in Mogadishu, he refused to discuss this period of his career, saying only that it was not the right time. Ironically, Sheikh Sharif, who once declared himself a warrior against foreign occupation, would rely entirely on the US-backed African Union force that replaced the Ethiopians to keep his nominal grip on power. When some members of the ICU and the Somali government merged following the Djibouti agreement, IS and al-Shabaab predictably rejected it, believing that the ICU had submitted themselves to the infidels, according to Aint. Fazul and Nabhan were fundamental in convincing the Shabaab not to join the Djibouti agreement. Because, if the Shabaab had joined the Djibouti agreement that brought about the current government under the leadership of Sheikh Sharif, Fazul and other al-Qaeda players would not have been in Somalia. So I think it was a personal interest of al-Qaeda figures, to make sure that that doesn't happen. Al-Shabaab Somali leader, Ahmed Abdi Godane, declared Sharif an apostate and a favorite puppet for the infidels. As the new government formed, al-Shabaab prepared to widen its insurrection, vowing to take down the new coalition government and to expel the US-backed African Union mission in Somalia forces that had replaced the Ethiopians. With much of the ICU leadership dead, exiled or bickering over who would control what cabinet positions within the newly installed US-backed government, al-Shabaab capitalized on the disarray. The group welcomed the disillusioned fighters who felt that they had been sold out by the leadership of the courts. Aside from its commitment to carry on the jihad, what separated al-Shabaab from the Somali government was its indigenous diversity. Its leadership consisted of figures from Somalia's 4 major clans, but it also put members of minority clans in influential positions. Also, true to its name, al-Shabaab began recruiting young Somalis whom it could easily indoctrinate. It gave them a sense of empowerment in a landscape once again dominated by brutal warlords and clan politics. In 2008, al-Shabaab evolved into a broad-based movement and significant social force. While keeping up its military offensive, it began establishing itself in the south, by projecting soft power and cultivating popular support. Al-Shabaab members would make diplomatic visits, as they called them, to towns, bringing with them food, money, and mobile Sharia courts to settle local disputes. Reminiscent of the ICU's approach, the Islamist militants would spend time moderating speedy court proceedings in each town, settling local disputes and sentencing criminals. Many of these takeovers of Somali towns were bloodless, involving lengthy negotiations with clan elders to convince them of al-Shabaab's noble intentions. Al-Shabaab followed up on this diplomacy with popular social programs. One very important move was the further dismantling of roadblocks and checkpoints, a process the ICU had begun during its time in power. These checkpoints were historically used by warlords as tools of extortion rather than security. The perception that and other Islamist insurgent groups are a ragtag army of crude fanatics whose first instinct is to use force and terror to impose their radical vision is a caricature, noted a report by the International Crisis Group. Their tactics have been well adapted and more effective than those of their adversaries. They have largely succeeded in casting themselves as true Somali patriots opposed to the Ethiopian allied TFG. As a result, they have been gaining popularity in central and southern Somalia, just as they did before the Ethiopian invasion in December 2006. At the same time that it engaged in its version of a Hearts and Minds campaign, however, Al-Shabaab also implemented policies reminiscent of the Taliban, banning popular Bollywood films, forcibly shaving the heads of men with inappropriate hairstyles and imposing harsh sentences for infractions against the Al-Shabaab interpretation of Sharia law. By early 2009, Al-Shabaab would control of most of southern Somalia. In many areas Al-Shabaab is the only organization that can provide basic social services, such as rudimentary medical facilities, food distribution centers, and a basic justice system rooted in Islamic law, concluded a report for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Western diplomats fear that Al-Shabaab will continue to win converts by providing services similar to the way Hamas found success in the Gaza Strip. Experts strongly caution that there is little the United States can do to weaken Al-Shabaab. Further bombing by the United States or increased foreign military intervention, the report warned, could make Al-Shabaab stronger. While Al-Shabaab consolidated local support, on the global scene, Al-Qaeda could now use the jihad in Somalia to recruit. In this narrative, a Christian nation, Ethiopia, backed by the United States, the root of all evil, had invaded Somalia and slaughtered Muslims. Jihadists had risen up and repelled the invasion, making Somalia a front-line battleground against the crusade bin Laden had long alleged the United States was waging. When the Ethiopians withdrew, according to AINT, Al-Shabaab emerged far more popular and powerful than ever, transforming its domestic, irredentist struggle into a global jihadist dictum. Foreign fighters began pouring into Somalia in far greater numbers. Bin Laden released an audio address titled "Fight On, Champions of Somalia," amplifying calls for the overthrow of Sharif's apostate government. Al-Shabaab began easily taking territory throughout southern Somalia and soon found itself in control of a far greater swath of territory than the Somali government, despite the latter being backed by thousands of African Union forces funded and trained by the United States and other Western nations. Al-Shabaab would emerge as the premier jihadi force in Somalia and would soon control more land than any other Al-Qaeda-affiliated group in history. U.S. policy had backfired spectacularly, transforming a ragtag group of relative nobodies in Somalia, in just a few short years, into the new heroes of Al-Qaeda's global struggle. If your son does not come to us, he will be killed by the Americans. Yemen, 2007, 2009. During Anwar al-Awlaki's time in solitary confinement in a Yemeni prison, Al-Qaeda in Yemen had made a comeback. While the Bush administration's civilian leadership largely ignored the resurgence, JSOC was tracking Al-Qaeda's new organization in Yemen closely. On March 27, 2007, a Yemeni military unit in the province of Hadramaut discovered a U.S. spy drone that had washed up on the shore of the Arabian Sea. The Scahill was an unarmed aerial reconnaissance vehicle that had been launched off the USS Ashland, which deployed to the area in early 2007 to support Combined Task Force 150's counter-terrorism operations in the Horn of Africa. Human rights groups also alleged that the Ashland was being used by U.S. forces as a floating prison to hold Al-Qaeda suspects picked up in the region. The day after the Yemeni military recovered the aircraft, President Saleh spoke to the U.S. chargé d'affaires in Yemen, who tried to assure Saleh that the Scahill had crashed in the sea and had not entered Yemeni territory. Saleh told the U.S. official he didn't buy that story but promised that Yemen would not turn this into an international incident, according to a U.S. diplomatic cable sent after the phone call, and would instruct government officials not to comment. Instead, Saleh's government put out a cover story that helped bolster Saleh's propaganda campaign against Iran. On March 29, official Yemeni media outlets reported that the Yemeni military had shot down an Iranian spy plane after consulting with multinational forces in the region. Saleh could have taken the opportunity to score political points by appearing tough in public against the United States, but chose instead to blame Iran, according to the U.S. cable. The crashed drone was an omen of things to come. As al-Qaeda regrouped in Yemen, it began to carry out a series of small-scale actions, primarily in Marib province, the site of the 2002 U.S. drone strike that killed Houthi, including suicide attacks against oil and gas facilities. In March 2007, they assassinated the chief criminal investigator in Marib, Ali Mahmoud al-Khazala, for his alleged role in the drone strike. In an audio-taped message, Wilhashi's deputy, Qasim al-Raimi, announced that Wilhashi was officially the new head of al-Qaeda in Yemen. In the message, Raimi vowed the group would continue to take revenge on those responsible for the U.S. drone strike. 2 weeks after Raimi's tape was released, suicide bombers attacked a convoy of Spanish tourists in Marib, killing 8 of them, along with 2 Yemeni drivers. After 18 months in prison, Al-Awlaki re-entered a world in which the U.S. wars he had grown to militantly oppose had spread. Now, it seemed, war was coming to Yemen. As JSOC and the CIA intensified their operations, Al-Awlaki's story became like a mirror image. When Al-Awlaki was freed in late 2007, he did not go into hiding, as the U.S. government alleged. He went home to his family in Sana'a and tried to figure out a way to support them and to continue his preaching. In an interview days after his release, Al-Awlaki was asked if he would return to the United States or Britain to preach. "Well, I would like to travel. However, not until the US drops whatever unknown charges it has against me," he replied. "The truth of the matter is I am not banned from return to the US. I left the US on my own accord and refused to return by my own choice," Al-Awlaki said later. In fact, the opposite is true. The US consul encouraged me to return to the US during his visit to me while I was incarcerated. Alhamdulillah, Allah has blessed me with living in a blessed land by the witness of Rasulullah. Why should I replace that with life in the US? But I refuse to even visit the US because the US government is not to be trusted, as they are liars just like their media. As to what he would do next, Al-Awlaki said, "I have a few opportunities open at the moment and I haven't chosen yet among them. I'm still sort of studying the situation at the time being." In early 2008, the internet became Al-Awlaki's digital mosque, where he could reach Muslims across the globe. In February, he established his own website, www.anwar-allahwlaki.com, titled Imam Anwar's Blog. He set up a Facebook page, which drew thousands of subscribers. In the old times it used to take a few days to travel, for example, from Mecca to Medina, which are only 450 kilometers apart. Now we can communicate all over the globe within seconds, text, audio and video, all within seconds. So I would like to tell all of the brothers out there whom I personally know and whom I spent memorable time with, Assalamu alaikum, and inshallah I will never forget you, Al-Awlaki wrote in his first blog post. And to those whom I grew to know through these modern means of communication, but the circumstances have separated me from meeting them, nevertheless, I still feel a bond with them and I love them for the sake of Allah because they have chosen to follow Islam, Assalamu alaikum. And if we don't meet in this world, then we ask Allah to make us of those who would meet while reclining on the thrones of paradise. Al-Awlaki's website had a vibrant comment section, and he built up a large online community to whom he was very responsive. The humanity and an attention to mundane discussion Al-Awlaki showed in these discussions complicated the cartoonish descriptions of him in Western media and helped to explain his appeal, particularly to some Western Muslims. In one post headlined, "Do you like cheese?" Al-Awlaki posed a question, "Cheese is great." So if you are a fan of cheese, you might be asking yourself the question, is cheese made by non-Muslims allowed or not? In another blog post, Al-Awlaki addressed Quran-compliant financial practices for Muslims living in the United States and warned against taking out home mortgages. If you are a person whom Allah has bestowed wealth upon, then you should avoid owning property in the US and you should diversify out of the dollar into gold and silver, he wrote. In addition to this being the prudent thing to do from a financial point of view, it is also the recommended thing to do Islamically. Muslims should not be supporting the economy of a nation that is fighting them. Finally, for those who are contemplating purchasing a home in the US based on mortgage, which is a clear form of riba, they should fear Allah. But Al-Awlaki's posts also bristled with hostility to the United States and showed a clear radicalization of his own politics. Completely gone was any moderate tone about the United States or democracy. Muslims do not try to infiltrate the system and work from within. It is just not our way. It is the way of the Jews and the Munafiqeen but not the way of the Muslims, he wrote in an August 2008 blog post. As Muslims we should not subject Islam to the whims of the people. If they chose it we implement it, if they don't we accept the choice of the masses. Our position is that we will implement the rule of Allah on earth by the tip of the sword whether the masses like it or not. We will not subject Sharia rule to popularity contests. Rasulullah says, I was sent with the sword until Allah alone is worshipped. That path, the path of Rasulullah, is the path we should follow. He added, today the Muslim world is under occupation and the statements of our scholars are clear that it becomes fardain on every able Muslim to fight to free the Muslim land. When something is fardain, it is fardain. You cannot theorize or hypothesize otherwise. The ruling is clear and the implications of it are clear. Al-Awlaki praised the Taliban in Afghanistan and the Islamic Courts Union in Somalia as two successful examples, even though far from perfect, of a system of Islamic governance. Jihad, he wrote, is what Clausewitz would refer to as total war but with the Islamic rules of engagement. It is a battle in the battlefield and a battle for the hearts and minds of the people. Al-Awlaki began urging followers in the United States to break with its government and society and to withdraw from any participation in the political process. Today America is the home of an interesting assortment of sins that are handpicked from all over the nations that existed before us, the obstinacy of the people of Nuh, the arrogance of the people of Ad, the rejection of Allah's signs by the people of Tamid, the sodomy of the people of Lut, the financial deviance of the people of Shu'ab. As America is the biggest dealer and promoter of the interest-based economy, the oppression of Abu Yal et al., the greed, deception, love of the temporal life, and the bogusness of the children of Israel, along with the arrogance of the Pharaoh who had the misled notion that just because he is the leader of the most powerful nation on earth and is at the top of the greatest army of his time he can somehow defeat the servants of Allah. Brothers and sisters, this leads to the belief that the punishment of Allah is hovering over America. When and how? Allah knows best. So if you are one of those unfortunate folks who turned out to be living in the wrong place at the wrong time, then it is advisable for you to leave. That is obviously if you take heed. Many don't and are still living the utopia of the American dream. I am not talking about Mo and Mike who are still shaking to the tunes of MTV with their Coke and Big Mac and are only Muslim by name, but I am talking about the practicing Muslims who sadly enough still think that the America of George W. is the Abyssinia of the Negus. The U.S. intelligence community saw Al-Awlaki's web sermons as a threat. Some officials began a whisper campaign against him in the U.S. press. There is good reason to believe Anwar al-Awlaki has been involved in very serious terrorist activities since leaving the United States, including plotting attacks against America and our allies, an anonymous U.S. counterterrorism official told The Washington Post in February 2008, though no evidence was presented. On his blog and through emails, Al-Awlaki fielded questions on whether Western Muslims should participate in jihad and began debating the merits of traveling to the front lines to fight. A new generation of young disenfranchised Muslims was eagerly seeking out Al-Awlaki's videos and audio recordings. One of the most popular was Constance on the Path of Jihad, an audio lecture believed to have been recorded in 2005. The lecture was based on the teachings of Yusuf al-Ayari, the first operational leader of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and an articulate guerrilla warfare strategist who was killed by Saudi security forces in 2003. In the lecture, Al-Awlaki advanced IRI's teachings on jihad, weaving the stories of epic battles fought by Islamic warriors defending their faith into a current context. Whenever you see the word terrorist, replace it with the word mujahid, Al-Awlaki declared. Whenever you see the word terrorism, replace it with the word jihad. Every government in the world is united to fight against Islam, Al-Awlaki added. People try to find a way of bailing out of jihad because they do not like it. The reality of war is horrible and that's why people try to avoid it, but fighting is proscribed upon you, it is an instruction from Allah. True Muslims, Al-Awlaki said, citing IRI's writings, define victory not as simple military triumph but as the act of sacrifice. The mujahid sacrificing his self and his wealth is victory. Victory of your idea, your religion. If you die for your religion, your death will spread the DWA. Allah chooses shuhada from amongst the believers. This is a victory. CIA and FBI counter-terrorism analysts began poring over Al-Awlaki's sermons, looking for clues the preacher may have dropped about his potential connections to Al-Qaeda. They discovered no specifics, but they saw a threat in his influence and the inspiration others found in him. Intercepts from multiple terror investigations kept producing references to Al-Awlaki's sermons, particularly the Constance lecture. In a sense, Al-Awlaki crosses this bridge, speaking in Arabic but he also speaks in English and he's an American citizen and so he knows, therefore, how to address the youth. Dr. Emil Nakli, the former senior CIA officer who ran the agency's political Islam division, told me. And so the danger is not that he is another bin Laden. The fear of Al-Awlaki among some people in the government is that he represents this new phenomenon of recruitment, recruiting ordinary people who fall under the radar. As Al-Awlaki's online popularity grew, many of his posts had hundreds of commenters asking him for advice. The United States was putting tremendous pressure on the Yemeni intelligence services to rearrest him. The Americans were very, very angry with the government, recalled Saleh bin Farid, the leader of the Al-Awlak tribe, who would meet regularly with both U.S. and Yemeni officials to resolve disputes between the government and Yemeni tribes. They were really annoyed. And I think they put a lot of pressure on the president to take him back into custody. Al-Awlaki was followed everywhere he went. He was harassed, and he was under surveillance all the time he was in Sana'a. And he could not do anything, recalled Al-Awlaki's father, Nasser, who lived with his son at the time. They were watching him very closely, added bin Farid. And he did not like that. Wherever he goes, intelligence would be on his left and right. He goes to the mosque, they are with him, he goes by car, they are behind him, he goes to eat, they also eat. I think he did not feel free. Al-Awlaki's friend Sheikh Harith al-Nadari recalled, we were under intensified surveillance and harassment, and Al-Awlaki determined that Sana'a was no longer a suitable place for us to stay. Anwar ultimately decided to leave Sana'a to go to Attock, the provincial capital of Shabwa, his family's tribal land in southern Yemen, near the Arabian Sea. He thought he would be left alone by the Yemeni intelligence services and the U.S. government. He was wrong. Washington was relentless in its pressure on the Yemeni regime. When Anwar left Sana'a, U.S. intelligence demanded that Yemen's security services return him there. The head of Yemen's elite US-trained and funded counter-terrorism unit, Yahya Saleh, told Nasser, if your son does not come to us, he will be killed by the Americans. Nasser and bin Farid both traveled to Shabwa to try to compel Anwar to return to Sana'a. I went to Shabwa. I met Anwar. I tried to convince him, bin Farid told me. He told me, Uncle, I will not. I was born a free man. I don't want anybody to tell me where to sleep, where to put my head, which direction I will put it. I assure you I have nothing to do with terrorism, I have nothing to do with Al-Qaeda. I go from my house to the mosque, and those who attend are all from the village. I post on the internet, people ask me questions, I answer. I preach Islam, and that's my job. Anwar told his powerful uncle, "If you find any evidence I am involved with terrorism, you come and take me and you put me in jail." Aleki had originally brought his wife and children with him to Attock, but they eventually moved back to Sana'a to live with his parents. In Attock, family sources told me, Anwar was subjected to continued surveillance by Yemeni intelligence agents. Aleki decided to move further away to elude their grasp, leaving Attock and moving to the family's small village, Al Said, in rural Shabwa. It's a small village. I mean, there are a few thousand people who live in the valley there. All of them are from the same tribe, Ben Farid told me. If somebody comes from another village, it's known that he's a stranger. So, they know each other. I think the Americans did not like this. In his family's village, Aleki continued his blogging, growing ever more radical. He began telling friends and family that he believed the United States was tracking him. The U.S. hunt for Aleki coincided with Al-Qaeda's own escalation of attacks in Yemen. On September 17, 2008, the group launched a massive kamikaze attack on the U.S. Embassy in Sana'a. The fortress-like compound was hit in a coordinated assault with vehicle bombs, rocket-propelled grenades, and automatic weapons, resulting in the deaths of 13 guards and civilians, one of whom was an American. The 6 attackers all died as well. Al-Qaeda declared it a successful strike. This attack is a reminder that we are at war with extremists who will murder innocent people to achieve their ideological objectives, President Bush said as he sat next to General David Petraeus at the White House. One objective of these extremists as they kill is to try to cause the United States to lose our nerve and to withdraw from regions of the world. Petraeus would soon assume command of CENTCOM, where he would oversee the U.S. wars declared and undeclared in the Middle East. One of his jobs would be to coordinate an expansion of covert U.S. military strikes in Yemen. In May, shortly after he received word that he would become CENTCOM commander, Petraeus met in Qatar with the CIA director, Michael Hayden, as well as with JSOC's commander, Admiral McRaven, and others, to discuss plans for increasing the strikes against Al-Qaeda's suspects wherever they operated. As news of the embassy bombing broke in the United States, Petraeus's future boss, Senator Barack Obama, was on the campaign trail. "It just reminds us that we have to redouble our efforts to root out and destroy international terrorist organizations," Obama commented during a stop in Grand Junction, Colorado. Yemen was beginning to rise above its status as a back-burner issue. Michael Scheuer, the 22-year CIA veteran and the former head of the agency's Ben Laden unit, observed that Al-Qaeda's organization in Yemen seems to have stabilized after the period of turmoil and governmental suppression that followed the November 2002 death of its leader Abu Ali Harathi. Scheuer added, "For Al-Qaeda, Yemen provides a pivotal, central base that links its theaters of operation in Afghanistan, Iraq, East Africa, and the Far East. It also provides a base for training Yemeni fighters and for the rest and refit of fighters from multiple Islamist groups after their tours in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Somalia." In all, there were dozens of documented Al-Qaeda attacks on Yemeni soil from 2000 through the end of the Bush administration. Over the years, U.S. military aid and CIA financing was increased. "When starts creating problems in Yemen, the U.S. money starts flowing," asserted the former senior counterterrorism official. For Saleh, Al-Qaeda is the gift that keeps on giving. They are his number one fundraiser to get Saudi and U.S. money. In October 2008, the U.S. base at Djibouti was officially placed under the control of AFRICOM, the Pentagon's 6th Unified Geographic Command. Yemen remained under CENTCOM's area of responsibility and would become a major focus for Special Operations Forces under the banner of SOC Yemen. While Saleh managed his complex relations with the United States through official channels, on occasion, according to U.S. Special Operations Forces veterans, JSOC teams carried out unilateral, direct actions against Al-Qaeda suspects in Yemen. These operations were never mentioned in public, and some may have been conducted without Saleh's knowledge or direct authorization. "During that period we were training and building the indigenous security forces in Yemen," a former aide to a senior JSOC leader told me. Simultaneously we were targeting and then killing people who were suspected or had been confirmed to be Al-Qaeda extremists in and around the peninsula, and within Yemen itself. Although Yemen was increasingly surfacing on the radar of JSOC and the CIA, the country would remain largely out of the headlines. During the three presidential debates between Barack Obama and John McCain in the 2008 election, Yemen was not mentioned once. Barack Obama campaigned on the idea that Bush had drained resources in Iraq that should have been used to fight Al-Qaeda. There was no such thing as Al-Qaeda in Iraq until George Bush and John McCain decided to invade, Obama had declared in February 2008. They took their eye off the people who were responsible for 9/11, and that would be Al-Qaeda. The new president pledged to rearrange U.S. priorities to Afghanistan, where he would place JSOC's former commander, General McChrystal, in charge of the war, but Obama would soon realize that his pledge to take the fight to Al-Qaeda would not be limited to Afghanistan. The tiny Arab nation of Yemen would become a major piece on Obama's counter-terrorism chessboard. As the 8-year-long Bush era drew to a close, and the U.S. election campaign entered its final weeks, Al-Awlaki railed against the hopes that Muslims in the United States and globally were voicing about the candidacy of Barack Obama. The promoters of participation in American elections argue that we are choosing the least of the two evils. This principle is correct, but what they are missing is that in the process of choosing the lesser of the two evils they are committing an even greater evil, Al-Awlaki wrote in October 2008. The types of candidates that American politics has been spitting out is absolutely disgusting. I wonder how any Muslim with a grain of Iman in his heart could walk up to a ballot box and cast his vote in endorsement of creatures such as McCain or Obama. He added, "No matter how irrelevant your vote is, on the day of judgment you will be called to answer for it. You, under no coercion or duress, consciously chose to vote for the leader of a nation that is leading the war against Islam." In a subsequent post, Al-Awlaki wrote that on most of the issues that concern Muslims there is very little difference between McCain and Obama. For example, they have similar views on the war on terror and the issue of Palestine. Anyone with a simple understanding of the history of American politics would realize that on the major issues both parties share the same agenda. As Al-Awlaki escalated his rhetoric, the U.S. intelligence community was elevating his perceived threat level. A month before Barack Obama's election, a tiny window was opened into how Al-Awlaki was viewed when Charles Allen, the Undersecretary of Homeland Security for Intelligence and Analysis, described Al-Awlaki as an Al-Qaeda supporter, and former spiritual leader to 3 of the September 11 hijackers. This was the first time a U.S. official had publicly linked Al-Awlaki to terrorism. Allen charged that Al-Awlaki targets U.S. Muslims with radical online lectures encouraging terrorist attacks from his new home in Yemen. When Allen's remarks were published, Al-Awlaki shot back on his blog. Regarding the characterization of him as a spiritual advisor to some of the hijackers, Al-Awlaki wrote, "This is a baseless claim that I have refuted again and again during the FBI's interrogations and with the media. The U.S. government and the media still insist on spreading this lie around." As for encouraging terrorist attacks, Al-Awlaki responded, "I would challenge him to come up with one such lecture where I encourage terrorist attacks." But, in the eyes of the U.S. government, Al-Awlaki's calls for jihad amounted to encouraging such attacks. As President-elect Obama began to build his foreign policy and counter-terrorism teams, Yemen would emerge as a major priority. Although most of the United States and the world had never heard of Anwar al-Awlaki, the new administration was monitoring his movements in Yemen. U.S. authorities presented no concrete evidence that al-Awlaki was actively involved in any terror plots, but they asserted that he was an inspirational figure whose sermons kept popping up in investigations into various terror plots. In 2006, a group of Canadian Muslims charged with plotting to storm Parliament and behead the Prime Minister were found to have listened to al-Awlaki's speeches. In addition, some of the men convicted in the 2007 plot to attack Fort Dix in New Jersey were heard praising al-Awlaki, according to a recording made by a government informant. Other references to al-Awlaki were registering on the radar in investigations in the United Kingdom, as well as in Chicago and Atlanta. Al-Awlaki was openly praising al-Shabaab in Somalia, where the United States was becoming increasingly concerned about Western Muslims joining the jihad. A group of young Somali Americans from Minneapolis who had traveled to Somalia to join al-Shabaab were allegedly inspired by al-Awlaki's constance on the path of jihad. In a December 21, 2008, blog post titled "Salutations to al-Shabaab of Somalia," al-Awlaki wrote that the group's seizing of territory in Mogadishu and elsewhere in Somalia fills our hearts with immense joy. We would like to congratulate you for your victories and achievements. Al-Shabaab not only have succeeded in expanding the areas that fall under their rule, but they have succeeded in implementing the Sharia and giving us a living example of how we as Muslims should proceed to change our situation. The ballot has failed us, but the bullet has not. He contrasted al-Shabaab's armed insurrection against U.S. proxies with the teachings of Islamic universities run by Green Zone scholars under governments headed by pimps, whose teachings advocated weakness and humiliation. Al-Awlaki asserted that the University of Somalia would graduate an alumni of fighters who are hardened by the field and ready to carry on with no fear and hesitation. It will provide its graduates with the hands-on experience that the Ummah greatly needs for its next stage. But their success depends on your support. It is the responsibility of the Ummah to help them with men and money. Al-Shabaab replied to al-Awlaki's message, and al-Awlaki posted the answer on his site. Addressing him as beloved Sheikh Anwar, al-Shabaab's statement said, "We look to you as one of the very few scholars who stand firm upon the truth and defend the honor of the Mujahideen and the Muslims by continuously uncovering the feeble plots of the enemies of Allah. Allah knows how many of the brothers and sisters have been affected by your work, so we ask you to continue the important effort you are doing wherever you are and never to fear the blame of the blamers." It concluded, "O Sheikh, we would not only look at you as only a soldier, but as the likes of Ibn Taymiyyah." During the Israeli siege of Gaza, known as Operation Cast Lead, which began in late 2008, al-Awlaki's tone grew markedly more radical and warlike. The illegal state of Israel needs to be eradicated. Just like Rasulullah drove them out of the Arabian Peninsula, the Jews of Palestine need to be driven out to the sea, al-Awlaki wrote. There are no Israeli civilians unless they are Muslim. When the enemy targets our women and children, we should target theirs. Al-Awlaki was influential among jihadist circles and with young, conservative Western Muslims, including those contemplating participating in the armed struggles against the United States and Israel and their proxies. His sermons had gone viral on jihadist web forums, which were heavily monitored by U.S. intelligence. But there was no hard evidence presented that al-Awlaki had done anything that was not protected speech under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, or that would not require a major court battle to prove it was unconstitutional. There was, however, enough smoke around al-Awlaki for U.S. intelligence to want him silenced, as he was during his 18 months in a Yemeni prison. Now that al-Awlaki was out of jail and becoming more popular with every blog post, the digital surveillance on him intensified. Unbeknownst to al-Awlaki, his emails were being intercepted and read, and his blog was being combed over for clues about his contacts. On December 17, 2008, the FBI intercepted an email al-Awlaki received from Nidal Hassan, the Army major whose parents had been members of al-Awlaki's mosque in Virginia in 2001. The last contact al-Awlaki had with Hassan was before he left the United States for Yemen, and then it was only to speak with him at the request of his parents. In retrospect, the email is ominous. There are many soldiers in the US armed forces that have converted to Islam while in the service. There are also many Muslims who join the armed forces for a myriad of different reasons, Hassan wrote al-Awlaki. Some appear to have internal conflicts and have even killed or tried to kill other soldiers in the name of Islam, i.e. Hassan Akbar, etc. Others feel that there is no conflict. Previous fatwas seem vague and not very definitive. He then asked al-Awlaki, "Can you make some general comments about Muslims in the military? Would you consider someone like Hassan Akbar or other soldiers that have committed such acts with the goal of helping Muslims/Islam fighting jihad, and if they did die, would you consider them shaheeds? I realize that these are difficult questions, but you seem to be one of the only ones that has lived in has a good understanding of the Quran and Sunnah and is not afraid of being direct. Al-Awlaki did not reply to that email, but for months Hassan kept writing him. Although federal investigators took no action against Hassan after that email, a year later, after Hassan gunned down 13 of his fellow soldiers at Fort Hood in Texas, Hassan's emails would help form part of the narrative that Al-Awlaki was a terrorist. Al-Awlaki condenses the Al-Qaeda philosophy into digestible, well-written treatises. Evan Coleman, a self-proclaimed Al-Qaeda scholar and popular expert witness at terror trials, told the New York Times. They may not tell people how to build a bomb or shoot a gun. But he tells them who to kill, and why, and stresses the urgency of the mission. Coleman was frequently brought in to brief the U.S. government on Al-Qaeda even though he did not speak Arabic and had done little traveling in any countries with a strong Al-Qaeda presence. Coleman briefed the U.S. Justice Department and said he warned them of what he described as Al-Awlaki's increasing ability to incite young Westerners to join foreign jihads or to conduct terror attacks in their own countries. Coleman alleged that there should be little surprise that Anwar al-Awlaki's name and his sermon on Constance on the path of jihad seemed to surface in every single homegrown terrorism investigation, whether in the US, the UK, Canada, or beyond. He labeled Constance a lecture that over time has become the virtual Bible for lone wolf Muslim extremists. Although Al-Awlaki was undoubtedly grabbing the attention of an increasing number of counterterrorism officers and analysts in the United States, some within the intelligence community believed his importance was being inflated. Al-Awlaki's sermons were indeed popping up in a variety of terror investigations, but he was a virtual nobody in the world of actual Al-Qaeda cells. Outside of English-speaking Western Muslims, he was not influential in most parts of the Muslim world. I think the reason we tend to focus on him so much, is because he preaches in English. And because of that, we have more exposure to what he says, and because we have more exposure to what he says, we assume that he has more influence than he really does, said Joshua Faust, who at the time was a Yemen analyst at the Defense Intelligence Agency. Faust said he was concerned about Al-Awlaki's sermons influencing young Western Muslims, but he believed that some within the intelligence community were elevating the role his sermons played in terror plots. I don't see any evidence whatsoever that poses some kind of ideological threat against the United States. I would say that 99.99% of all the people who either listen to, or believe in Al-Awlaki's ideology, never act on it, Faust told me. So if you're going to argue that ideology is what caused someone to do something, you need to actually, to me at least, to be intellectually honest and analytically rigorous. You need to explain why that ideology compelled that person to act, but it didn't compel everyone who didn't act to not act. And to me, I don't think it's possible to really explain that. I haven't ever seen an argument that actually does that. So from the start, I think a lot of the focus on Al-Awlaki doesn't make any sense, because we assign him a kind of importance and influence that he doesn't really have. From Al-Awlaki's perspective, he had been preaching a similar message for years before September 11 and doing so in the United States. U.S. Muslim organizations used to support the jihad in Afghanistan, in Bosnia, in Chechnya, and in Palestine. I was there, in America, at that time, Al-Awlaki recalled. We used to call from the pulpits, for jihad for the sake of Allah, the establishment of the caliphate. Allegiance and disavowal. We could speak freely. The freedom in America allowed us to say these things, and we had much more freedom than in many of the countries of the Islamic world. Al-Awlaki believed his message had not fundamentally changed, but the target of the jihad he advocated had. Lectures Al-Awlaki had given advocating jihad in Chechnya or Afghanistan or Bosnia in the 1990s were on message with U.S. policy goals. A decade later, the same teachings applied against the United States took on a new meaning and cast Al-Awlaki as a traitor to the country of his birth. As 2008 drew to a close, Al-Awlaki posted, A New Year, Reality and Aspirations, a blog in which he provided an analysis of various wars around the Islamic world and cited countries where Muslim mujahideen were progressing against Western powers. In Iraq, Al-Awlaki wrote, the U.S. has come to the conclusion that they cannot do the job alone and they must seek the assistance of the munafiqeen. With all of the outside and inside forces combining efforts to fight the carriers of the truth in Iraq, our brothers do not need to win in order to be victorious. All they need to do is hang on. If they succeed in that, the invader cannot stay there forever. In Afghanistan, Al-Awlaki asserted, the Mujahideen are winning, NATO are losing. Obama is all hyped up about bringing an end to terrorism by focusing on Afghanistan. I pray the brothers teach him and his forces some good lessons this year. Al-Awlaki also celebrated Al-Shabaab's ascent in Somalia as the best news of the year, writing, Al-Shabaab are winning on all fronts. Insha'Allah, we should witness the announcement of the establishment of an Islamic Emirate. Ethiopia is tired of fighting a proxy war on behalf of America. Al-Awlaki predicted that the United States would, once again, target Somalia, observing, the sea around Somalia is already occupied under the pretext of protection from piracy. This year could witness aerial bombardment with a renewed ground force invasion as a possibility. Globally, Al-Awlaki asserted, the separation of believers from hypocrites which precedes any Muslim victory is underway. The jihad will carry on. And all of these are building stones for the Ummah in its next stage. If Allah wants an end, He prepares the means to it. Allah wants victory for this Ummah and Allah is preparing the means for that. Let us not sit on the sidelines. Let's be part of that victory. In some ways, Al-Awlaki's fixation on the Islamic players in an escalating global war of civilizations paralleled a different set of lists being secretly compiled by the Obama administration's counter-terrorist teams. On these lists were scores of Al-Qaeda leaders, as well as militants much further down the food chain, facilitators, suspected militants, propagandists. The administration was gearing up for a series of smaller wars in the Middle East, the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, as well as a shift in strategy in Afghanistan that would seek to decapitate the Taliban leadership. At the center of Obama's new strategy would be a targeted assassination program that fulfilled Rumsfeld's vision of the world as a battlefield. Al-Awlaki predicted that the new U.S. president would be a hawk against Islamic resistance movements. He was right. Obama would soon give carte blanche to JSOC and the CIA to wage a global manhunt. Capture was option 2. Killing those whom the president deemed a threat to the United States was the primary mission, despite public assertions otherwise by military and government spokespeople. JSOC would not just be tasked with killing Al-Qaeda's top leadership, but with decimating its support infrastructure, killing its way down the chain. It was through this program that Al-Awlaki would find himself in the new president's crosshairs. He would soon become an American citizen sentenced to death with no trial. Obama is set to continue the course set by Bush. United States, 2002, 2008. Barack Obama is an Ivy League, educated constitutional law professor whose political career was carefully plotted. In October 2002, when he was a state senator in Illinois, Obama had staked out a position on the Iraq War that foreshadowed the foreign policy vision he would later articulate as a presidential candidate. I don't oppose all wars, Obama declared. What I am opposed to is a dumb war. What I am opposed to is a rash war. What I am opposed to is the cynical attempt by armchair, weekend warriors in this administration to shove their own ideological agendas down our throats, irrespective of the costs in lives lost and in hardships borne. Obama would often refer to that speech, but very few Americans heard it at the time. Obama burst onto the scene in 2004 when he delivered a widely praised, fiery keynote address at the Democratic National Convention, won a seat in the U.S. Senate that year and then, 3 years later, announced his candidacy for president. Let's be the generation that never forgets what happened on that September day and confront the terrorists with everything we've got, Obama said in his speech announcing his presidential run. We can work together to track terrorists down with a stronger military, we can tighten the net around their finances, and we can improve our intelligence capabilities. In crafting his campaign strategy on foreign policy, Obama and his advisors needed to straddle a fence between criticizing the national security policies of the Bush era while also appearing tough on terrorism. Obama conducted a dual-track approach in attacking his Republican opponent, John McCain, linking McCain to the war in Iraq and the unaccountability and secrecy of the Bush era, and simultaneously pledging to wage a smarter, more focused war against al-Qaeda. On the morning of October 4, 2007, the New York Times ran a lengthy front-page story detailing a 2005 Justice Department opinion granting an expansive endorsement of the harshest interrogation techniques ever used by the Central Intelligence Agency. Under newly arrived Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, the CIA was for the first time provided explicit authorization to barrage terror suspects with a combination of painful physical and psychological tactics, including head-slapping, simulated drowning and frigid temperatures. That morning Obama appeared on national television. "This is an example of what we've lost over the last 6 years and what we have to recapture," Obama told MSNBC anchor Mika Brzezinski. "You know, all of us believe we've got to track down and capture or kill terrorists who threaten America, but we have to understand that torture is not going to either provide us with information, and it's also going to create more enemies. And so as a strategy for creating a safer and secure America, I think it is wrong-headed, as well as immoral." Obama added, "I think this administration basically viewed any tactic as acceptable, as long as it could spin it and keep it out of the public eye." As the presidential campaign rolled on, promises to reverse Bush-era policies became central to Obama's agenda. Torture, the prison at Guantanamo Bay, wars without justification or accountability and the evisceration of U.S. civil liberties would come to an end, Obama vowed. "We have been governed by fear for the last 6 years, and this president has used the fear of terrorism to launch a war that should have never been authorized," Obama said in late October 2007. He argued that the political climate fostered by the Bush administration undermined the United States at home and abroad. "We haven't even talked about civil liberties and the impact of that politics of fear, what that has done to us in terms of undermining basic civil liberties in this country, what it has done in terms of our reputation around the world," Obama said. But even as Obama won great praise and support from liberals and anti-war organizations in the United States, he articulated a foreign policy vision that, when it came to counter-terrorism, made clear he intended to authorize covert and clandestine operations. "It was a terrible mistake to fail to act when we had a chance to take out an al-Qaeda leadership meeting in 2005, Obama said. "If we have actionable intelligence about high-value terrorist targets and President Musharraf will not act, we will." McCain criticized Obama for his position that he would attack inside of Pakistan, calling it irresponsible. "You don't broadcast and say that you're going to bomb a country without their permission," McCain said. Obama shot back that the Bush administration had done exactly that, declaring, "That is the position we should have taken in the first place. The fact is, it was the right strategy." In accepting the Democratic nomination for president in 2008 in a massive football stadium in Denver, Colorado, Obama telegraphed a policy he intended to implement, escalating the war in Afghanistan and increasing U.S. covert kill/capture operations globally. "John McCain likes to say that he'll follow bin Laden to the gates of hell, but he won't even follow him to the cave where he lives," Obama said, reiterating that if he were elected, the United States would act unilaterally in Pakistan or elsewhere to kill terrorists. "We must take out Osama bin Laden and his lieutenants if we have them in our sights." Obama's stump speeches on the campaign trail often focused on ending the war in Iraq, but he also articulated a hawkish position on unilateral U.S. attacks that would necessitate a significant role for JSOC and the CIA. After his inauguration, as Obama built his foreign policy team, he stacked the administration with hawkish Democrats, including his Vice President, Joe Biden, and Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, both of whom supported the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Susan Rice would serve as UN ambassador, and Richard Holbrooke would head up the civilian side of Obama's plan to expand the U.S. war in Afghanistan. All of these figures had a track record of support for military interventions, neoliberal economic policies and a worldview consistent with the foreign policy arc that stretched from George H.W. Bush's time in office to the present. Obama also retained Bush's defense secretary, Robert Gates, tapped CIA veteran John Brennan as his senior advisor on counterterrorism and homeland security, and named General James Jones as his national security advisor. Conservative Republicans heaped praise on Obama's picks. President Bush's senior advisor, Karl Rove, called Obama's cabinet selections reassuring, and neoconservative leader and former McCain campaign staffer Max Boot beamed, "I am gobsmacked by these appointments, most of which could just as easily have come from a President McCain." Boot added that Hillary Clinton would be a powerful voice for neoliberalism, which is not so different in many respects from neoconservatism. Boot's colleague Michael Goldfarb wrote in the Weekly Standard, the official organ of the neoconservative movement, that he saw certainly nothing that represents a drastic change in how Washington does business. The expectation is that Obama is set to continue the course set by Bush in his second term. Within weeks of assuming office in early 2009, Obama would send a clear message that he intended to keep intact many of the most aggressive counterterrorism policies of the Bush era. Among these were targeted killings, warrantless wiretapping, the use of secret prisons, a crackdown on habeas corpus rights for prisoners, indefinite detention, CIA rendition flights, drone bombings, the deployment of mercenaries in U.S. wars, and reliance on the state secrets privilege. In some cases, Obama would expand Bush-era programs he had once blasted as hallmarks of an unaccountable executive branch. Obama paid lip service on the campaign trail to holding Bush-era torturers accountable, but he later backed off such rhetoric, saying after his election that we need to look forward as opposed to looking backwards. He said his job as president is to make sure that, for example, at the CIA, you've got extraordinarily talented people who are working very hard to keep Americans safe. I don't want them to suddenly feel like they've got to spend all their time looking over their shoulders. Early on in Obama's time in office, Dick Cheney charged that Obama was moving to take down a lot of those policies we put in place that kept the nation safe for nearly 8 years from a follow-on terrorist attack like 9/11. Cheney was wrong. If anything, Obama would guarantee that many of those policies would become entrenched, bipartisan institutions in U.S. national security policy for many years to come. Whether these policies have kept Americans safe or have made them less safe is another question. Obama's signature strikes. Pakistan and Washington, D.C., 2009. As he settled into the Oval Office and his new role as Commander-in-Chief, President Obama tweaked Bush's expansive global war on terror rhetoric, rebranding it as a war against Al-Qaeda and its allies. On his third day in office, Obama signed a series of executive orders that were portrayed as dismantling the Bush-era torture and detention programs. The message we are sending around the world is that the United States intends to prosecute the ongoing struggle against violence and terrorism, and we are going to do so vigilantly, we are going to do so effectively, and we are going to do so in a manner that is consistent with our values and our ideals, Obama declared as he stood with 16 retired military officers. We intend to win this fight. We're going to win it on our terms. But, while dispensing with the Bush-era labels and cowboy rhetoric that marked the previous 8 years of U.S. foreign policy, Obama simultaneously moved swiftly to expand the covert U.S. wars that had marked his predecessor's time in office. The day after Obama signed his executive orders, CIA Director Michael Hayden briefed him on an operation the agency was about to conduct inside Pakistan, a drone strike near the Afghan border. The targets, Hayden told the president, were upper-tier Al-Qaeda and Taliban members. Later that day, 2 Hellfire missiles hit compounds in North and South Waziristan. The first strike hit in a small village near Mir Ali, in North Waziristan, around 5 p.m. local time. The second struck a compound in the village of Karezkot in South Waziristan at around 8:30 p.m. Hayden, weeks away from leaving the agency, admitted to the president that the main HVTs had not been hit but told him that at least 5 Al-Qaeda militants had died. Good, said Obama, who made clear that he favored escalating drone strikes in Pakistan. As the U.S. intelligence officers monitored the footage from the January 23 drone strikes, it became clear that civilians had been killed. John Brennan went straight to the president and told him what had happened. 5 militants may have died in the strikes, but they were not the only ones killed. According to the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, the first strike in North Waziristan killed between 7 and 15 people, nearly all of them civilians. Many of the slain were from one family. One boy was reported to have survived, albeit with a skull fracture, a perforated stomach and the loss of an eye. The second strike in South Waziristan struck the wrong house and killed 5 to 8 civilians, according to subsequent reports. Many of the dead, including at least 2 children, were the family members of a tribal elder, who was also killed. The elder was reportedly a member of a pro-government peace committee. Obama summoned Hayden for a face-to-face meeting and demanded a full briefing on the drone program's protocols. Despite the scores of national security briefings Obama had received from the time he became the Democratic nominee for president, it was the first the new president had heard of what the CIA called signature strikes. Beginning in the closing months of the Bush administration, the agency had begun targeting people based on patterns of life rather than specific intelligence. The CIA said that military-aged males who were part of a large gathering of people in a particular region or had contacts with other suspected militants or terrorists could be considered fair targets for drone strikes. A positive ID was not necessary to strike, only some of the signatures the agency had developed to identify suspected terrorists. After some convincing from Hayden, Obama decided not to reject the signature strike policy, although he added a constraint: the CIA director was to have the final say on all strikes, an authority that had been occasionally delegated to the deputy director or the head of the agency's counterterrorism center. Obama warned that he might withdraw the signature strike authority at a later time. But he didn't. In the ensuing months, the new CIA director, Leon Panetta, enlisted the help of undercover officers from the CIA's Counterterrorism Center and put the president through a crash course on targeted strikes. Panetta reviewed the drone program and other kinetic protocols, including the authorities needed in order to launch a strike. Obama and Panetta would hold one-on-one sessions after HVTs had been hit in Pakistan. During that first year in office, Obama began to hold regular hour-long meetings with top officials to discuss all matters of national security and counterterrorism. According to participants, these early meetings had a tutorial character. Intelligence and security threats were discussed, but Obama was still being introduced to new capabilities. For much of the first year, discussions about capturing or killing people outside of Afghanistan and Pakistan were for the most part theoretical. The vice chair of the Joint Chiefs, General Hoss Cartwright, and Obama's top counterterrorism advisor, John Brennan, were increasingly central to the deliberations, as was Admiral McRaven, the commander of JSOC. One of the first tasks on Obama's national security agenda was a thorough review of Bush's military executive orders. When it came to counterterrorism, Obama would preserve much of his predecessor's policies, and he ended up sustaining most of the ex-ords without revision. In some cases, he sought to expand the authorities. Obama began striking Pakistan almost weekly. Obama inherited an already escalating drone program from Bush. The strikes in Pakistan had become more frequent in the waning months of 2008. Just before Obama won the election, Bush had reached a tacit agreement to allow to continue without Pakistani involvement. The U.S. policy was to inform Pakistan of attacks while they were underway, or minutes after they had been carried out. President Obama approved of the shift, which brought with it an uptick in drone activity, and he fully endorsed the Covert Action Program. Obama also kept in place virtually all the key personnel from the CIA who had run the covert campaign under Bush. Part of this program, which Obama was read into by outgoing Director of National Intelligence Mike McConnell right after the election, was a human network within Pakistan. The spies provided on-the-ground intel that was a necessary counterpart to the drone surveillance and targeting. The spy program, 5 years in the making and reportedly expensive, was the reel that Obama would carry with him from that moment forward. Soon after he assumed office, Obama began pressing Panetta about the hunt for bin Laden. By May 2009, Obama told the CIA director that he needed to make the manhunt his #1 goal and instructed Panetta to deliver a detailed operation plan for locating bin Laden. Panetta had 30 days to put the plan together and then began providing the president with weekly updates on progress made on the effort, even when there was little to report. As the hunt for bin Laden intensified, the drone strikes continued. So too did the civilian deaths. On June 23, the CIA killed several alleged militants with a Hellfire missile in South Waziristan, then followed up hours later with an attack on the funeral mourning their deaths. Scores of civilians, estimates ranged between 18 and 45, were killed. After the prayers ended, people were asking each other to leave the area as drones were hovering, said a man who lost his leg in the attack. First 2 drones fired 2 missiles, it created a havoc, there was smoke and dust everywhere. Injured people were crying and asking for help, they fired the 3rd missile after a minute, and I fell on the ground. U.S. intelligence reportedly believed that Baitullah Murad, the leader of the Pakistani Taliban, would be among the mourners. He was not, at least when the drones struck. The elusive Murad had already survived over a dozen reported attempts to kill him, between Bush and Obama, which had resulted in hundreds of collateral deaths. But then, in early August, U.S. intelligence tracked Murad down to his father-in-law's house in a village called Zanghara in South Waziristan. On August 5, CIA drones fired at him as he reclined on the house's rooftop with family members and other guests. 2 Hellfire missiles ripped Murad in half, killing 11 other people at the house. In October 2009, Obama reportedly expanded the target boxes in Pakistan, broadening the area in which the CIA could go after targets, gave the agency authorization to acquire more drones, and increased resources for the agency's secret paramilitary forces. Obama had already authorized as many drone strikes in 10 months as Bush had in his entire 8 years in office. Although the CIA would take much of the credit and criticism for the U.S. drone program in Pakistan, it was not the only player. JSOC had its own intelligence operations inside Pakistan and, at times, conducted its own drone strikes. At the center of both the JSOC and CIA targeted killing programs were members of an elite division of Blackwater, who assisted in planning the assassinations of suspected Taliban and Al-Qaeda operatives, snatch and grabs of high-value targets and other sensitive actions inside Pakistan. Some elite Blackwater select personnel worked for the CIA at hidden bases in Pakistan and Afghanistan, where the company's contractors assemble and load Hellfire missiles and 500-pound laser-guided bombs on remotely piloted Predator aircraft. Blackwater operatives also worked for JSOC on a parallel program that was run out of Bagram Air Base in neighboring Afghanistan. U.S. military intelligence and company sources told me that some Blackwater personnel were given rolling security clearances above their approved level. Using alternative compartmentalized control measures, the Blackwater personnel were granted entry to a special access program. With an ACCM, the security manager can grant access to you to be exposed to and operate within compartmentalized programs far above secret even though you have no business doing so, a U.S. military intelligence source told me. It allowed Blackwater personnel who do not have the requisite security clearance or do not hold a security clearance whatsoever to participate in classified operations by virtue of trust, he added. Think of it as an ultra-exclusive level above top secret. That's exactly what it is, a circle of love. As a result, Blackwater had access to all source reports that were culled in part from JSOC units in the field. That's how a lot of things over the years have been conducted with contractors, said the source. We have contractors that regularly see things that top policymakers don't unless they ask. The military intelligence source said that the Blackwater JSOC operation in Pakistan was referred to as Qatar Cubed, in reference to the U.S. forward operating base in Qatar that served as the hub for the planning and implementation of the U.S. invasion of Iraq. This is supposed to be the brave new world, he told me. This is the Jamestown of the new millennium and it's meant to be a lily pad. You can jump off to Uzbekistan, you can jump back over the border, you can jump sideways, you can jump northwest. It's strategically located so that they can get their people wherever they have to without having to wrangle with the military chain of command in Afghanistan, which is convoluted. They don't have to deal with that because they're operating under a classified mandate. In addition to planning drone strikes and operations against suspected Al-Qaeda and Taliban forces in Pakistan for both JSOC and the CIA, the Blackwater teams also helped plan missions for JSOC inside Uzbekistan against the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan. Blackwater did not actually carry out the operations, the military intelligence source told me, which were executed on the ground by JSOC forces. That piqued my curiosity and really worries me because I don't know if you noticed, but I was never told we are at war with Uzbekistan, he said. So, did I miss something? Did Rumsfeld come back into power? When civilians are killed, people go, oh, it's the CIA doing crazy shit again unchecked. Well, at least 50% of the time, that's JSOC, somebody they've identified through HUMINT, or they've called the intelligence themselves, or it's been shared with them and they take that person out, and that's how it works. CIA operations were subject to congressional oversight, unlike the parallel JSOC ops. Targeted killings are not the most popular thing in town right now, and the CIA knows that, my source told me in 2009. Contractors and especially JSOC personnel working under a classified mandate are not, so they just don't care. If there's one person they're going after and there's 34 people in the building, 35 people are going to die. That's the mentality. He added, they're not accountable to anybody and they know that. It's an open secret, but what are you going to do, shut down JSOC? As President Obama and his new cabinet began reviewing the covert actions and programs built up under Bush, they were faced with a series of tough choices on which to end and which to continue. The labyrinth of the CIA JSOC Blackwater covert action program in Pakistan was a legacy of the infighting and secrecy that had played out within the U.S. counterterrorism community since the early days after September 11. As a senator, Obama was critical of Blackwater and introduced legislation to try to hold it and other private security companies accountable. Now, as Commander-in-Chief, he was confronted by briefings from the CIA and U.S. military about their necessity to covert U.S. operations. Laying out policy visions on the campaign trail was one thing, but confronting the most secretive, elite forces in the U.S. national security apparatus would be no easy task. And, for the most part, Obama elected to embrace, not restrain, those very forces. The more the president became involved with the day-to-day running of the targeted killing program, the more it expanded. By the end of his first year in office, Obama and his new counterterrorism team would begin building the infrastructure for a formalized U.S. assassination program. Special ops want to own this shit like they did in Central America in the ADS. Washington, D.C., and Yemen, 2009. The day Obama signed an executive order mandating that the Guantanamo prison be shut down, opponents of his order received a substantial boost to their cause when it was revealed that a former Gitmo prisoner who was released as part of a US-supported rehabilitation program run by Saudi Arabia had resurfaced in Yemen and declared himself an al-Qaeda leader. Logged at Guantanamo as prisoner number 372, said Ali al-Shiri was one of the first detainees taken to the prison, on January 21, 2002, after being captured on the Afghan-Pakistan border. According to the Pentagon's version of events, Shiri had trained in urban warfare tactics in Afghanistan and was an al-Qaeda travel facilitator, funding fighters. According to documents from his administrative review at Guantanamo, Shiri said he had gone to Afghanistan after September 11 to participate in humanitarian relief operations. Ultimately, in November 2007, the Defense Department decided to repatriate Shiri to Saudi Arabia. After he completed the rehabilitation program, which was supported by the Bush administration, he went missing. Whether he was a member of al-Qaeda before going to Guantanamo is the subject of debate. What happened after he was released is not. In January 2009, Shiri appeared on a video with another Saudi who had been imprisoned at Guantanamo, Abu Harith Muhammad al-Afi, and two infamous Yemeni members of al-Qaeda, Nasir al-Wuhashi and Qasim al-Rimi. In the video, posted on YouTube in late January, the four men, dressed in a mishmash of tribal garb and military gear, announced the formation of a new, regional organization, al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. By Allah, imprisonment only increased our persistence in our principles for which we went out, did jihad for, and were imprisoned for, declared Shiri, wearing a keffiyeh on his head and sporting a belt of bullets slung over his shoulder. Although the name AQAP was known in some intelligence circles, particularly in Saudi Arabia, prior to the posting of the video, for much of the world it was the debut of a rebranded al-Qaeda. It was no coincidence that the quartet of men in the video was evenly split between Saudis and Yemenis. It was a statement about the perceived illegitimacy and collusion of the Saudi and Yemeni governments. The new AQAP transformed al-Qaeda in Yemen from a subsidiary of the franchise into its primary regional office by swallowing its once larger sibling in Saudi Arabia, according to Middle East scholar Barak Barfi, a research fellow at the New America Foundation. Wuhashi and his cadres have effectively rebuilt a dead organization and even made it stronger. That month, Saudi Arabia released a list of its 85 most wanted individuals. 20 of them, according to Saudi intel, had joined AQAP in Yemen. Al-Qaeda was back with a vengeance in Yemen. A National Counterterrorism Center report released in early 2009 concluded, the security situation in Yemen deteriorated significantly over the past year as al-Qaeda in Yemen increased its attacks against Western and Yemeni government institutions. For much of the first year of the Obama presidency, Yemen was seldom mentioned publicly outside of a small circle of national security officials and journalists. Instead, the administration focused on its escalation of the war in Afghanistan and a drawdown of the U.S. troop presence in Iraq. The covert counterterrorism approach for much of the first year of the Obama presidency was dominated by ratcheting up the CIA's drone bombing campaign in Pakistan, coupled with occasional covert action from JSOC. The president repeatedly said the focus of the U.S. war against al-Qaeda was centered in the tribal areas straddling the Afghan-Pakistan border. I don't think there's any doubt any longer that there has been a developing syndicate of terror, and those tentacles reach far and wide, Obama's new Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, said in one of her first major appearances in front of the Senate. Yes, they do reach to Somalia, to Yemen, to the Maghreb, etc. But they are focused and grounded in the border area between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Obama's senior national security officials, though, knew early on that the harder they hit in Pakistan, the more likely it was for al-Qaeda to find havens elsewhere. When Admiral Dennis Blair, Obama's newly appointed Director of National Intelligence, testified before the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence on February 25, 2009, he asserted that al-Qaeda's headquarters were in the tribal areas of Pakistan but added, "We are concerned about their ability to move around. It's kind of like toothpaste in a tube." Blair said, of particular concern are the expanding al-Qaeda networks in North Africa and the emerging and intensifying al-Qaeda presence in Yemen. Yemen, he said, is re-emerging as a jihadist battleground, adding bluntly, "We are concerned about the potential for homegrown American extremists, inspired by al-Qaeda's militant ideology, to plan attacks inside the United States." Obama's newly appointed CIA director echoed Blair's concerns. "This is a very persistent enemy that we're dealing with," Panetta told a group of journalists he invited to Langley for a roundtable discussion. "When they are attacked, they go and they find ways to regroup, they find ways to make their way to other areas. And, that's why I'm concerned about Somalia, that's why I'm concerned about Yemen, because of that kind of possibility. So I don't think we can stop just at the effort to try to disrupt them, I think it has to be a continuing effort because they aren't going to stop." He warned that Yemen and Somalia could become safe havens for al-Qaeda. During the presidential campaign, John McCain and other Republicans had attempted to portray Obama as ill-equipped to deal with the threat of international terrorism. But from the first days of his administration, the new president was, in fact, extremely focused on escalating the covert U.S. war against al-Qaeda and expanding it far beyond Bush-era levels, particularly in Yemen. 2 days after the election, when President-elect Obama received a global security briefing from Director of National Intelligence McConnell, he told Obama that, second to the al-Qaeda presence in the tribal areas of Pakistan, an immediate threat was al-Qaeda in Yemen. 2 weeks later, when Obama met with Admiral Mike Mullen, chair of the Joint Chiefs, Obama was told that despite substantial U.S. intelligence on the resurrection of al-Qaeda in Yemen, adequate plans did not exist for confronting it. Less than a year into Obama's presidency, a senior White House official publicly blamed the Bush administration for allowing al-Qaeda to regenerate in Yemen and Somalia, establishing new safe havens that have grown over a period of years. In the beginning of 2009, the Obama administration found itself in a challenging predicament with President Saleh. Obama had campaigned on a pledge to close Guantanamo and had signed an executive order mandating its closure. Almost half of the more than 200 prisoners at the camp when Obama took office were from Yemen. Given President Saleh's track record of prison breaks and false rehabilitation programs, the administration did not trust Saleh to handle the prisoners if they were repatriated. Although the Saudis had rehabilitated Shiri only to have him appear as a leader of AQAP, the White House favored transferring the Yemeni prisoners to Saudi custody. President Obama made John Brennan, his chief counterterrorism advisor, his point man on dealing with Yemen. Fluent in Arabic, Brennan had spent 25 years in the CIA, where he went from being an analyst and a spy to running the agency's operations in Saudi Arabia. In 1996, Brennan was station chief in Riyadh when the Khobar Towers were bombed and 19 U.S. military personnel were killed. Throughout most of the Bush years, he was at the epicenter of U.S. intelligence operations and eventually headed up the National Counterterrorism Center, tracking intel on terrorists worldwide. Brennan joined the Obama transition team after the election, helping coordinate the new administration's intelligence strategy. Obama had initially picked Brennan to be director of the CIA, but Brennan withdrew his name when it became clear that his past statements in support of enhanced interrogation techniques and extraordinary rendition of prisoners would make confirmation difficult. Instead, Brennan would serve as the Deputy National Security Advisor for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism, a position that did not require Senate confirmation. The position was made more powerful when Obama combined the portfolios of Homeland Security and National Security and authorized Brennan to have direct and immediate access to the president. In his role as Obama's Yemen point man, Brennan would find himself playing a dual role, negotiating access to Yemen's territory for special operations and CIA operations, along with training for Yemeni units, and dealing with the issue of the Guantanamo detainees. Predictably, Saleh would link the two at times, using the prisoners as bargaining chips. In February 2009, after reaching agreements with tribal leaders, Saleh released 176 of the men taken into custody over the years on suspicion of being linked to al-Qaeda. On March 15, in the southern historic fortified city of Shivam, 4 South Korean tourists were blown up as they posed for photographs near the UN World Heritage Site. The next day, Brennan and the National Security Council Director for Counterterrorism, John Duncan, met with Saleh in Sana'a to try to persuade the Yemeni president to allow the United States to send Yemeni prisoners to Saudi Arabia. Brennan, according to a subsequent U.S. diplomatic cable, was repeatedly rebuffed. Saleh demanded the prisoners be returned to Yemen and placed in a rehabilitation center that, Saleh suggested, should be funded by the United States and the Saudis. "We will offer the land in Aden, and you and the Saudis will provide the funding," Saleh told them, adding that he thought $11 million in aid money should be enough to construct the facility. Brennan suggested that Saleh had his hands full dealing with al-Qaeda and was too busy to run such a center. Saleh, according to the diplomatic cable, appeared alternately dismissive, bored, and impatient during the 40-minute meeting. At the meeting, Brennan delivered a letter from President Obama to Saleh. Yemen's official Saba news agency reported that the letter deal with cooperation between the two countries in security field and fighting terror, and praised Yemen's efforts in fighting terror and affirmed the United States' support to Yemen. A U.S. diplomatic cable said the letter only addressed the Guantanamo situation. Before leaving Sana'a, Brennan told Saleh's nephew, a senior counterterrorism official in Yemen, that he would report to President Obama his disappointment that was being inflexible in dealing with the Guantanamo issue. A few weeks after the meeting, Saleh told Newsweek, "We are not obedient soldiers of the United States. We don't say just okay to everything that they ask us." Colonel Patrick Lang first met Brennan when Brennan was assigned as a CIA analyst to Saudi Arabia. "I don't think's up to dealing with Saleh in terms of sheer craftiness and wiles," Lang told me at the time, adding, "The Yemenis know how to deal with us." While Brennan and other civilian officials haggled with Saleh over Guantanamo prisoners, the topic was far from the center of Washington's counterterrorism policy. The Obama administration became consumed with the Afghanistan war strategy and would spend the next several months frequently debating how many additional troops to send to Afghanistan and how to deal with al-Qaeda sanctuaries in Pakistan. The CENTCOM commander, General Petraeus, pushed hard for Obama to appoint General Stanley McChrystal to run the Afghan war, knowing that McChrystal shared his passion for kinetic action and clandestine operations. Petraeus, meanwhile, focused on plans for the United States to intensify its direct action inside Yemen and elsewhere in his area of control. In April, in front of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Petraeus outlined the posture of CENTCOM, speaking in sweeping terms that were very much in line with the Bush-era view of the world as a battlefield. Success against the extremist networks in the CENTCOM hour, whether in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, Lebanon, or elsewhere, requires all forces and means at our disposal employed in a strategic approach grounded in the principles of counterinsurgency, Petraeus declared. Our counter-terror efforts, which seek to dismantle the extremist networks and their leadership, often through the use of military force, are critical. That month, Petraeus approved a plan developed with the U.S. Embassy in Sana'a and the CIA and other intelligence agencies to expand U.S. military action inside Yemen. Part of the plan involved special ops training for Yemeni forces, but it would also involve unilateral strikes against AQAP. Petraeus complained about what he saw as the inability of the Yemeni government to secure and exercise control over all of its territory, which he said offers terrorist and insurgent groups in the region, particularly al-Qaeda, a safe haven in which to plan, organize, and support terrorist operations. Petraeus said bluntly, "It is important that this problem be addressed, and CENTCOM is working to do that." Although Petraeus paid lip service to the cooperation between the United States and Yemen, he was clear that the United States would strike in Yemen whenever it pleased. When he was CENTCOM commander, then he was in a position to start to apply this sacred doctrine to other places in the theater for which he was commander, and Yemen was one of those that was available, recalled Colonel Lang. "And it's very easy when you're sitting in your headquarters to entertain thoughts like that." Lang paused, then added, "Let it be done, you know, and it is done." At the time, in the summer of 2009, General McChrystal had left JSOC and was serving as the Director of Operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Although McChrystal would soon take over as commander of the Afghan war, he advised President Obama to transform the way JSOC was being used under the Bush administration and to utilize the unit more intimately in task forces run by combatant commanders rather than as a standalone force. Along with Petraeus, McChrystal pushed Obama to authorize the expansion of covert ops against al-Qaeda to a dozen countries throughout the Middle East, the Horn of Africa and Central Asia. The president gave the plan the green light. In the case of Yemen, that meant direct actions would fall under Petraeus's command and be carried out by JSOC's ninjas. On May 28, the CIA's deputy director, Stephen Capps, boarded a Yemeni Air Force helicopter in Sana'a and flew 120 miles south to the city of Taiz, where he was taken to one of President Saleh's private residences. Saleh greeted him in a white dress shirt and black pants. Saleh had a small cut over his left eye from an accident he'd had in his pool about a week earlier at his palace in Sana'a. The focus of the 40-minute meeting was operations against AQAP and intelligence sharing between Yemen and the United States, but first Saleh confirmed for CAPS that he had decided to support the transfer of some of the Yemeni Guantanamo prisoners to Saudi Arabia, a move he had told Brennan he would not make. CAPS thanked Saleh on behalf of President Obama, and then Saleh repeated his request for an $11 million rehab center of his own, adding that the Bush administration had assured him he would get it. The two then moved on to the central issue for CAPS, AQAP. CAPS told Saleh that the United States was concerned that al-Qaeda might try to assassinate Saleh. The Yemeni leader replied that he was also concerned about this possibility, adding that he had already broken up a plot to down one of his presidential planes on his recent trip to Aden. When CAPS told Saleh that the Obama administration was intent on destroying al-Qaeda worldwide, Saleh replied, "I hope this campaign continues and succeeds. We're doing the same here. Our position is unshakable." What stood out most to CAPS from the meeting was Saleh's decision to reverse himself and characterize AQAP as the most serious threat facing Yemen. CAPS and his entourage observed that Saleh's prime focus on AQAP versus the Houthis or the southern secessionists was almost certainly taken with his interlocutors in mind and meant to elicit the necessary level of political, economic, and military assistance to forestall Yemen's collapse, and the negative effects it would have on regional stability and security. During his meeting with CAPS, Saleh also pushed his line that the Houthis in the north were being backed by Iran and Hezbollah. Unbeknownst to CAPS, Saleh was laying the groundwork for another offensive in the north. The two men agreed that their intelligence cooperation was moving ahead smoothly and would only grow stronger. On June 1, 2009, Abdul Hakim Mujahid Muhammad, a U.S. citizen, carried out a drive-by shooting outside a U.S. military recruiting center in Little Rock, Arkansas. He killed Private William Long and wounded Private Quinton Isiaguila as they stood in front of the center. Born Carlos Bledsoe, Muhammad, a convert to Islam, had traveled in 2007 to Yemen, where he would marry and remain for a year and a half. While in Yemen, he was arrested by local authorities after he was stopped at a checkpoint carrying a fake Somali passport and weapons manuals as well as literature by Anwar al-Awlaki. Muhammad subsequently spent 4 months in prison, where his lawyer says he was tortured by Yemeni authorities and radicalized by other prisoners. "If you ever get out of this God-forsaken place, we'll hound you till the day you die," a visiting FBI agent told Muhammad during a visit with him in the Yemeni prison, according to his lawyer. Eventually, the U.S. government persuaded the Yemeni government to deport Muhammad to the United States. Once on U.S. soil, he was investigated by the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force but was not taken into custody. Muhammad told police officials who interrogated him that he was motivated by the U.S. wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. After the drive-by shooting in Arkansas, as Muhammad's lawyer prepared his defense, Muhammad sent a handwritten letter to the judge in the case, announcing his intent to plead guilty. Muhammad said the shooting was a jihadi attack on infidel forces, declared his allegiance to Wahashi and AQAP and proclaimed, "I wasn't insane or post-traumatic nor was I forced to do this act. Which I believe and it is justified according to Islamic laws and the Islamic religion jihad to fight those who wage war on Islam and Muslims." Whether Muhammad had actual ties to AQAP may never be known. His father suggested his son was brainwashed and might be trying to link himself to al-Qaeda because he believes it will lead to his execution and make him a martyr. Whether it was an AQAP attack or not would soon become irrelevant, though, as other deadly incidents contributed to a perception that the group was intent on striking in the United States. Shortly before the recruiting center shooting, former Vice President Dick Cheney launched a scathing public assault on President Obama's counterterrorism policies. In a speech before the neoconservative American Enterprise Institute, Cheney blasted Obama's formal halting of enhanced interrogation techniques and celebrated congressional defunding of Obama's attempt to transfer Guantanamo detainees to U.S. soil, a move that effectively blocked the closing of the prison. Cheney called Obama's counterterrorism policies, particularly the banning of torture, recklessness cloaked in righteousness, charging they would make the American people less safe. While Cheney attacked in public, behind the scenes the Obama administration was preparing to launch a far more expansive and sophisticated counterterrorism campaign than that waged by Cheney and his former boss, particularly when it came to Yemen, drawing on the controversial Bush doctrine that declared the world a battlefield. Obama doubled down on Bush policy, said Joshua Faust, who worked as a Yemen analyst for the Defense Intelligence Agency in the first half of the Obama administration. Shortly after he left the DIA, in early 2011, Faust told me that Obama's approach to Yemen was heavily militarized, heavily focused on directly neutralizing the threat, instead of kind of draining the swamp. From the start, the men who would be in charge of neutralizing the threat were, in fact, two of the major players in the Bush administration's war team. While General McChrystal coordinated the escalation in Afghanistan and Pakistan, General Petraeus would oversee the small wars in other areas of CENTCOM, particularly in Yemen, in coordination with McChrystal's successor at JSOC, Admiral McRaven. Under the task force structure, JSOC was designated as the lead force for covert action inside Yemen. For many JSOC operators, Yemen seemed more relevant to their skill set than Afghanistan, where Al-Qaeda had been largely wiped out or forced on the run. These guys are scalpels. They don't like being used as sledgehammers, the former aide to the Special Operations Commander told me. In Afghanistan they were used as sledgehammers, chasing down Taliban goat herders. In Yemen, they could be scalpels again, knocking off actual Al-Qaeda. He added that, Special Operations wants to own this shit like they did in Central America in the ADS. They don't want Jamba Juice, coin, and nation building. Following Caps's visit with Saleh in May, as part of the coordinated CIA military JSOC State Department plan on Yemen, Hillary Clinton authorized the U.S. ambassador in Yemen, Stephen Sitch, to negotiate with Saleh for the United States to be able to fly drones and U.S. helicopters over Yemen's territorial waters at will. Sitch was directly told not to put anything on paper and to discuss the proposal only in person. The official reason Sitch was to give Saleh for the flyover rights was that CENTCOM needed access for its drones to interdict the smuggling of weapons into Gaza. Among Sitch's talking points with Saleh was U.S. intelligence purportedly showing that a significant volume of arms shipments to Hamas make the short 24-hour transit across the Red Sea from Yemen to Sudan. Another was that the United States had discovered that a weapons smuggling network originating in Yemen is supplying weapons to individuals in Africa who are delivering them to various entities there, potentially including Al-Qaeda-associated terrorist groups. Yemen's cooperation with the drones and helicopters would greatly enhance CENTCOM's ability to gain the intelligence required to identify and track the shipments. Although part of the U.S. intent in brokering this agreement may well have been to track weapons smuggling, its timing suggests it was a cover story. General Petraeus flew to Yemen on July 26, 2009, to continue laying the groundwork for the joint CIA military plan to escalate targeting of AQAP. The general brought a gift for Saleh: official confirmation that Obama was increasing military aid to Yemen. In return, Petraeus pressed Saleh to go directly after Al-Qaeda. For both Saleh and the United States, it was important that Yemen appear to be fighting AQAP on its own and to conceal the extent of U.S. involvement, which was expanding by the day. A week after the meeting with Petraeus, Saleh deployed his nephew, Amir Muhammad Abdullah Saleh, a senior commander of the National Security Bureau, to Marib, a hotbed of Al-Qaeda activity. Amir's mission was to take down a suspected Al-Qaeda cell in an operation intended to show Washington that Saleh was serious. It was a disaster. Despite Amir's negotiations with local tribal leaders on the terms of the assault, the Yemeni counter-terrorism units botched it. Instead of shelling the Al-Qaeda safe house, they hit a tribal compound, sparking a gun battle in which tribal fighters actually joined with AQAP in attacking the government forces. A military supply truck got lost and was captured by Al-Qaeda operatives. In the end, Saleh's forces lost 5 tanks and several troops, and 7 of their soldiers were taken prisoner. AQAP quickly capitalized on the debacle, naming it the Battle of Marib and posting a video online that featured the captured soldiers. Although the operation was a colossal failure, it was also useful for the United States and Saleh because it was a very public show that the Yemeni government was fighting AQAP, thus helping to cloak U.S. actions in Yemen. On August 10, in a town hall meeting with U.S. troops, Admiral Mullen was asked what regions we as the military can expect to focus on in the coming not year, 2 years, but 5 years and 10 years. Mullen responded that what he had watched Al-Qaeda do in the last 5 or 6 years is feed rate, adding, "I worry about safe havens being created in Yemen and Somalia, for example." Not unlike what they had in Afghanistan when this started in 2001. He also mentioned North Africa, the Philippines, and Indonesia. "It is a growing network over time," Mullen said. The Obama administration expanded the number of U.S. Special Operations Forces trainers in Yemen. "They got free training from the elite of the U.S. military, the best of the best," the former aide to a Special Operations commander told me. "The advise and assist guys, mostly led by DevGru. Their job is to teach you how to blow shit up and fly choppers and do night raids, and they are very good at it." While the training expanded, so too did unilateral, covert, lethal operations by JSOC. Suicide or martyrdom. Yemen, 2009. As President Obama was settling into the Oval Office, Anwar al-Awlaki was busy building up his website and spreading his message. He posted an essay on his blog titled "Suicide or Martyrdom." Although cloaked in the language of a debate about whether suicide is a mortal sin in Islam, it ultimately was a defense of suicide bombing. Today the world turns upside down when one Muslim performs a martyrdom operation. Can you imagine what would happen if that is done by 700 Muslims on the same day? Al-Awlaki wrote, "Brothers and sisters, whether you agree or not with martyrdom operations, let's leave our differences behind us, and let us support our Muslim brothers who are in the front lines. Just like we disagree on many other issues, we should not let our disagreements stand in the way of our solidarity in the face of our adversaries." The post received more than 300 comments, many of them praising Al-Awlaki. A few weeks before he published that essay, Al-Awlaki had posted links to one of his most popular treatises, 44 Ways to Support Jihad. In February, Al-Awlaki posted links for free downloads of many of his most popular lectures. With each new blog entry, Al-Awlaki was thumbing his nose at the U.S. authorities who had tried to silence him and bury him away in a Yemeni dungeon. Now, here was Al-Awlaki, operating online in full view, encouraging Muslims to fight against the disbelievers and labeling the United States and its allies a scourge and the greatest terrorists of all. In March 2009, Al-Awlaki addressed a religious conference in Pakistan via internet stream. "I'm speaking to you from Yemen at the moment, and there are some similarities between Yemen and Pakistan, so when speaking about one, it is like speaking about the other," Al-Awlaki, his voice tinged with the effects of digitization, told the gathering. "Both countries are important U.S. partners in the war on terror. Both countries have lost their sovereignty to the U.S. by having drones strike within their territory. Both have been used as supply stations for America's war against Muslims. And both countries are ruled by crooks." Al-Awlaki said he wanted to talk straight to his audience because sugarcoating is not going to do anyone any benefit. "So, if we want to change our situation, we really need to sit down and think about it and decide what the illness is, what the symptoms are, and how to cure it." During his speech, he called on all able-bodied Muslims to join the jihad against the United States in Afghanistan, Iraq, and elsewhere, and he encouraged those who could not fight to donate money to the causes. "We're following the tails of cows, and we have left jihad in the path of Allah. And that's why we are being humiliated now. And this humiliation will not be lifted," he said. "The United States and its allies depend on might, their powerful aircrafts, their carriers in the ocean, their soldiers with their high-tech weaponry and their advanced missiles. This is might. So how can we restrain their might? Is it through negotiations? Is it through giving up? Is it through surrendering? Is it through bending backwards for them? Al-Aki asked rhetorically. Brothers and sisters, if we are not going to fight today, then when will we fight? Muslim land is occupied, oppression is widespread, the laws of Quran are neglected, what other time is better for jihad than today? Nasser al-Aki was growing concerned about his son. Everything the elder al-Aki was hearing from his friends and colleagues in the Yemeni government was ominous. Senior intelligence officials were warning him that the Americans intended to kill Anwar. They spoke of drones taking him out in the hinterlands of Shabwa, where Anwar was living. The Yemeni president personally called Nasser and begged him to persuade Anwar to return to Sana'a. At that time, when the president was calling me, and telling me to bring my son, there was a directive from the Minister of Interior and the security people to capture him, Nasser told me. And the governor of Shabwa called me and said, look, we have an order from the Ministry of Interior, and the security people to capture your son. This was no surprise to Anwar. In his family's village in Shabwa, Anwar was living in his grandfather's 4-story mud house, recording sermons and writing his blog. Soon after he arrived, Yemeni security forces began regularly positioning their vehicles and weapons at the wadi that ran along the front of the house. Anwar told his father that they would point their automatic weapons at the house, trying to intimidate him. Look, my son, I don't want you to be harassed because you either will kill somebody, or somebody will kill you, Nasser told Anwar in a phone call. So please keep calm. No matter what they do, please be calm. Nasser feared that if the Yemeni forces tried to seize Anwar, a firefight could break out between the Al-Ak tribe and Yemeni security forces. In May 2009, at the behest of the Yemeni president, Nasser and his wife traveled to Shabwa to meet with Anwar and ask him to return to Sana'a with them. This is what the president wants, Nasser told his son. He's under pressure from the Americans. They discussed the order for Anwar's arrest. You are my father, Anwar told Nasser. How can you bring me to Sana'a when these people want to put me in prison? How can you be assured, father, that the Americans will not do something against me? Nasser told his son that he could not provide him with any guarantees, but he believed it was Anwar's safest move. Anwar would not budge. I will not allow the Americans to tell me which direction to position my bed, Anwar said. It was a heated discussion, Nasser later told me. And that was unfortunate, for me, because it was last time I talked to him, and we were not on very good terms at that time. Saleh bin Farid also spoke to Anwar and concluded that his nephew wasn't doing any harm in rural Shabwa. If anything, he thought Anwar would get into less trouble there. Bin Farid called Yemen's intelligence chief, General Ghalib al-Kamish. You and the Americans, I think, are wrong, he told the general. Anwar sits there, in a village of 1,000 or 2,000 people. If you think he is dangerous, and he comes to Sana'a, he will be meeting 2 million people. It's better to leave him there. Kamish sighed. It's not what the Americans want. Why the Americans were so obsessed with Anwar was not clear to bin Farid. How could a preacher in rural Yemen pose a threat to the most powerful nation on earth? He wondered. Anwar didn't care what the Americans wanted. When his parents returned to Sana'a, Anwar began plotting his next move. As he saw it, his family had acted as intermediaries for the Yemeni government, which wanted Anwar arrested. The Americans were calling the shots. They knew where he was and their drones could find him. He had no choice, surrender or go underground. His wife and children would be left in Sana'a under the care of his parents. Anwar was being pushed, and eventually he sought the comradeship and protection of other outlaws being hunted in Yemen. What am I accused of? That I call to the truth? That I call to jihad for the sake of Allah, and in defense of the Islamic nation's causes. Al-Aki asserted. The same goes for the Americans. I have no intention of turning myself into them. If they want me, let them search for me. Nidal Hassan, the U.S. Army psychiatrist, kept writing to Anwar al-Aki, even though his emails were receiving no responses. He posed questions to Al-Awlaki about theology and about Hamas's fight against the Israeli government, asking, among other things, is it permissible to fire unguided rockets into Israel? After a few lengthy emails, Hassan shifted gears and started asking Al-Awlaki how he could donate money to his causes. He suggested that Al-Awlaki give an address where money orders or checks could be sent, rather than using online services. This can assure privacy for some who are concerned, Hassan wrote. That same day, Hassan wrote Al-Awlaki again. Inshallah, a $5,000 scholarship prize is being awarded for the best essay/piece entitled Why is Anwar al-Awlaki a Great Activist and Leader? We would be honored if you would award the prize. Hassan added a PS, we met briefly a very long time ago when you were the Imam at Dar al-Hijra. I doubt if you remember me. In any case, I have since graduated medical school and finished residency training. Al-Awlaki finally replied. I pray this message reaches you at the best state of Iman, he wrote Hassan. Jazakumullahu khairan for thinking good of me. I don't travel, so I won't be able to physically award the prize, and I am too embarrassed for a lack of the better word to award it anyway. May Allah assist you in your efforts. Al-Awlaki gave no indication that he remembered Hassan at all. Hassan wrote back, once again offering money to Al-Awlaki and adding a postscript saying he was looking for a wife that is willing to strive with me to please Allah. I will strongly consider a recommendation coming from you. Al-Awlaki replied, thanks for the offer for help. Well, it is needed, but I just don't know how to do it. There are poor people, orphans, widows, dawah projects, and the list goes on. So if you have any ideas on how to get help across and in accordance to law in a climate that is strict to start with, please let me know. Tell more about yourself. I will keep an eye for a sister. Sent on February 22, 2009, that was the last email Al-Awlaki is known to have sent to Hassan. Over the next several months, Hassan continued to email Al-Awlaki. I know you're busy. Please keep me in your Rolodex in case you find me useful, and feel free to call me collect, Hassan wrote. From there on out, the communications were a one-way road. The tone of Hassan's emails became like that of a patient in therapy attempting to work through difficult life decisions. In one email, sent in May 2009, Hassan pontificated on the morality of suicide bombings and raised the issue of collateral damage, where a decision is made to allow the killing of innocents for a valuable target. The Quran states to fight your enemies as they fight you, but don't transgress. So, I would assume that suicide bomber whose aim is to kill enemy soldiers or their helpers but also kill innocents in the process is acceptable. Furthermore, if enemy soldiers are using other tactics that are unethical/unconscionable, then those same tactics may be used. Hassan ended his note by telling Al-Awlaki, we miss hearing from you. Al-Awlaki's blog had become far less active than it had been throughout 2008. With the US and Yemeni governments breathing down his neck, he had more pressing issues to deal with. Al-Awlaki began moving throughout his family's tribal areas, while keeping a low profile. When he could get access to an internet connection, he would post an essay or two. As Al-Awlaki began preparing for a life underground, the Obama administration was ratcheting up the pressure on the Yemeni government to hunt down al-Qaeda-linked militants in the country. On August 1, 2009, Al-Awlaki posted an analysis of battles between the Yemeni government and the Mujahideen in Marib, writing, the first face-to-face fight between the army and the Mujahideen ended in a resounding victory for the Mujahideen. May Allah bless them with further victories. The army pulled out after asking for a truce from the Mujahideen. Al-Awlaki concluded, may this be the beginning of the greatest jihad, the jihad of the Arabian Peninsula that would free the heart of the Islamic world from the tyrants who are deceiving the Ummah and standing between us and victory. For Al-Awlaki, the jihad he had advocated in speeches over the years was becoming a reality. As he saw it, a war was now beginning in Yemen, and he would need to decide if the blog was mightier than the sword. On October 7, Al-Awlaki popped up again with an essay titled Could Yemen Be the Next Surprise of the Season? He wrote, The American people gave G.W. Bush unanimous backing to fight against the Mujahideen and gave him a blank check to spend as much as needed to fulfill that objective. The result? He failed, and he failed miserably. So if America failed to defeat the Mujahideen when it gave its president unlimited support, how can it win with Obama, who is on a short leash? If America failed to win when it was at its pinnacle of economic strength, how can it win today with a recession, if not a depression, at hand? The simple answer is, America cannot and will not win. The tables have turned and there is no rolling back of the worldwide jihad movement. The ideas of jihad are proliferating around the world, the Mujahideen movements are gaining strength and the battlefields are expanding, with the Mujahideen introducing new fronts. The jihad of this era started in Palestine, followed by Afghanistan, then Chechnya, then Iraq, then Somalia, then the Maghreb, and the new front might very well turn out to be Yemen. And when this new front of jihad starts in Yemen, it might become the single most important front of jihad in the world. The Arabian Peninsula has always been a land of Mujahideen, even though there has been no fighting occurring on its soil. In Afghanistan, Bosnia, Chechnya, and Iraq, the participation of Mujahideen from the Arabian Peninsula represented the largest block of foreign Mujahideen. When jihad starts in the Arabian Peninsula, jihad would be coming back to its home. The Arabian Peninsula is home to Mecca and Medina. To free the holy places from the rule of apostasy and tyranny is to free the heart of Islam. America and its allies in the area are plotting against the Mujahideen, nevertheless their growth increases by the day. May Allah grant the true believers victory and grant them steadfastness on His path. By accident or design, Anwar al-Awlaki found himself on the run just as Al-Qaeda in Yemen was growing into a real force with its core in Shabwa and Abiyan, the Awlak tribal areas. Fad al-Quso, who was still being hunted by the United States for his role in the 2000 USS Cole bombing, was a member of al-Awlaki's tribe, as were several other key figures in Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. Many Yemenis had fought the jihad elsewhere in the world, as al-Awlaki pointed out, but now Yemen would see the rise of an Al-Qaeda affiliate within its own borders. If we go back to 2001 or 2002, Al-Qaeda was not more than 10 or 20 individuals in Yemen, and it was not an organization. Journalist Abdul Razak al-Jamal, an independent Yemeni reporter who interviewed many of the founding members of AQAP, told me. It had no structure until 2009. As AQAP formed, al-Awlaki believed it was his obligation to support his brother jihadists in their struggle against the Yemeni regime and what he believed would be a coming American war against them. I lived in the US for 21 years. America was my home, al-Awlaki later recalled. I was a preacher of Islam, involved in nonviolent Islamic activism. However, with the American invasion of Iraq, and continued US aggression against Muslims, I could not reconcile between living in the US and being a Muslim, and I came to the conclusion that jihad against America is binding upon myself just as it is binding on every other able Muslim. Al-Awlaki had long been viewed as a nuisance by the US government, and the US counter-terrorism community wanted him silenced. But as AQAP rose in Yemen, the perception was that al-Awlaki was becoming an increasingly active threat. The events of the last 2 months of 2009 would seal al-Awlaki's fate. Al-Awlaki's own words also crossed a line during this time, as he lent his powerful endorsement to specific acts of terrorism on US targets. Less than a year into President Obama's term, Yemen would be catapulted to the top of the list of trouble spots on the US counter-terrorism radar, and al-Awlaki would become an epic figure, with senior US officials eventually comparing him to Osama bin Laden and labeling him one of the greatest terrorist threats facing the country. Obama embraces JSOC. Somalia, early 2009. For the first year of the Obama presidency, much of the administration's foreign policy attention was directed at Afghanistan and the president's pledge to escalate the war there. Despite estimates that there were fewer than 100 al-Qaeda operatives remaining in the country, Obama was weighing a dramatic increase in the number of U.S. troops he would deploy to Afghanistan, to continue an intervention Obama had characterized as the right war during his presidential campaign. But while Afghanistan was the administration's top international concern, the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula were experiencing a dramatic uptick in al-Qaeda mobilizations. With the Islamic Courts Union in Somalia decimated, al-Shabaab had become the dominant armed group in Somalia and was in control of substantial territory in Mogadishu and elsewhere. The United States and its African Union proxies were supporting a weak transitional government headed by Sheikh Sharif, the former chair of the ICU. In May 2009, fighting in the capital between Sharif's government and al-Shabaab, linked groups became so intense that the United Nations accused al-Shabaab of trying to seize power by force in a coup attempt. Around that time, al-Shabaab released two highly produced videos featuring a young bearded American named Omar Hamami. The former University of South Alabama student declared himself a member of al-Shabaab and called on other Western Muslims to join him on the battlefield of Somalia. Hamami, whose name comes from his father, a Syrian immigrant, grew up as an average American in the South, playing soccer and chasing girls. In high school, he converted from Christianity to Islam. He eventually dropped out of college, married a Somali woman and had a child. Hamami had begun a process of radicalization and was speaking of wanting to fight jihad and frequenting Islamic web forums. In 2006, he visited Egypt, where he met Daniel Maldonado, another U.S. citizen, whom he knew from online chat rooms. Maldonado persuaded Hamami to travel to Somalia to witness the Islamic Revolution firsthand. So he headed there, initially staying with his Somali wife's grandmother in Mogadishu. By December, the two men had hooked up with al-Shabaab on the eve of the Ethiopian invasion. "I made it my goal to find those guys should I make it to Somalia," Hamami asserted, saying that he signed up for training. Maldonado was eventually captured by a multinational counter-terrorism team along the Kenya-Somalia border. He was extradited to the United States and indicted on federal terror-related charges in early 2007. But Hamami evaded capture and remained among the ranks of al-Shabaab. According to U.S. counter-terrorism officials, he caught the eye of al-Qaeda leaders Fazul and Nabhan, who viewed him as a potential asset because of his American citizenship. In late 2007, a year after he first arrived in Somalia, Hamami appeared on Al Jazeera with a keffiyeh covering much of his face, explaining why he had joined al-Shabaab. "Oh, Muslims of America, take into consideration the situation in Somalia," he declared, using the nom de guerre Abu Mansur al-Amriki, or the American. "After 15 years of chaos and oppressive rule by the American-backed warlords, your brothers stood up and established peace and justice in this land." Hamami would become al-Shabaab's most prominent online recruiter for young, Western Muslims. He grew closer to Nabhan and Fazul and eventually became one of al-Shabaab's key foreign operatives. By that point, Somali officials estimated that more than 450 foreign fighters had come into Somalia to join al-Shabaab in its struggle. "The only reason we are staying here, away from our families, away from the cities, away from ice, candy bars, all these other things, is because we're waiting to meet with the enemy," Hamami said, in the first video al-Shabaab released about him, as he sat dressed in camouflage and wearing a keffiyeh on his head in a tree-lined area. "If you can encourage more of your children, and more of your neighbors, and anyone around you to send people, to this jihad, it would be a great asset for us." In Hamami's video, another English speaker, this one masked and wielding an AK-47, calls on other Western youth to join al-Shabaab, saying, "We're calling all the brothers overseas, all the Shabaab, wherever they are, to come and live the life of the Mujahid. They will see with their own eyes, and they will love it." In other videos, Hamami is seen with key al-Shabaab leaders reviewing maps and helping to plan operations. In 2008, another U.S. citizen, Shirway Ahmed, blew himself up in a suicide attack in northern Somalia, making him the first known American suicide bomber to hit in Somalia. He wouldn't be the last. The increasing number of cases in which American Muslims traveled to the Horn of Africa to join al-Shabaab ranked high among the Somalia threat assessments awaiting Barack Obama after he won election in November 2008. Obama had said little about Somalia on the campaign trail, though he did refer obliquely to the growing national security imperative in Africa. There would, he said, be situations that require the United States to work with its partners in Africa to fight terrorism with lethal force. By the time President Obama took office, Somalia was becoming a mounting concern in the U.S. counterterrorism community. When the Islamic courts took power in 2006, Al-Shabaab was a little-known militia on the outskirts of the movement with little clan power. Its foreign fighters, particularly Fazul and Nabhan, were dangerous people with a proven ability to plan and implement large-scale attacks. But they were not in a position to conquer Somalia or hold substantial territory. Now, though, thanks in large part to a backlash against U.S. policy, Al-Shabaab's ranks were growing and its territory expanding. Sheikh Sharif officially assumed the presidency in Somalia the same month Obama was sworn in, but Sharif could barely lay claim to being the mayor of Mogadishu. He loosely governed a small slice of territory in the capital with the authority of a city council member surrounded by far more powerful enemies who wanted to kill him. The idea that Somalia is just a failed state somewhere over there, where people are fighting with one another over heaven knows what, is a construct that we adopt at our peril, declared Hillary Clinton during her Senate confirmation hearing to become Secretary of State. The internal conflict within the groups in Somalia is just as intense as it's ever been, only now we have the added ingredient of Al-Qaeda and terrorists who are looking to take advantage of the chaos. The Obama administration increased funding and arms shipments to the African Union mission in Somalia, the peacekeeping force known as AMISOM. The Ugandan military, supported by Burundi, effectively took over where the Ethiopians had left off and began expanding its military base adjacent to Mogadishu's international airport. By this point, Al-Shabaab had the Somali government and the African Union forces surrounded at the airport and in the Green Zone, like Somali government complex known as Villa Somalia. Al-Shabaab forces were better paid than the Somali army and were far more willing to die than the AMISOM peacekeeping troops, who had no personal stake in the conflict. In February 2009, Al-Shabaab operatives carried out double suicide attacks, killing 11 Burundian troops. AMISOM commanders found their base under constant mortar attack and acknowledged the bombardment was reaching an unprecedented level. A retaliatory attack aimed at Al-Shabaab sparked an exchange of fire that resulted in 15 deaths in Mogadishu, and more than 60 others wounded, many of them from a stray mortar that slammed into a civilian area. The New York Times called the fighting the heaviest of its kind since Ethiopian troops withdrew from Somalia. A few months into Obama's presidency, top officials had begun to debate military strikes against Al-Shabaab camps, despite the absence of a concrete threat outside of Somalia. The Washington Post reported a divide between officials critical of a perceived failure to act and reticent civilian officials heavily influenced by the disastrous Bush policies of the previous few years. The Obama administration was walking slowly, and for the players with continuity, the frustration continues to grow, one official said. There is increasing concern about what terrorists operating in Somalia might do, a U.S. counterterrorism official told the Post. By that point, the FBI had already been investigating at least 20 cases of young Somali Americans leaving the United States to join the Somali insurgency. While Al-Shabaab continued to broaden its authority, the first major crisis Obama directly confronted in Somalia did not come from the Islamist group, but rather from a totally different threat increasingly making its presence felt around the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula: pirates. It was this confrontation with pirates, rather than Al-Qaeda, that would cement the growing affinity President Obama had for JSOC. The piracy industry had developed in Somalia following the fall of Siad Barre's regime in 1991. During the 6 months that the ICU ruled Somalia, it cracked down substantially on hijackings. Following the Ethiopian invasion, the pirates reclaimed the high seas around Somalia. Although the pirates were often condemned as terrorists and criminals, there was a seldom mentioned context to their actions. International corporations and nation-states had taken advantage of the permanent state of instability in Somalia, treating the Somali coast as their private, for-profit fishery, while others polluted it with illegal waste dumping. Initially, piracy was at times a response to these actions, and some pirates viewed themselves as a sort of Somali coast guard, taxing ships that sought to profit from what was once the realm of Somali fishermen. Those aims were eventually sidelined as the pirates realized they could make huge sums of money by hijacking ships, taking hostages, and negotiating large ransoms. Piracy was big business in Somalia. In some cases, the hostages went unharmed, ransoms were paid, and everyone moved on. On rare occasions, hostages were killed or, more frequently, died of disease or neglect. The hijacking on April 8, 2009, was a day Somali pirates hit the wrong ship. On that day, the Maersk Alabama, a US-flagged cargo ship, was making its way through the Indian Ocean to Mombasa, passing along the Somali coast, when it was approached by a small vessel carrying 4 armed pirates. The crew on board the Alabama had received counter-piracy training, and it did everything it was supposed to do. Crew members shot off flares and began moving people on board the ship into a secured safe room. The crew maneuvered the Alabama's rudders in an attempt to throw the much smaller ship off course, then shut down the ship's power and incapacitated its engines. But the young Somalis in the small boat were experienced pirates. In fact, the ship they were using in the attack on the Alabama was launched from the FV Winfar 161, a Taiwanese vessel they had just seized. After some struggle with the Alabama crew's counter-piracy maneuvers, the 4 Somali pirates managed to board the Alabama. They had no idea that the ship they were hijacking belonged to a major U.S. Defense Department contractor, or that this operation would be any different from others they had carried out. When the White House learned that a US-flagged vessel had been seized and that the ship's captain and other members of the 20-man crew were Americans, the hijacking became a major priority. President Obama was swiftly briefed on the crisis. It was the first registered, US-flagged vessel to be hijacked since the early 1800s. Hours after the hijacking, Obama authorized the deployment of a destroyer, the USS Bainbridge, to respond. By the time the Bainbridge reached the scene, on April 9, the Alabama's captain, Richard Phillips, had been taken hostage by the pirates and was in a smaller, encapsulated lifeboat en route to the Somali mainland. One of the pirates had sustained an injury during the hijacking and was ultimately captured by U.S. Navy forces. The other 3 pirates had abandoned the Alabama and were attempting to flee with the only negotiating chip they had left, Captain Phillips. As the standoff continued, President Obama and his national security team worked around the clock with U.S. military commanders to run through various scenarios of how to resolve the crisis and free Phillips unharmed. 2 other ships, the guided missile frigate USS Halliburton and the amphibious assault ship, USS Boxer, were deployed to the scene. 2 days after Phillips was captured, President Obama received 2 national security briefings on the situation. Defense Secretary Gates said that U.S. commanders twice requested the authority to use lethal force, which Obama granted virtually immediately. The first authorization was issued at 8 p.m. on April 10, after U.S. Navy personnel watched a day earlier from the Bainbridge as Captain Phillips tried to escape his captors before being quickly retaken. In response, the pirates threw into the ocean the only communications devices they had on the lifeboat, fearing they were being used to conduct surveillance or to communicate secretly with Phillips. That left the U.S. naval forces with only eyes on the ship and the White House fearing that a U.S. citizen would die very publicly at the hands of pirates only 3 months into Obama's presidency. On April 11, at 9:20 a.m., President Obama granted a second authorization to use lethal force to an additional set of U.S. forces. It was the seizing of the Alabama that would very directly introduce President Obama to JSOC and its capabilities. It was the first time I know of that Obama, himself, had sort of a direct encounter or experience with these units, in a sense, came to grips with the reality of his own power, as chief executive, recalled Mark M. Binder, a journalist with very close ties to the Obama administration's national security team. The president authorized JSOC personnel in the United States to deploy to the Horn of Africa immediately. Obama was also briefed on the presence of a SEAL Team 6 unit based at Manda Bay, Kenya, that could make it to the Bainbridge in 45 minutes. Those men, the president was told, were the best snipers available in the U.S. military. If it comes down to putting sharpshooters up on the deck of an aircraft, and making sure that first shot doesn't miss, who do you want to do it? Asked General Hugh Shelton, the former chair of the Joint Chiefs and an ex-commander of the Special Operations Command. Referring to Team 6, he told me, they're deadly accurate. With the SEAL snipers in place, the commanders on board the ship asked for authorization to neutralize the pirates. Within the administration, there was a little bit of debate, recalled Binder. Obama, the National Security Council and lawyers, they wanted to do this, because it was the first instance, the first time really, where they were creating an op from top to bottom, so they wanted to do it very carefully. They wrote very clear, careful, rules of engagement. On April 12, believing that the pirates intended to kill Phillips, the JSOC commander aboard the Bainbridge was patched into the White House Situation Room, directly to President Obama. The president is essentially asking the commander a series of questions, said Binder. Are these conditions satisfied? Is there any way to do this, save this guy without causing undue harm to U.S. troops? Do you have a clear shot? Is there any chance of other collateral casualties or damage? No, sir. And then the commander asked, do I have your permission to execute? And the president says, yes, you do. The commander gives his order. Pop. 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 3 shots, fired almost at the exact same moment by 3 different snipers. 3 dead Somali pirates. Captain Richard Phillips was rescued and returned to the United States with much fanfare. President Obama won praise from across the political spectrum for his leadership in taking down the pirates and bringing an end to the hostage situation without losing a single U.S. life and with just 3 bullets fired. Behind the scenes, it was a powerful lesson for President Obama about the clandestine force that President Bush once praised as awesome JSOC. In thanking the teams that worked on the Maersk, Alabama operation, President Obama for the first time publicly used the name of Admiral William McRaven, JSOC's commander, who oversaw the operation. Great job, Obama told McRaven when he called him after the operation. The Somali pirates are dead, the captain is rescued, and Obama, I think, really tangibly, physically gets it that he has this power as the president, recalled Binder. Deploying special ops forces in Afghanistan or Pakistan was one thing, but to use them in a truly unconventional, unanticipated operation brought the capability of this force home. After the takedown of the pirates, Admiral McRaven became a much more frequent guest of the president and, just as under President Bush, the troops from JSOC became Obama's prized ninjas. After the Alabama operation, the president personally invited the leaders of the Special Operations Forces to the White House, and asked them to have an integral role in policy, recalled a special ops source who worked on Horn of Africa policy at the time. Obama asked for their professional military advice in how best to carry out these operations. That was absolutely unheard of in the previous administration, in that they would dictate what the policy was and they would tell the Pentagon, and the Pentagon would ensure that the subordinate commands would carry that out. Obama, he said, embraced the special ops leaders, particularly Admiral McRaven. His time at the White House in the early stages of the global war on terror taught him how to anticipate policymakers' needs and desires, so JSOC was always ahead of the curve. They always had the perfect policy prescription for the White House, he added. JSOC knew what they were gonna be asked to do before they were asked. That's key. This is why McRaven is a pivotal figure. He bridges those worlds. While Afghanistan and Pakistan would be the primary front lines of JSOC's wars, the situations in Yemen and Somalia were demanding significant attention from Obama's counterterrorism team. Much of the foreign policy energy would be publicly focused on Afghanistan, but in the dark, both Al-Shabaab and JSOC were expanding their targeted killing operations, quietly transforming Somalia into one of the premier battlegrounds for asymmetric warfare. In June 2009, an al-Shabaab suicide bomber carried out a bold attack on a hotel near the Ethiopian border, killing Somalia's security minister and more than a dozen others, including a former Somali ambassador. That same week, insurgents killed Mogadishu's police chief in a gun battle. By July 2009, al-Shabaab had advanced so far into Mogadishu that its forces came within a few hundred yards of Villa Somalia, threatening to overrun the Mogadishu Green Zone, which housed Sheikh Sharif's government. The attack was repelled only when the US-backed African Union intervened. Officials from Somalia's fragile government were besieged and scared. The government is weakened by the rebel forces, Sheikh Aden Mohammed Nur, the Speaker of the Parliament declared after the police chief was killed. We ask neighboring countries including Kenya, Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Yemen to send troops to Somalia within 24 hours. That would not happen. That summer, the United States announced a shipment of 40 tons of weapons to Somalia's government forces. In August, Secretary Clinton held a press conference in Nairobi with Sheikh Sharif. Putting an exclamation point on the Somali president's extraordinary journey from the head of the Islamic courts, deposed by the United States only to return as the US-backed leader of choice, Clinton called Sharif the best hope we've had in quite some time. But the US priority was not Sharif's government. It was the hunt. We have presented President Obama with a number of actions and initiatives against Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups, said John Brennan, Obama's counterterrorism advisor. Not only has he approved these operations, he has encouraged us to be even more aggressive, even more proactive, even more innovative, to seek out new ways and new opportunities for taking down these terrorists. Most prominent in Obama's scope, Brennan said, were those who attacked our embassies in Africa 11 years ago, and our homeland 8 years ago. In the summer of 2009, Somalis began seeing clusters of large naval ships appear off the Mogadishu coast. They were part of a US battle group and they were there with a purpose. Let JSOC off the leash. Saudi Arabia, Washington, D.C., and Yemen, late 2009. In late August 2009, Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Nayef received a phone call from one of the kingdom's most wanted men, Al-Qaeda operative Abdullah Hassan Talai al-Asiri. Prince bin Nayef was the son of the powerful Saudi Interior Minister, Prince Nayef bin Abdelaziz, third in line to the throne. In addition to serving as his father's deputy, bin Nayef was also Saudi Arabia's head of counterterrorism. As part of his official duties, bin Nayef encouraged Al-Qaeda fighters to turn themselves in through the kingdom's terrorist rehabilitation program. Asiri, who was placed on the Saudis' 85 most wanted persons list in February 2009, had fled the kingdom and was living in neighboring Yemen. If Asiri was calling the prince to turn himself in, it would be an unthinkable coup for the Saudis. Asiri was reportedly recruited to join Al-Qaeda by his brother, Ibrahim Hassan al-Asiri, whom Saudi and US intelligence alleged was the chief bomb maker for AQAP. "I need to meet you to tell you the whole story," Asiri told Prince bin Nayef. "If you come, I will sit with you," the prince replied. Asiri told the prince that he would meet with him in person if Prince bin Nayef sent a private jet to pick him up in a Saudi town just across the border with Yemen and bring him to bin Nayef's palace. The prince agreed. On August 27, the two men met in person. According to Richard Barrett, the head of the United Nations Al-Qaeda and Taliban monitoring team, as the meeting began, Asiri presented the prince with a mobile phone. Asiri said, "Oh, you need to speak to my friends because they also want to give themselves up, and if they hear from you, they'll certainly come." While Prince bin Nayef was on the phone with Asiri's alleged cohorts in Yemen, Asiri's phone activated a bomb, Barrett explained. Incredibly, Asiri had managed to board a Saudi royal plane with a bomb made of penterithrotol tetranitrate, known as PETN, pass multiple security checkpoints and make it onto the grounds of Prince bin Nayef's palace in Jeddah. The reason the Saudis hadn't detected it was because the 1-pound bomb was lodged in Asiri's rectum. As Prince bin Nayef held the phone, Asiri exploded. It was really very fortunate for the prince that all he did was hurt his finger, because the blast blew downwards and blew upwards, and not across towards the prince, said Barrett. The attack was caught on a video. You see the guy's left arm embedded in the ceiling, so the blast must have been quite considerable and bits of him scattered all over the room, recalled Barrett. Although Prince Ben Nayef survived the attack, it still represented a symbolic triumph for Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. It was the first known assassination attempt against a Saudi royal in decades and the first significant Al-Qaeda attack since a 20-month rash of bombings and killings across Saudi Arabia by Al-Qaeda in 2003 to 2004. Asiri's brother Ibrahim was believed to have manufactured the bomb. AQAP was on the map. Within days of the attempted assassination of Prince Ben Nayef, President Obama's chief counterterrorism advisor, John Brennan, was in Saudi Arabia delivering a personal letter from Obama to Ben Nayef expressing his outrage at the attack. I met with Prince Mohammed Ben Nayef, Brennan later said. I went to the room where the attack took place. We worked very closely with the Saudis. He added, we're very concerned about it from an assassination standpoint, and we continue to look at all the evidence that is out there so we can take the steps necessary to prevent any types of attack from taking place. To the UN's Barrett, the attack raised the prospect of bombs concealed inside the body, such as Asiri's, being used to attack airlines. Here is a guy who got on a plane, he went through at least 2 security checks. He would have passed a metal detector. So he could get on any plane. That technique would work on any airline anywhere, regardless of what sort of security measures there are in the airport. And this is likely to have some severe consequences. What can you do? How much protection can you provide when this is possible? After meeting with the Saudis following the August 27, 2009, attack on Prince Ben Nayef, Brennan said, there was no indication that Al-Qaeda was trying to use that type of attack and that modus operandi against aircraft. Brennan was wrong about that. The attempted Ben Nayef assassination wouldn't be the last the Americans or Saudis heard from Asiri's bomb-making brother. But the attack sharpened the focus on Al-Qaeda's base in Yemen for both Riyadh and Washington. On September 6, 2009, a week after Asiri carried out his assassination attempt on Prince Ben Nayef, John Brennan once again sat face-to-face with President Saleh in Sana'a. Saleh boldly complained that the current level of U.S. aid for counterterrorism was inadequate and claimed that his offensive against the Houthi rebels was in Washington's interest. This war we're launching is a war on behalf of the U.S., he told Brennan. The Houthis are your enemies too. In his meeting with Brennan, Saleh accused Iran of trying to undermine his relationship with Washington by backing the Houthis and tried to implicate Hezbollah as well. Brennan told Saleh it would be against the law to give him military support against the Houthis because the United States considered the Houthis a domestic insurgency. Saleh countered that the lack of U.S. support and Washington's refusal to declare the Houthis terrorists were undermining claims of friendship and cooperation. U.S. officials described Saleh as being in vintage form as he met with Brennan, at times disdainful and dismissive and at others, conciliatory and congenial. According to the classified U.S. diplomatic cable on the meeting, Saleh repeatedly requested more funds and equipment to fight AQAP. In return for increased aid, which Saleh undoubtedly wanted more for his domestic wars than to fight Al-Qaeda, he offered Brennan a valuable card. President Saleh pledged unfettered access to Yemen's national territory for U.S. counterterrorism operations, the cable noted. Saleh insisted that Yemen's national territory is available for unilateral CT operations by the U.S. Brennan and other U.S. officials saw Saleh's offer as an attempt to take out an insurance policy in the event of any future attacks on the U.S. Embassy or other American targets. I have given you an open door on terrorism, Saleh told Brennan, so I am not responsible. In Brennan's view, Saleh's interest in outsourcing the CT effort in Yemen to the U.S. government was linked to his desire to free up and better equip his own forces to battle the domestic insurgencies. A concerted anti-terrorism campaign in Yemen will free Saleh to continue to devote his limited security assets to the ongoing war against Houthi rebels, the cable stated. The net effect, and one we strongly suspect Saleh has calculated, of both the American and Iron Fist unleashed at the same time in Yemen will be a clear message, any other party interested in generating political unrest in the country that a similar fate awaits them. Regarding the Brennan-Saleh meetings, Colonel Lang, who dealt with Saleh for years, said, "What they tell you at a meeting like that doesn't mean a damn thing. You have to see what they're really willing to do when you talk to people at the operational level behind the scenes. And the more you understand them, the less easily you are bullshitted about this, to be honest about it, the more willing they are to come to some sort of reasonable arrangement." Regardless of Saleh's motives, the meeting satisfied Brennan that the United States was getting the official green light to conduct special operations inside Yemen. In Yemen, Brennan delivered a letter to Saleh from President Obama, pledging increased support in the fight against terrorism. Yemen's security, Obama wrote, is vital to the security of the United States and the region, and America will adopt an initiative to help Yemen. During this period, according to U.S. Special Operations sources, the Obama administration began authorizing plans for more lethal U.S. operations in Yemen. Some within the Pentagon feared the focus on Yemen was coming too late. Not enough people in the intelligence community or the military paid the right attention to, and Al-Qaeda has taken advantage of that to our disadvantage, a senior defense official told the Washington Times shortly after Brennan's visit to Yemen. This is going to be a serious problem for us in the near future. On September 30, 2009, Michael Leiter, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, appeared before the U.S. Senate. Al-Qaeda is under more pressure today and is facing more challenges and is more vulnerable than any time since 9/11, Leiter told the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. But that being said, they remain a robust enemy. And although I believe we have done much to deter attacks and defend against attacks, attacks in the United States remain quite possible. Even though Al-Qaeda's safe haven in Pakistan is shrinking and becoming less secure, Leiter said, the group was growing in other countries. Leiter warned the senators that Al-Qaeda offshoots were beginning to pose an increasing threat to the homeland. Some have proven capable of attacking Western targets in their regions, he said, but they aspire to expand even further. In particular, he warned about the growing threat in Yemen posed by AQAP. We have witnessed the re-emergence of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, with Yemen as a key battleground and potential regional base of operations from which Al-Qaeda can plan attacks, train recruits, and facilitate the movement of operatives, Leiter asserted. We are concerned that if AQAP strengthens, Al-Qaeda leaders could use the group and the growing presence of foreign fighters in the region to supplement its transnational operations capability. That day, President Obama convened a meeting of his top military and political advisors in the Situation Room of the White House to discuss the U.S. strategy in Afghanistan. At the meeting were Vice President Joe Biden, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, Defense Secretary Robert Gates, CIA Director Leon Panetta, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mike Mullen, the Director of National Intelligence, Admiral Dennis Blair, and General Petraeus. The details of what was discussed at the meeting remain classified, but clearly Afghanistan wasn't the only issue on the table. Shortly after that meeting, General Petraeus signed a 7-page secret order authorizing small teams of U.S. Special Operations Forces to conduct clandestine operations off the stated battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan. It was marked LMDs, for limited distribution. Hard copies were given to about 30 people. Its original code name was Avocado. The directive, known as a Joint Unconventional Warfare Task Force Execute Order, served as a permission slip of sorts for U.S. military special operations teams to conduct clandestine actions without the President's direct approval for each operation. Unlike covert actions undertaken by the CIA, such clandestine activity does not require the President's approval or regular reports to Congress, reported Mark Mazzetti of the New York Times, who was allowed to read the execute order. The order spoke volumes about the continuity of foreign policy from the previous administration to the Obama White House. Under the Bush administration, the Pentagon regularly justified clandestine special ops by insisting that the forces were not at war but rather preparing the battlefield. Petraeus's 2009 X-Ord continued and solidified the Bush-era justification for expanding covert wars under President Obama. While the Bush administration had approved some clandestine military activities far from designated war zones, the new order is intended to make such efforts more systematic and long-term, the New York Times reported. Its goals are to build networks that could penetrate, disrupt, defeat or destroy Al-Qaeda and other militant groups, as well as to prepare the environment for future attacks by American or local military forces, the document said. Moreover, the Petraeus order made clear that the United States was authorizing the U.S. military, not just the CIA, to conduct such secret operations. The Obama administration had been reluctant to allow such an expansion of non-traditional military activities in countries where the U.S. formally has no presence. That practice was unfavorably associated with the Bush-Cheney administration's disregard for international norms, observed journalist Mark M. Binder at the time. But political imperatives, the threat of terrorism, and the knowledge of what the U.S. military can accomplish if its strings are cut away has slowly changed the minds of some of Obama's senior advisors. It is helpful that Congress has generally given the military a wide berth to conduct activities that intelligence agency paramilitaries would find objectionable. In addition to authorizing direct actions by Special Operations Forces, the Petraeus order also focused on intelligence gathering, including by American troops, foreign businesspeople, academics, and others, aimed at identifying insurgents or terrorists and their locations. The order, which Petraeus drafted in coordination with Admiral Eric Olson, head of the U.S. Special Operations Command, laid out a plan for clandestine operations that cannot or will not be accomplished by regular U.S. military forces or intelligence agencies. Among those who would oversee the activities of Special Operations Forces around the globe under Obama was Michael Vickers, a former CIA paramilitary with the Special Activities Division and a major player in the CIA's weapons and money smuggling operations to the Mujahideen in Afghanistan in the 1980s. Colonel Lang said that at the time the order was issued, JSOC's forces in Afghanistan believed they had already killed or captured their way through the high-value targets in Afghanistan, at a minimum forcing them into other countries. That's why it becomes very tempting to start going after people in other countries. Because you've got these highly skilled operators going after targets that are not really worthy of their skills, he told me. The temptation for the leadership, the 3-star and above level, is to look for places to employ their lads in greener fields. Lang, who is a former Green Beret, described the men from JSOC who would fight Petraeus's small wars as sort of like Murder, Incorporated, adding, their business is killing Al-Qaeda personnel. That's their business. They're not in the business of converting anybody to our goals or anything like that. According to the former aide to a senior Special Operations Forces commander who served during both the Bush and Obama presidencies, the Obama administration's expansion of special ops activities globally was actually a continuation of the secret AQN execute order signed in early 2004 by Rumsfeld, known as the AQN X-Ord, or Al-Qaeda Network Execute Order. That AQN X-Ord was intended to cut through bureaucratic and legal processes, allowing U.S. Special Operations Forces to move into denied areas or countries beyond the official battle zones of Iraq and Afghanistan. The mindset in the Obama White House, the special ops source told me, was that the Pentagon is already empowered to do these things, so let JSOC off the leash. And that's what this White House has done. He added, JSOC has been empowered more under administration than any other in recent history. No question. Despite some initial hesitation, it became clear that Obama wanted to expand and codify the Bush-era order. The Obama administration took the 2004 order and went above and beyond, he told me. The world is the battlefield. We've returned to that, he added. We were moving away from it for a little bit, but Cambone's preparing the battlefield is still alive and well. It's embraced by this administration. Under the Bush administration, JSOC and its then commander Stanley McChrystal were coordinating much of their activity with Vice President Dick Cheney or Defense Secretary Rumsfeld. Under the Obama administration, JSOC's relationship became more formalized with the administration as a whole. As the former aide told me, it used to be the strategy was to insulate the president. Now they directly interface with these people regularly. On October 4, 2009, a few days after the execute order was signed and a month after Brennan's meeting with Saleh, Admiral McRaven made a discreet trip to Yemen to meet with President Saleh. McRaven was dressed in his naval uniform with yellow stripes on the sleeves. Saleh, in a perfectly tailored suit, sat in a gold-colored armchair. Saleh's government said the two men discussed cooperation in combating terrorism. The U.S. Embassy in Sana'a said it had discussed cooperation between the U.S. and Yemen against al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, adding, "These discussions support the U.S. government's ongoing efforts to assist Yemen in eliminating the threat al-Qaeda poses to its security and stability." Well-informed Yemeni sources, however, said that McRaven pressed Saleh to let at least 3 of JSOC's drones operate regularly in Yemen and to allow the implementation of some special operations similar to what is happening in Pakistan and Somalia. Saleh granted the requests, following through on the pledge he had made to Brennan to obtain the U.S. military aid he needed. On October 9, President Obama met with his national security team to discuss their primary foreign policy question, Afghanistan. During the meeting, Brennan suggested that there was a greater threat posed by al-Qaeda in Yemen and Somalia than in Afghanistan. "We're developing geostrategic principles here," Brennan said, "and we're not going to have the resources to do what we're doing in Afghanistan in Somalia and Yemen." Samir Khan, an unlikely foot soldier. The United States and Yemen, 2001, 2009. In retrospect, the path to Yemen's becoming a major counter-terrorism concern for the Obama administration in late 2009 seems remarkably clear. By November, Yemen was all over the news and seemingly connected to every new alleged terror plot against the United States, with Anwar al-Awlaki's tentacles touching every incident. But for many Americans, it seemed to pop out of nowhere. The Yemen media frenzy kicked off on November 5, 2009, when the young U.S. Army psychiatrist Major Nidal Malik Hassan, who had written a series of emails to al-Awlaki, walked into the Soldier Readiness Processing Center in Fort Hood, Texas, shouted, "Allahu Akbar," and opened fire on his fellow soldiers, killing 13 people and wounding 43 others before being shot and paralyzed. By most accounts, Hassan was motivated by a combination of factors centering on his work in treating soldiers who had fought in Afghanistan and Iraq. He had reportedly sought to have some of the patients he saw prosecuted for war crimes after they disclosed their actions on the battlefield to him, but those requests were rejected. Hassan had complained to friends and relatives that fellow soldiers had harassed him because of his religion. They said he tried to get out of the military as he struggled increasingly to reconcile his faith with his work for an armed force waging war in Muslim lands. In a 2007 PowerPoint presentation Hassan gave before a gathering of army doctors, he stated, "It's getting harder and harder for Muslims in the service to morally justify being in a military that seems constantly engaged against fellow Muslims." Hassan advocated for conscientious objector status for Muslims to ward off what he termed could be adverse events. At the time of the shooting, Hassan was facing an imminent deployment to Afghanistan. Soon after the shooting, the media began reporting that he had been in contact with al-Awlaki, adding that Hassan had attended al-Awlaki's Virginia mosque in 2001, though the fact that al-Awlaki had only met him once was not reported. That the two men exchanged at least 18 emails beginning in December 2008 became a major focus of attention and hype from journalists and politicians. But when U.S. counter-terror officials reviewed the emails, they determined them to be innocuous. According to the New York Times, a counterterrorism analyst who examined the messages shortly after they were sent decided that they were consistent with authorized research Major Hassan was conducting and did not alert his military superiors. Al-Awlaki later told a Yemeni journalist that Hassan had reached out to him and primarily asked him religious questions. Al-Awlaki claimed he neither ordered nor pressured Hassan to carry out any attacks, a contention supported by the emails once they were made public. But Al-Awlaki's reaction to the shooting made such details irrelevant in the eyes of the U.S. public and government. A few days after the Fort Hood shootings, Al-Awlaki published a blog post with the not-so-subtle title, "Nidal Hassan did the right thing." Hassan, Al-Awlaki wrote, is a hero. He is a man of conscience who could not bear living the contradiction of being a Muslim and serving in an army that is fighting against his own people. This is a contradiction that many Muslims brush aside and just pretend that it doesn't exist. Hassan opened fire on soldiers who were on their way to be deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. How can there be any dispute about the virtue of what he has done? In fact, the only way a Muslim could Islamically justify serving as a soldier in the U.S. Army is if his intention is to follow the footsteps of men like Nidal. Al-Awlaki called on other Muslims within the U.S. Army to carry out similar operations. Nidal Hassan was not recruited by Al-Qaeda, Al-Awlaki later said. Nidal Hassan was recruited by American crimes, and this is what America refuses to admit. It was the last blog post Al-Awlaki would publish. The morning after the shooting, President Obama met with his top military and intelligence commanders and ordered them to undertake a full review of the sequence of events that led up to the shootings. In his weekly address following the shooting, Obama said, "We must compile every piece of information that was known about the gunman, and we must learn what was done with that information. Once we have those facts, we must act upon them." He added, "Our government must be able to act swiftly and surely when it has threatening information. And our troops must have the security that they deserve." Although there was no actual evidence presented to tie Al-Awlaki to the planning of the Fort Hood shootings and investigators determined Hassan was not part of a broader terrorist conspiracy, the alleged connection to Al-Awlaki became a major part of the story and became fodder for those agitating for more aggressive action by the Obama administration in Yemen. On November 18, Senator Joseph Lieberman called the shooting the most destructive terrorist attack on America since 9/11. A month later Lieberman would call for preemptive strikes against Yemen. Al-Awlaki monitored the news from his hideout in Shabwa. He scoured news reports and his Google alerts on his name started pinging every few minutes. He may have been famous before among English-speaking Muslims, but now his name was truly global. Whether Al-Awlaki had played any role in Hassan's murderous rampage became irrelevant in the United States. The fact that he had openly and gleefully praised it became a media obsession. Al-Awlaki was presented in the media as the 9/11 Imam, with new stories coming out every day examining his life history. The prostitution arrests, his alleged contacts with the 9/11 hijackers, his past speeches on jihad and his blog all were woven together to make it seem as though Al-Awlaki had been plotting acts of terror against the United States his whole life. Terror experts on television opined on his ability to recruit Western jihadists for Al-Qaeda's cause. Not long after the Fort Hood shootings, Al-Awlaki's days as a blogger came to an abrupt end. The United States took down his website, whose URL was registered through Wild West Domains, a company based in Scottsdale, Arizona. "They shut down my website following Nidal Hassan's operation," Al-Awlaki recalled. "Then I read in the Washington Post that they were monitoring my communications. So I was forced to stop these communications." Al-Awlaki saw the media attention being focused on him as an ominous sign. He had to change locations and erase any digital trail that could lead the Americans to him. He knew they wanted him arrested, but now he feared that Obama wanted him dead. In October 2009, a young Pakistani American named Samir Khan landed in Sana'a. Like hundreds of other Muslims from across the globe who come to Yemen each year, Khan was there to study Islam and Arabic at the country's famous ancient universities. At least that was what he told his family and friends back home. In the decade leading up to his flight into Yemen, Khan had grown increasingly militant in his politics and his interpretation of Islam. Like Al-Awlaki, the events of 9/11 and the crackdown on Muslims in the United States had a profound impact on him. Khan was born in 1985 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, to Pakistani parents, one of whom was a US citizen. "He's a Christmas child," recalled his mother Sarah Khan, born on Christmas Day. When Samir was 7, they immigrated to the United States and settled into Samir's grandparents' house in Queens, New York. His relatives were conservative Muslims, but they also considered themselves patriotic Americans. "We actually wanted to have a better future for the children," Sarah told me. "We had great hopes for this country." Khan's high school classmates recalled a slightly awkward boy in baggy jeans, a junior varsity football player despite his shyness, with an enthusiasm for hip-hop and the school newspaper. "He was always interested in sports," Samir's mom recalled. "He would always tell me that he wants to be in the NFL." Samir's interests began to change in August 2001, when at age 15, he attended a week-long summer camp at a mosque in Queens, sponsored by Iona, a prominent conservative Islamist organization tied to the Pakistani Tanzim-e-Islami organization. In an interview years later, Khan said the camp was a formative experience for him and that he returned to school that year knowing what I wanted to do with my life: be a firm Muslim, a strong Muslim, a practicing Muslim. He ditched the baggy pants and the rap music, making an exception only for the now disbanded hip-hop group called Soldiers of Allah. He became involved with the Islamic Thinkers Society, a Jackson Heights-based group that used nonviolent activism such as street dawahs to call for an Islamic caliphate. When 9/11 happened, Khan made no effort to hide his new attitudes toward religion and politics from his friends and family. He refused to recite the Pledge of Allegiance and got into debates with classmates over his contention that Americans had deserved the attack. Before 9/11, people still saw his change but didn't make much of it, said one classmate. But afterwards, more people decided to question his ideology and be like, is he trying to be like them? Does he think like them? Another classmate said Khan would sometimes be the target of ethnic slurs. In 10th grade, Khan was wearing a kufi hat to school every day. Samir Khan's father noticed that his son had begun to frequent jihadist websites, and staged the first of several interventions. In his high school yearbook, Khan referred to himself as a mujahid and wrote that his future plans included going overseas study Islamic law and other subjects that dealt with Islam. He also included a word of advice: if you give Satan an inch, he'll be a ruler. By 2003, the year Khan graduated from high school and the United States invaded Iraq, he had taken up a staunchly radical view on U.S. foreign policy. The family relocated to North Carolina, where Khan's father, Zafar, took a job as an information technology executive. Samir enrolled in a community college and had a job on the side selling kitchen knives and other household items. He attended a mosque and would get into debates with fellow attendees about what he perceived as the spinelessness of religious leaders in the face of America's spreading wars. He also began spending much of his time on the internet, seeking out like-minded Muslims. He blogged and aggregated news of the jihad abroad, often writing under the tag Inshallah Shaheed, or a martyr if God wills. Khan operated multiple blogs out of his parents' house, several times retiring blogs and switching servers when his vitriolic content came under attack or was taken down by server administrators. Khan eventually found a home at MuslimPad, run by Islamic Network. One of his blogs, also called Inshallah Shaheed, was started in 2005 and had become wildly popular by 2007, ranking among the top 1% of 100 million websites in the world by the traffic counter Alexa.com. His other blogs went by names such as Human Liberation, and Islamic Renaissance and Revival. On his blogs, Khan would extol the victories and virtues of Al-Qaeda Central and its affiliated militants, but his writings also helped to popularize a broader ideological movement that included radical sheikhs and scholars many Americans would not have known about. A later blog featured in its About section a list of men he described as scholars of Islam, who we take knowledge from, and included Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, Abu Laytlabi, and Anwar al-Awlaki. One of the contributors to Khan's Inshallah Shaheed blog was Zachary Chesser, an American who would be arrested in 2010 for attempting to travel to Somalia and join al-Shabaab. On his various websites, Khan would celebrate attacks against U.S. soldiers in Iraq, promote the writings of bin Laden and call for victory of jihadists over U.S. and Israeli forces across the globe. During this period, Khan began to receive attention from the press, notably the New York Times, which first profiled him in 2007, describing the American as an unlikely foot soldier in what Al-Qaeda calls Islamic Jihadi media. In the United States, Khan became a new face of the emergent and diversifying digital militant culture, which had started with grainy video uploads of Zarqawi severing heads in Iraq and had found full expression in what the Times called a constellation of apparently independent media operators who are broadcasting the message of Al-Qaeda and other groups, to people all over the world, including, increasingly, the West. Khan told the New York Times that a video of a suicide bomber hitting a U.S. outpost in Iraq brought great happiness to me. Of the American families who had relatives serving in Iraq, he said, whatever happens to their sons and daughters is none of my concern, calling them people of hellfire. Although he denied links to terrorist groups and told a local news station that he was not actively recruiting American fighters, Khan hinted that he might go on to wage violent jihad himself one day, but he stopped just shy of directly inciting violence. He even hired a lawyer to counsel him on the parameters of protected speech before the launch of his first blog. Sure enough, the authorities barely touched him, though he had certainly gotten their attention. Homeland Security agents, as well as analysts at the Combating Terrorism Center, were following him closely. Sue Myrick, a Republican representative from North Carolina, later told the Washington Post that she had been involved in efforts to shut down through the FBI, which were ultimately unsuccessful, because he was not inciting violence, he was simply putting out information, and because he kept changing his server. Khan believed the authorities were doing more than reading his blogs. Back in NC, the FBI dispatched a spy on me who pretended to convert to Islam, Khan later wrote. On several occasions, FBI agents visited the Khan home in an attempt to get Samir's parents to encourage him to stop blogging. According to Sarah Khan, the FBI agents told the family that Samir was not breaking any laws and was engaged in free speech, but that they were concerned about the direction he appeared to be heading. Samir's father, Zafar, had gone as far as to disconnect the home's internet connection and attempted more rounds of interventions. He invited an imam, Mustafa El-Turk, to try to persuade Samir to reconsider his radicalism. El-Turk knew Samir's father as a moderate Muslim devoted to his faith. He said Zafar tried whatever he could within his means to talk to his son and also have him meet with imams and Muslim scholars to persuade Samir that the ideology of violence is not the right course. Samir became very much convinced that America is an imperialist country that supports dictators and supports Israel blindly. He had the opinion that the use of indiscriminate killing was justified, El-Turk recalled. I tried to bring arguments from the Quran and scholars, and said, whatever you are thinking, it is not true. Samir was unmoved and continued with his work. The fruit of his final months in the United States was Jihad Recollections, an online PDF magazine, over-relying on graphics and featuring translations of Al-Qaeda's speeches as well as original pieces by Khan and other contributors. By late 2009, Samir had made a decision to leave the United States. As he saw it, the FBI was watching him around the clock and he was sick of being around Muslims he considered to be co-opted by American culture. Khan put out the fourth and final issue of Jihad Recollections in September 2009. I knew the real truth wouldn't be able to reach the masses unless and until I was above the law, he later wrote. Khan left for Yemen the following month, under the pretense of studying Arabic and teaching English. Terror analysts in the United States speculated that he had already received an invitation from al-Awlaki to come to Yemen and help lead the media jihad. But according to Sarah Khan, Yemen was not Samir's first choice. He had looked at schools in Pakistan and the United Kingdom, but the Yemen paperwork came through first. We knew his desire to learn Arabic, and he was searching to find proper schools that would teach him the Arabic language as well as where he could learn more about Islam and understand the Quran better, she recalled. When Samir told his parents he was leaving for Yemen, Sarah was worried but thought he will be fine, he's grown up. He needs to probably look around, see the world for himself. But Khan was going through a very different thought process than his parents understood. He had decided he was finished with what he regarded as the banality and sins of suburban America. The internet had been his best classroom, where he found the preaching of Muslim leaders who inspired him. He had watched the horrors of the post-9/11 wars and invasions and concluded that it was his obligation to join other Muslims in fighting against forces he perceived as crusaders. After my faith took a 180-degree turn, I knew I could no longer reside in America as a compliant citizen. My beliefs had turned me into a rebel of Washington's imperialism, he later wrote. How could anyone claim sanity and remain sitting on their hands? For me, it wasn't possible. My guilty became my mode of thinking. I could never imagine myself as one who left the opportunity of a lifetime, to save the Islamic nation from its plight. Despite the surveillance, Khan had little trouble leaving the United States. It took 30 minutes extra to get my boarding pass in North Carolina since, as the receptionist told me, I was being watched, Khan later wrote, admitting surprise that his exit went almost totally unremarked. Khan spent some time in Sana'a teaching English before he made plans to head south to seek out the Mujahideen. I was about to officially become a traitor of the country I grew up in for most of my life, he recalled. I thought about many of the possible effects it could have on my life, but whatever they were, I was ready for it. Morton Storm says he first met Anwar Awlaki in Sana'a in 2006, shortly before Awlaki was tossed in a Yemeni prison for 18 months at Washington's request. Storm was a former motorcycle gang member and a convicted criminal who converted to Islam. In the late 1990s, the Denmark native began running in radical Islamist circles under the name Murad Storm. He'd had a troubled childhood, committing his first armed robbery at the age of 13, and circulated in and out of jail as a teen. Storm eventually fell in with the Bandidos biker gang. In 1997, however, he renounced his life of drugs and crime, telling friends and family that he had converted to Islam. He moved to Yemen, where he married a Moroccan woman in 2000. 2 years later they had a son. They named him Osama. A video from 2005 shows Storm attending a speech given by radical Muslim cleric Omar Bakri Mohammed in London. Storm claimed he met Awlaki a year later in Sana'a. At the time Storm was a student at Iman University, where Awlaki was taking classes and delivering lectures. Storm claimed he and Awlaki talked freely to each other in the months that led up to Awlaki's arrest and developed a friendship. While Awlaki was imprisoned, Storm said he began to have a change of heart about the version of Islam he was practicing. I found out that what I believed in was, unfortunately, not what I thought it was. Storm claimed he approached the Danish intelligence service, PET, and offered his assistance. He said he was introduced to British intelligence representatives and the CIA. The PET, he claimed, assigned him a handler. When Awlaki was released from prison, Storm became a potentially important asset for the CIA. The CIA and the PET knew that Anwar saw me as his friend and confidant. They knew that I could reach him, and find out where he stayed, Storm said in an interview with Denmark's second-largest newspaper, Jyllands-Posten. Storm claimed that Danish intelligence officials provided him with money to bring materials and electronic equipment to Awlaki. According to Storm, the CIA wanted to install a tracking device in the equipment he was providing to Awlaki, making it possible for the Americans to monitor and potentially kill the cleric with a drone strike. In September 2009, Storm returned to Yemen and traveled to Shabwa province, where Awlaki was in hiding. Storm said he stayed at the home of someone he described as an Al-Qaeda sympathizer in Shabwa. Storm alleged that when he met with Awlaki, he asked Storm to get hold of some solar panels or a transportable refrigerator, materials he could use to cool explosives parts. We also discussed the terrorist attacks. He had some plans that would hit large shopping centers in the West or elsewhere with many people with poison attacks, Storm alleged. Storm's claims cannot be independently verified, but he definitely passed them on to the CIA at a time when the United States was building a case against al-Awlaki. I asked al-Awlaki's father about Storm's allegations. I don't believe many things he said about Anwar, Nasser said. I think this man was part of a conspiracy to get Anwar the man and the character in order to reduce or eliminate his influence on Muslim men and women around the world. So, America and Denmark found a guy who was all his life an evil man and committed an armed robbery when he was only 13 years old. Anwar, during his 40 years in this life, never was involved in any act of violence against any person or group. What is indisputable is that al-Awlaki asked Storm to find him an additional wife. Al-Awlaki had married a second Yemeni wife while he was on the run and had a daughter with her. But this time, he specifically wanted a white Muslim convert to act as his companion in hiding, Storm claimed. He asked if I knew a woman from the West he could marry. I think that he lacked someone who could better understand his Western mindset, Storm told the Danish paper. Storm agreed to help. There are two things that I would like to stress, al-Awlaki allegedly wrote Storm in a late 2009 email, which he asked Storm to relay to a potential bride. The first is that I don't live in a fixed location. Therefore my living conditions vary widely. Sometimes I even live in a tent. Second, because of my security situation I sometimes have to seclude myself, which means me and my family would not meet with any persons for extended periods. If you can live in difficult conditions, do not mind loneliness and can live with restrictions on your communications with others, then alhamdulillah, that is great. When Storm returned to Copenhagen, he met with CIA and PET officials. He said he was shown satellite images of the area where he had been in Shabwa and he identified the home where he had stayed. Yemeni forces launched an assault on the house a short time later, but al-Awlaki had already moved on. The owner of the home was killed. Storm had also told them about al-Awlaki's desire to find a Western wife. In that request, the CIA saw opportunity. The American agents, he said, were overjoyed. Along with agents from the PET, Storm claimed, the CIA came up with a plan. The idea was to find someone who shared ideology and mentality so that both of them would be killed in an American drone attack, Storm said. I helped the CIA and PET track Anwar so the Americans could send a drone after him. That was the plan. Blowback in Somalia. Somalia and Washington, D.C., 2009. As summer 2009 began, JSOC was well aware of the fact that the men they had identified as the most dangerous threats to U.S. interests in East Africa, Saleh Ali Nabhan and Fazol Abdullah Mohammed, were still at large. The latter was believed to have undergone plastic surgery, and intelligence analysts could only guess his exact whereabouts. The trail on both men had gone largely cold as al-Shabaab spread its areas of control in Somalia, giving them more options to hide or operate discreetly. U.S. intelligence believed that Nabhan had become more deeply embedded within al-Shabaab's operations since the overthrow of the ICU and was running 3 training camps that produced several suicide bombers, including a U.S. citizen. A secret diplomatic cable from the Nairobi embassy noted, since Nabhan's selection as senior trainer for al-Shabaab's training in summer 2008, the flow of foreigners to Somalia has broadened to encompass fighters from South Asia, Europe, and North America, Sudan, and East Africa, particularly trainees from Kenya. Those fighters would, according to the cable, travel to Mogadishu to fight against the US-backed African Union and Somali government forces. The camps continue to generate increasing quantities of foreign graduates, it concluded. Washington was desperate to take Nabhan out, and in July 2009, U.S. intelligence facilitated a potential breakthrough. That month, Kenyan security forces burst through the door of the home of a young Kenyan of Somali descent named Ahmed Abdullahi Hassan, who was living in Eastleigh, the congested Somali slum in Nairobi. The next night, Hassan's captors took him to Wilson Airport. They put a bag on my head, Guantanamo style. They tied my hands behind my back and put me on a plane, Hassan recalled, according to a statement from Hassan provided to me by a human rights investigator. In the early hours we landed in Mogadishu. The way I realized I was in Mogadishu was because of the smell of the sea. The runway is just next to the seashore. From there, Hassan was taken to a secret prison in the basement of Somalia's National Security Agency, where he was interrogated by U.S. intelligence officials. An intelligence report leaked by the Kenyan Anti-Terrorism Police Unit alleged that Ahmed Abdullahi Hassan aka Anas was a former personal assistant to Nabhan and was injured while fighting near the presidential palace in Mogadishu in 2009. He was viewed as a high-value prisoner. I have been interrogated so many times, Hassan alleged in the statement, which was smuggled from the prison and provided to me. Interrogated by Somali men and white men. Every day new faces show up. On the campaign trail and after becoming president, Barack Obama pledged that the United States would no longer use certain Bush-era torture and detention tactics. CIA Director Leon Panetta had stated in April 2009 that the CIA no longer operates detention facilities or black sites and announced a plan to decommission the remaining sites. Yet 3 months later, Hassan found himself in a secret prison being interrogated by Americans. According to a U.S. official who spoke to me on condition of anonymity, Hassan was not directly rendered from Kenya to Somalia by the U.S. government. But, the official said, the United States provided information which helped get Hassan, a dangerous terrorist, off the street. That description supported the theory that Kenyan forces were rendering suspects on behalf of the United States and other governments. Another well-informed source said that Hassan had been targeted in Nairobi because of intelligence suggesting that he was the right-hand man of Nabhan, then the presumed head of Al-Qaeda in East Africa. 2 months after Hassan was rendered to the secret prison in Mogadishu, on September 14, 2009, a JSOC team took off in helicopters from an aircraft carrier positioned off the Somali coast and penetrated Somali airspace. The man they were stalking, they learned from recently obtained actionable intelligence, had been making regular trips between the port cities of Merka and Kismayo, near the Kenyan border. On this day, their target was traveling in a Land Cruiser, supported by several technicals. According to witnesses, the helicopters buzzed over a rural village en route to the convoy. In broad daylight, the JSOC team attacked the convoy from the helicopters, gunning down the people inside. The American commandos then landed and collected at least 2 of the bodies. One of them was later confirmed to be that of Saleh Ali Nabhan. Pentagon spokesman Brian Whitman would not comment on any alleged operation in Somalia, nor would the White House. That day, when al-Shabaab confirmed that Nabhan, 5 other foreigners and 3 Somali al-Shabaab fighters had been killed in the attack, there was little room for doubt. JSOC had taken down their most wanted man in East Africa in the first known targeted killing operation inside of Somalia authorized by President Obama. To veteran counter-terrorism operators, like Malcolm Nance, the Nabhan hit was an example of what the United States should have done instead of backing the Ethiopian invasion. I am a firm believer in targeted assassinations when they are people who are no longer of value to your collection processes. If they are too strong for your ability to negate their capacity in the battlefield, then you are just going to have to put a hellfire in them, Nance told me. We were much more successful using the surgical strikes, where we went in to tell you the truth, very Israeli-like, and we did the drone strike, and slash or hellfire strike, and we blasted the individual car of a known guy who was known to be in that vehicle. We flew in, we snatched his body, we confirmed it, we got the intelligence and went away. That's the way we should be doing it. We could have been doing that for the 10 years. The Nabhan strike won Obama much praise from the counter-terrorism and special ops community, but in other circles it raised serious questions about the emerging bipartisan consensus on assassinations, renditions, and secret prisons. These are like summary executions, said Evelyn Farkas, a former Senate Armed Services Committee staffer who worked on oversight for SOCOM from 2001 to 2008. Who's giving authority? Who's making the lists? Is it a kill or capture, or is it a kill mission? Candidate Obama laid out a vision of how he would radically depart from the policies of the Bush era, but in the Nabhan case he relied on some of the most controversial of them. Has our policy shifted at all since the previous administration? Farkas asked. My sense is no. Jack Goldsmith, who served as an assistant attorney general in the Bush administration, said that the belief that the Obama administration has reversed Bush-era policies is largely wrong. The truth is closer to the opposite. The new administration has copied most of the Bush program, has expanded some of it, and has narrowed only a bit. Almost all of the Obama changes have been at the level of packaging, argumentation, symbol, and rhetoric. While declaring an end to the secret prisons, Obama and his counterterrorism team found a backdoor way of continuing them. In Somalia, the CIA had begun using the secret underground prison where Hassan was held as a center to interrogate suspected al-Shabaab or al-Qaeda prisoners there. Although not technically run by the United States, American agents would be free to interrogate the prisoners. Lawyers retained by the family of Hassan, the alleged right-hand man of Nabhan, saw his case as showcasing a slightly cleaned-up continuation of Bush's detention policies. Hassan's case suggests that the U.S. may be involved in a decentralized, outsourced Guantanamo Bay in central Mogadishu, his family's Kenyan legal team asserted, noting that Hassan had not been provided access to lawyers, his family, or the Red Cross. It would also soon be clear that Hassan was not the only prisoner being held in Somalia's underground secret prison and that Washington's role in that prison was not limited to occasional interrogations of high-value detainees. With Nabhan gone, Fazul became the most senior al-Qaeda figure known to be operating in Somalia. Although al-Shabaab had suffered 2 major blows at the hands of JSOC, it was hardly undeterred. Its asymmetric battle was just beginning. Nabhan's death, like so many of Washington's most passionately embraced strategic victories in Somalia, would result in blowback. Even when perfectly executed, targeted strikes had the potential to help bolster the ranks of insurgent groups and provide them with martyrs to be emulated. By the end of 2009, at least 7 U.S. citizens had died fighting on behalf of al-Shabaab and scores of others were believed to be among the group's ranks and in its training camps preparing for future action. Although al-Shabaab was unable to strike directly at the United States, it was showing that it could recruit American citizens and wreak havoc on its puppets and proxies in Mogadishu. In the process, al-Shabaab would draw the United States, the African Union and the Somali government into a potentially disastrous replay of the CIA warlord era, mixed with the worst excesses of the Ethiopian occupation period. Of course, the Obama administration saw developments in Somalia differently. Following the perfectly executed assassination of the Somali pirates, President Obama's relationship with JSOC and its commander, Admiral McRaven, deepened. The administration carefully reviewed the existing orders issued by President Bush that authorized U.S. military forces to strike at terrorists wherever they resided. The world is a battlefield doctrine developed by Stephen Cambone and other architects of the War on Terror. They decided that they wanted such authority expanded. Defense Secretary Gates and Obama's newly appointed CIA Director, Leon Panetta, worked diligently to bridge the CIA-JSOC divide, which, fueled by Rumsfeld and Cheney, had persisted during the Bush administration. Obama wanted a seamless counterterrorism machine. After the Nabhan strike, then, CENTCOM Commander David Petraeus issued his update to the AQ and Execute order, giving U.S. military forces, particularly those from JSOC, far greater latitude to operate in Yemen, Somalia, and elsewhere. Asymmetric attacks that had been relatively infrequent during the Bush administration with Iraq as a draining focus of counterterrorism attention would become the focal point of Obama's rebranded global war. During his first year in office, President Obama and his advisors endeavored to reframe U.S. counterterrorism policy as a more comprehensive, full-spectrum effort to reduce extremism, largely based on regional security. Defense Secretary Gates summed up the purported stance of top civilian and military officials in the Obama administration when he stated in April 2009 that there would not be a purely military solution to piracy or civil war in Somalia. The U.S. approach to Somalia would have to shift away from containment. The National Security Council has brought together the Department of State, the Department of Defense, USAID, the intelligence community, and a variety of other agencies to work to develop a strategy that is both comprehensive and sustainable, noted Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs Johnny Carson on May 20, 2009, during an appearance before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Increasing assistance to the Somali government and AMISOM would be priorities, but the major focus remained targeting the leadership of al-Shabaab and al-Qaeda. The priorities laid out in Obama's first annual budget request earlier in May were telling. The president continued the arc of a militarized Africa policy, while increasing security assistance to African states. The budget, noted Daniel Volman, director of the African Security Research Project, showed the administration is following the course laid down for AFRICOM by the Bush administration, rather than putting these programs on hold until it can conduct a serious review of U.S. security policy towards Africa. The U.S. request for arms sales to Africa went up to $25.6 million, from $8.3 million in fiscal year 2009, including $2.5 million set aside for Djibouti, $3 million for Ethiopia, and $1 million for Kenya. Military training programs to those countries expanded as well. Further spending was proposed for Camp Lemonnier, as well as naval assets for security operations in the Indian Ocean. In addition to the drone capability at Camp Lemonnier, the Obama administration reached a deal with the government of the Seychelles to position a fleet of MQ-9 Reaper drones there beginning in September 2009. Although the stated purpose of the drones was for unarmed surveillance to support counter-piracy operations, U.S. counterterrorism officials began pushing for the drones to be weaponized and used in the hunt for al-Shabaab. It would be a mistake to assume that Obama will not take further military action if the situation in Somalia escalates, Volman concluded. He was right. As Obama's national security team began mapping out a new, lethal strategy to deal with al-Shabaab in Somalia and AQAP in Yemen, al-Shabaab was also reorganizing. Fazul had taken over for Nabhan and was deeply embedded within the al-Shabaab leadership structure. By late 2009, al-Shabaab had benefited tremendously from the Ethiopian invasion. Now we are dealing with a group that's in there and they are entrenched, Nance told me. By September 2009, the AMISOM force in Mogadishu had expanded to 5,200 troops from just over 1,700, thanks in large part to increased funding and support from Washington. In the aftermath of Nabhan's death, there were rumors that the AMISOM force was preparing for a post-Ramadan offensive against al-Shabaab later in the year. After Nabhan was killed, al-Shabaab operatives stole 2 UN land cruisers from central Somalia and brought them to Mogadishu. On September 17, the al-Shabaab agents drove the vehicles up to the gates of Mogadishu's international airport, where the AMISOM forces were meeting at their base with Somali security officials. They positioned the land cruisers outside the offices of a U.S. private security contractor and a fuel depot. The UN vehicles exploded in a spectacular, stealth suicide bombing. In the end, more than 20 people were killed in the attack, 17 of them African Union troops. Among the dead was the deputy commander of the AMISOM force, Major General Juvenal Nyounguruza of Burundi. This was very tactical, an AMISOM official told the New York Times. It's like these guys had a map of the place. It was the single deadliest attack against AMISOM since it arrived in Somalia in 2007. Al-Shabaab's spokesperson, Sheikh Ali Mohammed Rage, claimed credit for the strike and said it avenged the death of Nabhan. We have got our revenge for our brother Nabhan, Rage declared. 2 suicide car bombs targeting the base, praise Allah. He added, we knew the infidel government and troops planned to attack us after the holy month. This is a message to them. Rage said that, in all, 5 al-Shabaab agents participated in the suicide mission. Soon after the attack, witnesses who saw the land cruisers being prepared for the suicide mission said they heard two of the bombers speaking English. They spoke English and identified themselves as being from the United Nations, said Dr. Mohamed Jel, the Somali information minister. A Somali news site, known to be reliable, later reported that one of the attackers was a U.S. citizen. While the U.S. was celebrating the takedown of Nabhan, Al-Shabaab had launched its own targeted killing campaign. On December 3, 2009, dozens of proud young Somalis poured into the Shamo Hotel in Mogadishu wearing blue and yellow graduation caps and gowns. In a city that desperately needed doctors, they would literally become lifelines. All of them were to receive their medical degrees that day from Banadar University, which was established in 2002 by a group of Somali doctors and academics. In a video of the ceremony, which was given to me in Mogadishu, the young graduates to be smiled as they posed for pictures, their friends and families looking on with pride. As the ceremony began and people took their seats, dignitaries settled into the front row. Among them were 5 Somali government ministers, including those from the departments of Education, Sports, and Health. 3 of the 5 were diaspora Somalis, who had returned to try to help rebuild the Somali government. The Higher Education Minister, Ibrahim Hassan Adu, was a U.S. citizen, and the Health Minister, Kamar Aden Ali, was a British Somali woman. Cameramen lined the perimeter of the stage, as they would for a high-profile press conference. The graduation was to be a message to Somalia and the world, "This is our bright future." Among those who filed into the meeting hall at the Shamo Hotel that day were several women wearing burqas or abayas which cover much of the head and body. Former Minister of Health Osman Duffel welcomed the crowd and was beginning the proceedings when one of the burqa-clad figures stood up, addressed the dignitaries in the front row and, in a distinctly male voice, said, "Peace." Before anyone could react, the man under the burqa blew himself up. The camera filming the proceedings went blank for a moment. When the video resumed, the smoke-filled room had become a grisly panorama. Severed limbs laid next to the bodies they were once connected to, and 3 of the government ministers were dead. Suddenly, the hall shook and I heard a "pa" sound from the front of the ceremony, where most government officials and dignitaries were sitting. I got down on the ground and looked back. Dozens of people were on the ground under a huge cloud of smoke. Others were stampeding to the exit for safety, recalled Somali journalist Abdi Nasir Mohammed, who was stepping out for a drink of water when the bomber struck. I looked to my right and saw one of my colleagues dead and bleeding. I couldn't help him. I saw the government officials' chairs empty and bloody, and many people badly wounded. The ceremony hall became very dark, and seemed like a slaughterhouse with blood flowing on the ground. In all, 25 people were killed that day, among them would-be doctors and their family members as well as journalists. A 4th government minister later died from his injuries. Some 55 others were wounded. What had been planned as a message of hope had been transformed into a national disaster, in the words of Somalia's information minister. President Sheikh Sharif blamed the attack on Al-Qaeda and desperately pleaded for outside aid. "We beg the world to help defend us from these foreign fighters," he implored. The bomber was later identified as a Danish citizen of Somali descent. As word of the massacre spread across the world, Al-Shabaab denied it had carried out the attack. "We declare that Al-Shabaab did not mastermind that explosion," said Sheikh Raj. "We believe it is a plot by the government itself. It is not in the nature of Al-Shabaab to target innocent people. Although attacks against the US-backed, foreign forces from AMISOM may not have sparked outrage among ordinary Somalis and were quite possibly quietly supported by a significant portion of the population in Mogadishu, blowing up a medical school graduation was indefensible. Perhaps Al-Shabaab wanted to distance itself from the bombing for that reason, or maybe it was a unilateral Al-Qaeda operation carried out by a foreign operative. No matter who planned the attack, though, it struck fear into Somalis of all walks of life. In early December, President Obama delivered a major address at West Point Military Academy in New York. Although the speech was focused on the coming surge of U.S. troops in Afghanistan, the president hinted at the ongoing and broadening asymmetric wars his administration was waging behind the scenes. The struggle against violent extremism will not be finished quickly, and it extends well beyond Afghanistan and Pakistan, Obama declared. It will be an enduring test of our free society, and our leadership in the world. And unlike the great power conflicts and clear lines of division that define the 20th century, our effort will involve disorderly regions, failed states, diffuse enemies. He added, we'll have to be nimble and precise in our use of military power. Where Al-Qaeda and its allies attempt to establish a foothold whether in Somalia or Yemen or elsewhere, they must be confronted by growing pressure and strong partnerships. A week after his West Point speech, President Obama accepted the Nobel Peace Prize in Oslo, Norway. His remarks would win praise from hawkish Republicans for his forceful defense of the projection of U.S. power across the globe and for his assertion that the wars America was waging were just wars. Perhaps the most profound issue surrounding my receipt of this prize is the fact that I am the commander-in-chief of the military of a nation in the midst of two wars, Obama said. Obama praised the legendary nonviolent activists Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr., a previous recipient of the prize, in his speech before laying out why he disagreed with their pacifism. As someone who stands here as a direct consequence of Dr. King's life work, I am living testimony to the moral force of nonviolence. I know there's nothing weak, nothing passive, nothing naive in the creed and lives of Gandhi and King, Obama said. But as a head of state, sworn to protect and defend my nation, I cannot be guided by their examples alone. I face the world as it is, and cannot stand idle in the face of threats to the American people. For make no mistake, evil does exist in the world. A nonviolent movement could not have halted Hitler's armies. Negotiations cannot convince Al-Qaeda's leaders to lay down their arms. To say that force may sometimes be necessary is not a call to cynicism, it is a recognition of history, the imperfections of man and the limits of reason. Karl Rove, the former senior advisor to President Bush, called the speech superb, tough and effective, while a slew of neoconservatives also heaped praise on Obama. Newt Gingrich, the former Republican Speaker of the House, praised the fact that a liberal president went to Oslo on behalf of a peace prize and reminds the committee that they would not be free, they wouldn't be able to have a peace prize, without having force. Noting the praise from hawkish Republicans for Obama's speech, columnist Glenn Greenwald dubbed it the most explicitly pro-war speech ever delivered by anyone while accepting the Nobel Peace Prize. When Obama returned from Oslo with his Peace Prize, his administration was about to initiate a new, covert U.S. war and herald an era in U.S. foreign policy that would put at its center the expansion of the U.S. global assassination program. If they kill innocent children and call them Al-Qaeda, then we are all Al-Qaeda. Washington, D.C., and Yemen, 2009. On December 16, 2009, top U.S. national security officials were given a file of baseball cards containing the bios of 3 alleged AQAP members whom Admiral McRaven wanted taken out by JSOC in a proposed series of targeted killings inside Yemen. Their code names were Objectives Akron, Toledo, and Cleveland. JSOC wanted to move on the targets in less than 24 hours and needed an answer from the lawyers, yes or no. The officials who made up the killing committee had little time to review the intelligence. Both Harold Koh, the State Department's legal advisor, and his counterpart at the Pentagon, Jeh Johnson, reportedly had just 45 minutes from the time they received the files until the JSOC-led teleconference that would decide if the missions were a go. This meeting was larger than most targeting meetings, involving some 75 officials. The Obama administration was about to start bombing Yemen, and the national security establishment was mobilized. Admiral McRaven was beamed into the meeting via teleconference and, with the cold and direct tone he was famous for, laid out the military case for kinetic action against the targets. The main target, Akron, was Mohammed Saleh Mohammed Ali al-Kazemi, whom the United States had identified as an AQAP deputy in Yemen's Abiyan province. JSOC had been hunting Kazemi and McRaven's men had tracked him to a training camp near the village of Al-Majala. Kazemi had evaded JSOC for months. Now, McRaven said, the US intelligence had a deadlock on his position. After ruling out a capture operation and weighing other military options, the team decided on a JSOC-led cruise missile attack on the camp. Johnson felt heavy pressure exerted by the military to kill and believed he had been rushed and unprepared to weigh all of the options. Still, he gave his thumbs up. A short time later, Johnson watched the satellite imagery of Al-Majala from a command center in the Pentagon. Figures that appeared to be the size of ants moved around. And then with a massive flash they were vaporized. The feed Johnson watched was referred to internally at JSOC as Kill TV. Now Johnson knew why. On the morning of December 17, Sheikh Saleh bin Farid's BlackBerry started ringing. Tribesmen from his Alak tribe told him there had been a horrible incident in a tiny Bedouin village in Abiyan province called Al-Majala. Early that morning, missiles had rained down on the modest dwellings of a dozen families that lived in the remote, barren, mountainous village. Dozens of people had been killed, the callers told bin Farid, many of them women and children. Bin Farid turned on Al Jazeera just as the news was breaking. The announcer read a press release from the Yemeni government, which said that Yemeni warplanes had conducted an attack against an Al-Qaeda training camp, dealing a devastating blow to the militants. Bin Farid called his chief bodyguard and his driver and ordered them to get his SUV prepared for the half-day's drive from Aden to Al-Majala. Bin Farid is one of the most powerful men in southern Yemen. His family's lineage traces back to the sultans who once ruled the Arabian Peninsula. After British colonialists arrived in southern Yemen in 1839, the Alak tribe became one of their most prized tribal allies. From 1937 to 1963, the southern Yemeni city of Aden existed as a crown colony, with remote areas governed through a series of treaties with tribes. Bin Farid, whose father was a sultan, was educated in British schools and grew up as royalty. In 1960, he went to the United Kingdom for college and military schooling and then returned to Yemen, where he joined the army. In 1967, Marxists took control of southern Yemen and the British withdrew. Bin Farid and his family fled Yemen, believing they would return in a few months. It would be nearly a quarter century. Eventually, Bin Farid came to terms with the fact that he would live in exile. He worked much of his young adult life building up businesses elsewhere in the Gulf, and he spent extensive time at his family's estate in the south of England. As the years passed, he became a major transportation and construction contractor in the Gulf. By 1990, Bin Farid was an extremely wealthy man. That year President Saleh unified North and South Yemen and he called Bin Farid. Saleh needed the tribes to help him consolidate his control over the south of the country, so he cut a deal with the tribal sheiks to return. In 1991, Bin Farid was back in Yemen. By the time Al-Qaeda began to formally organize an affiliate in Yemen in 2009, Bin Farid had once again become a powerful figure in the country. He was a member of parliament, leader of a huge tribe and was building a massive private resort right on the Gulf of Aden. He knew there were a handful of people who had ties to Al-Qaeda, including members of his own tribe, but he primarily saw them as tribesmen and was not particularly troubled by the jihadis, as Yemen was full of veterans of the Mujahideen war in Afghanistan and elsewhere. What's more, those men were widely considered to be national heroes. Bin Farid remembered when Fahd al-Qusso was arrested for his role in the Cole bombing. Qusso's job was to film the bombing, but he had overslept. When the government took Qusso into custody as a conspirator in the plot, Bin Farid was called in to mediate, as Qusso was a member of the Alak tribe. "That's the first time I heard that any Alaki belongs to Al-Qaeda," he said. And it was just limited to him, and I think, one or two others. Now, 9 years later, Bin Farid watched as news reports alleged that an Al-Qaeda stronghold was right in the middle of his tribal areas. The reports said that our government attacked Al-Qaeda in Al-Majala where Al-Qaeda has a base, and a field for training. And they have huge stores for all kinds of weapons and ammunition, and rockets, all this. And it was a successful attack, Ben Farid recalled. And they did not mention the Americans at all. Ben Farid found it impossible to believe that there was an Al-Qaeda base in Al-Majala. Even if there were Al-Qaeda members there, he thought, the government could easily have sent in a ground force to root them out. The reports he was getting about airstrikes made no sense to him. It was a remote area, but it wasn't Tora Bora. As soon as Ben Farid arrived in Al-Majala, he was horrified. When we went there, we could not believe our eyes. I mean, if somebody had a weak heart, I think he would collapse. You see goats and sheep all over, you see the heads of those who were killed here and there. You see their bodies, you see children. I mean some of them, they were not hit immediately, but by the fire, they were burned, he told me. Body parts were strewn around the village. You could not tell if this meat belongs to animals or to human beings, he remembered. They tried to gather what body parts they could to bury the dead. Some of the meat we could not reach, even. It was eaten by the birds. As Ben Farid surveyed the carnage, most of the victims he saw were women and children. They were all children, old women, all kinds of sheep and goats and cows. Unbelievable. He examined the site and found no evidence that there was anything even vaguely resembling a training camp. Why did they do this? Why in the hell are they doing this? He asked. There are no stores, there is no field for training. There is nobody, except a very poor tribe, one of the poorest tribes in the south. I later met with several survivors of the attack, in Abiyan, including a local tribal leader named Mukbal, spared because he had gone out to run errands in a nearby village. People saw the smoke and felt the earth shake. They had never seen anything like it. Most of the dead were women, children, and the elderly. 5 pregnant women were killed, he told me. After the missiles hit, I ran to the area. I found scattered bodies and injured women and children. A woman who survived the strike sobbed as she recalled for me what happened. At 6 a.m. we're sleeping and I was making bread. When the missiles exploded, I lost consciousness. I didn't know what had happened to my children, my daughter, my husband. Only I survived with this old man and my daughter. They died. They all died. In all, more than 40 people were killed at Al-Majala, including 14 women and 21 children. Mukbal, who adopted an orphaned child, was incredulous at the allegation that his village was an Al-Qaeda base. If they kill innocent children and call them Al-Qaeda, then we are all Al-Qaeda, he told me. If children are terrorists, then we are all terrorists. As Ben Farid examined the wreckage, he saw missile parts that appeared to be from Tomahawk cruise missiles. Of course, our government does not have this kind of rockets. I mean, any ordinary man could tell that this belongs to a big nation, a big government, he told me. Then he found a missile part labeled, "Made in the United States." Al-Majala was also littered with cluster bombs. A few days after the strike, 3 more people were killed when one exploded. Ben Farid believed the Yemeni government was lying and that the Americans had bombed Al-Majala and massacred dozens of innocent people. And he set out to prove it. As did a young Yemeni reporter. Abdullah Haider Sheh was a rare kind of journalist in a country with a media dominated by regime sycophants. We were only exposed to Western media and Arab media funded by the West, which depicts only one image of Al-Qaeda, recalled his best friend, Kamal Sharif, a well-known dissident Yemeni political cartoonist. But Abdullah brought a different viewpoint. Sheh had no reverence for Al-Qaeda, but he did view the group's ascent in Yemen as an important story, according to Sharif. Sheh was able to get access to Al-Qaeda figures in part because of his relationship, through marriage, to the radical Islamic cleric Abdul Majid al-Zindani, the founder of Iman University and a U.S. Treasury Department, designated terrorist. Although Sharif acknowledged that Sheh used his connections to gain access to Al-Qaeda, he added that Sheh also boldly criticized Zindani and his supporters, he said the truth with no fear. Shay had done in-depth profiles on Wuhashi and Shiri, the leaders of AQAP, and had documented their bomb-making capabilities. In one story, Shay nervously tried on a suicide vest that AQAP had made. He was the leading chronicler of the rise of the movement. His journalism was famous inside Yemen and across the world. Shay had long been known as a brave, independent-minded journalist in Yemen, and his collision course with the US government appeared to have been set when Al-Majala was bombed. As the story spread across the world, Shay traveled to the village. There he discovered the remnants of the Tomahawk cruise missiles and cluster bombs, neither of which were in the Yemeni military's arsenal. He photographed the missile parts, some of them bearing the label "Made in the United States," and distributed the photos to international media outlets and human rights organizations. He reported that the majority of the victims were women, children, and the elderly. After conducting his own investigation, Shay determined that it was a US strike, and he was all over the media telling anyone who would listen. The young journalist was becoming a thorn in America's side. But when he started interviewing Anwar al-Awlaki, he would become a target. Ben Farid and Shay were right. Al-Majala was the opening salvo in America's newest war. Unlike the CIA's covert action programs, which require formal notification to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, this operation was done under a military special access program, which gives the armed forces wide latitude to conduct lethal, secret operations with little, if any, oversight. In Yemen, the operations were all being coordinated by U.S. Special Operations Forces based at the US Yemen Joint Operations Center in Sana'a, with JSOC's Intelligence Division coordinating the intel, directing Yemeni forces in on-the-ground raids and providing coordinates for U.S. missile strikes. Inside the facility, U.S. and Yemeni military and intelligence officials had access to real-time electronic and video surveillance, as well as three-dimensional terrain maps. The U.S. personnel inside Yemen fed intel and operational details back to the NSA in Fort Meade, the Special Operations Command in Tampa, and to other intelligence and military agencies. This is how Al-Majala went down. It was December 17 in Yemen. Soon after, Obama's committee met in Washington and approved the operation to assassinate Kazemi and the other al-Qaeda members on Admiral McRaven's kill list. JSOC launched surveillance aircraft to monitor the intended targets. The operation kicked off in the early morning hours, as Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired from a submarine positioned in the waters off Yemen's coast. It was armed with cluster munitions. The missile slammed into a collection of dwellings in Al-Majala. Meanwhile, another strike was launched in Arhab, a suburb of the capital, Sana'a, followed up by raids on suspected al-Qaeda houses by Yemeni special ops troops from the US-trained CTU, backed by JSOC. Authorization for the U.S. strikes was rushed through President Saleh's office because of actionable intelligence that al-Qaeda suicide bombers were preparing for strikes in the Yemeni capital. The target in Arhab, according to intel reports, was an al-Qaeda house believed to be housing a big fish, AQAP leader Qasim al-Rimi. In Abiyan, an anonymous U.S. official told ABC News, an imminent attack against a U.S. asset was being planned. A military source familiar with the operation told me Al-Majala was a JSOC operation with borrowed Navy subs, borrowed Marine Corps, Air Force, and Navy surveillance aircraft, and close coordination with CIA and DIA on the ground in Yemen. Counting the crew of the sub, we're talking 350 to 400 in the loop. When word of the strikes first broke, Saleh's government publicly took responsibility. Yemen's defense ministry said its forces had mounted successful preemptive operations against al-Qaeda, saying they had killed 34 terrorists and arrested 17 others. The Pentagon refused to comment, directing all inquiries to Yemen's government, which released a statement taking credit for the coordinated strikes, saying in a press release that its forces carried out simultaneous raids killing and detaining militants. President Obama called Saleh to congratulate him and to thank him for his cooperation and pledge continuing American support. Egyptian dictator Hosni Mubarak also phoned to express his satisfaction to Saleh. But as images of the Al-Majala strike emerged, some military analysts who reviewed the footage of the aftermath questioned whether Yemen had the type of weapons used in the Abiyan hit. Al Jazeera broadcast video of artillery shells with visible serial numbers and speculated that the attack was done with a U.S. cruise missile. Abdullah Haider Sheh was interviewed on the network describing the dead civilians he had seen in Al-Majala. Among the munitions found at the scene were Blue 97A/B cluster bomblets, which explode into some 200 sharp steel fragments that can spray more than 400 feet away. In essence, they are flying landmines capable of shredding human bodies. The bomblets were also equipped with an incendiary material, burning zirconium, that set fire to flammable objects in the target area. The missile used in the attack, a BGM-109D Tomahawk, can carry more than 160 cluster bombs. None of these munitions were in Yemen's arsenal. As news of the strike spread, Admiral Mike Mullen, the chair of the Joint Chiefs, sat aboard his military aircraft returning from a trip to Iraq and Afghanistan and praised what he characterized as Yemeni operations supported by the United States. "We've actually done quite a bit there. I think we're on a pretty good track," he said. Referring to the attacks, Mullen said, "I really do applaud what they did, who they went after, and specifically going after the Al-Qaeda cell, which has grown significantly over the last couple of years there. But the vast majority of the victims killed in the strike were not, in fact, Al-Qaeda terrorists. Many of the victims, according to a classified U.S. diplomatic cable, were largely nomadic, Bedouin families who lived in tents near the AQAP training camp." A senior Yemeni defense official described them as poor people selling food and supplies to the terrorists, but were nonetheless acting in collusion with the terrorists and benefiting financially from AQAP's presence in the area. For Al-Qaeda, the takeaway was clear: the strikes were a U.S. operation. AQAP could use the images of the aftermath, including those of dead and disfigured children, to rally Yemenis to their cause. Saleh bin Farid was livid as he watched the way the Al-Majala bombing was covered in the international media. Virtually every Western news outlet that covered the story said that Yemen had targeted an Al-Qaeda training camp and that the strike had been a success. But bin Farid had been there. He'd helped scrape the remains of poor Bedouin villagers off of trees. He had seen the bodies of dead children pulled from rubble. He had promised newly orphaned children that he would take care of them, and he had seen the markings on the missile parts that showed they came from the United States. He was determined to make sure that the world understood that the victims of the strike were not Al-Qaeda and that America was responsible. On December 20, bin Farid organized a massive gathering of tribal leaders from across Yemen, nearly 150 of Yemen's most powerful sheikhs. It was no small feat. There were age-old disputes, current feuds and lethal hatred among some of the powerful tribesmen in attendance. But bin Farid persuaded them all to pledge that they would put aside their differences for the task at hand. "We made an open invitation to many sheikhs from all tribes. They came from Marib, Al-Jaf. They came from the north, they came from the south," he recalled. "We drove all the way from everywhere to Majala, just to prove, and show all media that what our government says is not true. The Majala disaster was done by the Americans. And there was not Al-Qaeda whatsoever." Bin Farid's goal was to gather tens of thousands of Yemenis from across the country in Al-Majala to show their solidarity with the victims of the missile strike. One of his estates was about 100 miles from Al-Majala, and he offered all of the visiting tribal leaders hospitality the night before, so that they could travel together as one unit to the demonstration the next day. At about 9:30 at night, as the tribesmen finished up their dinner and discussion of the logistics for the following day, one of bin Farid's guards approached him. He whispered to the sheikh that there were about a half-dozen men who had pulled up to the compound. "They want to see you," the guard told bin Farid, who waved for them to be allowed into the house. "But they are heavily loaded with machine guns, with hand grenades, with rocket launchers," the guard told him. "Does not matter," bin Farid replied. "We are equipped the same. They are not enemies." The men entered the house. They were young and well-dressed, clean-cut. They made small talk. Ben Farid asked them their names. He knew their tribes, but not the individuals. He asked them what they did for a living. The men laughed and looked at each other. "We are unemployed," one said. Then he added, "They say we are Al-Qaeda." "Are you?" Ben Farid asked. The men eventually admitted they were. "There is not one single American, or one single Israeli, or one single Brit, here in Chibwa," Ben Farid admonished them. "You are making a lot of trouble for your people. You are giving a bad reputation, to us and to our tribe. If you want to fight the Israelis, then I will buy you some tickets and I will send you to Palestine." Ben Farid was losing his patience. "What can I do for you?" he asked. The men told him that they had heard about the gathering in Al-Majala and asked Ben Farid if they could address the crowd. "If you are coming tomorrow, as ordinary tribesmen, you are welcome," Ben Farid told them, "but not as Al-Qaeda representatives." "No," one of them responded. "We want to come and give a speech and talk about Al-Qaeda." Ben Farid lost his temper. "This means that you are really idiots." "Really idiots," he told the young men. "Our gathering is to prove to the whole world that there is no Al-Qaeda in Al-Majala and that those people who were killed were innocent. If they came," he told them, "the media will say that all of us, we are Al-Qaeda." He warned them not to show up. "If you do come," he told them, "you shave my beard, if you survive 3 days." It was a grave warning. In Yemen, under tribal customs, to have one's beard shaved in public by another man is to be humiliated for life. Ben Farid was telling the young Al-Qaeda men that he would have them killed if they stepped foot in Al-Majala. The next morning at 4:30, Ben Farid and the scores of tribal leaders he had gathered at his home caravan to Al-Majala. When they arrived, tens of thousands of Yemenis had already assembled. Tents had been set up and there were cars as far as the eye could see. "We estimate that day, that the gathering was between 50,000 and 70,000, some estimate it was more," Ben Farid said. As Ben Farid settled into one of the massive tents and began going over the program for the day, his guards burst in. They told him that the men from last night, the members of Al-Qaeda, were standing on a car, giving a speech through a megaphone. Ben Farid grabbed his automatic weapon and darted out of the tent. His men held him back. "Either they will kill me or I will kill them," Ben Farid said. "I warned them." It was too late. The Al-Qaeda men had already achieved their goal. As Ben Farid was grabbing his machine gun, one of the Al-Qaeda men, Muhammad al-Kilwai, was standing on a car speaking to a crowd on the periphery of the demonstration. With a henna-dyed beard and a military jacket, he declared, "Al-Qaeda's war in Yemen is against the United States, not against the Yemeni military." Standing aside the other Al-Qaeda men, who were wielding rifles, Kilwai vowed to avenge the deaths at Al-Majala. "Our issue is with the Americans and their lackeys." He finished his brief speech, and then he and his cohorts jumped back in the vehicles and disappeared into the mountains. That night, video of the speech was broadcast across the globe. Ben Farid's gathering was portrayed as an Al-Qaeda rally, just as he had feared. "They really spoiled our meeting," Ben Farid recalled. But he was vindicated in the end. The men who had hijacked his rally were killed a few days later when the United States launched another cruise missile attack. Maybe the Americans had tracked them after they showed up at the rally, Ben Farid speculated. "They were killed," he said. "All of them." In Yemen, outrage about Al-Majala was spreading, fueled largely by the assumption that it was a U.S. bombing. The Yemeni parliament dispatched a delegation to do an on-the-ground investigation. When they arrived in the village, they found that all the homes and their contents were burnt and all that was left were traces of furniture along with traces of blood of the victims and a number of holes in the ground left by the bombing, as well as a number of unexploded bombs. Their investigation determined that the strike had killed 41 members of 2 families, including 14 women and 21 children. Some of the dead were sleeping when the missiles hit. The Saleh government insisted that 14 al-Qaeda operatives were killed, but the Yemeni parliamentary investigators said the government could only provide them with one name of an al-Qaeda operative killed in the bombing: Kazemi, the leader known as Akran on JSOC's list. Various Yemeni journalists and security analysts I interviewed were puzzled as to why Kazemi was being portrayed as an al-Qaeda leader, pointing out that he was an aging veteran of the earlier wars in Afghanistan and was not a major figure within AQAP. After the strike, a senior Yemeni official told the New York Times, "The involvement of the United States creates sympathy for al-Qaeda. The cooperation is necessary, but there is no doubt that it has an effect for the common man. He sympathizes with al-Qaeda." On December 21, Ambassador Stephen Sich sent a cable from Sana'a back to Washington. Referencing the strikes, he said the Yemeni government appears not overly concerned about unauthorized leaks regarding the U.S. role and negative media attention to civilian deaths. Sich said that Deputy Prime Minister Rashad al-Alimi told him that any evidence of greater U.S. involvement, such as fragments of U.S. munitions found at the sites, could be explained away as equipment purchased from the U.S. But the United States and Yemen knew Saleh's forces did not have those bombs. In his cable, Ambassador Sich asserted that Yemen must think seriously about its public posture and whether its strict adherence to assertions that the strikes were unilateral will undermine public support for legitimate and urgently needed CT operations, should evidence to the contrary surface. Indeed, months after the strike, Amnesty International published photographic evidence of the U.S. bombs found at the scene. The Pentagon would not respond to the group's inquiries about the munitions. A military strike of this kind against alleged militants without an attempt to detain them is at the very least unlawful, said Philip Luther, Deputy Director of Amnesty International's Middle East, North Africa Division. The fact that so many of the victims were actually women and children indicates that the attack was in fact grossly irresponsible. Amnesty noted that neither Yemen nor the United States had signed the Convention on Cluster Munitions, a treaty designed to ban the very weapons used in the strikes. Without publicly confirming the strike was a U.S. operation, unnamed American officials cited strained resources in the decision to use the cruise missile, alleging that with the C.I.A.S. armed drones tied up with the bombing campaign in Pakistan, cruise missiles were all that was available at the time. Yemeni officials told the U.S. ambassador they had given the governor of Abiyan $100,000 to pay off the victims and the families of the dead. Meanwhile, anonymous senior U.S. counterterrorism officials defended the strikes. One told the New York Times they had been conducted very methodically and that reports of civilian deaths were very much exaggerated. But according to journalist Daniel Klaidman, J. Johnson, the Pentagon lawyer who signed off on the strikes, reportedly said of his role in the Al-Majala bombing, "If I were Catholic, I'd have to go to confession." For his part, Saleh told the United States he wanted such operations to continue non-stop until we eradicate this disease, with Alimi adding that Yemen must maintain the status quo with regard to the official denial of U.S. involvement in order to ensure additional positive operations against AQAP, according to a U.S. cable sent 4 days after the strike. Yemen's foreign minister, Abu Bakr al-Kurbi, asked the United States to stay quiet on its role in the strikes, saying it should continue to refer inquiries to the Yemeni government, highlight the indigenous CT capabilities, and stress that al-Qaeda represents a threat not only to the West, but also to Yemen's security. While U.S. diplomats continued to develop the cover story with their Yemeni counterparts, more operations were being planned. The role of the U.S. government in the attacks in Yemen was only revealed through leaks. But it was clear who was calling the shots. Amid demands from the Yemeni parliament to explain the Al-Majala massacre, Deputy Prime Minister Alimi started spinning an updated version of the story, saying, Yemeni security forces carried out the operations using intelligence aid from Saudi Arabia and the United States of America in our fight against terrorism. Although closer to the truth, that version of events was also false. It was cruise missile strikes in combination with military units on the ground, said Sebastian Gorka, an instructor at the U.S. Special Operations Command's Joint Special Operations University, who had trained Yemeni forces. It was a very distinct signal from the Obama administration that they are serious in assisting Yemen to remove these al-Qaeda facilities from its soil. That was very much something executed by the United States, but with heavy support by the Yemeni government. According to senior U.S. military and intelligence officials, during the ground raid that followed the December 17 Arhab strike near Sana'a, Yemeni Special Operations Forces working with the JSOC team discovered someone they claimed was a surviving al-Qaeda would-be suicide bomber, who still had his vest on. He was taken into custody and interrogated, producing what the United States believed was actionable intelligence. A week after the deadly Abiyan airstrike and the ground raids near Sana'a, President Obama signed off on another hit, based in part on information provided by the prisoner taken in the Arhab raid. This time the target was an American citizen. The Americans really wanted to kill Anwar. Yemen, late 2009, early 2010. Nasser al-Awlaki had not heard from his son since May. On December 20, 2009, he received a call from President Saleh that caused his stomach to plummet. He called me at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He said, "Nasser, have you heard the news?" I said, "What news?" He said, 4 hours ago, your son was killed by an American airplane." I said, "What American airplane? Where?" Saleh told him the location, a mountainous area of Shabwa. Nasser hung up and started calling tribal leaders in the area, desperate for any information. There had been no airstrikes reported. "I don't know why the president told me that," Nasser later told me, adding that he believes the Americans had told Saleh they were going to hit Anwar on that day but that the operation had been called off for some reason. Regardless of the reason, it was now clear, the Americans really wanted to kill Anwar. 4 days after President Saleh called Nasser, on December 24, U.S. forces carried out an airstrike 400 miles southeast of Sana'a in the Raft Mountain Valley in Shabwa. According to official accounts, U.S. and Yemeni intelligence indicated al-Awlaki was meeting with the two most important figures in the growing AQAP organization, Nasir al-Wuhashi, bin Laden's former secretary, and AQAP leader Said Ali al-Shiri. Yemeni officials charged they were planning an attack on Yemeni and foreign oil targets. The airstrikes killed 30 people, and media outlets began reporting that al-Awlaki was dead, along with the two al-Qaeda figures. Former intelligence officials and Yemen experts appeared on news programs characterizing the killings as a huge victory for the struggle against al-Qaeda in Yemen. An unnamed senior administration official told the Washington Post that the Obama administration had no problems with targeting a U.S. citizen who it believed had joined al-Qaeda, saying, "It doesn't really change anything from the standpoint of whether we can target them because they are then part of the enemy." The fact that the president had authorized an assassination strike against a U.S. citizen went almost entirely unchallenged by Democrats and Republicans alike. Although reports of the strikes being U.S. operations made it onto major media outlets, primarily through leaks from U.S. officials intent on showing they were hitting al-Qaeda, there was no official ownership of the attacks by the White House or Pentagon. While the U.S. has escaped the brunt of criticism to date, continued leaks from Washington and international media coverage of American involvement could stir up anti-American resentment in Yemen, declared a cable sent from the U.S. Embassy in Sana'a back to Washington. Nasser watched the news reports that his son had been killed. He managed to reach a tribal figure who was in contact with Anwar. "I got information that day that my son was not there, and he was not killed," he recalled. When a reporter for the Washington Post called Nasser to get a comment from him on Anwar's death, Nasser told him Anwar was alive. Meanwhile, CBS News interviewed a source in Yemen who said that not only was al-Awlaki still alive, but the attacks were far from his house and he had nothing to do with those killed. Whether they were ever there or not, Wuhashi and Shiri were not killed in the attack, either. They decided to kill at the end of 2009, Nasser told me. "Is it legal for the United States to kill an American citizen, without a legal process, without due process? I want any decent American lawyer to tell me that it is right for the United States government to kill an American citizen, on the basis that he said something against the United States, or against American soldiers. I don't understand 100% the American Constitution, but I don't believe that the American Constitution, American law, will allow the killing of an American citizen because he said something against the United States. While the American government was hunting for Anwar al-Awlaki from the skies, Yemeni journalist Abdullah Haider Sheh managed to track him down for an exclusive interview, which was broadcast around the globe and translated into multiple languages. In the United States, it was reported by major U.S. television networks and printed in newspapers. Far from coming off as sympathetic, Sheh's interview was tough and seemed aimed at actually getting answers. Among the questions he asked al-Awlaki, how can you agree with what Nidal Hasan did as he betrayed his American nation? Why did you bless the acts of Nidal Hasan? Do you have any connection with the incident directly? Sheh also confronted al-Awlaki with inconsistencies from his previous interviews. Under Sheh's questioning, al-Awlaki went into great depth articulating his defense of Nidal Hasan's massacre at Fort Hood, and he told Sheh he wanted to clarify his position on Hasan's shooting spree. I did not recruit Nidal Hasan, but America did with its crimes and injustice, and this is what America does not want to admit. America does not want to admit that what Nidal carried out, and what thousands of Muslims besides Nidal are doing in fighting against America, is because of its oppressive policies against the Islamic world, al-Awlaki told the journalist. Nidal Hasan, before he became an American, is a Muslim, and he is also from Palestine, and he sees what the Jews are doing through oppressing his people under American cover and support. Yes, I may have a role in the intellectual direction of Nidal, but the matter does not exceed that, as I don't try to disconnect myself with what Nidal has done because of disagreement with it, but it would be an honor to me if I had a bigger role in it. Al-Awlaki provided his email correspondence with Hasan to Sheh so the journalist could reach his own conclusions about its contents. I gave it to you to publish it because the American administration has prohibited publishing it, al-Awlaki told him. Why do they not want it out? What is the reason? Do they want to cover their security failure? Or, do they not want to confess that Nidal Hasan was a man of principle and that he did what he did as a service to Islam? Do they to show it as a sudden, individual act with no relation to the actions of the criminal American army? Al-Awlaki pointed out that the U.S. government had been intercepting his emails with Hasan, including the first one, sent a year before the Fort Hood shootings, in which Hasan asked whether killing American soldiers and officers is lawful or not. Al-Awlaki said the emails revealed the failure of U.S. intelligence agencies. I wonder where were the American security forces that one day claimed they can read the numbers of any license plate, anywhere in the world, from space. Sheh had caused trouble for the United States and the Yemeni government when he reported on the U.S. role in the Al-Majala bombing and other strikes. Now he was in contact with Anwar al-Awlaki, giving the preacher another opportunity to get his message out. Sheh was a serious journalist, chasing down important stories inside his own country. If anything, Sheh's interviews provided the U.S. intelligence community, politicians, and the pro-assassination pundits with ammunition to support their campaign to kill al-Awlaki. Nonetheless, the United States perceived Sheh as a threat and one that had to be dealt with. Al-Awlaki, meanwhile, was quickly becoming a household name. In the aftermath of the December strikes and raids, the media and Congress began to awaken to the reality that the United States seemed to be heading toward an undeclared war in Yemen. The events of Christmas Day in 2009 would shake the entire country. President Barack Obama and his family were singing Christmas carols in Hawaii when one of the president's aides interrupted the festivities, pulling Obama aside for an urgent phone call with John Brennan, his top counterterrorism advisor. A few hours earlier, a young Nigerian man, Umar Farouk Abdul-Mutalab, had boarded Northwest Airlines Flight 253 in Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. 3 days before, he had turned 23 years old. At around 8 a.m. local time, he made his way down the aisle of the plane and settled into seat 19A. At 8:45 a.m., the plane was wheels up, headed across the Atlantic en route to Detroit. Abdul-Mutallab's father, Al-Hajj Umar Mutallab, was a retired businessman, former Federal Commissioner for Economic Development in Nigeria, and one of the wealthiest men on the African continent. The path that led the wealthy young Nigerian to Flight 253 ran straight through Yemen. Abdul-Mutallab had attended elite private schools in Lomé, Togo, where he was known to be a devout Muslim and was described by one instructor as every teacher's dream. In 2005, he spent part of the year studying Arabic in Sana'a and, like many figures being watched in Yemen by the U.S. counterterrorism apparatus, attended lectures at Iman University. Later that year, Abdul-Mutallab moved to London, where he enrolled in college. There, he became president of the University College of London's Islamic Society and participated in nonviolent protests against the US-UK wars in Muslim countries. He organized a conference to protest the war on terror. On at least 2 occasions, Abdul-Mutallab traveled to the United States for visits and, in 2008, was given a multiple entry visa. In August 2008, he attended lectures at an Islamic institute in Texas before returning to Yemen to study Arabic. During that period, Abdul-Mutallab's father described his son as growing increasingly radical, becoming obsessed with Sharia law and what he called the real Islam. Eventually, Abdul-Mutallab fell off the map. His father grew so concerned that on November 19, 2009, he went to the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria and met with 2 U.S. security officials, later identified as CIA, to tell them that his son had gone missing in Yemen. During the meeting, he described his son's extreme religious views. As Flight 253 began its descent into Detroit, Abdul-Mutallab complained that he had a stomachache and went into a bathroom, where he remained for about 20 minutes. When he returned to his seat, he covered himself with a blanket. Moments later, other passengers say they heard a noise that sounded like a firecracker. In a flash, Abdul-Mutallab's pants leg was on fire, as was part of the plane's inner wall. A nearby passenger jumped on him, and flight attendants scrambled to put out the fire. When a flight attendant asked Abdul-Mutallab what he had in his pants, he reportedly responded, "Explosive device." It was Christmas morning and families across the United States were opening presents and preparing for celebrations when the news broke that there had been an attempted attack on a U.S. airliner. Abdul-Mutallab quickly became known as the underwear bomber after it was revealed that he had smuggled explosives in his undergarments. It didn't take long before Abdul-Mutallab's Yemen connection was out in the open, with intense focus on the possible involvement of AQAP. The fact that PETN was among the explosives in Abdul-Mutallab's makeshift underwear bomb was cited as evidence of the involvement of Ibrahim Asiri, who made the penterithrotol tetranitrate bomb his brother had used in the attempt to kill Prince Ben Nayef of Saudi Arabia a few months earlier. As the Obama administration scrambled to respond, the U.S. intelligence community and congressional Republicans began to spring leaks. Before long, Abdul-Mutallab was presented as an AQAP operative who had been sent on a suicide mission by Anwar al-Awlaki. Yemeni intelligence officials told the United States that Abdul-Mutallab had traveled to al-Awlaki's tribal area of Shabwa in October 2009. There, they say, he hooked up with members of AQAP. A U.S. government source said that the National Security Agency had intercepted voice-to-voice communication between Abdul-Mutallab and al-Awlaki in the fall of 2009 and had determined that al-Awlaki was in some way involved in facilitating this guy's transportation or trip through Yemen. It could be training, a host of things. I don't think we know for sure, the anonymous source told the Washington Post. A local tribal leader from Shabwa, Mullah Zabra, later told me he had seen the young Nigerian at the farm of Fad al-Quso, the alleged USS Cole bombing conspirator. He was watering trees, Zabra told me. When I asked Fad, who is he? Quso told Zabra the young man was from a different part of Yemen, which Zabra knew was a lie. When I saw him on TV, then Fad told me the truth. Al-Awlaki's role in the underwear plot was unclear. Al-Awlaki later claimed that Abdul-Mutallab was one of his students. Tribal sources in Shabwa told me that Al-Qaeda operatives reached out to Awlaki to give religious counseling to Abdul-Muttalib, but that Awlaki was not involved in the plot. While praising the attack, Awlaki said he had not been involved with its conception or planning. Yes, there was some contact between me and him, but I did not issue a fatwa allowing him to carry out this operation, Awlaki told Abdullah Haider Sheh in an interview for Al Jazeera a few weeks after the attempted attack. I support what Umar Farouk has done after I have been seeing my brothers being killed in Palestine for more than 60 years, and others being killed in Iraq and in Afghanistan. And in my tribe too, US missiles have killed women and children, so do not ask me if Al-Qaeda has killed or blown up a US civil jet after all this. The 300 Americans are nothing comparing to the thousands of Muslims who have been killed. Sheh pressed Awlaki on his defense of the attempted downing of the plane, pointing out to Awlaki that it was a civilian airliner. You have supported Nidal Malik Hassan and justified his act by saying that his target was a military, not a civilian one. Umar Farouk Abdul-Muttalib's plane was a civilian one, which means the target was the US public. Sheh pressed him. It would have been better if the plane was a military one or if it was a US military target, Awlaki replied. But, he added, the American people live a democratic system and that is why they are held responsible for their policies. The American people are the ones who have voted twice for Bush the criminal and elected Obama, who is not different from Bush, as his first remarks stated that he would not abandon Israel, despite the fact that there were other anti-war candidates in the US elections, but they won very few votes. The American people take part in all its government's crimes. If they oppose that, let them change their government. They pay the taxes which are spent on the army and they send their sons to the military, and that is why they bear responsibility. Soon after the attempted bombing, AQAP posted a web statement praising Abdul-Muttalib as a hero who had penetrated all modern and sophisticated technology and devices and security barriers in airports of the world and reached his target. The statement boasted that the Mujahideen brothers in the manufacturing department made the device and that it did not detonate due to a technical error. 4 months after the attempted attack, AQAP released a video showing Abdul-Muttalib, armed with a Kalashnikov and wearing a keffiyeh, at a desert training camp in Yemen. In the video, masked men conducted live ammunition training. One scene showed AQAP operatives firing at a drone flying overhead. At the end of the video, Abdul-Muttalib read a martyrdom statement in Arabic. You brotherhood of Muslims in the Arabian Peninsula have the right to wage jihad because the enemy is in your land, he said, sitting before a flag and a rifle and dressed in white. God said if you do not fight back, he will punish you and replace you. The incident gave ammunition to Republicans and former Bush administration officials who accused President Obama and his national security team of missing repeated warning signs leading up to the incident, saying that Abdul-Muttalib's father's warning at the embassy in Abuja, Nigeria, should have been taken more seriously. An intelligence official pushed back, telling Newsweek, while this is the season for second-guessing and finger-pointing, I have not seen anything to come from the meeting in Abuja that suddenly would have rocketed Abdul-Muttalib to the no-fly list. You had a young man who was becoming increasingly pious and was turning his back on his family's wealthy lifestyle. That alone makes him neither Saint Francis nor a dead-eyed killer. Every piece of data, of course, looks different when you know the answer, as everyone does now. At the same time, Republicans used the incident to portray Obama as a naive peacenik. The Obama administration came in and said, we're not going to use the word terrorism anymore. We're going to call it man-made disasters, trying to, I think, downplay the threat from terrorism, quipped Representative Pete Hoekstra, then the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, on Fox News 2 days after the failed attack. On December 30, former Vice President Cheney launched another scathing public attack on Obama. As I've watched the events of the last few days, it is clear once again that President Obama is trying to pretend we are not at war, declared Cheney. He seems to think if he has a low-key response to an attempt to blow up an airliner and kill hundreds of people, we won't be at war. He seems to think if he gives terrorists the rights of Americans, lets them lawyer up and reads them their Miranda rights, we won't be at war. Cheney's attack was bold, not least for its hypocrisy. When the so-called shoe bomber, Richard Reed, tried to blow up a flight in a similar way, the Bush administration prosecuted him in civilian courts and Rumsfeld declared that the case was a matter that's in the hands of the law enforcement people. Unlike Obama, who responded to the incident swiftly, it took President Bush 6 days to address Reed's attempted attack. Cheney further charged that Obama seems to think if he gets rid of the words, war on terror, we won't be at war. But we are at war, and when President Obama pretends we aren't, it makes us less safe. Cheney's statement was a phenomenal misrepresentation. Obama had already bombed Yemen more times in his first year in office than Bush and Cheney had in the entire 8 years of their term in the White House. A lot of the knuckleheads I've been listening to out there on the network shows don't know what they're talking about, Brennan fumed to the New York Times. When they say the administration's not at war with Al-Qaeda, that is just complete hogwash. What they're doing is just playing into Al-Qaeda's strategic effort, which is to get us to battle among ourselves instead of focusing on them. At his inauguration, Obama had declared, "Our nation is at war against a far-reaching network of violence and hatred." When it came to Yemen, Obama certainly viewed the country's Al-Qaeda presence as a priority target, despite Cheney's very public allegations. While the Obama administration was facing intense scrutiny over its handling of the incident, it was also ratcheting up U.S. military action against AQAP. "We have a growing presence there, and we have two, of special operations, Green Berets, intelligence," Senator Joe Lieberman asserted on Fox News. Lieberman, who had traveled to Yemen in August, said, "Somebody in our government said to me in Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, Iraq was yesterday's war. Afghanistan is today's war. If we don't act preemptively, Yemen will be tomorrow's war. That's the danger we face." Like Cheney, Lieberman, it seemed, was late to the game. The war in Yemen was already well underway. In early 2010, the Obama administration continued to downplay the U.S. role in Yemen, with officials publicly repeating a version of the same line: "The United States is only providing support to Yemen's counterterrorism operations." People ask me, the question comes up, are we sending troops into Yemen? Admiral Mike Mullen, the chair of the Joint Chiefs, said in a lecture at the U.S. Naval War College on January 8. And the answer is we have no plans to do that, and we shouldn't forget this is a sovereign country. And sovereign countries get to vote on who comes in their country and who doesn't. Those comments were echoed 2 days later by the president himself. "We've known throughout this year that Al-Qaeda in Yemen has become a more serious problem," Obama said on January 10. "And as a consequence, we have partnered with the Yemeni government to go after those terrorist training camps and cells there in a much more deliberate and sustained fashion." Obama said bluntly, "I have no intention of sending U.S. boots on the ground in Yemen." It was an incredible statement from a commander-in-chief who, for a full year, had troops on the ground who were entrenched, operational and growing in ranks. While the U.S. footprint was small, JSOC was on the ground with the president's direct authorization. In Sana'a, the State Department noted steadily growing military elements based at the embassy as part of an expanding U.S. military footprint. Under National Security Decision Directive 38, issued in 1982, the U.S. ambassador had authority to approve all personnel entering Yemen. In June 2010, the embassy reported that it was managing a daily flow of proposals for engagement by the U.S. military and requests for intelligence and military personnel to be granted country clearances for temporary duty. The Special Operations Command liaison to the embassy was Lieutenant Colonel Brad Treadway, who had served as a liaison for a team of SEALs from the Naval Special Warfare Group in Iraq in the early stages of the U.S. invasion. He was undoubtedly a busy man, as special operations teams began a substantial expansion. By late January, JSOC had been involved with more than 24 ground raids and air strikes in Yemen since the December 17 bombing of Al-Majala. Scores of people were killed in the raids and strikes, and others were taken prisoner. At the same time, JSOC began operating its own drones in the country. What started as a day of coordinated strikes was turning into a sustained targeted killing campaign in Yemen coordinated by JSOC. After the December thing with Abdul Muttalib, had to kind of show more support for our actions, recalled Dr. Emil Nakli, the former senior CIA officer. He would play the game, he would kind of look the other way when we would do certain kinds of military operations, kinetic operations against some radical groups there. When he was put under pressure, he would say it was his own operations. He played the game. While U.S. military and intelligence agencies began plotting more strikes in Yemen, General Petraeus traveled to Sana'a for another round of meetings with President Saleh and his top military and intelligence officers to ensure mission continuity after the December strikes and the failed Christmas Day bombing plot. On January 2, Petraeus kicked off the meeting by informing Saleh that the United States would be more than doubling security assistance to Yemen, including $45 million to train and equip Yemen's Special Operations Forces for aerial warfare against AQAP. Saleh asked Petraeus for 12 attack helicopters, saying that if the U.S. bureaucracy held up the transfer of the choppers, Petraeus could strike a backdoor deal with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates to handle the transfers for the United States. Petraeus told Saleh he had already discussed such an arrangement with the Saudis. Saleh told Petraeus the United States could position fixed-wing aircraft around Yemen's territory out of sight and authorized them to strike AQAP when actionable intelligence was available. Officially, Saleh told Petraeus, Yemen did not want U.S. forces conducting operations on the ground in Yemen. You cannot enter the operations area and you must stay in the Joint Operations Center, Saleh said. But everyone at the meeting must have understood that this requirement would not be enforced, as it had not been in the past. While praising the December strikes, Saleh lamented the use of cruise missiles used to bomb Al-Majala, according to a U.S. diplomatic cable on the meeting, because they were not very accurate. In the meeting, Petraeus claimed the only civilians killed were the wife and 2 children of an AQAP operative at the site, which was blatantly false. Saleh told Petraeus he preferred precision-guided bombs fired from fixed-wing aircraft. Saleh even made Yemen's deception explicit, "We'll continue saying the bombs are ours, not yours," he told Petraeus. Yemen's Deputy Prime Minister, Rashad al-Alimi, then joked that he had just lied by telling the Yemeni parliament that the bombs in Arhab, Abiyan, and Shabwa were American-made but deployed by Yemen. Shortly after that meeting, Alimi told reporters in Yemen, "The operations that have been taken, are 100% Yemeni forces. The Yemeni security apparatus has taken support, information, and technology that are not available here, and that's mostly from the US and Saudi Arabia and other friendly countries." But most Yemenis were not buying the story. Ahmed al-Aswadi, a leader of the opposition Al-Islah Party, said that it is believed by most Yemenis that the recent strikes had been actually carried out by U.S. forces, adding, U.S. policy in this region of the world is no secret. If the government doesn't comply with U.S. demands, then they bring in drones. During his meeting with Saleh, Petraeus had complained, only 4 out of 50 planned U.S. Special Operations Forces command training missions with the Yemeni Air Force had actually been executed in the past year. In interviews, Special Forces operators with experience in Yemen characterized the Special Ops forces they were training there as not having the will to fight and told me they increasingly felt a need to take matters into their own hands. In early 2010, the Obama administration canceled the scheduled repatriation of more than 30 Yemenis held at Guantanamo who had already been cleared for release. Given the unsettled situation, I've spoken to the Attorney General and we've agreed that we will not be transferring additional detainees back to Yemen at this time, President Obama said on January 5. Lawyers for some of the Yemeni prisoners called the decision unconscionable, saying it would effectively prevent any meaningful progress towards closing Guantanamo, which President Obama has repeatedly argued will make our nation safer. It was clear that for the Obama administration, the Guantanamo issue, a central pillar of the president's election campaign, was far less pressing than its counter-terrorism agenda in Yemen, which had more citizens at the prison than any other nation. At the State Department, Hillary Clinton declared, "The instability in Yemen is a threat to regional stability and even global stability." On January 15, more airstrikes targeted suspected AQAP operatives, with missiles hitting 2 vehicles. 4 days later, on January 19, the U.S. government formally designated AQAP as a foreign terrorist organization. That day, the UN Security Council, at the urging of U.S. Ambassador Susan Rice, took similar action. State Department spokesman P.J. Crowley said the moves support the U.S. effort to degrade the capabilities of this group. "We are determined to eliminate AQAP's ability to execute violent attacks and to disrupt, dismantle, and defeat their networks." On January 20, missile attacks once again targeted alleged AQAP operatives in Marib. As with the January 15 strikes, the Yemeni authorities claimed to have killed senior AQAP figures who would later prove to be alive, including Qasim al-Raimi. The attacks, which included a strike on a convoy of vehicles, suggested that armed U.S. drones were being used in Yemen. Both strikes seemed to be aimed at decapitating the AQAP leadership in Marib, centered on the suspected local leader Ayad al-Shabwani. During the January 20 raids, the editor-in-chief of the Yemen Post, Hakim al-Masmari, described sustained air strikes. "Today, there have been 17 raids inside Marib, most of them trying to attack Shabwani and his friends," he said. "Until now, there is only one al-Qaeda leader killed, have troops on the ground, but doing nothing. Most of the attacks are from the air." Eyewitnesses said that villagers were using anti-aircraft guns to fire at menacing planes. "Mr. Barack Obama, I hope that you reconsider your order to kill my son." Washington, D.C., and Yemen, early 2010. In January 2010, the news leaked in the U.S. media that JSOC had officially elevated Anwar al-Awlaki to the capture or kill category on its list of high-value targets. The decision to clear a U.S. citizen for potential targeted assassination was made following a review by the National Security Council, which greenlit the proposal to kill al-Awlaki. Both the CIA and the JSOC maintain lists of individuals, called high-value targets and high-value individuals, whom they seek to kill or capture, reported the Washington Post. The JSOC list includes 3 Americans, including al-Awlaki, whose name was added late last year. As of several months ago, the CIA list included 3 U.S. citizens, and an intelligence official said that al-Awlaki's name has now been added. When the Post story was published on January 26, the CIA was quick to say that it had not cleared al-Awlaki for assassination. The Post issued a correction stating that the military's Joint Special Operations Command maintains a target list that includes several Americans. The quibble highlighted the benefit for the White House of using JSOC to conduct lethal operations. "I think it's a very dubious legality, because of the fact that we're not at war," Colonel Patrick Lang told me shortly after it was revealed that al-Awlaki was on a JSOC hit list. "And he's not a member of an enemy force that is legally at war with the United States. I like law, when it comes to war. Otherwise things get very messy, very fast," constitutional law expert Glenn Greenwald observed at the time. "Obviously, if U.S. forces are fighting on an actual battlefield, then they have the right to kill combatants actively fighting against them, including American citizens. That's just the essence of war. That's why it's permissible to kill a combatant engaged on a real battlefield in a war zone but not, say, torture them once they're captured and helplessly detained. But combat is not what we're talking about here. The people on this hit list are likely to be killed while at home, sleeping in their bed, driving in a car with friends or family, or engaged in a whole array of other activities. More critically still, the Obama administration, like the Bush administration before it, defines the battlefield as the entire world." Representative Jane Harman, a Democrat who at the time chaired the House Homeland Security Subcommittee on Intelligence, described al-Awlaki as probably the person, the terrorist, who would be terrorist number one in terms of threat against us. She added that the Obama administration has made very clear that people, including Americans who are trying to attack our country, are people we will definitely pursue, are targets of the United States. On February 3, Admiral Dennis Blair, then the Director of National Intelligence, testified before the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He confirmed that the Obama administration believed it had the right to kill U.S. citizens, saying a decision to use lethal force against a U.S. citizen must get special permission, and asserted that being a U.S. citizen will not spare an American from getting assassinated by military or intelligence operatives overseas if the individual is working with terrorists and planning to attack fellow Americans. I don't know how comfortable people who follow these issues are when you begin to put a U.S. citizen in the same category as a non-US citizen. Nackley, who had left the CIA before Awlaki was placed on JSOC's target list for assassination, told me. There is some unease about this approach among people I talk to about targeting U.S. citizens without due process. The Obama administration apparently had little unease, however. Speaking of the U.S. relationship with Yemen that allowed the United States to strike at will in the country, an anonymous senior administration official told the Washington Post, "We are very pleased with the direction this is going." In Yemen, Nasser Awlaki read the story. And he decided to write directly to Obama. His letter, which was relayed to U.S. officials by an American journalist, received no response. To Mr. Barack Obama, President of the United States of America. I was very pleased when you were elected as President of the United States of America. In fact, I spent the whole election night without sleep until it was declared by media that you were President-elect. I read your book Dreams of My Father and I was really moved by it. You know that I myself went to America in 1966 on a Fulbright scholarship to study agricultural economics when I was 20 years old. My son Anwar was my firstborn child and I distributed many cigars to my faculty and friends at the New Mexico State University when he was born in 1971. Because of my love of America, I sent Anwar also to Colorado State University to get American education. My son continued his education to graduate school where he began PhD program at George Washington University in 2001. Because of the unfortunate events of September 11, it became difficult for him to continue his education because of the bad treatment he got at the university and decided to go to the United Kingdom to complete his education, but he could not afford the expensive cost of his education and returned to Yemen. Since that time, he spent his time learning and preaching his religion and nothing else. However, he was put into prison for more than 18 months as a result of a request from the U.S. government. The FBI interviewed Anwar for 2 days in 2007 and found no links between him and the events of September 11. After he was released from prison, he continued to be harassed and decided to leave Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, and live in a small town in southern Yemen. Again, U.S. spy plane was flying over the town for many months, and when it was known that he was being tracked to be put in prison again, he went to the mountains in Chubway province, the land of his ancestors. The Washington Post published an article on Wednesday, January 27, 2010 by Dana Priest in which she reported that you ordered the December 24 strike where Anwar was supposed to be meeting with al-Qaeda leaders. The Post reported that the CIA and the JSOC added Anwar to a list of so-called high-value targets whom they seek to kill or capture on the assumption that Anwar al-Awlaki is an al-Qaeda figure. You know, and I know, that Anwar al-Awlaki has never been a member of this organization, and I hope that he will never be. He is simply a preacher who has the right to spread the word of Islam and wherever he likes, and this is definitely lawful and protected by the American Constitution. So, I hope that you reconsider your order to kill or capture my son based on the wrong assumption that he is a member of al-Qaeda. Again, I would like to inform you, Mr. President Obama, that my son is innocent, has nothing to do with violence, and he is only a scholar of Islam, and I believe that this has nothing to do with terrorism. So I plead again to you that you respect American law, and if Anwar ever did anything wrong, he should be prosecuted according to the principles of American law. Sincerely yours, Nasser al-Awlaki, Professor of Agricultural Economics. Sana'a University. The Republic of Yemen. One Night in Gardes. Washington, D.C. 2008 to 2010, Afghanistan, 2009, 2010. Stanley McChrystal had been off the battlefield since early 2008. After McRaven took the helm at JSOC, McChrystal returned to Washington to serve as the director of the Joint Staff, a powerful position within the Pentagon bureaucracy. His nomination had been held up by a handful of senators who wanted his possible role in the abuse and torture of prisoners in Iraq and elsewhere investigated, but he was ultimately confirmed. The move was not a demotion for McChrystal. If anything, it put him at the center of future decisions on troop deployments and the makeup of the forces that would be used in military operations. At the Joint Staff, McChrystal was instrumental in persuading Obama to spread out control of Special Operations Forces and shift some command authority over unconventional warfare to the combatant commanders. These moves, in turn, expanded the covered battlefield and facilitated the lethal operations Obama was increasingly authorizing in Yemen and other countries. For the first several months of the Obama administration, his national security team engaged in a heated debate over how to proceed in Afghanistan. Some military commanders had pressed for a sizable increase to the U.S. force and a replay of the counterinsurgency tactics mythologized in the narrative about the success of the troop surge in Iraq, but Vice President Joe Biden and National Security Advisor James Jones advocated for a shift in the focus of the campaign to Pakistan, using a combination of special ops forces and drones. I don't foresee the return of the Taliban, and I want to be very clear that Afghanistan is not in imminent danger of falling, General Jones said in October 2009. The Al-Qaeda presence is very diminished. The maximum estimate is less than 100 operating in the country, no bases, no ability to launch attacks on either us or our allies. McChrystal and McRaven had pressed Obama to surge U.S. forces in Afghanistan and, along with other powerful U.S. military figures, including Petraeus, convinced the new commander-in-chief that it was the right course. Obama and McRaven actually have a fairly good relationship, and McRaven, when McChrystal was in Afghanistan, worked hand in glove with McChrystal, designing the counter-Al-Qaeda strategies, a source close to the administration told me at the time. McRaven played a significant, hidden role in developing the McChrystal plan that Obama eventually signed off on. In December 2009, Obama announced a surge in Afghanistan. By the summer of 2010, Obama wanted to increase the number of U.S. troops in the country from 68,000 to 100,000 U.S. forces. Their goal, as President Obama explained in late 2009, was to disrupt, dismantle, and defeat Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and to prevent its capacity to threaten America and our allies in the future and to reverse the Taliban's momentum. Obama asserted that he was convinced that our security is at stake and that new attacks are being plotted as I speak. This is no idle danger, no hypothetical threat. To confront that threat, Obama chose General McChrystal as his man in Afghanistan. In appointing McChrystal as the commander of the International Security Assistance Force and commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan, Obama revealed the extent to which his counterterrorism policies centered on JSOC. Obama selected a man who was more closely aligned than almost any other figure with the most aggressive military policies of the Bush administration, except, perhaps, General Petraeus, to run the war Obama would soon claim as his own. I was somewhat stunned when McChrystal was selected to be the commander in Afghanistan, recalled Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, who had struggled with JSOC secrecy during the Bush administration. This guy has been kept away from the public. He's been a clandestine operator. He's a guy who's used to direct action. He's a guy who's used to getting his own way. He's a guy who's used to having it all happen without any transparency. Other sources with whom I spoke put a different spin on McChrystal's appointment. They pointed to the problems the conventional command had long had with JSOC's forces conducting operations without informing them and observed that such actions were undermining the COIN, or counterinsurgency, strategy. The Kabul command just felt as if they were outside of the picture, JSOC was out doing its own show. JSOC wasn't towing the line with respect to counterinsurgency doctrine, and most of the tactics that were being used by JSOC in fact did undermine the legitimacy of the government, said Scott Horton, the human rights lawyer who has studied JSOC extensively. So I think one way of reconciling these things was in fact to put Stanley McChrystal in charge of the command in Kabul, and make him implement the counterinsurgency doctrine. Put in someone that JSOC would have to listen to. Although many of these special ops forces operated outside of the coalition chain of command, in his review of the war effort in Afghanistan, McChrystal made it clear that closer coordination with JSOC was among his key goals, and that he sought to bring SOFs into the overall strategy of defeating the insurgency. Vice Admirals McRaven and Robert Harward were brought into the White House Afghanistan strategy meetings in the fall of 2009. Like McChrystal, McRaven and Harward pressed for a heavy coin presence in major population centers, while using CT teams to stalk targets throughout the country. The region near the border with Pakistan was to receive renewed attention, and McRaven also wanted to be sure that operations inside of Pakistan would not be off the table. They're focusing on the main population centers that they think they can save with manpower on the ground, and everything else will be cross-border, a staffer on the NSC told journalist Spencer Ackerman in November 2009. JSOC is already ramping up for that. As the man credited with systematizing the mass killing and detention of suspected insurgents in Iraq, McChrystal may have seemed an unlikely champion of counterinsurgency in Afghanistan. But he made a show of embracing its core tenets, such as a significant troop surge and a renewed focus on securing population centers and promoting good governance. During his confirmation hearing in June, McChrystal had stressed that bringing down coalition-caused deaths and injuries was essential to credibility of the mission, and that a tactical victory there would be hollow and unsustainable if it resulted in popular outrage. The complete elimination of al-Qaeda from Pakistan and Afghanistan was still a primary goal. However, he said, the metric of success in Afghanistan would not be enemy killed but the number of Afghans shielded from violence. McChrystal issued directives that significantly reduced airstrikes in Afghanistan, which had been associated with a staggering number of civilian deaths. In May 2009, a month before McChrystal's confirmation, a U.S. airstrike killed more than 97 Afghan civilians in Farah province, many of them women and children. McChrystal also developed new rules for house raids that required that any entry into an Afghan house should always be accomplished by Afghan national security forces, with the support of local authorities. While McChrystal and the coin doctrine received much hype in the media, the reality on the ground was that the United States was simultaneously escalating two wars in Afghanistan, the public coin-centric campaign of the conventional military forces and the covert war being waged by special ops forces. The week that McChrystal was confirmed as the Afghan war commander, 1,000 special operations forces and supporting personnel deployed to the country, bringing the total number of SOFs in Afghanistan to about 5,000. JSOC's high-value target list was no longer limited to al-Qaeda. McChrystal's counterinsurgency strategy needed teeth, and as conventional forces worked to secure the cities and towns, the SOF team set to mowing down the mid-rank Taliban leadership as well as other militant groups such as the Haqqani Network. By any objective reckoning, was absolutely unqualified to do anything except carry out targeted killing. That's all he had done for 5 years, from 2003 to 2008, historian Gareth Porter told me. Porter, who spent extensive time in Afghanistan during McChrystal's tenure, said that putting McChrystal in charge of the war really sent the signal that the United States was going to in fact be putting more and more emphasis on targeted killing in Afghanistan. It's as simple as that, and that's exactly, of course, what happened. Upon assuming command in Afghanistan, McChrystal escalated JSOC-style night raids and expanded the list of names on the kill list in the country. By October 2009, there were more than 2,000 people on the Joint Prioritized Effects list. In May 2009, Special Ops forces were conducting about 20 raids a month in Afghanistan. By November, under McChrystal, that had increased to 90 and was climbing steadily. Afghan forces would be used to gain entry, but according to the new rules, these raids were conducted by U.S. Special Forces. By December 2009, the number of raids carried out by JSOC each month had increased fourfold. This is Gen. McChrystal's play, a senior U.S. official told the Los Angeles Times. They have to show they can reverse momentum. He has to show he is making headway. The uptick in raids also resulted in a swelling of the ranks of prisoners taken into custody. As in Iraq years earlier, JSOC ran its own detainee operations in Afghanistan. Prisoners they believed had intelligence that could lead to HVTs were taken to secretive US-run detention centers, known as field detention sites, situated on U.S. bases throughout Afghanistan. Although NATO had guidelines limiting the detention of militants by coalition forces to 96 hours, Special Ops forces could find ways to hold detainees at interim detention facilities for up to 9 weeks. There was also a secret prison within the larger Bagram prison, known as the Black Jail, for holding HVTs. As with Camp Nama in Iraq, the Black Jail was off-limits to the Red Cross. Human rights workers who investigated the facility reported forced nudity, environmental manipulation and solitary confinement, and former prisoners described being beaten while in custody. Although Obama had pledged to defeat al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, McChrystal's time at the helm during the war would see a notable rise in support for the Taliban and a record number of U.S. soldiers killed. Obama's emerging twilight wars in Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia received very little media attention in the early stages of his presidency. The overwhelming focus was on Afghanistan and the debate over the troop surge, but there was a far more significant development in the works. The White House, working closely with General McChrystal, began to apply its emerging global kill list doctrine inside Afghanistan, buried within the larger, public war involving conventional U.S. forces. When I visited Afghanistan in 2010, Afghan police commanders told me that U.S. Special Ops teams would enter their areas of responsibility without coordinating with local authorities or informing the main U.S. military bases in the area. They would conduct operations, sometimes killing people in night raids or snatching people and flying them to other provinces. The raids, the commanders explained, were causing a major backlash against the conventional U.S. forces and the US-supported Afghan police units. They told me that the night raids were actually helping the Taliban. The White House was well aware by that point of how serious the damage was in Afghanistan. In September 2009, a senior U.S. diplomat in Afghanistan submitted a letter of resignation, in which he delivered a stinging indictment of the U.S. war. Matthew Hoh, a decorated combat Marine who had done multiple tours in Iraq and went on to serve as the top U.S. civilian official in Zabul province in Afghanistan, asserted that the U.S. and NATO presence and operations in Pashtun valleys and villages amounted to an occupation force against which the insurgency is justified. In a letter to the State Department, Hoh stated bluntly, "The United States military presence in Afghanistan greatly contributes to the legitimacy and strategic message of the Pashtun insurgency." He wrote, "I find specious the reasons we ask for bloodshed and sacrifice from our young men and women in Afghanistan. If honest, our stated strategy of securing Afghanistan to prevent al-Qaeda resurgence or regrouping would require us to additionally invade and occupy western Pakistan, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, etc. Our presence in Afghanistan has only increased destabilization and insurgency in Pakistan, where we rightly fear a toppled or weakened Pakistani government may lose control of its nuclear weapons." The Washington Post reported that Hoh's letter sent ripples all the way to the White House. Senior U.S. officials, including the U.S. ambassador and Obama's AF/PAC envoy, Richard Holbrooke, tried to offer Hoh other jobs to keep him from resigning. Holbrooke told the Post that he asked Hoh, if he really wanted to affect policy and help reduce the cost of the war on lives and treasure, shouldn't he be inside the building, rather than outside, where you can get a lot of attention but you won't have the same political impact? HOH ultimately declined the job offers and went public with his opposition to the war. When I met HOH soon after his resignation, we discussed the night raids and the role JSOC was playing in Afghanistan. HOH made clear that he had tremendous respect for special ops teams and that he believed there are dangerous people who need to be killed. But HOH questioned the use of such an elite force to fight against what had effectively become a popular insurgency against a foreign occupation. JSOC, he said, is the best strike force the world's ever known, yet we've got them in Afghanistan chasing after mid-level Taliban leaders who are not threatening the United States, who are only fighting us really because we're in their valley. HOH told me, we found ourselves in this special operations form of attrition warfare. He estimated that there were 50 to 100 Al-Qaeda operatives in Afghanistan at the time. Under McChrystal, the pace of night raids accelerated as JSOC mowed its way down a kill list that seemed bottomless. McChrystal knew how to promote his agenda with the White House, and when he fought for his vision to be embraced, he did so with the same fearlessness he used to track down terrorists in Iraq, figure out how your enemy operates, be faster and more ruthless than everybody else, then take the fuckers out, noted journalist Michael Hastings, who traveled with McChrystal and spent time in Afghanistan. McChrystal and McRaven's Special Ops Task Forces began expanding the target list, going after Taliban facilitators and suspected militants. The intelligence feeding the operations relied heavily on Afghan sources. HOH told me it was common for Afghans to accuse their enemies of being Taliban operatives to settle grudges over land disputes or tribal conflicts. The feeding of such false intel to the American forces, in turn, created an environment in which a tremendous number of innocent Afghans found themselves facing U.S. commandos bursting into their homes in the middle of the night, snatching or killing people. A lot of times, yeah, the right guys would get targeted and the right guys would get killed, HOH recalled. And then, plenty of other times, the wrong people would get killed. Sometimes it'd be innocent families. Other times it would be people and their families who had been turned in because of grudges or because of rivalries that existed well before we showed up. It was very much, whoever got to the Americans first was the person who turned his rival, or his enemy, or his antagonist in. HOH said there were also times when a JSOC task force would kill someone who was important to us. They would kill a tribal leader or some type of government administrator who was working with us or we were making inroads with. In the middle of the night, you end up shooting the guy. He added, there's nothing like going into a village in the middle of the night, knocking a door down and killing a woman or child to just undo any progress civilian or conventional military officials had made in areas around Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, I investigated several botched night raids, in which it was clear that innocent people had been targeted. None of them was more gruesome than what happened just outside of Gardez in Paktia province, in February 2010. On February 12, 2010, Mohammed Daoud Sharabuddin had much to celebrate. He was a respected police officer who had recently received an important promotion, becoming head of intelligence in one of the districts of Paktia province, in southeast Afghanistan. He was also the father of a newborn son. That night, Daoud and his family were celebrating the naming of the boy, a ritual that takes place on the 6th day of a child's life. The party was taking place at their compound, in the village of Kataba, a short distance from Gardez, the capital of Paktia. There were 24 people at their home for the celebration, along with 3 musicians. We invited many guests and had music, Daoud's brother-in-law Mohammed Tahir told me when I visited the family. During the party, people were dancing our traditional dance, the Atan. The Sharabuddin family was not ethnic Pashtun, the dominant almost exclusive ethnicity of the Taliban. Their main language was Dari. Many of the men in the family were clean-shaven, or wore only mustaches. They had long opposed the Taliban. Daoud, the police commander, had gone through dozens of U.S. training programs, and his home was filled with photos of himself with American soldiers. Another family member was a prosecutor for the Uzbek local government, and a third was the vice-chancellor at the local university. The area where they lived was near a Taliban stronghold, and the Haqqani network, an insurgent group that the United States alleged had close ties to Al-Qaeda and Pakistan's ISI spy organization, had been staging attacks against government and NATO forces. So when they began to notice something was amiss outside their compound, the family feared it might be a Taliban attack on their home. It was around 3:30 a.m., as the celebration was winding down, that the family and their guests noticed the main light to the compound had been shut off by someone outside the party. Around that time, one of the musicians went into the courtyard to use the outhouse and saw lasers scoping the grounds from the perimeter. The man ran back inside and told the others. Dowd went to see what was happening, Tahir told me. He thought the Taliban had come. They were already on the roof. As soon as Dowd and his 15-year-old son, Siddiqullah, stepped out into the courtyard, they were both hit by sniper rounds and fell to the ground. The family began hearing the voices of their attackers. Some were shouting commands in English, others in Pashtun. The family suspected the attackers were Americans. Panic broke out inside the house. All the children were shouting, "Dowd is shot! Dowd is shot!" Tahir recalled. Dowd's eldest son was behind his father and younger brother when they were hit. "When my father went down, I screamed," he told me. "Everybody, my uncles, the women, everybody came out of the home and ran to the corridors of the house. I sprinted to them and warned them not to come out as there were Americans attacking and they would kill them." Meanwhile, Dowd's brothers, Mohammed Sarainwale Zahir and Mohammed Sabir, tried to come to his aid. "When I ran outside, Dowd was lying here," Mohammed Sabir told me as we stood in the dusty courtyard at the very spot where Dowd was shot. "We carried Dowd inside. As Dowd lay bleeding out on the floor in a hallway inside the compound, his brother Zahir said he was going to try to stop the attack by speaking to the Americans. He was a local district attorney and knew some English. 'We work for the government,' he shouted outside. 'Look at our police vehicles. You have wounded a police commander.' 3 women from the family, Bibi Salha, aged 37, and Bibi Shireen, aged 22, and Gulalai, aged 18, clutched at Zahir's clothes, pleading with him not to step outside. It didn't make a difference. Zahir was gunned down where he stood, with sniper rounds hitting him and the 3 women. Zahir, Bibi Salha and Bibi Shireen died quickly. Gulalai and Dowd held on for hours, but their besieged family members could do nothing for them and they eventually died from their injuries. Somehow, in a matter of minutes, a jubilant family event had become a massacre. 7 people had died in all, according to family members. 2 of the women had been pregnant. The women had 16 children among them. It was 7 a.m. A few hours earlier, Mohammed Sabir had just seen his brother, his wife, his niece, and his sister-in-law gunned down. Now he stood, shell-shocked, above their corpses in a room filled with American soldiers. The masked commandos had burst into the home and proceeded to raid it, searching every room. Sabir told me that Dowd and Gulalai were still alive at that point. U.S. soldiers kept saying they would get them medical attention. They didn't let us take them to the hospital and kept saying that they have doctors and they would take care of the injured folks, he said. I kept asking them to let me take my daughter to the hospital because she had lost a lot of blood and we had a car right there, Mohammed Tahir, Gulalai's father, recalled. But they didn't let me take her to hospital. My daughter and Dowd were still alive. We kept asking, but we were told that a helicopter is coming and our injured will be taken to the hospital. Both of them died before any helicopter came to retrieve them. Even as the American raid was underway, Mohammed Sabir and his nephew Izzat, along with the wives of Dowd and Sabir, prepared burial shrouds for those who had died. The Afghan custom involves binding the feet and head. A scarf secured around the bottom of the chin is meant to keep the mouth of the deceased from hanging open. They had managed to do this before the Americans began handcuffing them and dividing the surviving men and women into separate areas. Several of the male family members told me that it was around this time that they witnessed a horrifying scene, U.S. soldiers digging the bullets out of the women's bodies. They were putting knives into their injuries to take out the bullets, Sabir told me. I asked him bluntly, "You saw the Americans digging the bullets out of the women's bodies?" Without hesitation, he said, "Yes." Tahir told me he saw the Americans with knives standing over the bodies. They were taking out the bullets from their bodies to remove the proof of their crime, he said. Mohammed Sabir would not be able to attend his own wife's burial, nor those of any of his dead family members. Following the raid, the American forces made everyone kneel or stand in the courtyard, barefoot, on a brutal winter morning, with their hands tied behind their backs. Witnesses told me that those who tried to speak or plead with the soldiers were beaten. They told me to raise my hands, but I thought it was my own house, why should I? Dowd's eldest son, Abdul Ghaffar, told me. They hit me several times. They fired on me and around me. I put myself on the ground. I told the translator to tell them not to kill women, just do their search. We are pro-government people. We work with the government. They kicked me several times. I tried to stand, but they kicked me. A witness later told a UN investigator that at least 10 people were assaulted by the US and Afghan team, including Haji Sharabuddin, the 65-year-old head of the household. They told us that they were informed that 40 to 50 Taliban are here, Sharabuddin told me. But, in fact, all of them were from my family and work for the government. Sharabuddin demanded to know why they burst into his home in the middle of the night. You could have searched my house in the morning, he recalled telling them. And if you could find any Talib in my house, then you could do anything to me or destroy and spoil my house and I would not blame you. A subsequent UN investigation conducted 2 days after the raid, which was never publicly released, determined that the survivors of the raid suffered from cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment by being physically assaulted by US and Afghan forces, restrained and forced to stand bare feet for several hours outside in the cold, adding that witnesses alleged that US and Afghan forces refused to provide adequate and timely medical support to 2 people who sustained serious bullet injuries, resulting in their death hours later. Mohammed Sabir was one of the men singled out for further interrogation after the raid. With his clothes still caked with the blood of his loved ones, Sabir and 7 other men were hooded and shackled. They tied our hands and blindfolded us, he recalled. 2 people grabbed us and pushed us, one by one, into the helicopter. They were flown to a different Afghan province, Paktika, where the Americans held them for days. My senses weren't working at all, he recalled. I couldn't cry, I was numb. I didn't eat for 3 days and nights. They didn't give us water to wash the blood away. The Americans ran biometric tests on the men, photographed their irises and took their fingerprints. Sabir described to me how teams of interrogators, including both Americans and Afghans, questioned him about his family's connections to the Taliban. Sabir told them that his family was against the Taliban, had fought the Taliban and that some of them had been kidnapped by the Taliban. The interrogators had short beards and didn't wear uniforms. They had big muscles and would fly into sudden rages, Sabir recalled, adding that, at times, they would shake him violently. We told them truthfully that there were not Taliban in our home. One of the Americans, he said, told him they had intelligence that a suicide bomber had hidden in your house and that he was planning an operation. Sabir told them, if we would have had a suicide bomber at home, then would we be playing music in our house? Almost all guests were government employees. After 3 days in captivity, he told me, the Americans released him and the others. They told us that we were innocent, that they are very sorry, and it was a very bad thing that they did in our house. In public, however, the United States and its allies put forward a very different story about what happened that night in the compound in Gardes. While Mohammed Sabir and the others were in U.S. custody, the headquarters of the International Security Assistance Force wasted little time in issuing a statement on the incident. Just hours after the raid, ISAF and the Afghan Ministry of Interior put out a joint press release. They asserted that a combined Afghan international security force had made a gruesome discovery the night before. The force had been on a fairly routine operation near the village of Kataba. Intelligence had confirmed the compound to be the site of militant activity. As the team approached, they were engaged in a firefight by several insurgents, the statement read. The force killed the insurgents and was securing the compound when they made their discovery: 3 women who had been bound, gagged and then executed inside the compound. The force, the press release alleged, found them hidden in an adjacent room. ISAF continually works with our Afghan partners to fight criminals and terrorists who do not care about the life of civilians, Canadian Army Brigadier General Eric Tremblay, ISAF spokesman, told the press, referring to the raid. He portrayed the commandos who had raided the home as heroes. A number of men, women, and children were detained by the force as they tried to leave the compound, the release stated, and 8 men had been taken into custody for further questioning. During the incident, medical support had been called in, the statement said. A few news agencies picked up the story that day and published more assertions from U.S., Afghan and ISAF officials. A senior U.S. military official told CNN that 4 victims had been found at the compound, 2 men and 2 women. The official confirmed the original statement's lurid details of the women's executions, adding that the killings seemed to have extreme cultural motives. It has the earmarks of a traditional honor killing, the official said, the implication being that the 4 people could have been murdered by their own family members. The official speculated that adultery or collusion with NATO forces could have been the motivation. The New York Times put out a brief the following day, largely summarizing NATO's account. The Times reporter, Rob Norland, spoke to the Paktia province police chief, Aziz Ahmed Wardak, who, he wrote, confirmed many details of the incident but said that 3 women and 2 men had been killed. He claimed the group had been killed by Taliban militants who attacked during a party celebrating a birth. U.S. officials would later tell the press that the victims appeared to have deep cuts and puncture wounds, suggesting they had been stabbed. While international news agencies largely put forward the U.S. version of events, local reporters began speaking with Afghan officials and family members. The Pajhawk Afghan news agency spoke with the deputy police chief in the province, Brigadier General Ghulam Dastagir Rustamyar, who said that U.S. Special Forces had killed the 5 people during an operation, evidently in response to an inaccurate or falsified tip-off. Last night, the Americans conducted an operation in a house and killed 5 innocent people, including 3 women, Shayesta Janahati, a deputy provincial council member in Gardez, told a local reporter for the Associated Press. The people are so angry. Ahadi denied the NATO claim that it was a joint Afghan, U.S. force. The government didn't know about this, he said. We strongly condemn this. Within days of the raid, UN human rights investigators in Gardez spoke to local authorities, who said that U.S. Special Forces had come from Bagram to Gardez days before the operation. They were also told that Afghan security officials had been notified about an impending operation but had not been given any details about the time or place. The United Nations concluded that neither the local Afghan National Security Forces nor ISAF troops were involved in the raid. NATO had promised a joint investigation, but it never happened. After the incident, Afghan officials from the provincial capital were barred from entering the compound. By the time we got there was a foreign guy guarding the bodies, and they wouldn't let us come near, said Wardak, of the Paktia police. Ultimately, the Interior Ministry in Kabul dispatched a delegation, headed by Kabul's top criminal investigator, to investigate the raid. The group appeared to have worked largely independent of NATO. By the time Mohammed Sabir returned home after being held in American custody, he had missed the burial of his wife and other family members. Racked with grief, he imagined avenging his loved ones. I didn't want to live anymore, he told me. I wanted to wear a suicide jacket and blow myself up among the Americans. But my brother and father wouldn't let me. I wanted jihad against the Americans. There was clearly a cover-up. The family knew it. The United Nations knew it. And the Afghan investigators knew it. The force that raided the home was us-led, but who were the Americans who had stormed into that home in the middle of the night? It wasn't until a British reporter, Jerome Starkey, began a serious investigation of the Gardez killings a month after they took place that the full story would begin to unfold. When Starkey first read the ISAF press release, he said he had no reason to believe it wasn't true. When I visited him at his home in Kabul, Starkey told me, I thought it was worth investigating because if that press release was true, a mass honor killing, 3 women killed by Taliban who were then killed by special forces, that in itself would have made an extraordinary and intriguing story. But when he visited Gardez and began assembling witnesses to meet him in the area, he immediately realized ISAF's story was likely false. The family had significant evidence that undercut the story circulated by ISAF and picked up by many news organizations. The family in Gardez showed Starkey and me a video from the night of the raid in which the musicians are seen playing and Dowd and his relatives are dancing in celebration of the naming ceremony for Dowd's son. I suppose the closest approximation we'd have is like a christening party, Starkey recalled. It's the 6th night after a child is born. It's named, usually by its grandparents, and you celebrate that by inviting all your friends and neighbors and cousins over to your house, effectively for a sort of feast or banquet, and the dancing and music. Starkey realized that the nature of the celebration didn't chime with the suggestion that they were Taliban. The Taliban are notorious for their very strict rules, and musical instruments were banned when they were in power. So here we've got video of guys, of a 3-piece band, and we interviewed the musicians, who corroborated the story. It really didn't stack up. They clearly weren't Talibs. Starkey visited Gardez about a month after the raid and spoke to more than a dozen survivors, as well as local government and law enforcement officials and a religious leader. He also spoke to UN human rights investigators in the area who had conducted an investigation of their own. All of the people Starkey spoke to insisted that the mysterious US and Afghan shooters had killed the 5 people. In addition to learning new details about the killings on February 12, Starkey found that conventional coalition forces had likely not been behind the strike, suggesting that US special forces had been involved. US soldiers based in the area denied having been a part of any night raid in Kataibah that day. And Afghan officials who, according to NATO protocol, should have been notified of an operation within their jurisdiction said they'd received no notice of a planned raid. Nobody informed us, said the deputy governor of Gardez, Abdul Rahman Mungul. This operation was a mistake. Under NATO rules, the team conducting the operation should have left information about its unit with the local people, but the family said they had received nothing. The family further accused the soldiers of trying to cover up the raid, abetted by NATO's misinformation. Starkey contacted Rear Admiral Greg Smith, General McChrystal's Deputy Chief of Staff for Communications, and confronted him with the discrepancies. NATO was guilty, Smith said, of poor word choice. The women, he conceded, had probably been prepped for a funeral, rather than bound and gagged. But Smith denied that a cover-up had taken place and insisted that the women had been dead for hours. He confirmed that the men had been killed by the US and Afghan forces. They were not the targets of this particular raid, Smith admitted. But they had been armed and showing hostile intent, he claimed, justifying the escalation of force. I don't know if they fired any rounds, he said. If you have got an individual stepping out of a compound, and if your assault force is there, that is often the trigger to neutralize the individual. You don't have to be fired upon to fire back. Despite the UN investigation and a smattering of mostly local news reports questioning ISAF's version of events, the US-led NATO command wasn't forced to publicly account for the wild discrepancies between what the family said happened and ISAF's assertions. That is, until Starkey published a story in the Times of London, headlined, "NATO covered up botched night raid in Afghanistan that killed 5." Within hours of his story coming out, Starkey was receiving phone calls from his colleagues, warning him. "I was getting information from other journalists in Kabul, who were my friends, that NATO was briefing against me," Starkey told me. "NATO was trying to discredit me, trying to say that the story was inaccurate, and effectively trying to kill it dead." Rear Admiral Smith had put out a statement that dispensed with the diplomacy and allusion typical of official press releases. McChrystal's press team was naming names. The allegation made by Times UK reporter Jerome Starkey that NATO covered up an incident that was conducted outside Gardez in Paktia province is categorically false, the statement read. It went on to accuse Starkey of misquoting Admiral Smith in the article and claimed that the ISAF Joint Command had sent an investigative team to the compound within 12 hours of the incident. Smith and Duncan Boothby, McChrystal's civilian press aide at the time, also called up rival outlets and reporters to brief against Starkey, saying he wasn't a credible journalist because of a stint at a British tabloid. "I've been living in Afghanistan for 4 years, Starkey said. "I can't remember another case where that has happened. To my knowledge, that was the only time that they've named a journalist, and singled out a journalist so specifically in a denial. NATO claimed to have a recording of my conversation which contradicted my shorthand record," Starkey wrote in a Nieman Watchdog blog post the following week, referring to the alleged misquote. "When I asked to hear it, they ignored me. When I pressed them, they said there had been a misunderstanding. When they said recording, they meant someone had taken notes. The tapes, they said, do not exist." Starkey pressed on, publishing another story describing the community's anger over the raid and subsequent responses of NATO and the Afghan authorities. "I don't want money. I want justice," the family's patriarch, Haji Sharabuddin, told Starkey. He said that the government had offered them compensation for each slain family member after protests paralyzed the provincial capital. "All our family, we now don't care about our lives. We will all do suicide attacks and will support us." NATO officials continued to brief journalists in Kabul yesterday that the women were victims of an honor killing, Starkey wrote. However, they did not explain why the bodies would have been kept in the house overnight, against Islamic custom, nor why the family had invited 25 guests to celebrate the naming of a newborn child the same evening. "My father was friends with the Americans and they killed him," Dowd's son, Abdul Ghaffar, told Starkey, showing him a photograph of his father with 3 smiling American soldiers. "They killed my father. I want to kill them. I want the killers brought to justice." On March 15, 2010, the New York Times reported that General McChrystal had decided to bring most of the U.S. Special Operations Forces in Afghanistan under his command. The decision was motivated in part by concerns about civilian casualties, the article noted, which were often caused by elite forces operating outside of the NATO command structure. The Times report largely seconded Starkey's account of the Gardez raid, confirming that Afghan police special forces paired with American Special Operations Forces had been behind the operation. Again, Admiral Smith avoided taking responsibility for the deaths of the women. "The regret is that 2 innocent males died," Admiral Smith said. "The women, I'm not sure anyone will ever know how they died." He added, "However, I don't know that there are any forensics that show bullet penetrations of the women or blood from the women." Smith added that the women appeared to have been stabbed and slashed by knives, rather than shot. The Times spoke to Saeed Mohammed Mal, the father of Gulalai's fiancée and the vice-chancellor of Gardez University. "They were killed by the Americans," he said. "If the government doesn't listen to us, I have 50 family members, I'll bring them all to Gardez roundabout and we'll pour petrol on ourselves and burn ourselves to death." Weeks later, in early April, Starkey received an unexpected phone call. "NATO phoned me up," Starkey told me, "and they said, 'Jerome, we just wanted to let you know that we're preparing to put out a press release. We're changing our version of events. A so-called joint investigation had determined that international forces were responsible for the deaths of 3 women who were in the same compound where 2 men were killed by the joint Afghan international patrol searching for a Taliban insurgent. The report added, while investigators could not conclusively determine how or when the women died, due to lack of forensic evidence, they concluded that the women were accidentally killed as a result of the joint force firing at the men. The statement maintained that the men had shown hostile intent but were later determined not to be insurgents. The statement noted the women had been bound and gagged, but this information was taken from an initial report by the international members of the joint force who were not familiar with Islamic burial customs, the statement said. When Starkey received the phone call, he had just filed another story for the Times of London. This was his most explosive story to date, based on a conversation with a senior Afghan official involved in the government investigation, as well as members of the family. The delegation had finished its report, and McChrystal was briefed on the findings as well. The press release, followed by news that McChrystal was ordering a second review of the incident, was meant to preempt a gruesome revelation. U.S. Special Forces soldiers dug bullets out of their victims' bodies in the bloody aftermath of the botched night raid, then washed the wounds with alcohol before lying to their superiors about what happened, Starkey asserted in his story, which came out the following day. Afghan investigators told Starkey that the U.S. soldiers had also removed bullets from the scene. Their investigation had determined that 11 bullets were fired, but only 7 had been found. The missing bullets, combined with photographic evidence and witness testimony, had brought them to their conclusion about what the U.S. Special Forces had done. In what culture in the world do you invite people for a party and meanwhile kill 3 women, the senior Afghan official told Starkey. The dead bodies were just 8 meters from where they were preparing the food. The Americans, they told us the women were dead for 14 hours. The Afghan government investigators had confirmed what the family had told Starkey and later me about the U.S. forces digging bullets out of the women's bodies. Because we were aware that what we were looking into was potentially so controversial, we wanted to make sure that we were on solid ground, Starkey told me, referring to the digging out of the bullets. That allegation I left out of my original story. But when I heard it again, from this very senior, very credible Afghan source, we published that. That same day, the New York Times reported some of the conclusions of the Afghan investigation. We came to the conclusion that the NATO patrol was responsible for the killing of the 2 men and the 3 women, and that there was evidence of tampering in the corridor inside the compound by the members of the assault team, said the lead investigator, Mirza Mohammed Yarmad. There was a mess at the scene. NATO said the allegations had prompted another investigation but nonetheless rejected them outright. We strongly deny having dug any bullets out of bodies. There simply is no evidence, said a NATO military official. The officer appointed to conduct the second review was put under McChrystal's direct operational control while still conducting the investigation. The results remained classified, but NATO continued to insist that there was no evidence of a cover-up. As rage in Afghanistan mounted over civilian deaths in raids like that in Gardez, there was a fierce debate within NATO about how to respond. At one point there was a plan for General McChrystal to travel to the village to personally apologize to the family. Instead, the actual commander of the force responsible for the raid would travel to Gardez and in the process reveal exactly which unit was behind the gruesome killings and cover-up of the massacre. It would also publicly reveal the face of JSOC. On the morning of April 8, shortly after 11 o'clock, Admiral William McRaven, JSOC's secretive commander, pulled up to the gates of the Sharabutin compound. The family had been told the night before that they would be receiving an important visitor. They thought it would be McChrystal himself. Mohammed Sabir and other family members told me that they had actually discussed killing McChrystal when he came the next day, but their local imam counseled them to instead show him hospitality and listen to him. Faced with this imminent meeting, the family decided to call an international witness, Jerome Starkey. NATO had tried to conceal the details and timing of the visit, but once Starkey got the call, he began the half-day drive to Gardez from Kabul. We were obviously very keen to make sure that we were there when it happened, and that was very, very difficult because nobody wanted to tell us. And I think, from the sort of PR spin side of things, that the image management within NATO probably didn't really want to draw attention, he told me. They admitted they'd got it wrong. Again, they were hoping it was going to go away, but it wasn't. Starkey arrived at the family compound early in the morning and was sitting with the family drinking tea and talking. At about 11 o'clock, up rolls a huge convoy of massive American armored cars, armored land cruisers, countless, I mean literally countless Afghan officers and soldiers, Starkey recalled. And among them is a man wearing a uniform that I recognized as sort of US Marines, but it says US Navy on his lapel. His name tag simply read McRaven. I didn't know who he was at that stage, said Starkey, one of the most experienced Western reporters in Afghanistan at the time. And so, there unfolded perhaps one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen in Afghanistan as they offloaded a sheep from the back of an Afghan army pickup truck. And 3 Afghan soldiers knelt on this sheep on the street outside the home where this operation had taken place, in the exact same place where these soldiers had been when they started the raid. And there with a knife, they sharpened the knife, and there was an Afghan army mullah who started praying, and they were offering to sacrifice the sheep. Haji Sharabuddin, the family elder, intervened. "Don't do it," he told the soldiers. Starkey said that the Afghan forces and McRaven's men had put the family in a difficult position. When people come to your gate and ask forgiveness, according to Afghan law, it's difficult to reject them, Sharabuddin told Starkey, who added that the practice was an ancient Afghan ritual known as Nanawat, where you offer to sacrifice a sheep at somebody's door in order to ask for forgiveness. The family, Starkey said, was left with no option, no honorable dignified option other than to let these men into house. The Afghan soldiers tried to prevent Starkey's photographer, Jeremy Kelly, from taking photos and to expel Starkey from the room once McRaven had entered. But the family insisted he remain. Otherwise, there would have been no evidence that this extraordinary event occurred, no proof of who the killers were. Inside the house, the commander of JSOC stood face to face with the survivors of the raid, including the fathers and husbands of the women his men had killed. Admiral McRaven stood up and he gave an extraordinary speech. He drew similarities between himself and Haji Sharabuddin, and he described them both as spiritual men, as men of God. He drew comparisons and found similarities between Christianity and Islam, Starkey recalled. "Sir, you and I are very different," McRaven told Sharabuddin. "You are a family man with many children and many friends. I am a soldier. I have spent most of my career overseas away from my family, but I have children as well, and my heart grieves for you. But we have one thing in common. We have the same God. He is a God who shows great love and compassion. I pray for you today, sir, that in your grief he will show you love and compassion and ease your pain. I also pray today that he will show mercy on me and my men for this awful tragedy." Starkey said McRaven then told the family, "My soldiers were responsible for deaths of these members of your family," and then apologized. The Afghan generals handed the family a pile of money, almost $30,000, according to relatives. Major international news outlets reported that Haji Sharabuddin had accepted McRaven's apology. Months later, when I sat with Sharabuddin at his home, his anger seemed only to have hardened. "I don't accept their apology. I would not trade my sons for the whole kingdom of the United States," he told me, holding up a picture of his sons. "Initially, we were thinking that Americans were the friends of Afghans, but now we think that Americans themselves are terrorists. Americans are our enemy. They bring terror and destruction. Americans not only destroyed my house, they destroyed my family. The Americans unleashed the special forces on us. These special forces, with the long beards, did cruel, criminal things. We call them the American Taliban," added Mohammed Tahir, the father of Gulalai, one of the slain women. As I spoke to other family members, Mohammed Sabir, whose brothers and wife were killed, approached me with his 6-year-old daughter, Tamina. He told me that we should leave soon and head back to Kabul because the Taliban control the roads at night. As we stood there, he asked his daughter, Tamina, who did the Americans kill? She bounced against her father's legs as she recited the list of dead. She then stared into the distance, blankly. She remembers everything from that night, Sabir told me. The Americans' arrival, their shootings, the destruction, everything. As we loaded up the car, he told me, I have this message to people of America to help us, take these special forces of theirs back, and have them sentenced because they are killing innocent people. For more than a year, I tried to get access to any documents the US military had about the incident at Gardes. I asked for the after-action reports and for any information on any disciplinary actions taken against the soldiers who killed the 3 women and 2 men and then dug the bullets from the women's bodies. I filed Freedom of Information Act requests that were bounced around the military before ending up in an unnamed agency awaiting review. As of this writing, in early 2013, I have received no documents. Starkey told me his attempts to get documents had met the same fate. Not long after I returned from Afghanistan in late 2010, I met with General Hugh Shelton, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and asked him about the Gardes incident. He told me he was not familiar with all of the details. And though he said that an internal review should be done on behalf of the commander to determine what happened and if any soldiers should face a court-martial, he said he believed that it should not be investigated further. If that police chief, and those 2 pregnant women were killed, as a result of JSOC, based on all the intelligence that they had pointing to this is going to be a terrorist operation that's taking place here, and if they go flying in, and try to get to this place, and meet any kind of resistance at all I mean, shots are fired then I'm sorry that they got killed, he told me. But in the wrong place, at the wrong time, our guys were doing what they thought they should do, and protecting themselves and their buddies in the process. I'm okay with that. I don't think it ought to be investigated, I think you write it off as one of those damn acts of war. The fact that Dowd was a US-trained police commander meant little to Shelton. Now, just because he's a police chief, he could have been a terrorist as well. He could have been working both sides, he told me. The 2 pregnant women? The fact that they were pregnant is very, very unfortunate. But it's also unfortunate that they were women. But on the other hand, I've been shot at by women myself. So, that doesn't, and I mean shot at. So that doesn't excuse them. They die just like men do if they shoot at us. As the pace of night raids increased in Afghanistan under McChrystal, the Special Ops Forces continued to enjoy the freedom to operate with no accountability for their actions, a fact that did not seem lost on McChrystal. You better be out there hitting 4 or 5 targets tonight, McChrystal would tell a Navy SEAL in Afghanistan, before adding, I'm going to have to scold you in the morning for it, though. But with each new raid, more protests began spreading across Afghanistan. The conditions that drove Matt Hoh to resign his State Department post in protest in late 2009 persisted in 2010. If anything, things had gotten worse. Civilian deaths from NATO operations had killed upward of 90 civilians in the first few months of 2010, a 75% increase from the previous year. And it wasn't just in night raids. More than 30 Afghans were killed at checkpoint shootings from the time McChrystal took charge in Afghanistan to the spring of 2010. In the 9+ months I've been here, not a single case where we have engaged in an escalation of force incident and hurt someone has it turned out that the vehicle had a suicide bomb or weapons in it and, in many cases, had families in it, McChrystal conceded in March 2010, during a teleconference with U.S. troops. We've shot an amazing number of people and killed a number and, to my knowledge, none has proven to have been a real threat. While McChrystal ostensibly put in place greater restrictions on night raids and almost entirely stopped airstrikes, The ground truth was still the same: innocent people were dying and Afghans were growing ever more enraged. By May 2010, the United States was conducting as many as 1,000 night raids a month. U.S. Special Ops forces were authorized to shoot any armed man on sight, reported Gareth Porter, so the raids were resulting in many Afghan civilians being killed during the raids, all of whom were automatically categorized by SAF as insurgents. When I met with Mullah Abdul Salam Zaif, the former Taliban spokesperson, in late 2010, he told me bluntly that the U.S. raids were aiding the Taliban, just as HOH alleged. They are encouraging the people to become extremist, he said as we sat in his home in Kabul, where he was under de facto house arrest, being watched day and night by Afghan police officers positioned outside his building. U.S. political and military leaders, he said, are thinking, when we scare the people, they should be quiet. But this is a different nation. When you are killing one person, 4 or 5 others rise against you. If you are killing 5 people, 20, at least, are rising against you. When you are disrespecting the people or the honor of the people in one village, the whole village becomes against you. This is creating hatred against Americans. The U.S. killing of civilians, combined with a widely held perception that the Afghan government existed only for facilitating the corruption of powerful warlords, drug dealers, and war criminals, had produced a situation in which the Taliban and the Haqqani network gained support from communities in the Pashtun heartland that would not otherwise be backing them. Zaif told me that since 2005, when he was released from the U.S. prison at Guantanamo, the Taliban have become stronger. Are the Taliban coming from the sky? Zaif asked. No, it's new people. When I asked HOH what he thought of Zaif's comments, he said they were accurate. I think we're engendering more hostility. We're wasting a lot of very good assets going after mid-level guys who don't threaten the United States or have no capacity to threaten the United States, he told me. If we say that Al-Qaeda recruits based on an ideology that they are defending the Muslim world against Western attack, this only feeds into that ideology. By June 2010, Afghanistan had become the longest-running war in American history. That summer, the number of U.S. dead passed the 1,000 mark. From June 2009 to May 2010, the number of improvised explosive device attacks had swelled from 250 per month to more than 900. As the situation in Afghanistan deteriorated and the Taliban and other insurgent groups gained ground, a stunning scandal rocked the U.S. military and the special ops community that would ultimately lead to the resignation and retirement of General McChrystal, one of the architects of the post-9/11 U.S. killing machine. But his demise had nothing to do with any of his actions with JSOC in Iraq or his involvement in covering up the friendly fire death of Pat Tillman, the former NFL player turned Army Ranger in Afghanistan in 2004, or his role in transforming JSOC into a global hit squad. Instead, McChrystal was brought down by an article in Rolling Stone magazine written by Michael Hastings that captured McChrystal and his inner circle making disparaging remarks about President Obama, Vice President Biden and other top U.S. civilian officials. Before the issue of Rolling Stone even hit newsstands, excerpts of it boomeranged throughout the chambers of power and the media in Washington. McChrystal was finished, his run as the commander of the most elite units in the U.S. military brought down by a story published in an issue of a magazine that featured on its cover an almost naked Lady Gaga sporting a brassiere with 2 rifles protruding from it. On June 23, President Obama, flanked by Biden, Admiral Mullen, Defense Secretary Gates and General Petraeus, announced that with considerable regret, he had accepted McChrystal's resignation. It is the right thing for our mission in Afghanistan, for our military and for our country, Obama said outside the White House. I believe that it is the right decision for our national security, he added. The conduct represented in the recently published article does not meet the standard that should be set by a commanding general. Obama thanked McChrystal for his remarkable career in uniform. This is a change in personnel, Obama declared. But it is not a change in policy. That point was driven home as the president announced that General Petraeus, one of the key architects of the expansion of the global U.S. battlefield, would be taking over for McChrystal. Almost as soon as Petraeus took command of the war, the pace of night raids increased and air strikes resumed. As the civilian death toll mounted, the Afghan insurgency intensified. The U.S. targeted killing program was fueling the very threat it claimed to be fighting. The year of the drone. Yemen and the United States, 2010. As thousands of U.S. troops deployed and redeployed to Afghanistan, the covert campaign in undeclared battlefields elsewhere was widening. U.S. drone strikes were hitting Pakistan weekly, while JSOC forces were on the ground in Somalia and Yemen and pounding the latter with air strikes. All the while, Al-Qaeda affiliates in those countries were gaining strength. When I met again with Hunter, who worked with JSOC under Bush and continued to work in counterterrorism under the Obama administration, I asked him what changes had taken place from one administration to the next. He quickly shot back, "There's no daylight. If anything, JSOC operations have intensified under this administration. There's been a greater intensity in what they're being asked to do, where they're being asked to do it and how they're being asked to do it," he told me. There are things that are transpiring now, around the globe, that would be unthinkable to the Bush administration, not just because of vocal opposition within the cabinet, or within the Pentagon, but because they would not have the ultimate support of the president. In this administration, the president has made a political and military calculation, and this is his prerogative, that it is best to let the Joint Special Operations Command run wild, like a Mustang, in pursuit of the objectives that has set. The Obama administration, Hunter told me, worked diligently to bring an end to the CIA-JSOC divide and to bring all forces together in a unified global anti-terrorist campaign, though it would be an uphill task. What became clear in the first year of the Obama administration was that JSOC had won the decade-long war of ideas within the U.S. counterterrorism community. Its paramilitary-focused direct actions would become the central strategy in the new administration's various small wars, not just Afghanistan. The operations have been institutionalized to a point where it is an integral part of any campaign, in any theater, and at some point we crossed a threshold where Joint Special Operations Command is the campaign, Hunter told me. In places like Yemen, it is Joint Special Operations Command, and that's it. And they make the rules. It's their house, and they do what it is that they need to do. As the JSOCization of U.S. counterterrorism policy spread, the CIA was steadily increasing its paramilitary capabilities and expanding its drone strikes and target lists. In a way, it resembled a mini turf war between JSOC and the CIA over who would mow through the kill lists faster. By early 2010, there were at least 3 entities within the U.S. government that were maintaining kill lists: the National Security Council, which Obama dealt with directly during weekly meetings, the CIA, and the U.S. military. The CIA had its own parallel, more cloistered process for selecting targets and executing strikes, which were for the most part in Pakistan. The NSC and the DoD had little oversight of that process. Obama exercised final authority over more complex and risky strikes in Pakistan. At least twice a month, the CIA's top lawyer would receive a file from the Counterterrorism Center containing targeting recommendations and intelligence. The lawyer would hold small meetings that included CTC lawyers and the head of the National Clandestine Service, formerly known as the Directorate of Operations, which coordinates the CIA's covert operations across the globe. Lawyers from the White House and the National Security Council would review the CIA's list, and the Gang of 8 on Capitol Hill would have to approve it, as well. The military list, according to reporters Dana Priest and William Arkin, was really more than one, since the clandestine Special Operations troops from JSOC had their own internal list. These lists often overlapped, but as Priest and Arkin noted, even these highly classified kill lists were not coordinated among the 3 primary agencies involved in creating them. A year into his presidency, Obama and his counterterrorism team were fully committed to formalizing the process for conducting assassinations against terror suspects and other militants. They had, in their own way, embraced the neoconservative vision of the world as the battlefield, and the kill lists they built would encompass the globe. Unlike President Bush, who often delegated decisions on assassinations to commanders and CIA officials, Obama insisted on personally signing off on most strikes. On Tuesday afternoons, the president would preside over meetings that senior officials dubbed Terror Tuesdays, during which proposed targets would be nominated for spots on the kill list. Many of them were known operatives in Pakistan, Yemen, or Somalia, but at times they were only loosely affiliated with other suspects or were simply residents of a particular region of a country. This secret nominations process is an invention of the Obama administration, a grim debating society that vets the PowerPoint slides bearing the names, aliases, and life stories of suspected members of Al-Qaeda's branch in Yemen or its allies in Somalia's Shabab militia, reported the New York Times. The nominations go to the White House, where by his own insistence and guided by Mr. Brennan, Mr. Obama must approve any name. He signs off on every strike in Yemen and Somalia and also on the more complex and risky strikes in Pakistan, the Times noted. The Terror Tuesday meetings would take place after a larger group, sometimes more than 100 of the administration's national security lawyers and officials, debated names to be added or subtracted from the list. JSOC, according to sources knowledgeable about the meetings, would dominate the process and groomed State Department, CIA, and administration officials, in the words of one JSOC source, to accept a targeted killing campaign that would hit the infrastructure of the networks to move much further down the food chain in a variety of countries. Although Obama had campaigned, in part, on a pledge to unilaterally use U.S. force in pursuit of known terrorists, he had kept its scope narrowed to Osama bin Laden and his top deputies. Once in office, the system he was building would be far more sweeping. In essence, the kill list became a form of pre-crime justice in which individuals were considered fair game if they met certain life patterns of suspected terrorists. Utilizing signature strikes, it was no longer necessary for targets to have been involved with specific plots or actions against the United States. Their potential to commit future acts could be a justification for killing them. At times, simply being among a group of military-aged males in a particular region of Pakistan would be enough evidence of terrorist activity to trigger a drone strike. In Yemen, Obama authorized JSOC to hit targets even if the mission planners did not know the identities of those they were bombing. Such strikes were labeled Terrorist Attack Disruption Strikes, or TADS. While Obama chaired the Terror Tuesday meetings, the administration's assassination policy was being coordinated by two key architects with vast experience in targeted killing, John Brennan and Admiral William McRaven. Brennan had worked extensively on the kill program under the Bush administration. McRaven had helped develop the post-9/11 version when he worked for Bush's National Security Council. Under Obama, both men were now in a position to formalize and streamline the kill programs they had worked on in the shadows for much of their careers. In Pakistan, the CIA would take the lead on drone strikes, and Obama granted the agency a wider authority for strikes and supplied it with more drones to do so. By late 2009, Leon Panetta had declared that the CIA was conducting the most aggressive operations in our history as an agency. Most of the rest of the world would belong to JSOC, which had been empowered under Obama with far greater latitude to strike across the globe. Although some of the behind-the-scenes conflicts that raged between JSOC and the CIA under the Bush administration would continue, both McRaven and Brennan saw an opportunity to move forward with more of a unified counterterrorism front than had been possible in the previous 8 years. President Obama's credentials as a popular, liberal Democrat and a constitutional lawyer who pledged to end the excesses of the Bush war machine would be of tremendous value in selling their cause. In interviews with the New York Times and other major media outlets, senior White House officials consistently hit on the themes of the just war theory that Obama had embraced in his Nobel Prize speech, noting that Obama was a fan of St. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas. If John Brennan is the last guy in the room with the president, I'm comfortable, because Brennan is a person of genuine moral rectitude, State Department lawyer Harold Koh said. Koh, who had been a major critic of the Bush administration's counterterrorism policies, had changed his tune. It's as though you had a priest with extremely strong moral values who was suddenly charged with leading a war. On a counterterrorism front, Obama's first year in office was marked by an aggressive embrace of assassination as a centerpiece of U.S. national security policy. In part, the preemptive strikes were motivated by fear of another attack against the United States. Politically, Obama's advisers knew that a successful terrorist attack could damage his presidency, and they expressed this quite bluntly to reporters. But expanded use of JSOC operatives and drones also bolstered the narrative that Obama was waging a smarter war than his predecessor. Obama could say that he was taking the fight to the terrorists while simultaneously claiming he was winding down the Iraq occupation he had opposed. Although Obama received praise from many Republicans for his aggressive counterterrorism policies, others saw it as a way of circumventing the controversial issue of how to lawfully detain terror suspects. Their policy is to take out high-value targets, versus capturing high-value targets, declared Senator Saxby Chambliss, the most senior Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee. They are not going to advertise that, but that's what they are doing. Very few Democrats spoke in opposition to Obama's emerging global kill campaign. It is the politically advantageous thing to do. Low cost, no U.S. casualties, gives the appearance of toughness, said Admiral Dennis Blair, Obama's former director of national intelligence, explaining how the administration viewed its policy. It plays well domestically, and it is unpopular only in other countries. Any damage it does to the national interest only shows up over the long term. The administration heavily utilized the state secrets privilege and claims of protecting national security to keep the details of its kill program concealed from the public. When convenient, the administration would leak details of operations to journalists. In doing so, it continued many of the same practices that liberal Democrats had railed against when Bush and his team were steering the ship. Jack Goldsmith, the former Bush administration lawyer, asserted that perhaps the most remarkable surprise of his presidency was that Obama continued almost all of his predecessor's counterterrorism policies. When Obama conducted a review of the proposed assassination of Anwar al-Awlaki, one of his senior advisers recalled the president declaring, "This is an easy one." Easy as it may have been, the Obama administration refused to release its findings on how such an operation would be legal. This program rests on the personal legitimacy of the president, and that's not sustainable, former CIA Director Michael Hayden told the New York Times. I have lived the life of someone taking action on the basis of secret OLC memos, and it ain't a good life. Democracies do not make war on the basis of legal memos locked in a DOJ safe. Obama and his team created a system where people are being killed, you don't know what the evidence is, and you have no way to redress the situation, former CIA case officer Phil Giraldi told me. It's not that there aren't terrorists out there, and every once in a while one of them is going to have to be killed for one good reason or another, but I want to see the good reason. I don't want to see someone in the White House telling me, you'll have to trust me. We've had too much of that. By mid-2010, the Obama administration had increased the presence of Special Operations Forces from 60 countries to 75 countries. SOCOM had about 4,000 people deployed around the world in countries besides Iraq and Afghanistan. The special operations capabilities requested by the White House go beyond unilateral strikes and include the training of local counterterrorism forces and joint operations with them, The Washington Post reported at the time. Plans exist for preemptive or retaliatory strikes in numerous places around the world, meant to be put into action when a plot has been identified, or after an attack linked to a specific group. John Brennan laid out the new counterterrorism vision under the Obama administration: we will not merely respond after the fact to terrorist attacks. We will take the fight to Al-Qaeda and its extremist affiliates wherever they plot and train. In Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, and beyond. Well-placed special operations sources told me that among the countries where JSOC teams had been deployed under the Obama administration were Iran, Georgia, Ukraine, Bolivia, Paraguay, Ecuador, Peru, Yemen, Pakistan, and the Philippines. These teams also at times deployed in Turkey, Belgium, France, and Spain. JSOC was also supporting U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency operations in Colombia and Mexico. But the two greatest priorities outside of Afghanistan and Pakistan were Yemen and Somalia. In both those places, there are ongoing unilateral actions, a special operations source told me in 2010. One senior military official told the Washington Post that the Obama administration had given the green light for things that the previous administration did not. Special operations commanders, the paper reported, had more direct communication with the White House than they did under Bush. "We have a lot more access," a military official told the paper. "They are talking publicly much less, but they are acting more. They are willing to get aggressive much more quickly." Under Obama, Hunter told me, JSOC was able to hit harder, faster, quicker, with the full support of the White House. While the Obama administration ratcheted up its drone strikes and targeted killing campaign, Al-Qaeda affiliates were growing stronger, emboldened in part by the U.S. escalation. Although the Obama administration boasted that it had Al-Qaeda on the ropes, its global assassination program was becoming a recruitment device for the very forces the United States claimed to be destroying. Driving Anwar al-Awlaki to hell. Yemen, 2010. In early February 2010, AQAP leader Said Ali al-Shiri, whom the Yemenis had claimed to have killed multiple times, released an audio tape. "We advise you, our people in the peninsula, to prepare and carry your weapons and to defend your religion and yourselves and to join your Mujahideen brothers," he declared, adding that U.S. espionage planes, presumably drones, had been killing women and children. On March 14, the United States struck again. Air strikes hit Abiyan in southern Yemen, killing two alleged AQAP operatives, including its southern chief, Jamil al-Anbari. As it did after the al-Majala bombing, Yemen took credit for a U.S. attack while Washington remained silent. AQAP leader Qasim al-Rimi confirmed the deaths in an audio recording released soon after the strikes. "A U.S. strike targeted our brother," he declared. "The attack was carried out while our brother Jamil was making a phone call via the internet." As for Yemen's claims to have carried out the strike, Rimi said, "This nonsense is similar to their allegations in the December 2009 strikes. May God disgrace lying and liars." A few months later, AQAP would avenge the deaths by launching a brazen attack against a government security compound in Aden, killing 11 people. The claim of responsibility was signed, Brigade of the Martyr Jamil al-Anbari. A week after the March 14 strike, one of the key U.S. officials running the Obama administration's covert war in Yemen, Michael Vickers, accompanied then Under-Secretary of Defense for Intelligence James Clapper for talks with President Saleh and other Yemeni officials. The U.S. Embassy released a brief statement on the meeting, saying only that they were there to discuss the ongoing counter-terrorism cooperation between the two countries and to express the appreciation of the United States for Yemen's continuing efforts to counter AQAP. A month later, Vickers gave a closed-door briefing to the Senate Armed Services Committee on covert U.S. action in Yemen and Somalia. An internal email circulated within Vickers's office at the time, and provided to me in confidence, acknowledged that a task force operating in Yemen has helped Yemeni forces kill terrorism suspects, but it has also carried out unilateral operations, adding, "The intelligence community, including the Defense Intelligence Agency and the Central Intelligence Agency, vets the lists of targets and decides who needs to be captured for the purposes of intelligence collection, or who can be killed." While JSOC forces continued to operate inside Yemen, at times training Yemeni forces and, at others, conducting kinetic actions, the air strikes continued. In late May, General James Hoss Cartwright, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, briefed President Obama on a high-value target that JSOC had a lock on. The President greenlit a strike. On May 24, a U.S. missile hit a convoy of vehicles in the Marib Desert that actionable intelligence had concluded was heading to a meeting of al-Qaeda operatives. The intelligence was only partly correct. The men inside the vehicle were not Al-Qaeda members but prominent Yemeni local mediators in the government effort to demilitarize members of AQAP. Among those killed was Jabir al-Shibwani, the deputy governor of Marib province. Shibwani was in a key position to negotiate, given that his cousin Ayad was the local AQAP leader whom US and Yemeni forces had tried to take out in a pair of strikes in January. Shibwani's uncle and two of his escorts were also killed in the attack. A local official said the deputy governor was on a mediation mission to persuade Al-Qaeda elements to hand themselves over to the authorities. As in the cases of the other US strikes, the Yemeni authorities took public responsibility, and Yemen's Supreme Security Council apologized for what it said was a government raid gone wrong. But this hit came with much higher stakes because the attack killed one of their own people. Within hours of the attack, Shibwani's tribe attacked the main oil pipeline running from Marib to the RASE port on the Red Sea coast. The tribesmen also attempted to take over the presidential palace in the province but were repelled by Yemeni army forces and tanks. Yemeni lawmakers demanded that Saleh's government explain how the strike happened and who was really behind the widening aerial war in Yemen. Months after the attack, some US officials began to believe that the Saleh regime had actually fed the United States bad intelligence to take out Shibwani, after a political feud had broken out between Jabir al-Shibwani and key members of President Saleh's family. "We think we got played," a US source with access to high-level Obama administration discussions on Yemen said. The White House, the US military and the US ambassador to Yemen had all approved the strike. "It turned out you didn't really know who was at all those meetings," a former US intelligence official told the Wall Street Journal. A former US official told the paper the strike showed that the United States was too susceptible to the Yemenis saying, "Oh, that's a bad guy, you go get him. And it's a political bad guy, it's not a real bad guy." Brennan was reportedly pissed about the strike. How could this have happened? Obama later demanded of General Cartwright. The general told him it was bad intel from the Yemenis. Cartwright said he got a pretty good chest thumping from the commander-in-chief. After the Tomahawk cruise missile strikes that killed scores of civilians in Al-Majala in December 2009 and the disastrous strike that killed Shibwani, the CIA began agitating for a shift from JSOC's Tomahawk strikes to the CIA's weapon of choice, drones. Surveillance satellites were repositioned, and more Predator drones were deployed in secret bases near Yemen. "The drones are flying over Marib every 24 hours and there is not a day that passes that we don't see them," said Sheikh Ibrahim al-Shibwani, another brother of the government mediator who was killed in the May 25 strike. "Occasionally they fly at a lower altitude while at other times they fly at a higher altitude. The atmosphere has become weary because of the presence of US drones and fear that they could strike at any time." Stoking such insecurity seemed a central part of the emerging US strategy aimed at making it lethally dangerous for local tribes to support AQAP. But to some it seemed to be backfiring, particularly with local tribal leaders who often had family members on various sides of the war. Some reports alleged that, far from having intended to get Shibwani killed, Saleh, who depended on tribes to support his regime, demanded a pause in US covert actions as a result of the strike. But US officials insisted that it did not shake the covert arrangement allowing the United States to strike inside Yemen. "At the end of the day, it's not like he said, 'No more,'" an unnamed Obama administration official told the New York Times. "He didn't kick us out of the country." What cannot be disputed is that the strikes, especially those that killed civilians and important tribal figures, were giving valuable ammunition to Al-Qaeda for its recruitment campaign in Yemen and its propaganda battle against the US Yemen Counterterrorism Alliance. Yemeni government officials said the series of US strikes from December 2009 to May 2010 had killed more than 200 civilians and 40 people affiliated with Al-Qaeda. It is incredibly dangerous what the US is trying to do in Yemen at the moment because it really fits into AQAP's broader strategy, in which it says Yemen is not different from Iraq and Afghanistan, asserted Princeton professor Gregory Johnson in June 2010, after Amnesty International released a report documenting the use of US munitions in the Yemen strikes. They are able to make the argument that Yemen is a legitimate front for jihad, said Johnson, who in 2009 served as a member of USAID's conflict assessment team for Yemen. They've been making that argument since 2007, but incidents like this are all sort of fodder for their argument. The author in Gardez, Afghanistan, walking with survivors of a deadly U.S. night raid conducted in February 2010. 2 pregnant women were killed, along with an Afghan police commander and several others. Afghan police commander Mohammed Daoud Sharabuddin standing with American soldiers. Daoud was killed by U.S. Special Operations Forces in a night raid based on faulty intelligence. He had long fought the Taliban and had been trained by the U.S. Admiral William McRaven, then JSOC commander, visited Gardez, Afghanistan, in March 2010, a month after a botched U.S. night raid. Haji Sharabuddin, whose family members were killed in the night raid in Gardez, holds a picture of his 2 sons who died in the raid. "I don't accept their apology," he said. "Americans not only destroyed my house, they destroyed my family." Afghan forces who accompanied McRaven offered to sacrifice a sheep to ask for forgiveness for the deaths caused by the night raid. Mohammed Afrakanyar was one of the first Somali warlords contracted by the CIA after September 11 to hunt down people on the U.S. kill list. "America knows war," he said. "They are war masters." The Mogadishu Cathedral, built in 1928 when Somalia was under Italian colonial rule, now lies in ruins. Since 2002, US-backed warlords have battled Islamic militias for control of Somalia. Somali warlord Yusuf Mohammed Syed, known as Indhad, controls large sections of Mogadishu. Once an ally of Al-Qaeda, he now fights on the US side against Al-Shabaab. "If we capture a foreigner, we execute them so that others will see we have no mercy," he said. The author on the front lines near Mogadishu's Baykara market in June 2011. Dr. Nasser Al-Aki at his home in Sana'a, Yemen. After his son, U.S. citizen Anwar Al-Aki, was put on the kill list, he filed a lawsuit in an effort to save his son's life. He wrote a personal letter to President Obama asking him to reconsider your order to kill my son. Nasser Al-Aki, holding his first son, Anwar, who was born in New Mexico in 1971. "Anwar was an all-American boy," he said. In 2001, Anwar Al-Aki was the imam at a large mosque in Virginia. After September 11, Al-Aki was interviewed frequently by U.S. media outlets and offered commentary on the experience of American Muslims. He was frequently described as a moderate voice. Al-Aki said the 9/11 attackers had perverted their religion. In early 2010, Al-Aki was identified as being on the U.S. kill list. His sermons had become increasingly radical, and he embraced the very identity he once professed to oppose. "I eventually came to the conclusion that jihad against America is binding upon myself just as it is binding on every other able Muslim," Al-Aki declared. Al-Aki became the first known U.S. citizen to be targeted for assassination by his own government. CIA contractor Raymond Davis shot 2 Pakistanis in Lahore in 2011. He was arrested by Pakistani authorities but eventually freed after the victims' families were forced to accept a payment of blood money. Many Pakistanis rallied, calling for him to be executed. Admiral William McRaven, who led the operation that killed Osama bin Laden, with President Barack Obama at Fort Campbell in Kentucky days after the raid in Abbottabad, Pakistan. Since 2001, McRaven has been one of the key U.S. officials running the targeted killing program. Part of the U.S. missile that hit the Yemeni village of Al-Majla on December 17, 2009. In all, more than 40 people were killed, including 14 women and 21 children. The Yemeni government took responsibility for the strike, alleging it was a successful attack on an Al-Qaeda training camp. Muqbal, a tribal leader from Al-Majla, Yemen. "If they kill innocent children and call them Al-Qaeda, then we are all Al-Qaeda," he said. "If children are terrorists, then we are all terrorists." Yemeni journalist Abdullah Haider Sheh was imprisoned soon after he exposed the U.S. cruise missile attack on Al-Majala and interviewed Anwar al-Awlaki. After the Yemeni president decided to pardon him, President Obama personally intervened and the pardon was rescinded. Posters demanding Sheh's release were hung throughout Sana'a. His trial was roundly condemned as a sham by human rights and media freedom groups. Then JSOC Commander Admiral William McRaven with Yemeni President Ali Abdullah Saleh in Sana'a in October 2009. Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki's birth certificate, showing he was born in Denver, Colorado, in 1995. Anwar al-Awlaki's eldest son, he lived with his grandparents after his father went underground in 2009. Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, a 16-year-old U.S. citizen, was killed in a U.S. drone strike on October 14, 2011. His father had been assassinated 2 weeks earlier. Abdul Rahman was eating dinner with his teenage cousin and some friends when he was killed. The U.S. government has never explained his death. A young girl who survived the December 2009 U.S. missile strike in Al-Majala, Yemen. A young girl at an anti-Saleh protest before Friday prayers in Sana'a. In the summer of 2010, after months of sustained U.S. and Yemeni air strikes and raids, AQAP hit back. In June, a group of AQAP operatives dressed in military uniforms carried out a bold raid on the Aden division of Yemen's secret police, the political security organization. During an early morning flag ceremony at the compound, the operatives launched rocket-propelled grenades and opened fire with automatic weapons as they stormed the gates. They gunned down at least 10 security officers and 3 cleaning women. The purpose of the raid was to free suspected militants being held by the PSO, and it was successful. That raid was followed by a sustained assassination campaign during the summer aimed at high-level Yemeni military and intelligence officials. During the holy month of Ramadan, which began in August, AQAP launched a dozen attacks. By September as many as 60 officials had been killed, with a substantial number shot dead by assassins riding on motorcycles. The method of attack became so common that the government actually banned motorcycles in urban areas in Abiyan. The use of motorbikes in terrorist operations to assassinate intelligence officers and security personnel has massively mounted over the past 9 months in the province, said a Yemeni Interior Ministry official. As Yemen's government found itself under siege and U.S. covert actions expanded, Anwar al-Awlaki released a message to the American people. In the speech, al-Awlaki said that Umar Farouk Abdul-Mutalab's attempt to bring down the airplane over Detroit was in retaliation to American cruise missiles and cluster bombs that killed women and children, and he declared, "You have your B-52s, your Apaches, your Abrams, and your cruise missiles, and we have small arms and simple improvised explosive devices. But we have men, who are dedicated and sincere, with hearts of lions." Al-Awlaki also launched into a diatribe against the US and Saleh governments. If Bush is remembered as being the president who got America stuck in Afghanistan and Iraq, it's looking like Obama wants to be remembered as the president who got America stuck in Yemen, Al-Awlaki declared. He said, "Obama has already started his war on Yemen, by the aerial bombings of Abiyan and Shabwa. By doing that he has waged a publicity campaign for the Mujahideen in Yemen, and within days accomplished for them the work of years. The corrupt Yemeni government officials and some of the tribal chiefs who claim to be your allies are having a ball these days. The word being passed around among them is that this is the time to extort the gullible American. Your politicians, military, and intelligence officers are being milked for millions. The Yemeni government officials are giving you big promises and handing you big bills. Welcome to the world of Yemeni politicians." What was remarkable about al-Awlaki's statement on the U.S. relationship with Saleh was how true it rang to many veteran Yemen analysts. During this time, al-Awlaki began to achieve almost mythical status in the U.S. media and government narrative on terrorist threats. But the real question was how big a threat he actually posed. Although the dispute did not play out publicly, there was deep division in the intelligence community over how to approach al-Awlaki. There was abundant evidence that he had praised attacks against the United States after the fact and had been in touch with Hassan and Abdul-Mutalab. There was also evidence that he called for violent jihad against the United States and its allies. But there was no conclusive evidence presented, at least not publicly, that Awlaki had played an operational role in any attacks. In October 2009, the CIA had reportedly concluded that the agency lacked specific evidence that he threatened the lives of Americans, which is the threshold for any capture or kill operation against an American citizen. President Obama now disagreed with that assessment. Awlaki would have to die. In February 2010, journalist Abdullah Haider Sheh once again managed to find Awlaki and conducted the first interview with the American citizen since the news of his threatened assassination at the hands of the US government was made public. "Why do you think the Americans want to kill you?" Sheh asked Awlaki. "Because I am a Muslim and I promote Islam," Awlaki responded, adding that the allegations against him in the media, not in a court of law, were based around the idea that he had incited Nidal Hassan and Abdul Mutalab and that his taped teachings had been found in the possession of accused conspirators in more than a dozen alleged terror plots. All this comes as part of the attempt to liquidate the voices that call for defending the rights of the Ummah. He added, "We call for the Islam that was sent by Allah to Prophet Muhammad, the Islam of jihad and Sharia ruling. Any voice that calls for this Islam, they either kill the person or the character, they kill the person by murdering or jailing them, or they kill the character by distorting their image in the media." Sheh asked Awlaki, "Do you think Yemen's government would facilitate your assassination?" The Yemeni government sells its citizens to the United States, to earn the ill-gotten funds it begs the West for in return for their blood. The Yemeni officials tell the Americans to strike whatever they want and ask them not to announce responsibility for the attacks to avoid people's rage, and then the Yemeni government shamelessly adopts these attacks, Awlaki replied. "The people of Shabwa, Abiyan, and Arhab have seen the cruise missiles, and some people saw cluster bombs that did not explode. The state lies when it claims responsibility, and it does so to deny collaboration. US drones continuously fly over Yemen. What state is that which allows its enemy to spy on its people and then considers it as accepted cooperation?" In Yemen, Awlaki was now completely underground and was having difficulty posting any sermons. His blog had been shut down by the US government, and drones hovered in the skies over Shabwa. While US media outlets, terror experts and prominent government officials were identifying Awlaki as a leader of AQAP, those allegations were dubious. Awlaki had entered dangerous territory in openly praising terrorist attacks on the United States and calling for Muslims in America to follow the example of Nidal Hassan. But the available evidence regarding Al-Qaeda's relationship with Awlaki in 2010 suggests that Awlaki was not an operational member of the group but was seeking out an alliance with like-minded individuals. Some, like his uncle, even argued that he was pushed into an alliance with AQAP after he was marked for death alongside its leaders. Sheikh Saleh bin Farid had been Anwar's protector in Yemen. It was bin Farid's tribal leadership that allowed Awlaki safe passage through Shabwa and other tribal areas. But the Sheikh was under great pressure from the Yemeni regime to bring in Anwar. Awlaki's father, Nasser, was convinced that Anwar would remain in hiding and that the US government would continue to try to kill him. Bin Farid decided to give it one more try. He went to visit Anwar in Shabwa. When he arrived, he said he saw drones circling our valley 24 hours, not 1 minute they were stopped. Of course we see them when the sun is out, but we can hear them very clearly. And they were after, I think, Anwar, he told me. When bin Farid met his nephew, Anwar told him that he had heard that Obama had marked him for death. In Sana'a now, I think they are under pressure, bin Farid told Anwar. Now the president gave the order that they either capture you or kill you. Awlaki told bin Farid that he had not been charged with any crime by the US government and would not turn himself in to face charges that didn't exist. You tell them, I have nothing, until today, I have nothing to do with Al-Qaeda, Anwar told his uncle. But if will not withdraw his, and I am wanted, maybe they'll drive me to hell. I have no choice. Bin Farid told me he believed that the threats against Anwar inadvertently drove him closer to AQAP. Of course, we realized that had no choice. And really, they did drive him to hell. The announcement by the US government that Anwar was marked for death, Ben Farid told me, was a very, very big mistake. On May 23, 2010, Al-Qaeda's media wing in Yemen, Al-Maliyim, released a video titled "The First and Exclusive Meeting with Sheikh Anwar al-Awlaki." In the video, Awlaki thanked his interviewer, a bearded man dressed in all white, for taking all these pains in order to reach here. Awlaki was dressed in traditional Yemeni garb, sitting before a bookshelf filled with religious books. On his waist was a Yambiya dagger, a tribal symbol worn by many men in Yemen. In the interview, Awlaki praised a recent speech given by Al-Qaeda's number 2 man, Ayman al-Zawahiri, but also referred to "you people in Al-Qaeda" and did not claim to be a member of the group. The interviewer, who repeatedly thanked him for giving them an exclusive interview, did not address Awlaki as a fellow member of Al-Qaeda. The interviewer for this Al-Qaeda propaganda video was remarkably direct, asking Awlaki many questions about the targeting of civilians, his relationship with Nidal Hassan and Abdul Muttalib, and his interpretation of various fatwas. He also asked Awlaki about the reports that he had been targeted. Speaking in Arabic, Awlaki told the interviewer, "It is not true that I am a fugitive. I move around among my tribesmen and in other parts of Yemen because the people of Yemen hate the Americans, and support the people of truth and the oppressed. I move around among the Awlak tribe, and I get support from wide sectors of the people in Yemen." Awlaki praised various mujahideen movements across the globe, from Iraq and Afghanistan to Somalia. "To the Muslims in general and to the inhabitants of the peninsula especially, we should participate in this jihad against America," he said. Awlaki was undoubtedly developing an affinity for Al-Qaeda's principles, and his public remarks were becoming indistinguishable from the pronouncements of Al-Qaeda. Still, words are not actions. To former DIA analyst Joshua Faust, it appeared as though some within the U.S. intelligence community were elevating Awlaki's status based on the fear he was able to inspire through his words. Although he found Awlaki's praise for Al-Qaeda and calls for terrorist attacks against the United States reprehensible, Faust did not believe these statements constituted evidence of a senior operational role in Al-Qaeda. Within AQAP itself, he's literally middle management, he told me at the time. Even the AQAP leadership treats him like he's just a subordinate, who needs to shut up and do what he's told. Faust added, "I think a lot of the focus on Awlaki doesn't make any sense, because we assign him a kind of importance and influence that he doesn't really have." After the Christmas Day bomb plot, the White House changed its tune on Awlaki, claiming he had gone operational, with some officials comparing him to Osama bin Laden. I think it's an exaggeration, frankly, to think he is necessarily a new bin Laden, Nakli, the former senior CIA officer, told me. "We would not have even thought much about him if it weren't for Abdul Muttalib, the underwear bomber." Although Awlaki was developing relationships with various Al-Qaeda figures in Shabwa and elsewhere, and his status was rising within its ranks, well-connected Yemenis who had interviewed AQAP leaders told me that he was not an operational member of the group. Anwar al-Awlaki was not a leader in Al-Qaeda, he did not hold any official post at all, said journalist Abdul Razak al-Jamal. He told me that AQAP viewed Awlaki as an ally and that the thing that united him and Al-Qaeda is the hostility to the US. Awlaki agrees with Al-Qaeda in vision, rationale, and strategies. The efforts that were made by Awlaki in the framework of AQAP's work, especially in terms of recruiting in the West, were very big. Nasser Awlaki acknowledged that his son was beginning to refer to members of Al-Qaeda as "my brothers" in interviews, but he did not believe his son was a member of AQAP. He never said that he was member of Al-Qaeda, he told me, speculating that maybe in ideology, maybe Anwar came to believe in some of the ideas of Al-Qaeda, that you cannot take back your land by peaceful means, you have to fight for it. Anybody who attacks you, you have to defend yourself. Nasser added, "Anwar is a very courageous man. I tell you, definitely, I know my son. If he was a member of that organization, he will have no problems to say it. After all, having already been marked for death by the United States, he had nothing to lose. Even members of Yemen's government were concerned that the United States was inflating al-Awlaki's status as a terrorist leader. Yemen's foreign minister, Abu Bakr al-Kurbi, told reporters in Sana'a, Anwar al-Awlaki has always been looked at as a preacher rather than a terrorist and shouldn't be considered as a terrorist unless the Americans have evidence that he has been involved in terrorism. Al-Awlaki had not been charged with any crimes by the U.S. government. Nor had the Americans publicly offered any evidence that al-Awlaki was the AQAP ringleader they made him out to be. Al-Awlaki's case would cut to the heart of one of the key questions raised by the increasing role targeted assassinations were playing in U.S. foreign policy: could the American government assassinate its own citizens without due process? The CIA's dating service. Denmark and Yemen, 2010. While the U.S. manhunt for Anwar al-Awlaki in Yemen intensified, Morten Storm was busy trying to find al-Awlaki a European wife. Unbeknownst to al-Awlaki, the Danish intelligence asset was coordinating his bride search with the CIA. Storm had posted messages on websites frequented by al-Awlaki's fans and soon received a note from a Croatian woman who had recently converted to Islam. Amina was the name she had adopted after her conversion, though she was raised as a Catholic. She had been a track star in high school and worked with troubled youth in Zagreb. I was wondering, will he search for second wife? I proposed him a marriage. I don't know how silly it is, Amina wrote to Storm. I deeply respect him and all the things he do. I would go with him anywhere. I am 32 years old and I am ready for dangerous things. I am not afraid of death or to die in the sake of Allah. Storm continued corresponding with al-Awlaki and told him about Amina. He also informed the PET, the Danish intelligence agency, that he was in the process of arranging a marriage for al-Awlaki. The PET contacted the CIA. Storm claimed the intelligence officials were overjoyed. Together, the intelligence agencies came up with a plan: should the marriage plans work out, Storm would provide Amina with a suitcase outfitted with a tracking device that would ultimately reveal al-Awlaki's location. Al-Awlaki contacted Storm again on February 17, 2010, and said he wanted to meet Amina. If you visit her, I can upload a video recording of myself as encrypted file, and you can get her to hear it, so she is sure that is me, he wrote. Days later, al-Awlaki wrote again to describe his improved living conditions. I currently do not live in a tent, but in a house belongs to a friend. I'm not leaving the house, and am in a situation for my wife to be with me all the time. I prefer this residence, a tent in the mountains, because it gives me ability to read, write, and research. Following the message, Storm said he met with CIA and PET officials in Helsingør, Denmark. Taking part in the meeting was a veteran Denmark-based CIA contact who went by the name Jed and, according to Storm, a CIA official who flew in from Washington and called himself Alex. Storm met with Amina in Vienna, Austria, on March 8, 2010, outside the international bus station. His trip was verified by multiple receipts reviewed by the Danish newspaper Jyllands-Posten. Storm claimed that when he met Amina, he was shadowed by his PET and CIA handlers. Amina, Storm alleged, convinced him she was willing to accept the potential consequences of her decision to travel to Yemen to marry al-Awlaki. Storm taught the young woman to send encrypted emails at al-Awlaki's request, and at a second meeting, he showed her a video the cleric had made for her. This recording is done specifically for Sister Amina at her request, and the brother who's carrying this recording is a trustworthy brother, al-Awlaki said in the video. So having said that, I pray Allah guides to that which is best for you in this life and in the hereafter, and guides you to choose what is better for you regarding this proposal. I would also suggest, if possible, if you could also do a recorded message and send it over. That would be great. According to Storm, the video moved Amina to tears. Amina responded with 2 videos of her own. In the first she wore a hijab, leaving only her face visible. She described feeling nervous and said the experience was awkward. In the second video, she removed her veil. Brother, "It's me without the scarf, so you can see my hair," she said in accented English. "I hope you are happy with me, inshallah." The two agreed to marry in Yemen. Al-Awlaki sent Storm an encrypted email describing the things Amina would need to bring to Yemen: warm weather clothing, her personal hygiene stuff, etc. Anything she would need during a month to 2-month period. She shouldn't have more than a medium-sized suitcase and a carry-on bag. She should have with her at least $3,000. The CIA then contacted Storm. In a document obtained by Jalansposten, Al-Awlaki is referred to as the Hook and Amina the sister. The CIA suggested that Storm could use the Hook's guidance as a reason to give the sister the suitcase and the cosmetic case. Storm returned to Vienna on May 18, 2010, to purchase Amina's ticket to Yemen and provide her with clothing and $3,000, all of which he said was paid for by the CIA. He also gave Amina the bugged suitcase that, if things went according to plan, would set her and Al-Awlaki up for execution by drone. Amina flew to Yemen on June 2. Storm said he went to a safe house rented by the CIA and Pet in Denmark. "We sat there, had a barbecue and had a great party," Storm told Jalansposten. Amina's journey, he recalled, was constantly monitored. 2 days later Storm received a text message from his Danish handler. "Congratulations brother, you just got rich, very rich," it read. The intelligence agent included smiley face emoticons in the text message. Storm claimed he collected his reward on June 9, 2010, at the Crown Plaza Hotel near Copenhagen, adding that both a CIA and Pet officer were present at the exchange and that the Pet officer was handcuffed to the briefcase that contained his reward. The suitcase was filled with $250,000 in bundled $100 bills. Storm asked for the code to open the suitcase. "Try 007, the CIA agent told him. Storm snapped a photo of the cash in the briefcase and later provided it to Jalansposten as evidence to support his story. Multiple sources confirmed that he received the payment. The CIA and its allies celebrated what they believed would be a break in the hunt for Al-Awlaki, but their plot soon ran into trouble. Amina was scheduled to attend a language school in Sana'a for 2 weeks before meeting her groom-to-be. When Al-Awlaki's aides arrived to pick her up to bring her to Al-Awlaki, they told her she could not bring her suitcase but could only bring a plastic bag containing her belongings. The CIA's bugged suitcase would not make the trek. Soon after, Al-Awlaki and Amina were married. The CIA had inadvertently found a European wife for one of its most wanted targets. Al-Awlaki later sent Storm a message thanking him for the hookup. The auction of the assassin. Washington, D.C., 2010. In the halls of the U.S. Congress, lawmakers fell into two basic camps on the issue of targeting Anwar Al-Awlaki, a U.S. citizen, for assassination: silence or support. It was not until 3 months after the plan was revealed that a U.S. representative spoke out against it. "I don't support it, period," Democrat Dennis Kucinich told me at the time. "I think people in both parties that are concerned about the Constitution should be speaking out on this." Kucinich said he had sent several letters to the Obama administration raising questions about the potential unconstitutionality of the policy, as well as possible violations of international law, but said he had received no response. "With all the smart people that are in that administration, they've got to know the risks that they're taking here with violations of law," Kucinich said. He called the policy extra-constitutional, extrajudicial, saying it vitiates the presumption of innocence and the government then becomes the investigator, policeman, prosecutor, judge, jury, executioner all in one. "That raises the greatest questions with respect to our Constitution and our democratic way of life." He added, "All this is being done in the name of national security. How do we know why certain people are being killed? I mean, who's making that decision? It's like a godlike power. You can put your finger on someone's image and say, this person is gone." The fact that a U.S. citizen was on the hit list was not Kucinich's only concern. A popular Democratic president and constitutional law scholar pushing the boundaries beyond the extreme policies of the Bush administration, Kucinich believed, would have far-reaching consequences. "We are acting out of fear. We've forgotten who we are," he told me. "We're knocking out pillars of our democratic traditions here. The right to a trial? Gone. The right to be able to confront those who are accusing you? Gone. The right to be free from cruel and unusual punishment? Gone. All of these anchors are being pulled away." He added, "Don't think for a moment that we can do these kinds of things without it having a direct effect here at home. You can't have one America abroad and another one at home. It's all the same. The erosion of integrity, the erosion of democratic values, the erosion of a benevolent intent all augurs a nation in which the basic rights of our own people can no longer be secured. They are up for the auction of the assassin." In July 2010, Kucinich introduced a bill, H.R. 6010, to prohibit the extrajudicial killing of United States citizens. In the bill, Kucinich referred to the various executive orders dating back to the Ford administration prohibiting assassination, including Executive Order 12333, which stated, "No person employed by or acting on behalf of the United States government shall engage in, or conspire to engage in, assassination." In short, the bill called on Congress to affirm that American citizens had a right to due process before being executed. The use of extrajudicial force against a citizen of the United States that is outside of the internationally recognized battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan constitutes a violation of the law of armed conflict, the bill declared. "It is in the best interest of the United States to respect the rule of law and set the example for upholding the principles of international and domestic law." Only 6 other members of the House of Representatives, and not a single senator, signed on to support Kucinich's bill. It died immediately. By July, U.S. intelligence officials acknowledged there had been almost a dozen strikes aimed at killing al-Awlaki. None of them had succeeded. The leading U.S. organizations that had fought the Bush administration's war on terror policies, the Center for Constitutional Rights and the American Civil Liberties Union, had been assessing the Obama administration's targeted killing program, primarily focused on the increased U.S. drone strikes in Pakistan. But now that a U.S. citizen had been identified as a target of the program, they believed it needed to be challenged in the U.S. justice system. It was a very important opportunity to challenge the program because we actually have the name of someone. It is not an after-the-fact killing, it's a case we can bring to try to stop killing with respect to someone that we know, based on what has been reported, is on a kill list, said Pardis Kebri-ei, a CCR senior staff attorney. Kebri-ei and her colleagues reviewed the publicly available facts about al-Awlaki and came to the conclusion that al-Awlaki's sermons and comments in interviews, while offensive to many Americans, look very much like protected First Amendment activity to us, and that, if he does present a threat, and if what he is doing is not protected and criminal, then he should be charged and tried and given due process like anyone, particularly a U.S. citizen. Kebri-ei said that if the United States killed one of its own citizens in a foreign country where war had not been declared without charging the individual with a crime, it would amount to a statement by the U.S. that it is in fact claiming this authority and carrying out this authority to use lethal military force against suspects of terrorism, wherever they may be found. And the implications of that legally, morally, politically are terrifying to me. After CCR and ACLU lawyers reached Nasser al-Awlaki through their legal partners in Yemen, he retained them to represent him on a pro bono basis in a lawsuit challenging the right of the Obama administration to kill his son without due process. "I will do my best to convince my son to come back, but they are not giving me time. They want to kill my son. How can the American government kill one of their own citizens? This is a legal issue that needs to be answered," Nasser said. Days after Nasser first spoke with the lawyers in the United States, the Obama administration took swift action to try to ensure that the case would never be heard in U.S. courts. On July 16, 2010, the Treasury Department officially labeled Anwar al-Awlaki a specially designated global terrorist. Rather than the President or Defense Secretary or the CIA Director, the White House put forward the Treasury Department's Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence, Stuart Levy, to make the case that al-Awlaki had become operational, directly accusing him of preparing and instructing Abdul-Muttalib for his operation, alleging that after receiving this direction from al-Awlaki, Abdul-Muttalib obtained the explosive device he used in the attempted Christmas Day attack. Levy declared that al-Awlaki had involved himself in every aspect of the supply chain of terrorism, fundraising for terrorist groups, recruiting and training operatives, and planning and ordering attacks on innocents, but provided no evidence for these charges. The designation by the Treasury Department made it a crime for American lawyers to represent al-Awlaki without getting a license from the government. On July 23, the ACLU and CCR filed an urgent request for a license. When they were not granted one, they sued the Treasury Department. On August 4, in response to the lawsuit, the Treasury Department changed its position, allowing the lawyers to represent al-Awlaki. A month later, the CCR and ACLU filed a lawsuit against President Obama, CIA Director Panetta, and Defense Secretary Gates, challenging their intention to target al-Awlaki for assassination, charging that it was unlawful. Outside of armed conflict, both the Constitution and international law prohibit targeted killing except as a last resort to protect against concrete, specific, and imminent threats of death or serious physical injury, the suit alleged. The summary use of force is lawful in these narrow circumstances only because the imminence of the threat makes judicial process infeasible. A targeted killing policy under which individuals are added to kill lists after a bureaucratic process and remain on these lists for months at a time plainly goes beyond the use of lethal force as a last resort to address imminent threats, and accordingly goes beyond what the Constitution and international law permit. They asked a federal judge to bar the President, the CIA, and JSOC from intentionally killing al-Awlaki and to order them to disclose the criteria that are used in determining whether the government will carry out the targeted killing of a U.S. citizen. The Obama administration responded forcefully to the lawsuit, invoking an argument that was used throughout the Bush administration to quash lawsuits seeking to hold Donald Rumsfeld and other officials liable for their role in extrajudicial killings, torture and extraordinary rendition, the military and state secrets privilege. Justice Department lawyers asked the judge to dismiss the case on other grounds, but said the court should use the state and military secrets privilege if all else failed, saying it would be necessary to protect against the risk of significant harm to national security. Al-Awlaki's lawsuit, Assistant Attorney General Tony West argued, puts directly at issue the existence and operational details of alleged military and intelligence activities directed at combating the terrorist threat to the United States. He characterized the case as a paradigmatic example of one in which no part of the case can be litigated on the merits without immediately and irreparably risking disclosure of highly sensitive and classified national security information. He referred to al-Awlaki as an operational leader of AQAP. The government submitted sworn declarations from Panetta, Gates, and Clapper asserting the state secrets privilege and outlining the threat to national security they believed would be posed by litigating the case. Panetta wrote that he was invoking state secrets to protect intelligence sources, methods, and activities that may be implicated by the allegations in the complaint, and argued that if he revealed the basis for invoking that privilege, it could harm U.S. national security. Gates asserted that the disclosure of intelligence information related to AQAP and Anwar al-Awlaki would cause exceptionally grave harm to national security and that the U.S. military cannot reveal to a foreign terrorist organization or its leaders what it knows about their activities and how it obtained that information. In essence, the government was asserting that it had the right to kill a U.S. citizen but that the justification for doing so was too dangerous to reveal to the American public. Al-Awlaki's lawyers responded, charging the government's sweeping invocation of the state secrets privilege to shut down this litigation is as ironic as it is extreme. That Anwar al-Awlaki has been targeted for assassination is known to the world only because senior administration officials, in an apparently coordinated media strategy, advised the nation's leading newspapers that the National Security Council had authorized the use of lethal force against him. Had the government itself adhered to the overriding secrecy concerns so solemnly invoked in its pleadings, those senior officials would not have broadcast the government's intentions to the entire world, and intelligence officials, speaking on the record, would have refused all comment rather than providing tacit acknowledgement that plaintiff's son is being targeted. They asserted, the government has clothed its bid for unchecked authority in the doctrinal language of standing, justiciability, equity, and secrecy, but the upshot of its arguments is that the executive, which must obtain judicial approval to monitor a U.S. citizen's communications or search his briefcase, may execute that citizen without any obligation to justify its actions to a court or to the public. Inside the White House, the Obama administration had already been preparing its own legal framework for killing one of its own citizens. Although the government's threat to kill Al-Awlaki was met with almost no outrage or questioning from the U.S. Congress, those in the administration knew that once they killed Al-Awlaki, the case would almost certainly end up back in court. Senior administration officials began leaking intelligence they claimed to have on Al-Awlaki to journalists, intelligence that indicated that Al-Awlaki had become operational and was actively engaged in plots to attack the United States, including with biological and chemical weapons. The administration had already determined it intended to assassinate Al-Awlaki, and President Obama wanted to be able to argue to the American people that it was the right decision. The State Department's senior legal advisor, Harold Koh, wanted to lay out the case publicly before Al-Awlaki was killed. He was tired of hearing scathing criticisms of the targeted killing program from European diplomats and human rights groups. In an earlier life, Koh had been known as a liberal, pro-human rights, pro-civil liberties lawyer, and so his stamp of approval was useful to the administration as it sought to defend its assassination policy in general and bolster its decision to target a U.S. citizen without trial. The White House also believed a public defense of the program from Koh would be a strong preemptive strike against the critics. The military and the CIA, too, loved the idea, reported Newsweek correspondent Daniel Klaidman, author of the book Kill or Capture, about the targeted killing campaign. They called the State Department lawyer Killer Koh behind his back. Some of the operators even talked about printing up T-shirts that said, "Drones, if they're good enough for Harold Koh, they're good enough for me." In advance of his public speech, the CIA and military gave Koh access to their intel on Al-Awlaki. Koh settled in for a long day of reading in a secured classified intelligence facility. According to Klaidman, whose book was based almost entirely on leaks from administration officials, Koh had set his own legal standard to justify the targeted killing of a U.S. citizen, evil, with ironclad intelligence to prove it. It was not exactly a technical, legal standard, but it was a threshold he was comfortable with. Now he was reading about multiple plots to kill Americans and Europeans, all of which Al-Awlaki had been deeply involved in at an operational level. There were plans to poison Western water and food supplies with botulinum toxin, as well as attack Americans with ricin and cyanide. Al-Awlaki's ingenuity at coming up with newer, deadlier plots was chilling. Koh was shaken when he left the room. Al-Awlaki was not just evil, he was satanic. When Koh delivered his speech, on May 25, 2010, he declared, U.S. targeting practices, including lethal operations conducted with the use of unmanned aerial vehicles, comply with all applicable law, including the laws of war. Koh's audience for the address was the annual convention of the American Society of International Law. He gave a full-throat defense of the administration's targeted killing police, saying, "Some have argued that the use of lethal force against specific individuals fails to provide adequate process and thus constitutes unlawful extrajudicial killing. But a state that is engaged in an armed conflict or in legitimate self-defense is not required to provide targets with legal process before the state may use lethal force. Some have argued that our targeting practices violate domestic law, in particular, the long-standing domestic ban on assassinations. But under domestic law, the use of lawful weapons systems consistent with the applicable laws of war for precision targeting of specific high-level belligerent leaders when acting in self-defense or during an armed conflict is not unlawful, and hence does not constitute assassination. Nasser al-Awlaki's lawyers did not take the position that Anwar al-Awlaki was an innocent man. Rather, they reasoned, if he was what the U.S. government alleged he was a terrorist and an operational member of al-Qaeda, evidence should be presented that would hold up in a court of law. If what the administration was leaking to journalists about al-Awlaki's deep involvement in terror plots, including chemical attacks against the United States, was true, then why not indict al-Awlaki and demand his extradition from Yemen to face trial? If someone poses a threat, if there's evidence against him, fine, charge him and give him due process, said Kebri, one of al-Awlaki's lawyers. The President and the Defense Department or CIA, cannot just, on their own, determine in secret that these people are threats and we can not only detain them, but we can kill them. The administration continued to leak intelligence it claimed proved al-Awlaki was an operational member of al-Qaeda, and media coverage began referring to al-Awlaki as a leader or the leader of AQAP. When al-Awlaki's lawyers tried to challenge in court the government's claims that he was a leader of AQAP and was operational, the U.S. government lawyers shut it down. The government's attorney did walk into court and open with, "The context of this case is that we're talking about a leader of AQAP and everything else is a state secret. We can't talk about the evidence, but you should know," Kebri recalled. It can be maddening to hear the government make allegations that are completely unsupported by any real facts that we've seen and not have any access to that information, to be in this position of seeing that reporting and not being able to respond. The Bush administration claimed a global detention authority in the context of this war on terror, and what the Obama administration is doing is actually extending that and claiming a global killing authority, including the right to kill American citizens. Anwar al-Awlaki, meanwhile, was spending his days and nights on the run. He knew the Americans were actively trying to kill him. He would see drones and occasionally see missiles strike nearby. Al-Awlaki had certainly become increasingly radical in his views of the United States, but from his perspective, it was America that had changed, not him. Not that long before, al-Awlaki had advocated voting for George W. Bush and praised America's freedoms. He spoke with passion when he condemned al-Qaeda and the 9/11 attacks, and talked of Muslims peacefully coexisting with the United States. But between the global crackdown that followed 9/11 and the U.S. government's campaign to hunt him down, something in al-Awlaki shifted, and he was no longer torn between allegiance to the country of his birth and his religion. To the Muslims in America I have this to say: how can your conscience allow you to live in peaceful coexistence with the nation that is responsible for the tyranny and crimes committed against your own brothers and sisters? How can you have your loyalty to a government that is leading the war against Islam and Muslims? Al-Awlaki asked in one of his audio messages posted online. Imperial hubris is leading America to its fate, a war of attrition, a continuous hemorrhage that would end with the fall and splintering of the United States of America. Yohari Abdul Malik, who succeeded al-Awlaki as Imam of Dar al-Hijra Mosque in Virginia, was dumbfounded. He remembered al-Awlaki as a moderate and as a Muslim leader who bridged two worlds deftly. To go from that individual to the person that is projecting these words from Yemen is a shock, he said. I don't think we read him wrong. I think something happened to him. Martyrdom is why we came here, my brother. Yemen, 2009, 2010. Early on in his stay in Yemen, Samir Khan lost his mobile phone. Such things happen to tourists and students the world over. But the stakes were higher for Khan. His phone was his only way of communicating with the people he had come to Yemen to find, the Mujahideen. Khan had the mobile number of a man he had been told could put him in touch with AQAP, and the two men had been texting and making plans to meet when Khan's phone went missing. The young Pakistani American panicked. He was heartbroken, as this was the only means of communication between him and the Mujahideen, recalled his friend Abu Yazid, a self-professed jihadist. Despite that, he never thought about turning back. Khan went to mosques hoping to find someone who could reconnect him. One night he was performing Isha, the evening prayer, when he felt a tap on his shoulder. "Are you Samir?" the man asked him. Khan nodded. "I am the brother to whom you have been texting," the man told him. Soon thereafter, Khan was packing his bags, leaving behind Sanaa and any pretense that he was there to teach English or study Arabic at one of its universities. He was on his way to study jihad with mujahideen, who would embrace him as one of their muhajirin, or emigrants. Khan felt he had been in the car for what seemed like years, heading over the rough roads that one must cross to get from Sanaa to southern Yemen. The driver dispatched to take Khan to a mujahideen camp had a nashid, a hymn, playing on repeat. It was called Sir Ya bin Laden. Khan had heard the homage to bin Laden before, but now that he was on his way to meet the warriors from AQAP, it had taken on a new significance. Something had struck me at that moment. The Nashid repeated lines pertaining to fighting the tyrants of the world for the purpose of giving victory to the Islamic nation. But it also reminded the listener that Sheikh Usama bin Laden is the leader of this global fight, Khan recalled in an essay he wrote several months later. I looked out the window at the tall mud houses below the beautiful sky and closed my eyes as the wind blew through my hair. I took a deep breath to let it all out. He thought, I am an individual convinced that Islam's claim to power in the modern world is not going to be as easy as walking down a red carpet or driving through a green light. I am acutely aware that body parts have to be torn apart, skulls have to be crushed and blood has to be spilled in order for this to be a reality. Anyone who says otherwise is an individual who is not prepared to make sacrifices that heroes and champions make. As they got closer to the camp, Khan gazed out the window at the rural landscape. As my eyes passed over the mysterious twirls of the sand dunes, I was reminded of the enigma of jihad in the contemporary world. It's just absolutely enthralling to know that guerrillas can fight off global superpowers with the bare minimum, resulting in great enemy losses, drainage of the enemy's economy and a rising popular support for the mujahideen. Back in North Carolina, FBI agents showed up at Khan's house. They came to know that Samir had left for Yemen, recalled his mother, Sarah Khan. And they were asking how he went there and things like that, and if we have any contact with him. They were questioning us about going to Yemen. The agents asked the Khans whom he's been in contact with over there and stuff like that. We had been seeing different situations that had been appearing in the news, online and the papers about how the FBI has been keeping a tab on Muslims, so, we thought it was just one of those things. Sarah Khan had watched the news about the US cruise missile strikes in Yemen and the underwear bomb plot. As a parent with a son they believed was studying in Yemen, she told me, of course it was very scary. It was a very scary moment for us. But, she reasoned, Samir was at the university, so we didn't think that he was in any danger. But Samir was not at the university anymore. He was heading straight into the heart of an expanding US war against AQAP. People don't just show up at an Al-Qaeda camp in Yemen and be greeted with open arms. There is a vetting process. But Khan was already a known quantity through his blogs and web magazine, and AQAP's leadership welcomed the prospect of an American jihadi among their ranks. Khan went through training in rural Yemen and was eager to see battle. Samir's love for martyrdom in Allah's sake was extraordinary, his friend recalled. Khan once sent him a text message that read, "Martyrdom is why we came here, my brother. We won't leave until we get what we came for." AQAP would eventually publish photos of Khan wielding weapons and practicing hand-to-hand combat, but the Mujahideen believed that Khan's greatest possible contribution to their cause lay in his role as a propagandist. When he eventually made it to an AQAP base, the Yemeni and Saudi jihadists he met listened to his stories of FBI surveillance and harassment by the US government. They reviewed his writings and previous work on his online magazines. I realized that he traveled very long distance under very difficult circumstances, not to mention the fact that he was being wanted and hunted by the CIA, recalled Abu Yazid. His weapons to defend Islam were very simple, a laptop and a camera. However, he was loaded with ammunition. That ammunition was the creed of jihad in Allah's path. Khan's new friends found his broad, toothy smile infectious and would often ask him to laugh in English. They considered him a motivation and an inspiration for them since he crossed the ocean to support Islam's cause. Although Khan was enthusiastic about getting weapons training, the leadership of AQAP assigned him to its media division. They wanted his help in creating an English-language publication that could spread their message to the Muslim diaspora. It was to be a glossy, well-produced magazine called Inspire. Khan had studied internet technology during his stint in community college back in North Carolina and had already created several of his own websites, as well as an online magazine much like the one envisioned by AQAP. After some time passed in the company of the Mujahideen, I quickly acknowledged that success does not rely upon the job you undertake from 9 to 5, nor does it rely upon the wealth that you have accumulated, nor does it rely upon how far you have taken your studies in college. All of these things are respectable, but by being with the Mujahideen, it helped open my eyes that our reason in life has nothing to do with any of these things, Khan remembered. The only thing in the entire world that matters to me, more than ever before, is the condition of my heart when I die. As Khan settled into life with AQAP, his main role would become connecting and facilitating disparate groups of individuals online, said Aaron Zellin, a scholar who has studied and written about AQAP extensively. He was an important connective tissue and node that without him it is likely recruitment would have been more difficult, especially after Al-Awlaki's site went down. He also understood how to connect with youth in the West without having pretension and as being a co-equal to show, look, I'm an average guy, not even a religious scholar, and I made it to the fields of jihad to fight the apostates and Zionist crusaders, so can you. As the first issue of Inspire went into production, Khan did graphic design and editing, as well as some translation. He adopted more than one nom de guerre, among them Al-Kaka al-Amiraki and Abu Shida, the father of harshness. He, as I understood, wanted to choose the toughest of nicknames in order to terrorize the enemies of Islam, Abu Yazid recalled. Khan poured himself into work on Inspire and studied the Arabic language with a passion. When colleagues tried to practice their English with him, Khan would respond in Arabic. I cannot remember a time that we met except that he asked me something related to Arabic vocabulary, his friend remembered. Every time I met him, I would realize an improvement in his Arabic. Over the time he stayed, he progressed a lot in the Arabic language to the point that you couldn't easily tell if he was an English-speaking brother. Khan became involved with AQAP at the very moment that it was ringing massive alarm bells in Washington. AQAP intended Inspire to promote its mission to an English-speaking audience and to encourage lone wolf jihadists in the West to conduct attacks, but it also played into the U.S. propaganda campaign aimed at presenting AQAP as a grave threat. In English, AQAP's agenda was laid out for all to see. And, from the first issue, Anwar al-Awlaki would be a prominent commentator and religious analyst in the pages of Inspire. There was very little published in Inspire that had not already been said much earlier in AQAP's Arabic language publication, Sada al-Malahim. Now personnel at U.S. intelligence agencies, which had a limited number of analysts fluent in Arabic, could read its statements in English. By the time the first issue of Inspire came out, AQAP had already released 13 issues of its Arabic language magazine, which had far richer content on AQAP, said Zellin. Inspire's publication, he told me, coincided with AQAP pursuing its global ambitions more thoroughly in light of the Christmas Day plot. AQAP always wanted to hit the U.S. Inspire was a way to rally the Western sympathizers and to try and further bolster its roster so they can more easily plan attacks against the West. The first issue of the magazine was released online, but it was hardly a smashing success. The 67-page issue only contained 4 actual pages of the magazine. The other 63 contained a computer code that, when deciphered, turned out to be cupcake recipes featured on the popular U.S. daytime talk show Ellen, hosted by gay comedian Ellen DeGeneres. It is unclear how the file was corrupted, though some reports suggested it was a cyber attack by anti-AQAP hackers, MI6 or the CIA itself. Regardless, issue 1 of Inspire eventually hit the web in uncorrupted format in June 2010. Allah says, and inspire the believers to fight. Read the opening line of the letter from Inspire's unnamed editor. It is from this verse that we derive the name of our new magazine. Inspire, the editor wrote, was the first magazine to be issued by the Al-Qaeda organization in the English language. In the West, in East, West, and South Africa, in South and Southeast Asia and elsewhere are millions of Muslims whose first or second language is English. It is our intent for this magazine to be a platform to present the important issues facing the Ummah today to the wide and dispersed English-speaking Muslim readership. The issue of Inspire featured an exclusive interview with the head of AQAP, Nasir al-Wuhashi, also known as Abu Basir, as well as translated works from Bin Laden and Zawahiri. It also included an essay praising Abdul Muttalib, the failed underwear bomber. The magazine was well produced, with a layout that resembled a typical U.S. teen magazine, though without fashionably dressed women and celebrities. Instead, it featured photos of children alleged to have been killed in U.S. missile strikes and pictures of armed, masked jihadis. An article written under the byline AQ Chef and titled "Make a Bomb in the Kitchen of Your Mom," provided instructions on how to manufacture explosive devices from basic household goods. Another article gave detailed directions on how to download military-grade encryption software for sending emails and text messages. Perhaps most disturbing, the magazine contained a hit list of people who it alleged had created blasphemous caricatures of the Prophet Muhammad. In late 2005, Jyllands-Posten, the Danish newspaper that would later publish Morten Storm's story, commissioned a dozen cartoons of the Prophet, ostensibly to contribute to a debate about self-censorship within Islam. It had enraged Muslims across the world at the time, sparked massive protests and resulted in death threats and bomb threats against the newspaper. The hit list published by Inspire included magazine editors, anti-Muslim pundits who had defended the cartoons, as well as the novelist Salman Rushdie. But it also included Molly Norris, a Seattle-based cartoonist who initiated Everybody Draw Mohammed Day. Norris said she did it in response to the U.S. Comedy Central Network's decision to edit out a scene in its popular animated program South Park that addressed the controversy, after receiving a threat. Inspire's hit list was accompanied by an essay penned by Al-Awlaki encouraging Muslims to attack those who defame the image of Muhammad. I would like to express my thanks to my brothers at Inspire for inviting me to write the main article for the first issue of their new magazine. I would also like to commend them for having this subject, the defense of the Messenger of Allah, as the main focus of this issue, Al-Awlaki wrote. He then laid out a defense for assassinating those who engaged in blasphemy of Muhammad. The large number of participants makes it easier for us because there are more targets to choose from, in addition to the difficulty of the government offering all of them special protection. He continued. But even then, our campaign should not be limited to only those who are active participants. These perpetrators are not operating in a vacuum. Instead, they are operating within a system that is offering them support and protection. The government, political parties, the police, the intelligence services, blogs, social networks, the media, and the list goes on, are part of a system within which the defamation of Islam is not only protected but promoted. The main elements in this system are the laws that make this blasphemy legal. Because they are practicing a right that is defended by the law, they have the backing of the entire Western political system. This would make the attacking of any Western target legal from an Islamic viewpoint. Assassinations, bombings, and acts of arson are all legitimate forms of revenge against a system that relishes the sacrilege of Islam in the name of freedom. When Inspire was published, some within the U.S. intelligence community panicked. The first concern was protecting the people who had been identified as targets for assassination. The FBI took immediate precautions to guard the Seattle cartoonist, whom they feared could be murdered. She eventually changed her name and moved. Law enforcement agencies in other countries took similar measures. The hit list embodied the fears that Al-Awlaki would incite young Western Muslims to commit lone wolf acts of terror. Inspire magazine would become one of the primary U.S. sources of intelligence on AQAP and al-Awlaki, with intelligence analysts scouring each new issue for clues about his whereabouts or potential new plots. The more the U.S. talked about Inspire and Anwar al-Awlaki, the more the media focused on the magazine and the man, which then resulted in AQAP promoting them more and more, essentially taking advantage of free advertising, recalled Gregory Johnson, the Princeton University Yemen scholar. It was a bit of a shock to see the U.S. government's reaction to Inspire, as AQAP had been saying many of the same things for years, only they had been saying it in Arabic in the pages of Sada al-Malahim. When Inspire was first published, a lot of people in the U.S. government who didn't have the tools to read Sada al-Malahim suddenly found out what AQAP had been saying, which, coming in the months after the attempted Christmas Day bombing in 2009, led to an overreaction and a sense of panic within certain agencies. Al-Awlaki and Khan seemed to take great pride in the reaction of the U.S. government to Inspire. In subsequent issues, Inspire would highlight quotes from U.S. officials condemning the magazine and reacting to the various threats published in its pages. Samir Khan was suddenly a star figure in the international jihadi scene. Khan is widely believed by all serious scholars to be the editor of Inspire magazine. This is not only because of his articles being published in it, but because of the similarity between it and Khan's previous Jihad Recollections publication, which he edited and posted online prior to his trip to Yemen, said Zellin. In Yemen, Khan began to develop a close relationship with al-Awlaki, a man he had long admired from afar. Khan is someone who clearly idolized al-Awlaki both for his preaching and for the stance he took with his life, said Johnson. Eventually, he added, Khan would become a sort of executive aide to al-Awlaki. And Anwar al-Awlaki was putting himself out front in a clear alliance with AQAP. His connections to previous plots had been vague. Now he was openly encouraging assassinations of specific people around the world. AQAP leader Nasir al-Wuhashi clearly saw value in the U.S. obsession with al-Awlaki. So much so that he actually sent a message to Osama bin Laden proposing that he name al-Awlaki as the new head of AQAP. On August 27, 2010, bin Laden ordered his deputy Sheikh Mahmoud, also known as Atiyah Abdul Rahman, to relay a message to Wuhashi. Bin Laden seemed to view al-Awlaki as an ally and a potentially valuable asset to al-Qaeda's goals. The problem, bin Laden explained, was that al-Awlaki was an unknown quantity to al-Qaeda Central, a man who had yet to prove his mettle in actual jihad. The presence of some of the characteristics by our brother Anwar is a good thing, in order to serve jihad, bin Laden wrote, adding that he wanted a chance to be introduced to him more. Bin Laden explained, over here, we are generally assured after people go to the battlefield and are tested there. He asked Wuhashi for the resume, in detail and lengthy, of the brother Anwar al-Awlaki, as well as a written statement from al-Awlaki himself explaining his vision in detail. Wuhashi, bin Laden asserted, should remain in his position where he is qualified and capable of running the matter in Yemen. Samir Khan relished his newfound fame and penned numerous essays holding up his own experience as an example for other young Westerners to join the jihad. I am a traitor to America because my religion requires me to be one. A traitor can either be praiseworthy or despicable. The good and bad are defined by a certain political agenda in the eyes of someone, Khan wrote. I am proud to be a traitor in America's eyes just as much as I am proud to be a Muslim, and I take this opportunity to accentuate my oath of allegiance and the Mujahideen of the Arabian Peninsula's bay'ah to the ferocious lion, the champion of jihad, the humble servant of God, my beloved Sheikh, Osama bin Laden, may Allah protect him. Verily, he is the man that has shook the thrones of the tyrants of the world. We pledge to wage jihad for the rest of our lives until either we implant Islam all over the world or meet our Lord as bearers of Islam. And how reputable, adventurous, and pleasurable is such a life compared to those who remain sitting, working from 9 to 5. The persecution of Abdullah Haider Sheh. Yemen, summer 2010. In the months after the Al-Majala bombing, the young journalist Abdullah Haider Sheh would not give up on the story. He regularly raised the issue on Al Jazeera and continued to report on other U.S. strikes inside Yemen. He had interviewed al-Awlaki numerous times and had become famous inside and outside of Yemen as a major critic of the widening covert U.S. war in Yemen. He was focusing on how Saleh was using the al-Qaeda card to gain more money and logistical support from the United States, recalled cartoonist Kamal Sharaf, Shay's closest friend. Abdullah was the only person critical and speaking the truth about al-Qaeda, so he had significance in the Arab world and in America. Shay was working with The Washington Post, ABC News, Al Jazeera and many other major international media outlets, often producing stories that cast U.S. policy in Yemen in a negative light. In July 2010, 7 months after the Al-Majala attack, Shay and Sharaf were out running errands. Sharaf stepped into a supermarket while Shay waited outside. When Sharaf came out of the store, he told me, "I saw armed men grabbing him and taking him to a car. The men, it turned out, were Yemeni intelligence agents. They snatched Shay, hooded him and took him to an undisclosed location. The agents, according to Sharaf, threatened Shay and warned him against making further statements on TV. Shay's reports on the bombing and his criticism of the US and Yemeni governments, Sharaf said, pushed the regime to kidnap him. One of the interrogators told him, 'We will destroy your life if you keep on talking.' Eventually, in the middle of the night, Shay was dumped back onto a street and released. Abdullah was threatened many times over the phone by the political security agents and then he was kidnapped for the first time, beaten and investigated over his statements and analysis on the Majala bombing and the U.S. war against terrorism in Yemen," Shay's Yemeni lawyer, Abdul Rahman Barman, told me. "I believe he was arrested upon a request from the U.S. Shay responded to his abduction by going back on Al Jazeera and describing his own arrest. Mohammed Abdel Dayem, who headed the Committee to Protect Journalists' Middle East and North Africa program, happened to be in Yemen the night Shay was arrested. Dayem was in the country to research a special tribunal that had been established by the Yemeni regime to prosecute journalists who were critical of the government. 2 days before Shay was arrested, Dayem had met the Yemeni journalist. Immediately I could tell this was a very smart journalist and a journalist who really was willing to put a lot on the line to get the tough stories, because everybody can get the easy stories," he recalled. The night Shay was arrested, Dayem was in the Sana'a studios of Al Jazeera preparing to do an interview when his phone rang. It was Shay. "I'm on my way out of prison," Shay told him. "I'm going to go home. I'm putting on a different jacket. This one has blood on it. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Dayem said that Shay arrived at the studio and spilled the beans on the air, describing his abduction and why he believed he was being targeted. Around this time, the U.S. government began privately telling major U.S. media outlets that were working with Shay that they should discontinue their relationships with him. One source inside a prominent U.S. media organization told me that the government had warned the outlet that Shay was using his paychecks to support al-Qaeda. A U.S. intelligence official told another journalist for a prominent U.S. magazine that classified evidence indicated that Shay was cooperating with al-Qaeda. "I was persuaded that he was an agent," said the official. Just as it wanted al-Awlaki silenced, the U.S. government wanted anyone who was putting out al-Awlaki's perspective or interviewing leaders of AQAP shut down. When I met him at a cafe in Sana'a in 2011, Sharaf shook his head in disbelief at the notion that Shay was pro-Al-Qaeda. Abdullah continued to report facts, not for the sake of the Americans or Al-Qaeda, but because he believed that what he was reporting was the truth and that it is a journalist's role to uncover the truth, Sharaf told me. "He is a very professional journalist," he added. "He is rare in the journalistic environment in Yemen where 90% of journalists write extempore and lack credibility. Shay," he explained, "is very open-minded and rejects extremism. He was against violence and the killing of innocents in the name of Islam. He was also against killing innocent Muslims with the pretext of fighting terrorism. In his opinion, the war on terror should have been fought culturally, not militarily. He believes using violence will create more violence and encourage the spread of more extremist currents in the region. In the meantime, Sharif was encountering his own troubles with the Yemeni regime over his drawings of President Saleh and his criticism of the Yemeni government's war against the minority Houthi population in the north of Yemen. He had also criticized conservative Salafi, and his close friendship with Sheh put him at risk. On August 16, 2010, Sharif and his family had just broken the Ramadan fast when he heard shouting from outside his home, "Come out, the house is surrounded." Sharif walked outside. I saw soldiers I had never seen before. They were tall and heavy. They reminded me of American Marines. Then, I knew that they were from the counter-terrorism unit. They had modern laser guns. They were wearing American Marine type uniforms, he told me. They told Sharif he was coming with them. "What is the accusation?" he asked. They said, "You'll find out." As Sharif was being arrested, Yemeni forces had surrounded Sheh's home as well. Abdullah refused to come out, so they raided his house, took him by force, beat him and broke his tooth, Sharif said. "We were both taken blindfolded and handcuffed to the National Security Prison, which is supported by the Americans. They were separated and thrown in dark, underground cells," said Sharif. "We were kept for about 30 days during Ramadan in the National Security Prison where we were continuously interrogated. For that first month, Sharif and Sheh did not see each other. Eventually, they were taken from the National Security Prison to Yemen's Political Security Prison, where they were put in a cell together. Sharif was eventually released, after he pledged to the authorities that he would not draw any more cartoons of President Saleh. Sheh would make no such deal. Sheh was held in solitary confinement for 34 days with no access to a lawyer. His family did not even know where he had been taken or why. Eventually, his lawyers received a tip from a released prisoner that Sheh was in the political security prison, and they were able to see him. When Abdullah was arrested, he was put in a narrow, dirty and foul-smelling bathroom for 5 days. "I noticed that one of Abdullah's teeth was extracted and another one was broken, in addition to the presence of some scars on his chest," recalled Barman. "There were a lot of scars on his chest. He was psychologically tortured. He had been told that all his friends and family members had left him and that no one had raised his case. He was tortured by false information." On September 22, Sheh was eventually hauled into a court. Prosecutors asked for more time to prepare a case against him. A month later, he was locked in a cage in Yemen's State Security Court, which was established by presidential decree and had been roundly denounced by human and media rights groups as illegal and unfair. The Yemeni government called it a trial. Yet, the trial does not pass the laugh test, at all. And the court does not pass the laugh test, said Dayam, of the Committee to Protect Journalists. "I could not locate a single case that was tried in this specialized criminal tribunal, that met, even remotely, fair trial standards." The judge read out a list of charges against Sheh. He was accused of being the media man for Al-Qaeda, recruiting new operatives for the group and providing Al-Qaeda with photos of Yemeni bases and foreign embassies for potential targeting. "The government filed many charges against him," said Barman. Some of these charges were, joining an armed group aiming to target the stability and security of the country, inciting Al-Qaeda members to assassinate President Ali Abdullah Saleh and his son, recruiting new Al-Qaeda members, working as propagandist for Al-Qaeda and Anwar al-Awlaki in particular. Most of these charges carry the death sentence under Yemeni law. As the charges against him were read, according to journalist Iona Craig, a longtime foreign correspondent who reported regularly for the Times of London from Yemen, Sheh paced slowly around the white cell, smiling and shaking his head in disbelief. When the judge finished reading the charges against him, Sheh stood behind the bars of the holding cell and addressed his fellow journalists. "When they hid murderers of children and women in Abiyan, when I revealed the locations and camps of nomads and civilians in Abiyan, Shabwa and Arhab when they were going to be hit by cruise missiles, It was on that day they decided to arrest me, he declared. You notice in the court how they have turned all of my journalistic contributions into accusations. All of my journalistic contributions and quotations to international reporters and news channels have been turned into accusations. As security guards dragged him away, Scahill yelled, "Yemen, this is a place where, when a young journalist becomes successful, he is viewed with suspicion. The president can write his own rules." Washington, D.C., and Yemen, late 2010. While U.S. counterterrorism operations expanded in Yemen in the summer of 2010, Washington and other political and economic forces were drawing up plans for a neoliberal restructuring of Yemen's economy. Organized under the banner of Friends of Yemen, the US and British governments joined with the European Union, the International Monetary Fund and some of Yemen's neighbors. Progress against violent extremists and progress toward a better future for the Yemeni people will depend upon fortifying development efforts, U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said at an early meeting of the group in January 2010. This included what Aaron W. Jost, the National Security Council's Director for Arabian Peninsula Affairs, called greatly expanded, economic and humanitarian assistance to the Yemeni people. The Obama administration increased USAID funding, humanitarian assistance and democracy promotion funds for Yemen from $14 million 2 years earlier to $110 million in 2010. There is no doubt AQAP is a serious threat to Yemen, the United States, and our allies, Jost asserted. However, support for operations against AQAP is only one piece of the United States strategy for Yemen. But as a condition of the increased aid Yemen was to receive, President Saleh was forced to accept IMF structural adjustments, among them the gradual reduction in the level of government subsidies on fuel. A declaration from the Friends openly acknowledged that necessary economic reforms would have an adverse impact on the poor. Washington and its allies made clear to Saleh that continued military aid was conditioned on his cooperation with the economic reforms. The Yemeni people and the international community are both confronted by real threats from AQAP, and it may take years to decisively defeat it, Jost declared. However, we believe that the future belongs to those who build, not to those who are focused on destruction. And the United States stands with the people of Yemen as they seek to build a more positive future and reject AQAP's efforts to kill innocent men, women, and children. Saleh's main priority was not fighting AQAP, but rather suppressing the internal rebellions he faced from the Houthis and the southern secessionists. But in order to continue receiving the U.S. military aid he needed for these internal fights, he had to prove to Washington he was serious about fighting AQAP. Colonel Lang, who spent years dealing with Saleh as U.S. defense attaché, said that Saleh was very weary of what he perceived as an attempt by the Obama administration to apply the counterinsurgency doctrine in Yemen but had to play the game to keep the military aid flowing. Saleh doesn't really want us to get involved to the extent that the full implications of that doctrine would imply, because then he would be increasingly relegated to the position of a Karzai-like state and, in fact, whereas Afghan President Karzai has never been able to play the game with sufficient skill, to manipulate all the factors to some end that approximates something that he wants, Saleh has. With great skill, Lang said at the time. He added that Saleh knew that the type of money allocated by the Friends of Yemen and USAID and for political reform would be monitored by the United States so that any graft that occurs does not excessively benefit him and his cronies, and other things like that which will tend to reduce his net power. So he's not gonna be really in favor of that. But with the intense US focus on AQAP, Saleh's military aid lunch ticket, he needed to play the game. In August 2010, following the rash of killings of Yemeni military and intelligence officials by the motorcycle assassins, Yemeni forces launched a major offensive in the Lahdar district of Abiyan, an alleged AQAP stronghold. In several days of gun battles, a dozen Yemeni soldiers were reportedly killed, along with 19 people the Yemeni government identified as al-Qaeda figures. At least 3 civilians were also killed, and scores of others fled their homes. Security forces have taught the terrorists of Al-Qaeda a hard lesson and inflicted painful hits on them, forcing those terrorist elements that tried to hide, to flee after dozens were killed and wounded. Yemen's Deputy Interior Minister, General Saleh al-Zawahiri, declared. That assessment was not shared in Washington. JSOC forces were scoring occasional victories against AQAP, but Yemen's Special Operations Forces were perceived as lazy and largely incompetent by their American counterparts, and Saleh's double-dealing often resulted in shoddy intelligence. In short, there was what senior U.S. officials described as a dearth of solid intelligence in Yemen. JSOC's forces were certainly more than capable of finding, fixing and finishing targets, but those operations required solid intelligence. All Land Rovers look pretty much alike, a former high-ranking U.S. intelligence official familiar with operations in Yemen told the Washington Post. You have to have something that tells you this is the one to follow. The CIA had historically culled personnel from JSOC and other special operations units for lethal missions, but the ascent of JSOC within the Bush and Obama administrations had altered that process. JSOC, insiders told me, wanted to run point and the CIA was not happy about it.